In the land of fire's Konoha village, this winter was unusually cold, as if the entire world had been set to quick freeze mode. Heavy snow poured down without pause, and the streets were nearly deserted, with villagers hiding in their homes to keep warm. Ugh, where did this meddling little brat come from? He's not very tall, but he's got guts. Get him, beat him up. 3 tall boys, around 6 or 7 years old, glared furiously at a boy with a lazy expression. Their anger was as if someone had stolen their most precious toy. But in less than 3 seconds, the 3 boys ran off crying, their loud wails echoing through the air. Why, you actually hit me. I'm telling my mom. She'll come get revenge for me. Well, how could you do this? I can't take it anymore. The boy with the lazy expression nonchalantly clapped his hands and sighed like an old sage with worldly experience. So young, and already bullying girls? What's going on in your heads? Is it just bad luck? After speaking, he turned to look at a little girl standing a short distance away. The girl had neatly trimmed, lovely short hair, and her tender cheeks were flushed red, like ripe apples. She occasionally stole shy glances at him. He was well aware that this little girl was Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family, a true noble lady from a prestigious lineage. He glanced at Hinata Hyuga once more before turning to leave, not forgetting to offer advice like an elder. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone. It's better to have someone with you to avoid running into bad people. With that, he strolled away gracefully without looking back. Hinata's eyes sparkled as she watched his retreating figure, her gaze fixed on him as if filled with curiosity and admiration. He walked a short distance down the road and turned a corner, where his younger brother Shikamaru was waiting for him. As soon as Shikamaru saw him, he started complaining, "Hey, I've been waiting here forever. Let's go home already. It's so cold out here, it feels like an ice cave. Mom's already made dinner, and if we don't hurry, the food's going to get cold." Ryu nodded, replying with a relaxed expression. "Yeah, let's go home, Shikamaru. In weather like this, there's nothing better than lying at home. It's like floating on a cloud." Shikamaru gave him a helpless look. "Nisan, if you keep lazing around at home like this, Mom's going to blow up at you. Then you'll be the one in trouble." "Oh, what a drag," Ryu muttered in a tone of mock complaint, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He felt grateful in his heart. Fate had been extraordinarily kind to him. In his previous life, he had been a lonely orphan, but in this life, he had been reincarnated into the world of Naruto as Shikamaru's twin brother. His luck was nothing short of miraculous. Even more remarkable was that he inexplicably possessed an extraordinarily strong physique and incredible combat power. 3 years ago, when Konoha village experienced an earthquake, it had actually been caused by his curiosity about his own strength. He had thrown a punch at the mountains behind the village. Fortunately, he had held back somewhat, resulting in only minor damage to the surrounding houses. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since then, he had embraced a laid-back lifestyle, sitting whenever he could, lying down whenever he could avoid sitting, a true master of leisure. Shikaku and Yoshino, their parents, were at their wits' end with this eldest son. He was incredibly intelligent, a quick learner, and highly skilled at reading people's emotions. Whenever Yoshino got angry, he could run faster than a rabbit, leaving his parents both exasperated and amused. After returning home with Shikamaru, the family gathered around the table, enjoying a steaming hot pot together in a warm, harmonious atmosphere. As they ate, Shikaka looked at his 2 sons and smiled. "Ryu, Shikamaru, I have some good news for you. Tomorrow is the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy. Do you remember what I mentioned to you before?" He placed the Ninja Academy entrance notices on the table, looking at his sons with enthusiasm. The 2 boys, who had been happily eating, immediately drooped their heads in unison and groaned, "Ugh, we know. What a pain. Can't we just skip it?" Beside them, Nara Yoshino's forehead veins visibly throbbed, her expression turning stern as she fixed a sharp gaze on them. Feeling their mother's wrath, the 2 brothers shivered involuntarily. Ryu quickly spoke up, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. The entrance exam will be a piece of cake for me. I'll get a perfect score and make you proud in front of all our relatives." Yoshino nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Shikamaru. "What about you, Shikamaru?" "I'll be just like Nisan. I'll get a perfect score too and make you proud. Shikamaru replied, though his tone carried a hint of reluctance. That's more like it. Seeing the pleased expression on their mother's face, the two boys breathed a collective sigh of relief. Shikaku watched his son's reactions and chuckled helplessly before continuing, "Get a good night's sleep tonight. Although we live in peaceful times now, the Academy's admission standards are still quite strict. Tomorrow's test might not be easy. You both need to pass, or someone's going to be very upset." The brothers exchanged a quick glance toward their mother and hurriedly finished their meal before retreating from the table. Watching the boys obediently head to their rooms, Shikaku couldn't help but quietly say to his wife, "You don't have to be so strict all the time. Otherwise, the kids might start to feel distant from you. They're growing up and forming their own thoughts. We should respect that." Do you think I won't be this strict? It's only because you spoil them too much. Those two boys are so lazy. They lie in bed more comfortably than I did during my postpartum rest. It's high time they went to the academy and let the teachers discipline them properly. Yoshino's tone suddenly shifted, her expression turning worried. "But you don't think the teachers at the academy will hit our boys, do you? I can't bear the thought of anyone laying a hand on them." Shikaku sighed as he looked at his wife's sudden change in attitude. He thought to himself, how love for one's children can cloud the mind. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Ria and Shikamaru were each taken by the hand by Shikaku as he led them to the ninja academy. Feeling a bit embarrassed as his hand was held by his father, Ria couldn't help but grumble quietly. "Hey, Dad, I'm not a little kid anymore. Can't you stop holding my hand?" Shikamaru nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Dad, we've grown up. If someone sees us like this, it'll be so embarrassing." Shikaku looked at the two bashful boys and burst out laughing. "This is rare. You two actually know how to blush." On the way, they encountered several other parents and children also heading to the Ninja Academy for the entrance exams. There was Yamanaka Inoichi with his adorable daughter Eno, and Akimichi Chozo with his round and cheerful son Choji. The two brothers, still low on energy, greeted the group half-heartedly. Eno curiously looked at them and asked, "Ria, Shikamaru, what's wrong with you two? You look completely out of it." Ria sighed helplessly. "What else? Mom said we absolutely have to get perfect scores, or we won't get to eat meat for weeks." Shikamaru added with his usual tone of annoyance. "Such a drag. Ha ha, Shikaku, your two boys are as lazy as ever. They're just like you when you were their age." Inoichi teased with a hearty laugh. As the kids walked ahead, the three fathers began chatting among themselves. Shikaku forced a wry smile. "Inoichi, stop teasing me. I'm already at my wit's end. One son inheriting my personality would have been bad enough, but both of them? Now I get scolded by Yoshino every day. If this keeps up, I might have to hide out at your place." Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Ninja Academy, where parents were chatting excitedly all around. Ria scanned the area and quickly spotted several prominent figures from this year's generation of students: Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Unlike the others, Sasuke was accompanied by his older brother Itachi, while Naruto had come completely alone. Standing among a group of girls, Hinata suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. "It's him!" Seeing Ria, Hinata felt a sudden surge of joy and instinctively wanted to walk over to him. But just as she took a step forward, she hesitated and drew back. On the other side, Ria, leaning against his father and gazing lazily at the clouds, instinctively sensed someone's gaze on him. Without much thought, he turned to look. The moment Ria's eyes met Hinata's, she let out a soft gasp, her cheeks turning a deep red as she quickly averted her eyes. Seeing Hinata's shy reaction, Ria's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. 30 minutes later, a group of 5- and 6-year-old children had gathered on the academy's training grounds, where the atmosphere was lively and noisy. Uchiha Sasuke, Ninjutsu, 10 points. Shuriken, 10 points. Taijutsu, 10 points. As the proctor announced the results amidst the awestruck gasps of the surrounding students, Sasuke, with his cold demeanor and commanding presence, walked away from the center of the field. "Next, Uzumaki Naruto," the proctor called out. Yes, with his signature blonde hair and familiar outfit, Naruto walked out nervously, but quickly adjusted himself, psyching himself up. What's there to be scared of? Bring it on. With fiery determination, Naruto shouted as he charged toward the center of the field. 5 minutes later, Uzumaki Naruto, Ninjutsu, 2 points. Shuriken, 1 point. Taijutsu, 2 points. The proctor's monotone voice announced the results, in stark contrast to the enthusiasm shown during Sasuke's evaluation. As Naruto walked back to the group, visibly dejected, many of the other children couldn't help but snicker at him. His scores weren't just below average, they were the absolute bottom of the class. Even so, Naruto's resilient spirit helped him endure the blow, and he forced a smile onto his face. Next, Nara Ria, dressed in the traditional garb of the Nara clan, stood out with his refined and handsome features. Compared to Shikamaru, he looked more mature, yet carried an air of laziness that made him seem entirely unmotivated. Hearing his name, Ria sighed dramatically. Seeing his brother's lackluster attitude, Shikamaru whispered from the sidelines. Hey, Nissan, don't hold back. Just get a perfect score already. If Mom's in a good mood tonight, we might get hot pot again. At those words, Ryuya's eyes lit up. Right, hot pot, which meant meat. At this stage in his life, nothing was more tempting to Ryuya than the thought of meat. His personal eating habits left him lethargic and unmotivated without it. With renewed purpose, Ryuya strode to the center of the field. Attention, examinee. Use chakra to perform your strongest ninjutsu, or simply demonstrate chakra control if you prefer, the proctor explained. Earlier, Sasuke had used a C-rank fireball jutsu, earning a perfect 10. Naruto, on the other hand, had barely managed to gather chakra, resulting in a mere 2 points. Ryuya calmly formed a series of hand seals and murmured quietly, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Immediately, Ryuya's shadow stretched out swiftly under his control, connecting with the proctor's shadow in an instant. The proctor froze, his body stiffening as he lost control of his movements. Feeling his body immobilized, the proctor blinked in surprise as Ryuya skillfully released the jutsu. The proctor stared at Ryuya, his lips twitching slightly. What a genius! Shikaku's son was truly extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already mastered the shadow imitation jutsu with precision. What's more, Ryuya's effortless demeanor left the proctor even more astounded. So young, yet already so powerful. The proctor, still reeling, wrote on the score sheet. Ninjutsu, 10+. This kid is no ordinary talent. Watching Ryuya's performance, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a surge of shock and disbelief. Dad, is this really the lazy son of Shikaku you've always talked about? Eno asked her father with interest as she observed the scene. Yamanaka, Inoichi, scratched his head in confusion and replied, I have no idea. Could it be that this kid is actually a genius? Eno rolled her eyes at her father before turning her attention back to Ryuya, her curiosity growing. Next is the Shuriken test. There are 2 options, throwing or catching the Shuriken. Which one do you choose? The proctor looked at Ryuya, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. I'll throw, Ryuya replied. In his opinion, throwing Shuriken was less effort, while catching them seemed far more troublesome. All right, the proctor motioned to a colleague, and soon, 3 wooden boards marked with bullseyes were set up ahead. Ryuya, just aim your shuriken at the bullseyes as accurately as you can. Ryuya took the shuriken in hand, his eyes drifting to the area behind the targets, where several ninja were casually observing. He frowned slightly. As a seasoned lazybones, Ryuya had spent the past few years living a leisurely life at home, with little physical training. While casually using wind currents to deal with the boys bullying Hinata earlier had been simple, shuriken throwing required much more precision in both strength and accuracy. Moreover, this was his first time handling such weapons, and he couldn't help but worry about accidentally injuring someone. After a moment's hesitation, Ryuya turned to the proctor and said, Could we ask the people behind the targets to step aside? I'm worried I might accidentally hurt them. The proctor glanced at the jonin casually standing behind the targets and chuckled dismissively. Don't worry. They're far enough away. You won't hit them. Oh, all right then. Ryuya took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He kept reminding himself in his mind, Go easy, be gentle. Then Ryuya raised his hand and threw the shuriken. Asterisk whiz. Asterisk. Asterisk whiz. Asterisk. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Ryuya's hands moved swiftly, and the three shuriken flew through the air like streaks of lightning. Oh no, I overdid it again. The moment the shuriken left his hands, Ryuya realized something was wrong. The shuriken were moving so fast that their flight caused a faint sonic boom. In an instant, the wooden boards were sliced cleanly in two, and the shuriken didn't slow down. They continued their deadly trajectory toward none other than Asuma Sarutobi, who was watching from the side. Asuma's heart nearly stopped. A chilling sensation shot up from his feet to the top of his head, his hair standing on end, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks. He felt as though a blade was pressed against his throat, ready to claim his life at any moment. Reacting purely on instinct, Asuma dove to the side the second he sensed the danger. Whoosh! Just as he moved, the three shuriken zipped past him, vanishing into the distance. Asuma, still reeling, looked back at Ryuya, who was staring at him apologetically. For a moment, Asuma was utterly dumbfounded. Asterisk by the sage of six paths. That kid just made a seasoned jonin feel the threat of death. Asterisk. Shaking his head in disbelief, Asuma let out a self-deprecating laugh, telling himself it must have been the stress of too many missions lately. Maybe it was time for a break. Meanwhile, most of the crowd hadn't noticed Asuma's reaction, but as they stared at the wooden boards, cleanly sliced in two by the shuriken, the entire training ground fell into a stunned silence. Shouldn't we move on to the next test? Ryuya smiled at the proctor, breaking the silence with a polite reminder. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. The looks directed at Ryuya had completely changed. Those wooden boards were nearly an inch thick, and yet they had been sliced cleanly. The amount of force required for such a feat was astounding. The proctor, regaining his composure, quickly scribbled on Ryuya's score sheet. Shuriken, 10 points. Excellent work. The proctor's tone was much warmer now, and his gaze toward Ryuya carried a newfound respect. Next is the Taijutsu test. You'll spar with the Taijutsu instructor standing across from you. The Taijutsu instructor, a chunin from the Akimichi clan who had just finished sparring with Naruto and Sasuke, stepped forward. The examinee was expected to attack with full force. An instructor would evaluate their Taijutsu skills based on technique and execution. Of course, it was considered impossible for a young student to defeat a chunin, especially someone from the Akimichi clan, famed for their endurance and resilience. It was thought no accidents could occur. However, as the Akimichi chunin faced Ryuya, an inexplicable sense of unease crept over him. It felt as though he was standing before a slumbering beast that could erupt at any moment. Ryuya glanced at his opponent, then at the proctor, who was looking at him with anticipation. Sighing inwardly, he said something that left the entire crowd speechless. "Teacher, I forfeit." "What?" The proctor was taken aback. It was just a Taijutsu test, nothing overly demanding. And yet, this boy wanted to forfeit? Forcing himself to remain patient, the proctor asked, "Ryuya, can you tell me why?" Of course, Ryuya wouldn't reveal the truth. Scratching his head awkwardly, he offered a feigned explanation in a soft voice. "Teacher, I injured myself a while back. I need to rest and can't engage in physical activity." The proctor's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he immediately responded with concern. "Ah, I see. In that case, you should take care of your health. We'll skip the Taijutsu test for now. Based on your physique, I'll give you 5 points." "Thank you, teacher." Ryuya bowed politely and walked off the field. The Akimichi chunin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inexplicably relieved. Asterisk, what's wrong with me? Why was I so terrified of a child? Asterisk, the chunin rubbed his head, utterly baffled. As Ryuya returned to his spot, Shikamaru gave him a subtle thumbs up and whispered, "Nisan, since when do you like showing off? You even forfeited? Couldn't you have just gone through the motions?" "Go through the motions? How? What do you expect me to do? Blow him away with wind currents like before? That'd be way too flashy." Leaning comfortably against the wall, Ryuya replied with a serious expression, "Let me tell you, I was afraid I'd accidentally kill him. Do you believe me? Haha, Nisan, you're hilarious. Just wait until you have to explain this to Mom back home. Such a drag," Ryuya muttered, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Seeing Ryuya and Shikamaru whispering to each other, Eno couldn't suppress her curiosity and came over, her bright eyes sparkling with interest as she studied Ryuya. With a playful grin, she said, "Not bad. Ryuya, I always thought you had even less energy than Shikamaru, but I didn't expect you to be so impressive." "Oh, not at all. Just lucky, that's all." Ryuya laughed awkwardly, trying to brush off her praise. Just as he was attempting to change the subject, it was Eno's turn to take her test. The girl waved cheerfully at the Nara brothers before confidently walking to the center of the training field. 5 minutes later, Yamanaka Eno. Ninjutsu, 9 points. Shuriken, 6 points. Taijutsu, 5 points. A solid performance, easily meeting the requirements for admission. And so, after another hour and a half, the school announced the entrance rankings based on the test results. Names Ryuya was very familiar with were called out one by one. Uchiha Sasuke, Akimichi Choji, Haruno Sakura. However, Uzumaki Naruto failed to make the cut. Watching Naruto sit alone on the swing, looking utterly dejected, Ryuya walked over and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Don't let it get to you. There's still the makeup exam." Seeing the forlorn expression on the protagonist's face, Ryuya couldn't help but offer some encouragement. After that, he left with Eno, Choji, and Shikamaru to head back home. Naruto stared after them, his emotions a mix of gratitude and envy. Soon, though, his expression shifted, becoming more resolute and determined. Thus, the morning's entrance exams came to an end. The children who passed were taken home by their proud parents, while those who didn't, like Naruto, had to train harder in preparation for the makeup exam. Otherwise, they'd have to wait another year to enroll. But Ryuya wasn't too concerned about Naruto's situation. After all, Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son. There was no way Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, would actually let Naruto be denied admission. The next morning, Ryuya and Shikamaru were forcibly dragged out of bed by their mother, Yoshino. Both brothers yawned groggily as Yoshino unceremoniously hauled them out of their warm, cozy blankets. Ryuya glanced at the clock. It was only 7 a.m. He looked at his mother with a mix of disbelief and resignation. "Mom, can I sleep a little longer before going to school? This is way too early." "Yeah, me too." Shikamaru agreed. Yoshino ruffled both their heads affectionately, chuckling as she said, "Normally, you two sleep until noon. But now that school started, things are different. From today on, you'll have to get up at this time every morning." Hearing this, the brothers let out a simultaneous groan of despair. Still half asleep, they muddled through breakfast before Yoshino ushered them out the door. As they walked down the street, Ryuya dusted off the shoe print on his backside and muttered under his breath, "I'm starting to think she's my stepmother." Shikamaru nodded solemnly. "I was thinking the same thing." After venting their complaints, the two brothers resigned themselves to their fate and headed to the ninja academy. Since they had arrived quite early, only a handful of new students were in the classroom when they got there. Ryuya scanned the room, his eyes lighting up slightly as he quietly walked in and chose a seat by the window. This is the perfect spot for napping. Shortly after, one of the story's main characters, Uchiha Sasuke, arrived. With a proud and aloof demeanor, he settled into a seat in the second row. Ryuya shook his head at Sasuke's arrogant attitude, but didn't pay him much attention. He can enjoy his pride for now. Once the Uchiha clan massacre happens, he'll be a completely different person. In Ryuya's opinion, while both of the series' protagonists had endured tragic experiences, Naruto had managed to maintain a strong moral compass. Sasuke, on the other hand, had also faced immense pain, but his mindset was far more fragile and prone to collapse. Ignoring Sasuke, Ryuya rested his head on the desk and began to doze off, determined to make up for the sleep he'd lost that morning. As time passed, more students trickled into the classroom, and soon, the seats were almost entirely filled. A quick glance revealed there were about 40 students in total. Eno sat in front of Ryuya, with Shikamaru and Choji next to her. Eno glanced at Ryuya, who was sprawled on his desk, looking utterly exhausted. She wrinkled her nose slightly, but ultimately decided not to disturb him. Soon enough, Ryuya drifted off into a light sleep. It wasn't until someone sat down beside him that he groggily woke up. Turning his head, Ryuya looked at his new desk mate. By coincidence, it was none other than Hinata. As Ryuya turned to look at her, he caught her in the act of shyly sneaking glances at him. On instinct, Ryuya gave her a warm, sunny smile. Oh no, Ryuya-kun just smiled at me. Ryuya-kun just smiled at me. Ryuya-kun just smiled at me. At that moment, Hinata's mind was consumed by a single thought. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and she looked as though she might faint any second. Ryuya, surprised by her reaction, was momentarily taken aback. Asterisk no way. Was it really just a smile? How did that make her blush so much? Asterisk. The next moment, as Hinata began to sway unsteadily, Ryuya quickly reached out to steady her, looking helplessly at her flushed face. You're way too easy to embarrass. This could be a bit of a problem. It took about a minute for Hinata to regain consciousness. Even then, her face remained beet red as she stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Ryuya-kun, pleased to meet you. Even someone as indifferent as Ryuya couldn't help but find Hinata's shy and adorable demeanor endearing. Smiling gently, he said, It's all right, Hinata. In the future, I'll need you to help me keep an eye on the teacher. The moment Hinata saw his smile again, she looked like she was on the verge of fainting. Fearing she might actually collapse, Ryuya quickly withdrew his smile and rested his head on the desk, preparing to go back to sleep. Hinata, meanwhile, sneaked glances at Ryuya as he lazily lay on his desk, her eyes sparkling like starlight. Her heart felt full and content. She didn't tell Ryuya that she had learned his name the day before by specifically asking around. Nor did she reveal that she had arrived early at the school gates that morning, waiting until she saw Ryuya enter before mustering the courage to walk in. She had spent half the morning psyching herself up before daring to sit next to him. Only she knew how much courage it had taken just to greet him earlier, and no one else could understand how much happiness she felt from those 2 smiles Ryuya had given her. Hinata was exactly that kind of pure and innocent girl. As for Ryuya, who was already drifting back into dreamland, he naturally had no idea about any of this. Before long, all the students had arrived. Irika-sensei walked into the classroom, slowly making his way to the podium. After glancing around, he cleared his throat to signal for silence. The moment Irika entered, Eno, who was sitting in front of Ryuya, instinctively turned to glance at him, noticing that he was still peacefully asleep. Without hesitation, she slid her chair back slightly, leaning against Ryuya's desk to block Irika's line of sight. Shikamaru, who had been shaken awake by Choji, yawned groggily before casually glancing at his brother. When he noticed Eno's subtle movements, he muttered under his breath, Big bro is still big bro, always impressive. Eno, realizing her actions had been noticed by Shikamaru, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She shot him a fierce glare with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, making him shrink back in fear and remain silent. On the podium, Irika smiled warmly as he saw the students quieting down. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. I'm your teacher, Irika. Over the next 6 years, we'll be spending a lot of time together. Now, let's start by introducing ourselves. He pulled a roster from his pocket and looked at the first name. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stood up with a determined expression, his voice loud and spirited as he declared, Hello, everyone. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm 7 years old. My dream is to gain everyone's recognition and become the greatest Hokage in history. Though Naruto's declaration was full of spirit, the class wasn't impressed at all. For a moment, the room was eerily silent before erupting in mocking laughter. What an idiot. Ha ha. With his entrance scores? I don't even know how he got in here. And he wants to be Hokage? What a joke. Pathetic. He doesn't even know his place. The laughter and ridicule woke Ryuya from his nap. He blinked in confusion, looking around the room. It didn't take long for him to piece together what had happened from the jeering students and Naruto's embarrassed expression. Curious, Ryuya observed the reactions of his classmates. Sakura Haruno completely ignored Naruto and was instead blushing as she gazed shyly at Sasuke, who remained cold and indifferent. Choji was happily munching on a bag of chips, while Shikamaru stared off into space. Hinata, meanwhile, was sneaking glances at Ryuya from the corner of her eye. The moment Hinata noticed Ryuya looking back at her, she froze like a startled rabbit, her face flushing bright red once again. Ryuya sighed inwardly and turned his attention to Eno, who was still leaning against his desk. In a low voice, he said, Thanks, Eno, but you don't have to block for me anymore. I'm awake now. Hearing Ryuya's voice, Eno's body tensed slightly. She turned her head instinctively, her beautiful eyes meeting Ryuya's. She was about to say, "You're welcome," but the sight of his warm smile left her stunned. Who is this handsome guy? Gone was the usually lazy and uninterested Ryuya. When he smiled, he exuded a unique charm, something warm, soothing, and inexplicably captivating. Eno felt her heart race and her breath quicken. Her mind went blank as she struggled to process what she was feeling. Yamanaka Eno? Yamanaka Eno. Irika's voice snapped Eno out of her daze. Huh? Present. Eno quickly turned around, noticing Irika's puzzled expression. She stood up abruptly and said, "Teacher, I'm Yamanaka Eno, and I'm 7 years old." Her introduction was mechanical, as though she were on autopilot. In truth, she wasn't even sure what she was saying. All she knew was that her heart felt oddly unsettled. As Irika-sensei finished the introductions, he began distributing stacks of textbooks to the students. To become a qualified ninja required a wide range of knowledge, covering everything from theoretical ninjutsu concepts to practical skills. As a powerful ninja village, Konoha even included the hand signs for many common jutsu in the textbooks, making it easier for students to familiarize themselves with them. In addition to ninja training, there was also a heavy emphasis on cultural and academic subjects. Eno, sitting nearby, watched Ryuya and Shikamaru with great interest. She noticed that the two brothers were eerily synchronized in their reactions. Both frowned at the thick textbooks in front of them, flipped through a few pages, and then let out identical yawns, muttering gloomily to themselves. What a drag! Ryuya wasn't sure what Shikamaru was thinking, but he was currently locked in an internal debate. Should he spend an afternoon memorizing all of this material in one go, or should he take it slow and deal with it later? It was truly a difficult decision. As Ryuya wrestled with this dilemma, the day quickly progressed into the afternoon. The afternoon marked the traditional Will of Fire ceremony, an essential part of the Ninja Academy's opening day. During Risen Sarutobi's impassioned speech, Naruto and some of the other students listened with bright-eyed enthusiasm, nodding their heads in agreement from time to time. Ryuya and Shikamaru, on the other hand, found the speech unbearably tedious and, with impeccable coordination, began to doze off. Noticing the two boys sleeping soundly, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and cast a helpless glance at Narashikaku, who was standing off in the distance. As someone very familiar with Shikaku's two sons, Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Their laziness was no secret. He even knew that before school started, the two of them would sleep until late morning, not because they were rested, but because they woke up starving. Choosing to ignore the two troublemakers, Hiruzen finished his Will of Fire speech, exchanged a few words with the new students, checked in with Irika-sensei, and then left the academy. The first day of school was primarily procedural, introducing the students to the curriculum ahead. After Hiruzen's departure, Irika led the class back to the classroom to go over the semester's schedule and the school rules. With that, the first day of classes came to an end. The moment Irika announced dismissal, Ryuya and Shikamaru, who had been sound asleep just moments ago, sprang to life as if fully recharged. Their exhaustion vanished, replaced by a radiant energy that shone in their eyes. Asterisk, how much must they hate school to react like this? Asterisk, Eno watched them in disbelief, shaking her head as she packed her belongings to join them in Choji on the way home. After gathering his things, Ryuya turned to Hinata and said, "See you tomorrow, Hinata." Hinata's face turned bright red as she nodded shyly, her mouth opening as if to speak, but no words came out. Seeing her flustered reaction, Ryuya shook his head with a faint sigh before heading off with the Eno Shikacho group. As the group walked away, Hinata watched them longingly, her gaze lingering on Eno's confident figure. She softly murmured to herself, "Ryuken." Time passed quickly, and 2 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. In that time, Ryuya's life underwent some significant changes. It all began one day when both his parents were away on missions, and Ryuya and Shikamaru overslept. By the time the two of them woke up, ate, and arrived at school in the afternoon, they were surprised to find that Irika didn't reprimand them for being late. Being as sharp as they were, the brothers immediately realized something was off. A few days later, they confirmed their suspicions, Irika must have received instructions from the Hokage to overlook their attendance entirely. He didn't seem to care whether they came to class or not. It didn't take long for them to figure out why. Hiruzen and Sarutobi had likely decided that the two of them were so lazy that letting them skip school and play outside was better than having them sleep through class. Irika must have been specifically instructed to give them special treatment. Of course, this leniency only applied to the two of them. Any other student caught skipping class would face serious consequences. Understanding this, Ryuya and Shikamaru couldn't help but feel a quiet glee. Shikamaru found a picturesque spot on a hill where he could relax comfortably, while Ryuya returned home to borrow a saw and some blades. He leisurely ventured into the forest and soon crafted a reclining chair and a fishing rod, setting himself up for the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. Fishing by the lake, napping in the classroom, and coming home to ready-made meals, Ryuya felt like he was living the pinnacle of life. It was nothing short of bliss. Meanwhile, over the course of 2 months, the academy had covered some theoretical knowledge and introduced basic ninja training. Most of the children had already formed their own little groups, which was entirely natural. Even Naruto had found a place among his peers, thanks to Ryuya's intervention. The Eno Shikacho trio had welcomed Naruto into their circle, which made him much more cheerful. Of course, nothing in life comes free. Ryuya's primary reason for including Naruto was simple. Naruto was a natural scapegoat king. No matter what went wrong, as long as Naruto was involved, everyone else in the group would be considered innocent. During these 2 months, Eno also discovered something peculiar. Whenever Ryuya smiled sincerely or focused intently, he had an undeniable charm. However, this same guy was constantly absent from class, and even when he did show up, he spent his time napping. What frustrated her the most was that Irika-sensei turned a blind eye to it. Additionally, the academy held a theoretical test during this time, and to everyone's shock, the top 2 scores were none other than Ryuya and Shikamaru. This left some of the tattletale students with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the outcome, temporarily ceasing their complaints against the brothers. One afternoon, on the academy's training grounds, "Students, it has been 2 months since you enrolled," Irika announced, holding a roster with the names of everyone in the class. His expression was serious as he continued. "So far, aside from the theoretical exam, we haven't conducted any evaluations of your practical skills. This afternoon, we will hold a practical combat test. Please take this seriously. This test will determine who the top student in the class is." The moment Irika finished speaking, the eyes of the entire class lit up with excitement. Asterisk the top student, asterisk. For these children, such a title was incredibly enticing and a badge of honor they all wanted to claim. When Irika finished speaking, his eyes instinctively swept across the crowd. Noticing that the 2 usual troublemakers, Ryuya and Shikamaru, were conspicuously absent, he couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. To be honest, Irika really couldn't understand what the 3rd Hokage was thinking by indulging Ryuya and Shikamaru so much. If it were any other students, they would have been reprimanded long ago, or worse, sent home with bumps on their heads. Though he had his grievances, Irika kept his usual calm demeanor and smiled at the students as he said, "Before we begin, let's all do some warm-up exercises. I'll explain the details of the test shortly." As soon as he finished, Irika walked over to Eno and Choji, gently patting their shoulders and motioning for them to follow him. The 3 moved to a secluded corner, and Irika's expression turned serious. "Eno, Choji, I want you to go fetch those 2 little troublemakers and bring them back here. Tell them the test is about to start. If they don't show up, I'll personally report all their great achievement from the past 2 months to Nara Yoshino." Eno's initial reaction was to brush it off, claiming she didn't know where the 2 brothers were. But as soon as she heard the part about telling Yoshino, her face paled immediately. If Irika really told Aunt Yoshino about the past 2 months, Ryuya would definitely be in for a world of pain. At this thought, the girl quickly nodded. "Got it, Irika-sensei. Choji and I will bring them back right away." Before Irika could say another word, she grabbed Choji by the arm and hurriedly made her way toward the woods behind Konoha. "Choji, you go find Shikamaru. He's probably napping halfway up the mountain. I'll go look for Ryuya." Choji nodded and ran off in another direction. 10 minutes later, Eno arrived at a large lake in the forest behind Konoha. Standing atop a tree, she immediately spotted a ridiculously long fishing rod, nearly 10 meters in length, planted firmly by the lakeside. Eno couldn't fathom why someone as lazy as Ryuya had such a fascination with fishing. With a helpless sigh, she approached the scene. As she got closer, she finally saw the idyllic life Ryuya had crafted for himself. A massive sun umbrella shielded him completely from the harsh sunlight. Ryuya was lounging on a custom-made reclining chair, sunglasses perched on his face, one leg crossed over the other. A toothpick dangled lazily from his mouth as he hummed a tune she didn't recognize. Occasionally, he reached for a cup of milk tea, sitting on a small wooden table to his right, taking a leisurely sip. The atmosphere around him was so relaxed, it was almost surreal. Eno also noticed a makeshift campfire nearby, along with some large sticks and fish bones. It was clear that this spot doubled as Ryuya's personal outdoor kitchen. Thinking about how she had been stuck in the classroom, listening to boring lectures while this guy was out here enjoying paradise, Eno couldn't help but pout in frustration as she approached him. "Hey, you slacker. I can't believe you're out here living it up like this. Why didn't you invite me?" she demanded, crossing her arms in mock indignation. Ryuya glanced at her, noticing the adorable way she puffed up her cheeks in faint irritation. With a helpless smile, he replied, "Come on, you're the queen bee of our class. If I lured you away, half the boys would be ready to start a riot. What are you saying? Who's getting lured away?" Eno's face turned slightly pink as she stammered, trying to retort, but before she could continue, Ryuya cut her off. Reaching into his pocket with great care, Ryuya pulled out a beautifully woven hair accessory and handed it to her. "Here, this is a little something I made for you. Try it on. Let's see if it suits you." Eno's eyes lit up as she took the delicate accessory. It was crafted from 7 different types of flowers, each carefully woven together. As the daughter of a florist, Eno instantly recognized the flowers Ryuya had used. She knew how hard it must have been to gather all 7 kinds. It would have required searching across multiple mountains. Realizing that Ryuya had gone through so much effort just to make this for her, Eno felt a wave of emotion wash over her. All her earlier frustration at him vanished completely. Ryuya smiled and gave Eno's head a playful ruffle. All right. It's no big deal. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, I can make you some grilled fish to try." "Oh, really?" Eno's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had skipped breakfast that morning in her rush to school, and now the thought of food was impossible to resist. Seeing her eager expression, Ryuya stood up from his reclining chair, handing her the milk tea from the table. "It's a hot day. Have some milk tea to cool off. Take a seat and relax. I'll whip up some grilled fish for you." Watching Ryuya busy himself preparing the fish, Eno felt a deep sense of amazement. For someone as notoriously lazy as Ryuya to willingly cook for her, it made her realize just how much she must mean to him. Because she understood Ryuya's personality so well, her expression turned increasingly complex, and her heart became a tangled mess of emotions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the scene by the lake through his crystal ball. Noticing the conflicted expression on Eno's face, an amused smile spread across the old man's lips as he muttered to himself, "Ah, young love, but that's a bit too early, don't you think?" Ryuya broke off a few slender branches from a nearby tree and retrieved a sharp short blade from his lower back. The blade was about 1.2 feet long, its black sheath made from some kind of durable leather, though Ryuya had no idea what animal it came from. All he knew was that his father treasured this blade dearly, keeping it locked away and rarely using it. The handle, about 5 inches long, lacked any ornamental decorations but exuded an ancient, understated elegance. It fit perfectly in his hand and felt remarkably comfortable to hold. When Ryuya unsheathed the blade, it didn't make a sound. The 7-inch blade gleamed like a pool of still water, its thin, translucent surface radiating a chilling sharpness. The first time Ryuya laid eyes on this blade, he was smitten. After borrowing it a few times in secret recently, he had grown even more attached. It was hard to imagine that such an exquisitely sharp weapon could exist in the Naruto world. Ryuya picked up one of the freshly broken branches and lightly pressed the blade against its tip. The blade sliced through it as effortlessly as a knife, through tofu. With a few quick strokes, the tip of the branch became sharp and pointed. Satisfied, Ryu slid the blade back into its sheath and secured it at his waist. Carrying the prepared branch, he made his way to the lakeside. He began cleaning the day's catch, a few sizable fish. The razor-sharp blade made quick work of descaling and gutting the fish, leaving them perfectly prepped for cooking. After 2 months of roasting fish, this process had become second nature to Ryuya. In just 15 minutes, over a dozen fish were cleaned and ready. He gathered some large leaves from the nearby forest, washed them in the stream, and placed the cleaned fish on top. Using thick branches, he constructed a few makeshift racks, then skewered the fish on the sharpened sticks he had prepared earlier. From his small backpack, Ryuya took out an assortment of spices and herbs he had specially foraged for. He carefully rubbed the seasoning into the fish, ensuring the flavors would infuse thoroughly. Once the fish were ready, he placed them on the racks over the fire to roast. Before long, a tantalizing aroma began to waft from the fire, rich and inviting, with a hint of something uniquely tempting. As Ryuya slowly rotated the skewers, the fish turned a golden brown, the crispy skin glistening as the enticing scent filled the air. "Wow, it smells amazing!" A cheerful, clear voice broke the peaceful silence. It was Eno. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the roasting fish, her face lit up with delight. Seeing Eno practically drooling over the food, Ryuya sighed helplessly. "Hold on, it's not fully cooked yet." Guh. The mere smell of the fish was enough to make Eno's stomach growl. Swallowing hard, she sat down beside Ryuya, resting her head on his shoulder while pouting. "Is it ready yet? I can already smell how good it is. How much longer? I'm so hungry." 2 minutes later, unable to withstand her pleading gaze any longer, Ryuya handed her a perfectly roasted fish. "Wow, it smells incredible." Eno eagerly took the fish from Ryuya's hands and, with little regard for decorum, plopped down on the ground. Despite exclaiming, "It's hot," repeatedly, she carefully nibbled at the fish. Her first bite took her by surprise. The flavor was beyond her expectations, so delicious that her eyes curved into joyful crescents. She happily praised Ryuya's cooking while devouring the fish, her hands soon covered in grease. "Hey, slow down. Watch out for the bones," Ryuya reminded her as he began roasting the next batch of fish. Eno made quick work of the first fish and immediately moved on to the second. By the time she had finished 2, Ryuya had just placed the next set of fish on the fire. Ryuya stared at her with a deadpan expression as she sat beside him, now looking at the cooking fish with pitiful, hopeful eyes. However, a girl's appetite had its limits. After finishing her third fish, Eno finally declared herself full and decided to take a break. Ryuya, whose stomach had been growling all afternoon, finally had his turn. As he roasted more fish, he ate one himself and couldn't help but marvel at how good it tasted. The flavor was rich and smoky, with just the right balance of seasoning. Despite the fish being relatively small, the total amount was still substantial, yet the two of them managed to finish them all. "That was amazing. I've never tasted grilled fish this good before. Ryuya, your cooking skills are incredible, better than any restaurant chef." Ryuya affectionately patted Eno's head and smiled. "I'm glad you liked it. If you want, I can cook for you again next time." Fully satisfied, Eno stretched lazily, then plopped down onto Ryuya's reclining chair. The chair was large enough to comfortably fit 2 children, so there was plenty of space for them to lie side by side. With a contented sigh, Eno sipped some of Ryuya's milk tea and couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is the life." Meanwhile, back in Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to observe the lakeside scene through his crystal ball. When he noticed the blissful, almost Ryuya-like expression on Eno's face, he couldn't help but feel a vain throb in his forehead. Great, another one corrupted. At the same time, Irika stood in the academy, glancing anxiously at the sky as it grew darker by the minute. "What's going on? It's almost time for the test, and those 4 haven't shown up yet. Are they trying to rebel against the system?" At sunset, the sky was painted with hues of gold and crimson. Ryuya stretched lazily, feeling the satisfying ache of a relaxing day, then gently patted the shoulder of the sleeping Eno, who was leaning against him. In a soft voice, he said, Eno, it's getting late. We should head home for dinner." Eno blinked drowsily, slowly waking up. She stretched luxuriously, murmuring, "It's been so long since I've had such a good nap." Ryuya chuckled as he quickly packed up his fishing rod, ready to escort her back home. Yet, when he turned to check on her, he noticed that Eno was still sitting on the reclining chair, her head tilted slightly as she seemed lost in thought. "What's wrong, Eno? Did you forget something?" Ryuya, I think I did forget something important. Let me think for a moment." Eno furrowed her delicate brows, deep in thought. After a long pause, her expression suddenly changed, and she let out a startled cry. "Oh no, Irika-sensei told me to bring you back to school for the physical exam, but I got so distracted I completely forgot." I thought it was something serious," Ryuya said nonchalantly, waving it off. "No big deal. I'll just take the test tomorrow. But Irika-sensei also said that if I didn't bring you back, he'd tell Uncle Shikaku and Aunt Yoshino everything you've been doing at school these past 2 months." "What?" Ryuya's face instantly went pale. His dad would probably just lecture him and let it slide, but if his mom found out that he'd been skipping class to nap and fish, he could already imagine the fiery wrath. He might not live to see another sunset. Seeing Ryuya's distressed expression, Eno looked down guiltily, like a child caught in a mistake. "It's fine, Eno," Ryuya said, trying to comfort her. He ruffled her hair gently and offered a crooked smile. "At worst, I'll get a beating. It's not like it'd be the first time. I'm sorry." Before she could finish her apology, the distant sound of a familiar voice interrupted her. "Ryuya! Ryuya!" It was Irika, calling out as he searched for them in the forest. Worried that the boys might have encountered danger, he had personally come looking for them. 10 minutes later, Ryuya and Eno stood side by side with their heads hung low, enduring a stern scolding from Irika. The lecture lasted a full 30 minutes, during which Irika vented all the frustration he'd built up over the past 2 months. Finally, when he saw that the two of them appeared sufficiently remorseful, his tone softened slightly. "All right, I'll leave it at that. But listen up, tomorrow morning I want you both in the classroom, ready for the physical exam. Do you hear me?" Ryuya could only nod in resignation. "If you don't show up," Irika added with a smirk, "I'm sure Yoshino-san would be very interested in hearing about your recent activities. I wouldn't mind giving her a detailed report." Irika-sensei, if you do that, I might be spending the next 6 months in the hospital. Enough with the jokes. Now, take Eno and head straight home." "Got it." "Yes, sir," Ryuya replied, his voice tinged with defeat. As the two kids hurried off toward the village, Irika's attention drifted toward the reclining chair and fishing rod Ryuya had left behind. Intrigued, he muttered to himself, who would have thought? That kid actually has a knack for craftsmanship." Curiosity got the better of him, and Irika decided to sit down on the chair. The sunset lit up the evening sky with fiery streaks of color, and a cool breeze rustled through the trees. For the first time in a while, Irika felt genuinely relaxed. Hey, not bad. Coming here to unwind once in a while might not be such a bad idea. His gaze then fell on the fishing rod. Almost without thinking, he attached a worm to the hook and cast it into the water. Half an hour later, back in Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched through his crystal ball as Irika wrestled with a large fish. Shaking his head with a deep sigh, the old man muttered, "This kid truly a bad influence." The next day, on the training field, Irika stood in front of the assembled students, a clipboard in his hands. His expression was as serious as ever as he addressed the class. "All right, now that everyone's here, let me explain. Over the past 2 months, you've been training in Taijutsu, Shuriken throwing, the transformation jutsu, and kunai combat. While none of you have mastered these techniques yet, I'm sure many of you are eager to find out who the best in the class really is. Today, we'll be conducting a practical combat test, and to start things off, a Taijutsu sparring match." Just as the day before, the mention of determining the best students sent a buzz of excitement through the group. The students began chattering animatedly, their competitive spirits ignited. Most of their gazes naturally gravitated towards Sasuke, the undisputed star of the class in their eyes. As for Ryuya, aside from Eno and Hinata, most of the class had already forgotten about his impressive performance during the entrance exams. 2 months of lying low had rendered him almost invisible. A student raised their hand and asked, Irika-sensei, what exactly is a taijutsu sparring match? It's simple, Irika explained. It's a no-ninjutsu combat test. Of course, many of you can't use ninjutsu yet anyway. He swept his gaze over the class, his tone becoming more serious. This won't just be a basic exchange of moves like your training sessions. This time, it's a real sparring match. The fight will only end when one of you clearly wins or I call off. Huh, this is perfect. Sasuke, watch me beat you this time. Before Irika could continue, Naruto leapt out of the line, pointing dramatically at Sasuke with a fiery, determined expression. His declaration immediately earned him a wave of hostile glares, particularly from the girls in the class. Sakura's reaction was the most intense. Her fists clenched tightly, and her face darkened ominously. Ryuya, observing the scene, noticed Sakura's murderous aura and thought to himself, if Irika-sensei weren't here, Naruto would probably already be plastered to the wall. Sasuke, unfazed by Naruto's outburst, smirked arrogantly. If you think you can, go ahead and try dead last. You jerk! Who are you calling dead last? I'll smack. Without a word, Irika delivered a swift flick to Naruto's forehead, cutting him off mid-sentence. His tone was sharp as he said, Naruto, get back in line. Ha! The rest of the class burst into laughter as Naruto sheepishly rubbed his forehead and shuffled back into place. Ahem! Irika cleared his throat, silencing the class. Let me clarify. You don't get to choose your opponent for this test. The matchups will be determined randomly. With that, he pulled out a small box filled with slips of paper. Reaching in, he quickly drew 2 names and read them aloud. For the first match, Naruto versus Hyuga Hinata. Standing listlessly in the line, Long Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. He truly hadn't expected to be the first one called. The class formation quickly dispersed, leaving a wide-open space for Long Yu and Hinata Hyuga. Irika walked over to Long Yu and whispered, Let me guess, you're thinking about surrendering again? How did you know? Of course I know. And let me make myself clear, no surrendering. I'm telling you again, if you don't fight to my satisfaction today, I'll report the situation truthfully to Senior Jinai. On the other hand, if you perform well, you can continue enjoying your leisurely life for the next 2 months. The moment Irika finished speaking, he noticed the previously unmotivated look in Long Yu's eyes transformed instantly into one ablaze with determination, as if he'd just been injected with pure adrenaline. Long Yu couldn't believe it. This carefree lifestyle could actually continue? This was way too good to be true. Afterward, Long Yu and Hinata walked to the center of the arena. Facing Long Yu, Hinata looked like a startled bird, her head lowered, but every now and then, she cautiously peeked up at him. A few seconds later, as if summoning all the courage she had, Hinata timidly greeted him. Long Yu can, hello. Hello. Long Yu looked at Hinata's adorably flushed face, nodding slightly, a flicker of intrigue flashing through his eyes. Seizing what little courage she had left, Hinata quickly continued. About that day, I never got the chance to thank you properly. It's nothing really, just a small favor, Long Yu replied casually. Watching Long Yu and Hinata exchange soft words, Eno, standing not far away, inexplicably puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. That scoundrel. Hearing Long Yu's response, Hinata opened her mouth slightly, but noticing the curious gazes of her classmates around them, she hesitated. Despite having much more she wanted to say to Long Yu, her courage had already run dry. At that moment, Hinata lowered her head, too shy even to look up at Long Yu. The courage she displayed earlier was something she had painstakingly built up after not seeing Long Yu for a long time. Irika, watching the two with great interest, chuckled warmly and said, All right, that's enough catching up. Are you two ready? I'm good. Long Yu answered indifferently. I am ready too. Hinata stammered nervously. Irika nodded, gesturing to the surrounding students to step back even further. All right, then begin. Facing each other, Long Yu and Hinata locked eyes. In Hinata's pure, snowy white irises, Long Yu's face was reflected. As their gaze met, her head spun, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Over the past 2 months, Hinata had barely seen Long Yu in the classroom. The long separation and yearning made her feel that even just standing here and looking at him like this was a kind of happiness. Thinking about how she had managed to speak so much to Long Yu just now, and how he had smiled in response, she felt a wave of contentment. Have I finally taken a step forward? At that thought, Hinata couldn't help but shyly lower her head again. Seeing her like this, Long Yu scratched his head helplessly and decided to use some reverse psychology. Come at me with everything you've got, Hinata. Only then will I truly remember you. This sentence struck Hinata's chest like a heavy hammer. Her mind buzzed as she began to process his words. Does Long Yukuin mean he wants me to fight him with all my strength? That's right. Long Yukuin doesn't like timid girls. I can't stay timid anymore. If I want Long Yukuin to remember me, I need to be brave. A glimmer of determination surfaced in her eyes, quickly dispelling the lingering fear. Noticing the change in Hinata's expression, Long Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. That's it. That's more like it. Yes, Long Yukuin, I'll do my best, Hinata declared firmly, nodding emphatically. She formed the seal of opposition and adopted the signature gentle fist stance of the Hyuga clan, her face now serious. Without any further words, Long Yu also formed the seal of opposition, waiting calmly for Hinata's move. With a sharp step forward, Hinata lunged toward Long Yu with incredible speed. Her sudden burst of speed left the onlooking students dumbfounded. Whoa, at this speed, that sleepy head is done for. No way, Hinata's skills are this strong. That's it for Long Yu. It's over for him. While most of the students doubted Long Yu's chances, Shikamaru yawned lazily and muttered to his brother. Strange, why isn't he surrendering? Girls are such a hassle. In the blink of an eye, Hinata's attack arrived. Her strikes were swift, delivering 3 threatening blows to Long Yu in rapid succession. In truth, Hinata's abilities weren't as weak as people imagined. She had only lost to her younger sister Hanabi, who was 5 years her junior, because she couldn't bear to go all out against her sibling. Similarly, the reason she'd been bullied by those 3 kids was because of her overly kind nature. As the Hyuga princess unleashed her assault, many of the students watching couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Even Sasuke's expression grew serious. Hinata, determined to leave an impression on Long Yu, had activated her full potential. Her relentless attacks lasted over 10 seconds, delivering dozens of strikes in that short span. But her opponent possessed an extraordinary physique. 2 months ago, Long Yu would have been forced to surrender in such a situation, as he lacked precise control over his strength. But thanks to 2 months of fishing, he had honed his control to perfection, ensuring no risk of accidental harm. Long Yu's seemingly slow movements were deceptively precise, allowing him to evade all of Hinata's attacks effortlessly. Finally, when Hinata committed to a desperate final strike, Long Yu made his move. As her attack came at him, Long Yu shifted his body slightly, dodging her finishing blow with ease. His left hand caught her wrist, and, with a gentle pull, he threw her off balance. The next moment, Long Yu's right hand rested lightly on Hinata's neck. Long Yu wins. Form the seal of reconciliation, Irika immediately announced, seeing Long Yu had subdued Hinata. The students watching from the sidelines fell silent for a moment before breaking out into a flurry of chatter. Wow, Long Yu's a total monster. He evaded all of Hinata's attacks. That's insane. If it were me, I'd have been down in seconds. And his attack, it was just one move, and it was over. No wonder he always sleeps in class and skips lessons. If he actually put in effort, no one else would stand a chance. The spectators buzzed with amazement, thoroughly stunned by Long Yu's performance. Eno, seeing Long Yu's victory, felt as though her heart was filled with honey. She proudly tilted her chin up, happier than if it had been her own win. Are you all right? Long Yu walked over to Hinata and extended a hand toward her, his tone gentle. I am fine, Hinata stammered, avoiding his gaze. She didn't dare take his offered hand, instead scrambling to her feet, her head bowed, a look of disappointment on her face. At the same time, her admiration for Long Yu only deepened. As expected of Long Yuquin, I'm no match for him at all. In truth, Hinata wasn't weak. Among her peers, few could rival her if she truly let go and fought freely. But Long Yu was an exception, not just for Hinata, Even if the Sage of Six Paths himself faced Long Yu, the outcome likely wouldn't be much better. After forming the seal of reconciliation, the two walked off the field. Irika grinned mischievously at Long Yu and announced, "Next match, Nara Long Yu versus Kiba Inuzuka." As soon as Long Yu stepped into the crowd and heard the announcement of the next matchup, he couldn't help but glance at Irika, who had a mischievous grin on his face. Irika suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Long Yu and whispered, "I promise, this will be the last fight for today. As for why I paired you against him, I'm guessing you already know." Hearing this, Long Yu looked at Kiba Inuzuka, swaggering confidently into the arena, and in an instant, he seemed to understand everything. "Hey, Long Yu, stop acting so timid and fight me properly. Don't think beating Hinata makes you some big shot." Kiba taunted loudly. "Woof, woof." Akamaru barked in agreement. "Haha, even Akamaru thinks you're nothing special." Kiba laughed. "Woof." Akamaru barked again. "You hear that, Long Yu? Come on, step up. Let me see what you're really made of." Kiba continued, his provocations relentless. "Woof, woof, woof." It had to be said, the Inuzuka clan had a talent for trash talk. The seamless coordination between Kiba and Akamaru was impressive, and after just a few exchanges, even the usually calm Long Yu felt his patience wearing thin. The two of them stepped into the ring and formed the seal of opposition before retreating to their respective positions. It was at this moment that Kiba finally realized something was off. "Wait, why does this guy feel flawless? Like he has no openings at all? That's impossible. Even that jerk Sasuke doesn't give off this kind of vibe. How is this guy, who skips class all the time, like this?" Kiba frowned, his face full of confusion. Long Yu, on the other hand, glanced at Kiba and the little Akamaru baring its teeth at him from Kiba's arms. He couldn't help but think to himself, "So, it's this guy who's always running to snitch on me, huh? Looks like today I'll have to leave a lasting impression on him." With that thought, Long Yu's gaze turned cold in an instant. Whimper, whimper. Suddenly, Akamaru seemed to sense a life-threatening danger. Its fur bristled as it let out pitiful whines, trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, Akamaru struggled frantically to jump out of Kiba's arms. Once it hit the ground, its legs wobbled, and it stumbled awkwardly before collapsing. Seeing Akamaru's panic behavior, Kiba was immediately alarmed. Forgetting about Long Yu altogether, he crouched down to try and calm Akamaru. However, no matter what Kiba said, Akamaru refused to respond. It desperately tried to flee the area, as though something utterly terrifying was present. One had to remember, a dog's sixth sense was far sharper than a human's. Even though Long Yu had only released the faintest trace of his cold aura, Akamaru had instinctively detected the overwhelming danger. "You bastard! What did you do to Akamaru?" Kiba shouted angrily in Long Yu's direction. But to his shock, Long Yu had vanished. "If I catch you snitching on me again, I promise, next time, Akamaru might end up in a cooking pot." A familiar voice spoke from behind Kiba, startling him. Long Yu had somehow appeared directly at his back, without making a sound. "Long Yu wins. Form a seal of reconciliation," Irika declared immediately. The bizarre match had ended before it even began, leaving the students outside the ring completely dumbfounded. "Wait, when did Long Yu get behind Kiba? I was just watching Akamaru. I didn't notice at all." "Same here. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. I heard that dogs have sharper sixth sense than humans. Could it be that Akamaru sensed something terrifying? Something terrifying? What could scare Akamaru like that? Who knows?" The other students whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Most of them hadn't caught any of Long Yu's movements. But Eno, Shikamaru, and Sasuke had all noticed Long Yu's astonishing speed. Sasuke's fists were clenched tightly, his eyes filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. Long Yu's speed was so fast that even his Sharingan couldn't track it. How terrifying was that? Shikamaru, meanwhile, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Strange, my brother's always been a slacker. How can he be this strong? Has he been secretly training lately?" Eno, however, wasn't interested in overthinking it. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Long Yu. To her, it didn't matter why he was so powerful. In her heart, Long Yu was already the embodiment of perfection and the answer to everything. After forming the seal of reconciliation, Long Yu and Kiba walked off the field. Irika then began announcing the next match. Next match, Shikamaru versus Deo Eno Kuchi. Unlike Long Yu's instant victory, the other matches were much more evenly matched. The abilities of the students were still fairly close to one another. Even students like Shikamaru hadn't yet completely outpaced their peers in terms of skill. Each match dragged on for over a dozen exchanges before a winner was decided. Time passed as the figures on the training ground clashed and weaved. Gradually, the sun dipped lower in the sky. At last, when the final match concluded, Irika announced their dismissal. "All right, everyone, dismissed for the day." The next morning, Long Yu and Shikamaru found themselves being mercilessly dragged out of their warm beds by their mother. After groggily finishing breakfast, they were once again booted out of the house without any chance to protest. The two brothers exchanged a look of shared grievance, sighed helplessly, and trudged lazily toward the school. It was exam week, and after the Taijutsu sparring assessments, next up was the 3 basic techniques test. Unlike Taijutsu, Shuriken throwing, or close-range kunai combat, the 3 basic techniques test didn't require the training ground. It was conducted right in the classroom. This time, Long Yu quietly took a middle-ranking grade without drawing attention, slipping through without much effort. After all, Long Yu's life philosophy was simple: stay as low-key as possible. That way, even if he skipped class, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, Irika soon caught on to this scheme. Using both threats and persuasion, he cornered Long Yu into showing his true abilities. Irika promised that if Long Yu earned the title of top student, his younger brother Shikamaru could continue to enjoy his carefree lifestyle uninterrupted. Faced with this situation, Long Yu had no choice but to reveal a fraction of his real strength. After all, Shikamaru was his little brother. How could an older brother not look out for his sibling? Besides, if Shikamaru got caught skipping, it would eventually lead back to Long Yu, and he'd be in trouble too. Following the 3 basic techniques test, Irika moved on to Shuriken throwing and close-range kunai combat assessments. As expected, Long Yu aced every test with top marks. Whether it was Taijutsu or close-range kunai combat, Long Yu achieved victory with swift and decisive instant kills. At this point, the students finally realized that this low-profile guy, who always seemed to be off doing who knows what, was actually terrifyingly strong. His shuriken throwing skills were even a notch above Sasuke Uchiha's. This fact deeply rattled Sasuke, who went straight home afterwards and begged Itachi to train him harder. Thus, when Irika eventually announced the final results, it was no surprise that Long Yu secured the position of top student. The most astonished person throughout all of this was none other than Irika himself. He noticed that no matter whom Long Yu faced, the outcome was always the same: instant defeat. And yet, Long Yu seemed to be holding back, as though his true strength remained unfathomable. Irika was utterly shocked. In his opinion, Long Yu's current level of skill was more than enough to graduate. However, seeing that Long Yu had no apparent interest in graduating early, Irika decided to keep this information to himself. The higher-ups, meanwhile, simply assumed Long Yu was just a bit ahead of his peers academically. The title of top student skyrocketed Long Yu's popularity. But on the very next day after the assessments, Long Yu returned to his usual laid-back lifestyle, much to the dismay of the girls who had taken an interest in him. While some of the girls were disappointed, certain boys began to harbor their own thoughts. Led by Naruto, a group of curious types became intensely interested in how Long Yu had grown so strong. After all, Naruto trained hard every day, yet he still couldn't beat Sasuke. And now Sasuke didn't even have the courage to challenge Long Yu. Under Naruto's instigation, even Sasuke, rarely one to agree with Naruto, reluctantly aligned with his opinion. The two of them began skipping classes to secretly follow Long Yu. Naruto and Sasuke climbed out of a window and stealthily made their way toward the back mountain. The weather wasn't great that day. The sky was thick with heavy clouds, casting a gloomy, overcast atmosphere. Long Yu, meanwhile, was lounging comfortably on a deck chair by the lake. Glancing at the still, quiet surface of the water, he stretched lazily and murmured, "Ah, finally, those annoying exams are over. If I understood Irika correctly, I'm free until the next set of tests." Reflecting on Irika's words, Long Yu felt confident he hadn't misinterpreted. For a moment, he felt a little giddy with happiness. After all, having to attend class was pure torture for him. Even sleeping in the classroom couldn't compare to the comfort of lying here. The only downside was that he was alone. Shikamaru, that lazy kid, preferred napping on the hill. Everything here had to be done by Long Yu himself, which was a bit of a hassle. If only the heavens could grant me a few lackeys, that would be ideal. As Long Yu squinted and daydreamed about such pleasant thoughts, his body suddenly stiffened slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures hiding in the bushes, observing him. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing the two of them sneaking around and watching him, Long Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quietly delighted. It's like someone delivering food when you're hungry, or handing you a pillow just as you're about to nap. Could it be that the heavens, seeing how hard I've been working, have sent me some lackeys as a reward? At this thought, Long Yu's lips curled into a subtle grin. Since you've come knocking on my door, it would be rude not to accept you as my little underlings. Naruto and Sasuke crouched carefully in the thick grass, sneaking a peek at Long Yu, terrified of being discovered. The moment their eyes landed on him, they quickly ducked back down. Naruto squinted, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. Hey Sasuke, what do you think Long Yu is doing lying there on that deck chair? Could it be training? Sasuke recalled Long Yu's relaxed posture and replied, uncertainly. It looks more like he's fishing, not training, right? Then why's the fishing float moving, but Long Yu isn't even bothering to check it? Naruto asked, his tone skeptical. Beside him, Sasuke mimicked Naruto's chin-rubbing gesture, adopting a serious demeanor. Maybe he fell asleep and didn't notice? Naruto shook his head decisively. Impossible. That guy's way too sharp to L Long Yu. When did you get here? On the other side, Sasuke was equally stunned. His face froze in disbelief as he stared at Long Yu, who had somehow appeared beside them. He hadn't noticed at all how Long Yu had moved. Both Naruto and Sasuke distinctly remembered seeing Long Yu lounging on a deck chair dozens of meters away just moments ago. How had he suddenly closed the distance? The two stood up in unison, their instincts kicking in. They glanced nervously back at the deck chair, only to find it empty. Long Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Long Yu, noticing their shocked expressions, chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, "What's this? You two skipping class now? If Irika catches you, you're definitely in for a world of pain." Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly, desperately trying to explain. Long Yu, you're so strong. Can you teach us? Honestly, Sasuke and I were just curious about how you became so powerful, so we came to check it out. Sasuke, still processing his earlier shock, remained silent. His gaze lingered on Long Yu, filled with confusion and disbelief, but he gave a subtle nod in agreement with Naruto's words. Long Yu straightened his posture, folding his hands behind his back, his face suddenly serious. No. I only teach my lackeys how to get stronger. But you too. Naruto's eyes lit up. For the chance to become stronger, he was willing to do almost anything. However, he still wasn't entirely sure just how powerful Long Yu really was. Sasuke, on the other hand, gave a skeptical snort. Long Yu, I admit you're strong, but don't even think about making me your lackey. Compared to my brother, Itachi Uchiha, you're far from being on the same level. Long Yu smiled, shaking his head in amusement. He looked at the two of them seriously and asked, "So, you're saying that if I show strength surpassing Itachi Uchiha, you'd both agree to become my lackeys?" The two exchanged a glance, hesitating only briefly before nodding firmly. "All right," Long Yu said with a casual smile. "Naruto, I'll spar with Sasuke. You watch from the side, all right?" "Sure thing," Naruto agreed enthusiastically. Naruto was well aware of his own limitations and had no problem with Long Yu's decision. Especially now, seeing Long Yu's usual lazy expression replaced with an unfamiliar seriousness, Naruto's anticipation grew even stronger. In the clearing, Sasuke and Long Yu stood 10 meters apart, their gazes locked. The moment Sasuke faced Long Yu directly, his expression shifted dramatically. Standing opposite him, Sasuke suddenly realized something. Long Yu's posture seemed casual, almost lazy, as if his entire body was full of openings. Yet at the same time, it felt as though there wasn't a single opening to exploit. This paradoxical sensation left Sasuke deeply unsettled. "Eh, what's wrong?" Long Yu teased lightly. "Not quite the same vibe as Itachi, huh?" Sasuke's gaze turned icy. "Oomph. You and Itachi can't even be compared. Take this." Naruto's excitement reached a peak as he watched Sasuke charge at Long Yu with incredible speed, already imagining the epic battle that was about to unfold. But just as Sasuke's kick was about to connect with Long Yu, the latter vanished. Naruto, who had been watching closely, saw it all. Long Yu had reappeared behind Sasuke in an instant. He yelled instinctively, "Sasuke, behind you!" "What?" Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he quickly turned his head. But as soon as he turned, all he could see was a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. A surge of unprecedented fear coursed through his body, a deathly chill that froze him to the core. Whoosh! In the end, Long Yu's fist stopped just inches from Sasuke's face. The force of the blow, even without landing, blew Sasuke's hair back for a full 5 seconds before it gradually settled. Long Yu reached out and lightly flicked Sasuke's forehead with his knuckles, chuckling. "All right, Sasuke, time to start working as my little lackey." With that, Long Yu turned and leisurely walked back toward his deck chair. Sasuke stood frozen, his face blank, unable to process what had just happened. Nearby, Naruto sat on the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. He stared at Sasuke's back in sheer disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. It took Sasuke a moment to snap out of his daze. Noticing Naruto's horrified expression, he curiously followed Naruto's gaze to look behind himself. This can't be." Sasuke's voice trembled as he stared at a section of the mountain in the distance, which appeared to have vanished. The missing chunk of the mountain, it couldn't possibly have been caused by the residual force of Long Yu's punch. Could it? If so, just how terrifyingly strong was this guy? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, silently confirming each other's thoughts. Both of them swallowed hard, their throats dry. "This guy, he's not even human. He's a monster." As they watched Long Yu lie back on his deck chair, his legs crossed and sunglasses perched on his face, the scene only added to their disbelief. A massive sun umbrella shaded him from the harsh sunlight, and a gentle breeze brushed against his face, the picture of pure relaxation. Wait a second, something didn't add up. Both Naruto and Sasuke furrowed their brows simultaneously, their expressions quickly shifting to alarm. The sun. Their heads snapped up to look at the sky. Moments ago, the sky had been overcast, heavy with dark clouds, as if it might rain at any moment. Now, it was bright and clear, with not a single cloud in sight. Could it be? At that moment, the way they looked at Long Yu completely changed. After a long while, Naruto and Sasuke finally came to terms with the overwhelming reality of Long Yu's incredible strength. Naruto couldn't help but nudge Sasuke, whispering, "Didn't you always brag about how awesome your brother is? Well, is he as strong as Long Yu?" Sasuke glanced at the missing chunk of the mountain, then at the perfectly clear blue sky. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, "Are you kidding me? There's no comparison at all. This guy, he's not even human, okay?" Naruto scratched his head with a sheepish grin and looked at Sasuke curiously. "Sasuke, what do you think Long Yu's real strength is? Do you think he's stronger than the old third Hokage?" "I don't know," Sasuke admitted. "The third Hokage is supposed to be the strongest in the village, but I don't think even he could pull off something like that punch." "Hee, that's good enough for me," Naruto said, suddenly full of excitement. He jumped to his feet, dusting off his pants, then gave Sasuke a sly glance. "So what are we waiting for? With someone like him as our boss, what more could we want? But how is it even possible for this guy to be so strong? I just can't wrap my head around it," Sasuke muttered, clearly still troubled by the whole situation. "Why overthink it? Long Yu's not going to harm us. Are you coming or not?" "If you're not, I'm going alone," Naruto said confidently. After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke nodded as if realizing something. "You're right. Let's go. As long as we can get stronger, that's all that matters." Watching the two of them run toward him with determined expressions, Long Yu's lips curved into a satisfied smile. It seems everything is going according to plan. The little show of strength earlier wasn't in vain after all. In no time, Naruto and Sasuke reached Long Yu, their faces filled with anticipation. Long Yu cleared his throat and looked at them with a playful grin. So, have you made up your minds? I'll be honest, I don't just take anyone as my underlings. Not everyone has the luck for that, you know. Naruto eagerly leaned closer, a wide grin on his face. I've already made up my mind. From now on, I'll listen to you. Just tell me what you need me to do. Not bad. You've got some spirit, Long Yu said, nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned to Sasuke. And you, Sasuke? Have you decided? Sasuke avoided Long Yu's gaze, turning his head aside as he muttered softly. I'll do the same as Naruto. Excellent, Long Yu exclaimed, standing up from his deck chair and looking at the two of them with interest. Well then, if you're going to follow me, I think it's time you start addressing me properly. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately, his enthusiasm boundless. Of course, Long Yu, boss. Long Yu, boss, Sasuke said reluctantly, though he eventually managed to get the words out. Ah, very good, very good. Long Yu laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the moment. This is it. This is the dream. Which other transmigrator can boast about taking both Indra's and Asura's reincarnations as their underlings? My underlings might just be the strongest in history. Even just thinking about it made his mood soar. All right, don't be so stiff. Since I'm your boss now, it's my responsibility to make you stronger. You can count on me for that, Long Yu said, his tone confident. Wow, thanks, boss, Naruto shouted, his excitement bubbling over. Sasuke didn't say much, but the small curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his thoughts. But Long Yu's expression suddenly turned serious, his tone low. Seeing that he had their full attention, he continued, You must never, and I mean never, reveal anything about my strength to anyone. You both know I hate trouble. If anyone leaks my strength, I'll personally take care of them. Do you understand? The terrifying aura Long Yu released at that moment froze both Naruto and Sasuke in place. They couldn't even move a muscle, the oppressive feeling locking their bodies completely. Only when Long Yu returned to his usual lazy demeanor were they able to breathe again, nodding frantically like chickens pecking at grain. Haha, very good, Long Yu said, his grin returning. Now, to celebrate our newfound partnership, I'll treat you both to grilled fish tonight. Boss, you're the best. Naruto cheered. Thank you, Sasuke added, his tone quieter but no less sincere. As night fell, Sasuke and Naruto watched intently as Long Yu began his preparations. To ensure everything was perfect, Long Yu had spent some money on a proper metal grill and iron stands. He started by making bamboo skewers, then set up the grill and placed burning branches inside. Next, he carefully prepared the fish, mixing the seasonings before stuffing them into the fish's stomachs and skewering them. Before long, the fire in the grill was roaring, and Long Yu placed 4 large fish on a rack to cook simultaneously. It had to be said, Long Yu's skills in grilling fish were extraordinary. Within moments, the rich, savory aroma began wafting through the air, making Naruto and Sasuke swallow hard in anticipation. Boss, it smells amazing, Naruto murmured, practically drooling. Though he knew how to grill fish himself, it was clear his skills were nowhere near Long Yu's level. Sasuke didn't say a word, but his throat bobbed repeatedly as he suppressed the urge to drool. A few minutes later, the fish were perfectly cooked. Long Yu chuckled as he looked at the two of them. Why are you just standing there? Eat. Help yourselves. Hearing this, the two didn't hesitate for a second. They each grabbed a fish from the grill and took a big bite. The golden brown fish skin glistened with a light layer of oil, and the rich aroma wafted from the fish's belly with every bite. As their teeth sank into the crispy skin, there was a satisfying crunch, but not a hint of burnt flavor. Beneath the crispy exterior was tender, juicy fish meat, perfectly seasoned and bursting with flavor. One bite, and the two were completely hooked. Without saying a word, they devoured the fish in just a few bites. Watching their reactions, Long Yu chuckled. So how's the taste? Pretty good, right? It's amazing. So delicious. Boss, your grilled fish is unbeatable, Naruto exclaimed between mouthfuls. Sasuke nodded in agreement, his tone serious. This is the best grilled fish I've ever had. Long Yu grinned proudly. Glad you like it. But remember this, you two will start learning how to grill fish tomorrow. And it has to taste exactly like this, got it? Hearing Long Yu's words, both Naruto and Sasuke nodded without hesitation. To them, it seemed perfectly reasonable. Long Yu helped them grow stronger, so taking care of things like cooking meals was the least they could do. Little did they know, their quick agreement marked the beginning of a grueling journey they could never have imagined. Of course, Long Yu didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he continued grilling fish with a cheerful smile, letting the two fully savor the taste and texture of his cooking. From time to time, he would casually explain the spices and techniques required, as if planting seeds of responsibility in their minds. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Once Naruto and Sasuke mastered the art of grilling fish, Long Yu could finally sit back and enjoy life to the fullest. The next morning, the trio arrived at the lakeside bright and early. Long Yu smiled as he noticed the eager looks on Naruto and Sasuke's faces. I know you're both itching to get stronger, he began, but as they say, sharpening your axe won't delay your woodcutting. A solid foundation is the key to everything. Only with a strong foundation can your strength grow without limits. He paused, giving them time to absorb his words, before continuing. Starting today, we'll begin with physical conditioning. You see that massive lake in front of us. Naruto and Sasuke followed his gaze toward the enormous lake. Almost immediately, a sense of foreboding crept over them. Long Yu casually picked up a flat, oval-shaped stone from the ground and said with a grin, now, metal grills are nice, but they don't bring out the full flavor of grilled fish. From what I've learned, building a grill out of stones like this gives the fish a unique taste. So, he trailed off, glancing at Sasuke, whose face had already started twitching as he began to realize what was coming. Naruto, on the other hand, was brimming with enthusiasm. As long as it meant getting stronger, he was up for anything. Seeing their contrasting reactions, Long Yu's grin widened as he continued. Your task today is simple. Cross the lake and bring back as many of these flat, oval stones as you can. We'll use them to build a new grilling setup. Got it, Naruto replied with determination. Understood, Sasuke muttered, though the reluctance in his tone was hard to miss. All right then, off you go, Long Yu said cheerfully. As soon as he finished giving instructions, he began setting up his fishing gear. After tossing some bait into the water and hooking a worm onto his line, he reclined comfortably on his deck chair, watching the two dash off toward the far side of the lake. His lips curled into a satisfied smirk. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Sasuke and Naruto endured endless training under Long Yu's care. More than once, they questioned whether Long Yu was deliberately trying to run them into the ground. As time went on, they realized that carrying stones to build grills was merely the tip of the iceberg. Long Yu always seemed to have an endless supply of creative ways to exhaust them. For instance, he once claimed that spring water from the mountains was beneficial for health, forcing the two to scour the entire back mountain of Konoha in search of it. On another occasion, he insisted that mopping leaves would enhance the aroma of grilled fish. This sent Naruto and Sasuke on a wild chase through the forest, searching for the elusive leaves. And then there were the so-called treasures, rare herbs on cliffs, fresh turtles at the bottom of the lake. The list went on, leaving the two utterly drained and covered in mud more often than not. The most humiliating part, however, was Long Yu's insistence on work-life balance. Whenever he saw them looking particularly miserable, he would teach them to dance, claiming it was a form of relaxation. For Long Yu, though, life couldn't have been better. As he feasted on their perfectly grilled fish, drank crisp, cool spring water, and watched the future strongest ninjas of the Shinobi world sing and dance for him, he could only describe his life in one way: divine. Of course, not everyone was so pleased. Naruto and Sasuke's frequent truancy left Irika utterly exasperated. Naruto, being an orphan, was particularly tricky to deal with. Even if Irika knew he was skipping class, there wasn't much he could do. He couldn't very well abandon the rest of the class just to track him down. Irika's usual tactic of calling parents for a stern talk didn't work on Naruto either, for obvious reasons. And as for Sasuke, that was a whole other can of worms. Irika wasn't one to get involved in clan politics, but even he knew that the Uchiha clan held a certain disdain for outsiders. Moreover, Sasuke's father, Fugako Uchiha, was the clan leader. The idea of storming into Fugaku's home to complain about Sasuke's skipping class was downright absurd. Left with no other options, Irika resorted to a kill-the-chicken-to-scare-the-monkeys approach. He called in the parents of a few wannabe troublemakers who had been inspired to follow Naruto and Sasuke's example and gave them a thorough dressing down. Only then did the wave of truancy finally subside. Meanwhile, Eno found herself increasingly restless about Long Yu's prolonged absence from class. If she hadn't known what Long Yu was up to, it might not have bothered her so much. But after seeing firsthand the carefree life he was leading and the mouth-watering grilled fish he enjoyed, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time she sat in the classroom, struggling through lessons, the image of Long Yu relaxing and savoring life gnawed at her like a cat scratching at her heart. Finally, one day, Eno slammed her hands down and muttered with a pout, "That's it. I'm going to make him help me figure out how to skip class too." Under the blazing midday sun, Long Yu lay lazily on his deck chair, basking in the heat as he directed Naruto and Sasuke, who were sweating profusely while doing push-ups. "Naruto, what are you doing? You've barely done a few, and you're already slowing down? Keep going." Long Yu barked. "What's this? Just a few small stones on your back, and you're already struggling? And you still dream of becoming Hokage?" Naruto glanced back at the pile of stones weighing down on him, easily several dozen kilograms, and muttered in frustration under his breath, "Asterisk, boss, we're not you. These stones are already more than heavy enough. All right." Asterisk. After scolding Naruto, Long Yu turned his gaze to Sasuke. "And you, Sasuke? What are you doing while I'm talking to Naruto? Why did you stop? Slacking off, huh? Fine. Add 100 more push-ups to your set." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his arms trembling from exhaustion. But despite his fatigue, he continued pushing himself, unwilling to back down. Over the past year, both Naruto and Sasuke had grown noticeably stronger and more muscular, though their skin had tanned slightly under the relentless sun. While Long Yu had pushed them to their limits, and sometimes beyond, there was no denying the improvement in their abilities. 6 months ago, during another round of midterm assessments, their strength had noticeably surpassed that of their classmates. This tangible progress was what kept them going even when they felt like giving up. Satisfied with their effort, Long Yu leaned back on his chair, glancing at the motionless fishing float bobbing on the water. He took a sip of the sweet spring water he had collected from the mountains, savoring its refreshing taste. Stretching contentedly, with his legs crossed, Long Yu let his thoughts wander. Desire, after all, is a bottomless pit. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Long Yu's mind began to stir. Asterisk, spending all day with just these two guys, it's not bad, but it could be better. Maybe if I had a well-behaved girl around, life would be perfect. Asterisk. Long Yu and asterisk, yes. Yes, that's exactly the kind of soft, sweet voice I need. So soothing. Asterisk. As he entertained the thought, a faint floral scent reached his nose, followed by a light, comforting pressure on his shoulder. Asterisk, yes. Heavens, you truly understand me. This is exactly what I wanted. A girl to massage my shoulders. This is perfection. Asterisk. Wait, something wasn't right. Was this real? Reluctantly opening his eyes, Long Yu looked up, and a familiar face entered his field of vision. "Eno. Hee, it's me. Long Yu and I. Eno replied, her voice dripping with sweetness. Hiss. Long Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly realized something was up. This girl only ever called him Long Yu and I when she wanted something from him. Quickly sitting up from his chair, Long Yu gestured for Eno to take the spot. "What's the matter, Eno? We're like family. If you need help, just say the word." Eno scooted to one side of the chair and motioned for Long Yu to lie down beside her. Long Yu hesitated briefly before reclining back on the chair, glancing at her curiously. He had no idea what she was up to. As he lay down, Eno began massaging his leg with exaggerated care, her tone syrupy sweet. "Long Yu and I can't stand staying in school anymore. I want to." "Stop right there," Long Yu interrupted, sitting up abruptly. "Eno, don't mess around. You're the class role model. If Uncle Inoichi finds out I helped his good girl skip class, do you have any idea what he'd do to me? Come on, my dad's not as scary as you make him sound." Eno pouted, puffing her cheeks in protest. Then, switching tactics, she lay beside Long Yu and pleaded. "Long Yu and I, please help me. I know you can figure something out. I'll do anything you ask if you help me." Faced with Eno's delicate face so close to his, along with her pitiful tone, Long Yu sighed in defeat. "All right, fine. But if you're going to stick around with me, you have to listen to everything I say. If you don't, the deal's off." "Understood. Yes. I promise I'll listen to you," Eno said excitedly, throwing her arms around Long Yu and nuzzling her head against his chest. "I knew you were the best, Long Yu and I." Long Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, already formulating a plan in his mind. 3 days later, Long Yu emerged from Irika's office, looking as though he had just fought a hard battle. No one knew what he had said to Irika, but somehow, Eno had been granted the freedom she sought. With Eno joining their little group, Long Yu quickly realized how much more enjoyable life could be. Naruto and Sasuke, the future strongest shinobi, busied themselves grilling fish. Meanwhile, Eno would meticulously prepare the fish and feed him bite by bite. This asterisk was the life. Adding to his indulgence, Eno even brought premium tea leaves stolen from her father's stash. Brewed with the crisp mountain spring water, the tea was nothing short of heavenly. At noon, there was someone to massage his shoulders when he was tired. In the afternoon, when he napped, there was a fragrant pillow to hold. Long Yu couldn't help but hope these days would last forever. Unfortunately, beneath the peaceful surface of Konoha, dark currents were brewing. The Uchiha clan's rebellion was drawing ever closer. The closer the Uchiha massacre approached, the more Long Yu found himself troubled. Stopping the rebellion was impossible. Too many within the Uchiha clan harbored resentment, Fugaku Uchiha at the top, all the way down to the ordinary clansmen. They were determined to stage a coup and overthrow Konoha's leadership. If the rebellion were to erupt, even with Konoha's inevitable victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one. Fugaku's Manjikyu Sharingan would deal significant damage, leaving Konoha weakened and vulnerable to the other nations. The best-case scenario would see the Land of Fire forced into humiliating treaties. The worst-case scenario, invasion and division. Given this, the actions of Itachi and Obito, while cruel, were the least damaging solution. The destruction of the Uchiha clan would preserve Konoha's stability and protect the citizens of the Land of Fire from war. Even Long Yu couldn't devise a better solution. On one side was Konoha, his father's home. On the other, the Uchiha clan, home to Sasuke. Who could he possibly help? Remaining neutral and silently watching events unfold seemed to be his only option. Anything else would make him a target for both sides. While Long Yu wasn't afraid of retaliation, his family would undoubtedly suffer. Isolation would be the least of their problems. Assassination attempts could become a constant threat. And what then? If Konoha targeted him, should he destroy Konoha? If the Uchiha did, should he annihilate them? That path would only lead to ruin. Weighing all these considerations, Long Yu's frustration grew. The situation had reached a tipping point, one that no individual could reverse. That day, Long Yu kept Naruto, Sasuke, and Eno with him a little longer than usual. Only when he felt the most brutal part of the night's events had likely passed did he send them home. As he watched Sasuke's retreating figure, Long Yu's expression turned complex. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes but disappeared just as quickly. The night was pitch black, the kind of night suitable for murder, and the wind howled like the wailing of ghosts. A chilling cold blanketed the Uchiha clan's district, as if foreshadowing the imminent tragedy that would befall this ill-fated clan. Under the cover of darkness, Uchiha Obito, wearing his signature mask, stood atop a rooftop. His eerie Sharingan eyes glowed coldly as he looked down at the place he once loved so deeply. This sinful world has nothing worth lingering for. My Uchiha brethren, let me personally send you to a place free of pain, Obito murmured, his voice carrying an edge of madness. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he dove into the heart of the Uchiha district, beginning a horrific massacre. Elsewhere, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in his ANBU uniform, approached the entrance to the Uchiha compound. His face was devoid of emotion, but the aura of death surrounded him. Adjusting his ANBU mask, he stepped into the village. SHHHG, SHHHG, SHHHG. The sound of his blades slicing through flesh echoed through the air. Against Itachi's terrifying strength, no one could escape his wrath. One by one, the Uchiha fell, their lives extinguished without mercy. At last, Itachi arrived in front of his family's home. In that moment, his expression became heavier. Among all the battles of this night, the one awaiting him here would be the most difficult. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, possessed the powerful Sharingan and would be his greatest challenge. A minute later, Itachi slowly slid open the door to his father's study, only to be greeted by an unexpected sight. His parents, dressed in their sleeping robes, sitting calmly with their backs to him. Itachi's body trembled violently. "I don't wish to fight my own son," Fugaku said calmly without turning around. His voice was steady, carrying no trace of fear. Itachi stood frozen, clutching his blood-stained blade. Fugaku glanced at him briefly before continuing. "So, it seems you've chosen their side. Father, mother, Itachi's voice cracked, his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Mikoto Uchiha turned to him with a soft smile. "We understand, Itachi." Fugaku lowered his head slowly, a resigned but serene expression on his face. "Go, my child. Do what you must. Since you've made your decision, don't look back. Take care of Sasuke. Remember this, son," Fugaku added, his voice filled with pride. "No matter what happens, you will always be my pride." Mikoto smiled sweetly, her warmth undiminished. "Take care, Itachi. We love you." Tears streamed down Itachi's face, unchecked. After a long pause, he whispered softly, "Father, mother, wait for me." Shhhk. A silver flash cut through the air, and blood splattered across the room. Itachi glanced one last time at the lifeless forms of his parents before silently walking out of the house. The operation had begun. As Itachi stepped into the streets again, the scene before him was hellish. The bodies of his clansmen littered the ground, their lifeless forms a grim testament to the one-sided slaughter. The cruelty of a ninja world was on full display tonight. Lives were treated as mere trifles to be taken at will. Itachi's cold eyes scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his body tensed. Not far from him, Uchiha Izumi's lifeless body was pinned to the wall by a ninja blade, the weapon embedded deep in her chest. "Izumi," Itachi whispered, his voice barely audible, though his trembling betrayed the storm within him. Obito stood not far away, watching Itachi with amusement. "You said to kill everyone except your brother," Obito said, his tone mocking. "So I didn't think this would be a problem." Itachi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. The coldness returned to his eyes as he ignored Obito and turned away, resuming his grim task. Obito observed Itachi's relentless slaughter with a flicker of unease in his gaze. Beneath the mask, his expression turned somber. Meanwhile, Sasuke walked cheerfully toward the Uchiha compound, completely unaware of the horrors that awaited him. Over the past few years, Sasuke's life had been like a dream, strange but oddly fulfilling. Looking back, he still didn't fully understand how he'd ended up skipping class so often, nor how he'd ended up with a boss around his own age. Still, Sasuke couldn't deny that the time spent with Long Yu and Naruto had been some of the happiest days of his life. Despite Long Yu's strictness, he always included Sasuke and Naruto in any good fortune that came his way. And what made Sasuke happiest of all was the noticeable improvement in his strength. His enhanced physical condition had allowed him to generate more chakra, and just today, he discovered he could unleash a properly destructive fireball jutsu. Excited to show his family his progress, Sasuke quickened his pace. But soon, he noticed something was off. The lights in the compound were extinguished far earlier than usual, and the streets were eerily silent. Not even the bark of a dog could be heard. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Sasuke's face turned pale as an ominous feeling crept into his heart. High above, Obito stood on a rooftop, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Sasuke run toward his home. "What a pitiful kid," Obito murmured. And Itachi, so cold-blooded. But then, a sudden wave of unease washed over Obito. His body stiffened as an overwhelming sense of danger gripped him. "Who's there?" Obito barked, spinning around to face the darkness behind him. Boom! A terrifying pressure exploded from the shadows, surging toward him like an unstoppable tide. The sheer force of it knocked Obito off balance, nearly sending him flying. Eyes wide with alarm, Obito stared into the gloom as a figure slowly emerged. Step by step, the person came closer, their features gradually illuminated by the faint moonlight. When Obito finally saw who it was, his mind went blank. It was him. Uchiha Obito's eerie Sharingan narrowed slightly, his bewilderment written all over his face. The tremendous aura of pressure, so overwhelming that it made him feel suffocated, was coming from a child barely tall enough to reach his chest. What on earth was going on? Could this be some kind of illusion? Obito instinctively scanned his surroundings, searching for other presences, but found nothing. His gaze returned to the boy before him, his curiosity deepening. The child's face was strikingly handsome, yet still youthful, but there was something unnerving about him. Obito couldn't put his finger on it, but there was an undeniable sense of danger radiating from him. What truly shocked Obito, however, were the boy's eyes. The moment he looked into those cold, unyielding eyes, Obito felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill seeped into his very soul, leaving him momentarily frozen. The boy, Long Yu, stared at Obito with an expression of utter indifference. Then, without warning, his eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and his figure vanished. Behind me, Obito's instinct screamed at him, and he whirled around just in time to see a fist rapidly expanding in his vision. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. At the last possible moment, Obito activated his Kamui intangibility. Long Yu's right fist passed harmlessly through his body, causing no physical damage. Kid, is that all you've? Obito began, turning to face Long Yu with the intent to taunt him. However, the words caught in his throat as he took in the scene before him. Not far away, where Long Yu's punch had been aimed, was a massive crater several meters deep. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of meters, had been completely obliterated. Houses, trees, and everything else had been reduced to nothing. But that wasn't all. As Obito glanced at the sky, his lips twitched involuntarily. Where were the clouds? The once overcast sky had cleared completely, revealing a luminous full moon. Had this kid's punch really dispersed the clouds? That was absolutely absurd. Beads of cold sweat dripped down Obito's face, soaking through his clothes in an instant. His mind raced, replaying the scene in horror. If I'd been even a fraction of a second slower in activating Kamui, would there be anything left of me at all? Long Yu turned to face Obito again, his voice icy as he said, "Your ocular powers are impressive, but if you think that alone makes you untouchable, you're gravely mistaken." Obito's Sharingan reflexively locked onto Long Yu, who began forming hand seals at lightning speed. In the next instant, an explosive surge of chakra erupted from Long Yu's body, towering several meters into the air. The sheer intensity of the chakra blast caused the ground beneath them to collapse, reducing the nearby buildings to rubble. Obito's danger senses screamed louder than ever as Long Yu's chakra radiated pure malice. Before Obito could react, the shadowed ground beneath them began to writhe. Countless tendrils of shadow, moving in chaotic, unpredictable patterns, surged toward him like living creatures. This kid, Obito's mind reeled. So that earlier punch wasn't just about brute force. It was to disperse the clouds and let the moonlight create shadows. A member of the Nara clan? But when did the Nara clan start producing monsters like this? With Taijutsu, that puts even Madogai to shame. And Nara Shikaku, the clan head. He can't control this many shadows at once, can he? Hundreds of them. Isn't that a bit excessive? Obito couldn't help but mentally rant as he leapt high into the air, trying to evade the onslaught of shadows. His focus was entirely on the chaotic mass of shadow tendrils below him. But that distraction proved costly. In the blink of an eye, Long Yu appeared beside him midair. Before Obito could even register the movement, a fist crashed directly into his face. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The force of the punch sent Obito hurtling through the air like a cannonball. His body spun uncontrollably, smashing through over a dozen buildings before finally coming to a stop. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, everything was silent. If Long Yu hadn't deliberately held back, Obito would have been sent to meet Rin in the afterlife right then and there. As the dust began to settle, Obito's battered figure emerged. Blood streaked his body, and his face was a mask of disbelief and terror. This is insane. Obito stared at Long Yu in shock, his mind racing. For the first time in his life, he felt a deep, primal fear that gripped him from the depths of his soul. But the nightmare wasn't over. Obito's eyes widened in horror as he realized he could no longer move. Shadows had crept up from the ground, binding his body with unrelenting force. Shadow imitation, Obito thought, his heart sinking. He had been so focused on dodging earlier that he hadn't noticed the trap being set. Struggling was futile now. Long Yu smiled, a cold, merciless smile that sent shivers down Obito's spine. Shadow sewing, Long Yu muttered as he rapidly formed a new set of seals. Suddenly, the shadows binding Obito transformed into countless sharp spikes, all aimed directly at him. Damn it! Obito gritted his teeth, helpless as the spikes closed in. He had no choice but to activate Kamui once again, letting the spikes phase harmlessly through his body. But Kamui had its limits. After 5 minutes of continuous use, Obito's stamina was nearly drained. His breathing grew labored, and his movements slowed. Finally, one of the shadow spikes pierced through his arm, drawing blood. Obito's face twisted in pain, and he knew he had reached his limit. Long Yu, sensing this, halted the attack. He approached Obito with a calm but chilling demeanor, his cold smile still in place. Obito couldn't suppress the shiver that ran down his spine. This this monster was unlike anything he had ever encountered. For the first time, Uchiha Obito, a man who had faced death countless times, felt true, unrelenting fear. Long Yu stood over the battered and broken Uchiha Obito, his cold gaze fixed on a man who had once been a feared legend. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he released the shadow imitation jutsu, freeing Obito. But Obito was in no state to move. Forget running. Crawling would have been a monumental challenge for him at this point. His body trembled, his strength spent, and the mere act of breathing seemed like a struggle. Long Yu kicked aside a piece of rubble casually and bent down to pick up a long, slightly dented watermelon knife lying amidst the wreckage. The blade gleamed faintly under the moonlight, its edge sharp enough to make a point. Dragging the knife behind him, Long Yu took slow, deliberate steps toward Obito. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed across the silent ruins, each step like a drumbeat pounding against Obito's chest. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The howling wind, the devastation, and Long Yu's chilling aura, all of it pressed down on Obito like an unrelenting nightmare. His breathing grew labored, and for the first time in a long while, he could hear the frantic pounding of his own heartbeat in his ears. Step by step, Long Yu closed the distance. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. So this is it. This is where I die. Obito thought bitterly. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In the end, I was only ever this strong. Rin, I'll be seeing you soon. Long Yu stopped in front of Obito, his expression unreadable. He glanced down at the man with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Death? He thought to himself. You think you can take the easy way out? Not a chance. I don't care about unmasking you or exposing your identity, Long Yu said, his voice as cold as the night air. I just want you to know that this blow is for invading Konoha and killing the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. With a sharp, decisive motion, Long Yu swung the flat side of the watermelon knife, striking Obito squarely across the face. Boom! The force of the hit sent Obito careening through the air. His body slammed into a wall 10 meters away before crumpling to the ground in a heap. A cough. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening by the second. Long Yu advanced again, dragging the knife along the ground with him. This blow is for making Naruto grow up without his parents. Boom! The knife struck again, smashing into Obito's face and sending him tumbling farther. This blow is for unleashing the Nine Tails and causing countless deaths. Long Yu roared. Boom! And this blow is for slaughtering Sasuke's clan. Long Yu's strikes were relentless, each one carrying the weight of his fury. Boom! Each hit was punctuated by the sickening sound of the blade colliding with Obito's body. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Long Yu vented his rage, one swing at a time. 3 minutes later, Long Yu finally paused, his expression one of dissatisfaction as he stared down at the barely breathing Obito. He seemed to be searching for a reason to continue. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the remnants of a broken table leg beneath Obito's body. His eyes narrowed, and he pointed accusingly. "And this blow is for breaking this table leg." Obito, barely conscious, instinctively glanced at the broken table leg. His muddled mind managed to process the absurdity of the accusation, and he croaked weakly, That table leg, wasn't it you who broke it?" "Shut up. Take this." Long Yu shouted, swinging the knife again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. This time, the strike sent Obito spinning through the air like a rag doll. He flipped end over end, teeth flying, before crashing into the ground several seconds later. His body lay limp, his eyes rolling back as he finally lost consciousness. Long Yu tossed the knife aside with a casual shrug. Naruto lost his parents, Sasuke lost his clan. "If you weren't occasionally useful, do you think I'd have let you live this long?" he muttered under his breath. With that, he grabbed Obito's leg as though he were nothing more than a sack of garbage. Dragging him along like a defeated dog, Long Yu made his way towards Sasuke's home. Meanwhile, Sasuke wandered through the Uchiha district, his face pale with fear. The sight around him was horrifying. Bodies of his clansmen littered the streets. Blood painted the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of death. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs nearly giving out as he made his way home. The silence was deafening, the absence of life unbearable. As he stepped through the front door of his house, the pungent smell of blood hit him like a wave. His breath caught in his throat. "No, this can't be," he thought desperately. Asterisk father is the clan leader. This isn't possible. It can't be. Asterisk. Trying to convince himself that everything would be fine, Sasuke forced his trembling legs to move forward. The distance from the courtyard to his parents' room was no more than 3 meters, yet it felt like an eternity. Each step was heavier than the last. Finally, he stood before the familiar door. His hand shook as he reached out, grasping the handle and slowly sliding it open. Swish! The door creaked, and the sight within shattered what little hope he had left. His parents' lifeless bodies lay crumpled on the floor, intertwined in death. The dark, dried blood pooled around them told him they had been gone for some time. No, this isn't real," Sasuke whispered, his voice breaking. "Father, mother, what happened to you? Please, don't scare me. Wake up." He stumbled to their side, collapsing to his knees as he clutched their bodies. Tears streamed down his face as he cried uncontrollably, refusing to accept the reality before him. For 10 minutes, he wept, his grief consuming him. Then, suddenly, he froze, his tears stopping as a thought struck him. Brother. There was no sign of his brother's body. Could Itachi still be alive? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a tall shadow appeared in the doorway. Startled, Sasuke instinctively stepped back. When he saw who it was, his emotions burst forth. "Itachi!" Sasuke cried, tears falling anew. "Brother, father, mother, and everyone, they're all dead. They've all been killed." Itachi's face remained cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. In a voice as calm as still water, he said, "I know. You know." Sasuke stammered, his gut twisting as a sense of dread began to creep over him. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. "Because," Itachi said, his voice deathly quiet, "I'm the one who killed them." "What?" Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Sasuke's tears stopped instantly. He stared at his brother in utter disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. His mind spun, dizziness overwhelming him as he collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Sasuke gazed at the familiar face of his brother, his expression growing vacant as he mumbled incoherently. No, it can't be. You wouldn't kill Mom and Dad. You're lying. Lying." Itachi's voice carried a chilling tone as his eerie Sharingan gleamed in the dim light. The next moment, Itachi's Sharingan activated, forcibly replaying the events of the massacre for Sasuke to witness. In the projection, Itachi's blade swung mercilessly, cutting down one Uchiha clansman after another, each familiar face falling lifeless to the ground. Finally, the vision showed Itachi entering their home. With a single ruthless stroke of his blade, a silver arc painted the air. His parents collapsed into a pool of blood. Sasuke's wide eyes were glued to the horrifying scenes. His teeth clenched as his initial terror and helplessness transformed into burning anger. Overwhelming rage consumed him, expelling all remnants of fear. At that moment, Sasuke no longer trembled. He wanted to kill the man standing before him. Itachi could feel the murderous intent radiating off Sasuke, and for a fleeting second, his heart clenched. But he remained composed, his cold facade intact. Sasuke locked eyes with Itachi, his voice breaking into a scream of anguish. Why? Why did you do this? Why did you kill our family, our parents? Why? Itachi's gaze remained pitiless as he replied in a detached tone. Sasuke, perhaps you still don't understand our clan. Do you know the history of the Uchiha? What history? Sasuke demanded, his voice trembling with rage. Our Uchiha clan, Itachi began, pointing to his Sharingan, has long been deemed a cursed one. It all stems from these eyes. The power of these eyes far exceeds your imagination. To awaken the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, one must kill the person closest to them. All I did was fulfill that requirement. Sasuke staggered back a step, his entire being recoiling at the sheer cruelty of Itachi's words. He couldn't believe it. Was this truly the same brother who had once protected and cherished him? After a pause, Sasuke gritted his teeth and glared at Itachi with defiance. Then why didn't you kill me? You, Itachi sneered. You hold no value to me. You're too weak. Do you know why? Because your hatred isn't deep enough. Itachi stepped closer, his Sharingan glowing ominously as he continued. You are foolish, my little brother. If you truly wish to kill me, then despise me, loathe me, and survive at all costs. Flee, run away, cling to life. And when you possess eyes like mine, only then will you be worth my time. Reaching out, Itachi pressed his index and middle fingers against Sasuke's forehead, a faint, mocking smile crossing his lips. As he began to turn to leave, an unexpected shift occurred. Sasuke's dark pupils suddenly ignited with a blood-red glow, two tomo forming in each eye. In his boundless fury, Sasuke had awakened the second stage of his Sharingan, double tomo in both eyes. You bastard! I'll kill you! Sasuke roared, his voice filled with primal anger. Almost instinctively, he grabbed a handful of shuriken and kunai from his pouch, hurling them at Itachi with deadly precision. Itachi's body moved on instinct as he sidestepped the projectiles. The blades whizzed past him with a sharp whoosh. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. But to his surprise, the shuriken and kunai collided midair, altering their trajectories to pursue him once more. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew his blade, deflecting the incoming projectiles with practiced ease. Impressive throwing technique, but before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Asterisk what? He can already use ninjutsu? Where is this chakra coming from? Asterisk Itachi's eyes widened as he turned to see a massive fireball, over a meter in diameter, roaring toward him. At the last second, Itachi burst through the door, narrowly avoiding the fiery attack. The edge of the flames scorched the room, leaving behind a charred path. This boy not bad. Itachi barely had time to process his thoughts before he sensed a presence closing in on him. Turning swiftly, he blocked Sasuke's incoming roundhouse kick with his arm. With his superior speed, Itachi dodged Sasuke's follow-up punch and countered with a palm strike to the chest. The blow sent Sasuke flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as his consciousness began to waver. Sasuke's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Through blurred vision, Sasuke glared at Itachi, his voice weak but resolute. I will kill you, Uchiha Itachi. With that final declaration, his head slumped to the side as he lost consciousness. Itachi stared at Sasuke's unconscious form, waves of complex emotions surging within him. 7 years old, and already this strong? Itachi thought, his mind racing. If I didn't have the strength to completely overwhelm him, this could have been troublesome. For a moment, Itachi's stoic mask faltered. He let out a long, weary sigh, his heart heavy as he turned to leave. But just as he took his first step, an overwhelming wave of killing intent washed over him. The sheer pressure of it was suffocating, freezing him in place. It was as if the air itself had turned to steel, binding him where he stood. From the shadows, a cold, emotionless voice echoed. Uchiha Itachi, how does it feel to prey on the weak? The oppressive tension in the air was palpable as Uchiha Itachi instinctively stepped in front of Sasuke, shielding his unconscious brother from any potential harm. His sharp mind quickly concluded that the overwhelming presence he felt earlier must have been sent by Danzo to eliminate any loose ends. This protective gesture softened Long Yu's gaze ever so slightly. For all of Itachi's sins, betraying his clan, his parents, and even the one he loved, there was one person he had always remained unwaveringly loyal to: Sasuke. Everything Itachi did, no matter how monstrous, was ultimately for Sasuke's sake. To Itachi, Sasuke's safety was more important than the entire village itself. But none of that mattered to Long Yu. All he cared about was that Sasuke, his own little brother in all but blood, had been hurt emotionally, physically, and deeply. Sasuke was innocent, yet he was the one who bore the brunt of this tragedy. This massacre, this nightmarish event, would leave scars on Sasuke's heart that might never heal. And for what? For the incompetence of the Uchiha clan? For their inability to escape their own doomed fate? If the clan leader had been Uchiha Madara, it wouldn't be the Uchiha who were annihilated tonight. It would have been Danzo and his lackeys. At the root of it all, mediocrity was the true villain here. But Long Yu's anger wasn't philosophical. It was personal. His little brother, Sasuke, had been terrified, hurt, and thrown into chaos. And now, Itachi had the audacity to traumatize Sasuke further with his twisted lesson, to turn him into a vengeance-driven pawn obsessed with power. Long Yu's fists clenched. He wouldn't stand for it. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Itachi finally got a good look at the figure who had spoken. His eyes widened in shock. "It's you?" The boy standing before him was Sasuke's classmate, Nara Shikaku's eldest son, Nara Long Yu, a name that barely registered as notable within the village hierarchy. But what was he doing here? And that suffocating presence from earlier, was it really this boy? Itachi's sharp mind raced as he scrutinized Long Yu, his instincts crying out that there was far more to this child than met the eye. Then his gaze shifted slightly, and he froze. Not far away, sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, was the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. His mask was shattered, revealing a face so bruised and swollen that it was unrecognizable. The once mighty figure lay defeated, humiliated beyond belief. What? Who did this? Itachi thought, his heart pounding. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of another combatant. But there was no one else here. Slowly, his gaze returned to Long Yu. Could it be him? Meanwhile, Long Yu's anger simmered, his killing intent flaring like a volcano about to erupt. Itachi barely had time to process the situation before Long Yu's voice cut through the silence, dripping with icy sarcasm. "Hey, Uchiha Itachi, right? Bravo. You've done an outstanding job." The mocking smile on Long Yu's face carried a deadly edge, and his aura surged higher, suffocatingly oppressive. He stared Itachi down, his right eye flashing with a dangerous glint. Itachi's instincts screamed at him, his body stiffening under the immense pressure radiating from boy. For the first time in years, he felt genuine fear. He reflexively activated his three-tomo Sharingan, his mind racing to analyze the situation. But before he could react further, Long Yu vanished. Itachi's heart skipped a beat as he felt a presence beside him. Too fast. Shhhk. A kunai pierced Itachi's shoulder, the blade cutting deep. Ugh! Itachi grunted, biting down on the pain. Boom! Before he could recover, Long Yu delivered a brutal kick to Itachi's abdomen, sending him flying like a rag doll. Itachi's body smashed through multiple buildings before finally coming to a halt amidst the rubble. As the dust settled, Itachi's curled-up figure became visible. His face was drenched in sweat, his body racked with pain as he struggled to breathe. Long Yu's voice echoed through the night, laced with disdain. "You love playing God, don't you? Deciding Sasuke's future like it's yours to control. Tell me, Itachi, what gives you the right?" Long Yu stepped through the wreckage, his movements calm but deliberate. He loomed over Itachi, who lay trembling on the ground. Strength? You don't have it. Speed? You're lacking there too. And this pitiful excuse of a lesson? You call yourself a brother. Long Yu's words were sharp enough to cut deeper than any blade. His voice dropped to a cold monotone as he continued. I'll let you live because you're still useful. But the damage you've done to Sasuke's heart, that's something I can't forgive. A lesson is in order. Before Itachi could respond, Long Yu's hand shot out, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him upright. The next few moments were a blur of strikes, each one more devastating than the last. Itachi's body was battered, his pride shattered. For the first time, the infamous Uchiha Itachi felt utterly helpless. But even cornered and injured, Itachi's resolve didn't falter. As his body slumped against a broken wall, he gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining chakra into his Sharingan. Let me show you, Itachi growled defiantly. Why, I'm Sasuke's brother. The three tomo of his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, merging into a single, sinister pattern. A wave of oppressive energy exploded from Itachi's body, forcing Long Yu to take a step back. Susanoo, Itachi roared. A massive, spectral figure began to materialize around him, its skeletal frame radiating an aura of dread. The sheer power of the Susanoo shook the ground, its towering form casting a shadow over the battlefield. Long Yu's eyes narrowed, his expression unchanging as he watched the ethereal warrior take shape. He cracked his neck casually, his voice calm, yet dripping with authority. Good? Show me what you've got, Uchiha Itachi. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Crimson flames, as vivid as blood, surged violently from Uchiha Itachi's body, rising like waves crashing against the shore. The sheer intensity of the flames seemed infinite, consuming everything in their wake. In mere moments, the fiery energy coalesced, lifting Itachi into the air as it wrapped around him. Slowly, the flames began to take shape, forming the skeletal frame of a towering figure. First came the bones, then the muscles and flesh, and finally, the structure was encased in a massive suit of armor. Layer by layer, it transformed into a colossal, armored warrior, a manifestation of Itachi's ultimate power. Itachi's emotions, already unstable from the massacre he had orchestrated, now reached their breaking point. Long Yu's provocation had pushed him beyond his limits, unleashing the full extent of his potential. Before Long Yu stood a titanic figure, dozens of meters tall, clad in unyielding crimson armor, Itachi's Susanoo. The towering giant dwarfed Long Yu, making him appear insignificant by comparison. The oppressive presence of the Susanoo radiated outward, spreading an overwhelming aura of terror across the battlefield. The suffocating energy extended far beyond the Uchiha district, reaching the senses of several powerful figures monitoring the massacre from afar. In the depths of the root headquarters, Danzo sat at his desk, sipping tea with a smug expression. But the moment the oppressive aura reached him, his face twisted in shock. This power, could it be? Danzo closed his eyes, focusing on the source of the energy. A moment later, his lips curled into a sinister smile. So it's coming from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku, I wonder if you're enjoying the little gift I arranged for you. It must be quite entertaining to face your own son as an opponent. Danzo's mood lightened as he considered the situation. To him, this was a win-win. Whether Itachi or Fugaku emerged victorious, Konoha would reap the benefits. Elsewhere, Bruzen Surtobi, the third Hokage, stood atop the Hokage residence, gazing in the direction of the Uchiha district. The oppressive aura left him unsettled, and he muttered to himself, "It seems things aren't going as smoothly as I had hoped." Back in the battlefield, Itachi's Susanoo stood tall, its crimson eyes glowing faintly as its armored surface shimmered in the moonlight. Itachi, now brimming with confidence, looked down at Long Yu, his voice cold and condescending. "See this, boy? This is my true power." Long Yu tilted his head back, his gaze fixed on the towering Susanoo. At Itachi's words, a faint smirk crept across his lips, one that bristled with disdain. A turtle hiding in its shell? Is this what you're so proud of? Itachi's eyes narrowed, his tone sharpening. For someone so small, you sure talk big. Let's see how you plan to handle this. Handle this? Long Yu chuckled darkly. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. The air grew heavy as Long Yu's energy shifted. Without any further warning, he crouched low, his movements deliberate as he pressed his hands against the ground. He was drawing upon the earth itself, channeling its boundless power. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered with a deafening roar. The earth cracked and splintered, radiating outward in a 100-meter radius. Entire buildings collapsed under the force, reduced to rubble in an instant. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief as the boy propelled himself upward with the force of a meteor. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Long Yu vanished from sight, only to reappear mid-air at an impossible angle, his fist aimed directly at the Susanoo's back. His speed was staggering, his movements like a bolt of lightning, too fast for Itachi to react. Bam! Long Yu's fist collided with the crimson armor of the Susanoo, and the unthinkable happened. The seemingly impenetrable armor cracked, its glow dimming before shattering completely. The once mighty Susanoo dissolved into nothingness, leaving Itachi exposed. Itachi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the scene in shock. This can't be real. Someone just destroyed the Susanoo with their bare hands? How is this even possible? Before he could process what had happened, the force of Long Yu's punch hit him like a cannonball. The shockwave alone sent him hurtling downward at breakneck speed. Crash! Itachi slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact, carving a massive crater into the earth. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring his battered form. As the dust began to settle, Long Yu walked toward Itachi at an unhurried pace, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. Thud, 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 Each step was like a hammer striking Itachi's chest, a relentless reminder of his defeat. Within the rubble, Itachi struggled to sit up, coughing up blood as he assessed his injuries. His ribs were fractured, his internal organs displaced. He was in no condition to fight. What a terrifying individual. I think my ribs might be broken in at least 7 or 8 places, Itachi thought bitterly, letting out a weak laugh. He had lost. Completely. As Long Yu approached, Itachi's body trembled involuntarily. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. But Long Yu had no intention of granting him the release of death. You think you can die so easily? Long Yu's voice was cold, devoid of mercy. Thud, 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 5 minutes later, Long Yu stood outside the village gates, dragging both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito behind him like discarded trash. Both were battered, bruised, and barely recognizable. Any ninja who crossed their path was dealt with swiftly, either knocked unconscious by Long Yu's sheer presence or eliminated entirely if they were rude operatives. Finally, Long Yu reached the outskirts of the village. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed both Uchiha legends into the air as though they weighed nothing. Get lost! Long Yu's voice echoed powerfully as the two flew through the air. 5 years. Don't let me see you in Konoha again. If you do, you'll face the consequences. Both men, barely conscious, were jolted awake mid-air. As they soared into the distance, Long Yu's voice lingered in their minds, chilling them to the bone. After tossing the two disgraced Uchiha out of the village, Long Yu's expression flickered with a mixture of lingering frustration and contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to head back into Konoha, his steps steady and resolute. In the route headquarters, Danzo sipped his tea leisurely, his mood elevated as the intense, oppressive aura from earlier finally dissipated. For once, the usually grim and calculating man allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction, even cracking open a bottle of sake to celebrate. The darkness of Danzo's lair seemed less suffocating as a faint smile spread across his face. A smile born of the belief that he had finally rid Konoha of the greatest threat to its stability. At long last, the Uchiha were gone. In recent years, the Uchiha clan had grown far too powerful. Shursui Uchiha, with his unparalleled Genjutsu Kodoa Mitsukami, Itachi Uchiha, with his boundless potential, and Fugaku Uchiha, who wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. All three represented an overwhelming force that could have tipped the scales of power in the village. If those three had joined forces to rebel, even with the combined strength of the entire village, the outcome would have been uncertain, a mere 50-50 chance at best. But Danzo, through his meticulous scheming and calculated manipulation, had dismantled the Uchiha threat without shedding a single drop of Konoha's blood. He had orchestrated the perfect plan, pitting the Uchiha against their own, and now the clan was no more. Danzo leaned back in his chair, his confidence swelling. Asterisk, what is a Mangekyo Sharingan against my intellect? What is Kodoame Tsukumi when faced with my foresight? Even a first and second Hokage wouldn't have managed as cleanly as I did. Without lifting a finger, I've eliminated 3 of the most dangerous individuals in the village. Asterisk. With Konoha's greatest internal threat neutralized, Danzo felt his path to the Hokage's seat was all but guaranteed. The thought brought a wicked smile to his face as he muttered to himself, Hiruzen, your naive idealism and foolish kindness will be your downfall. The Hokage's seat will soon be mine. But his self-congratulatory musings were abruptly interrupted by a cold, emotionless voice that cut through the darkness like a blade. That's still better than being a cold-blooded, scheming snake like you, Danzo. Danzo froze, his face paling as he whipped his head toward the source of the voice. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness. Impossible, Danzo thought, his heart pounding. Asterisk, this is my stronghold. How could someone infiltrate it so silently? And where are my guards? Asterisk. Guards, kill this intruder. Danzo barked, his voice echoing through the empty halls. Guards, someone, but no one answered. The silence was deafening. Before he could process the gravity of the situation, a spherical object rolled to a stop in front of him. Danzo instinctively glanced down at it, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from the object, its piercing light rendering him temporarily blind. Danzo's instincts screamed danger, but it was already too late. In the next instant, Long Yu appeared before him, his movements swift and precise. Without hesitation, Long Yu's right fist slammed into Danzo's temple with brutal force. Bang! Danzo's body flew backward, crashing into the wall with enough force to embed him into it. His vision swam, and his head felt like a drum being pounded mercilessly. Before he could even groan in pain, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. With a nonchalant expression, Long Yu walked over to Danzo's unconscious form. He yanked the man from the wall, his movements efficient and unceremonious. Stripping Danzo of his garments with a casual indifference, Long Yu wrapped the man's own clothes around his head like a makeshift hood. Grabbing Danzo by the ankle, Long Yu dragged the man's limp body out of the root headquarters as if he were nothing more than a sack of garbage. Half an hour later, Long Yu arrived at the women's restroom on the outskirts of Konoha. With a flick of his foot, he kicked the door open and tossed Danzo's naked, unconscious form inside. Satisfied, Long Yu dusted off his hands and exhaled deeply. Beating up these bastards really does wonders for my mood, he muttered to himself. If not for the fact that these individuals, Danzo, Itachi, and Obito, still had some value in helping Naruto and Sasuke grow stronger in the future, Long Yu would have killed them 10 times over by now. But for the sake of his little brothers, he decided to bend his principles just this once. After all, if these pests became too bothersome later, dealing with them wouldn't be an issue. Glancing in the direction of Sasuke's home, Long Yu's expression softened with a trace of worry. He let out a quiet sigh before turning and heading home. When Long Yu returned to his house, he found his parents and Shikamaru still unconscious from the earlier events. Moving quietly, he placed them gently in their beds and tucked them in with care. Stretching lazily, Long Yu yawned as he collapsed onto his own bed. In mere moments, he drifted off into a peaceful sleep. As dawn broke over Konoha, Danzo stirred awake, his body aching and his mind groggy. It took him several moments to realize where he was. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. He was stark naked, lying face down in the women's restroom. Humiliation and fury surged through his veins as he clenched his fists. Grinding his teeth, he muttered curses under his breath. If I had woken up an hour earlier, I could have slipped away unnoticed, but now, before he could formulate a plan, the sound of feminine voices reached his ears from outside the restroom. Danzo's face twisted in horror as he scrambled to his feet. Without thinking, he bolted out of the restroom, his naked form darting past a group of startled women. Shocked gasps and screams followed him as he leapt onto a rooftop, his movements clumsy but frantic. Villagers who witnessed the spectacle couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. Did you see that? A grown man, naked, sneaking out of the women's restroom. What a pervert. Poor guy must have issues. Birds that small shouldn't be flying that high. Another muttered, barely stifling a laugh. Brother, wait, someone called out. I've got some pills that can help with male health issues. Ugh, the world's really going downhill. A ninja sneaking into the women's restroom? What's next? Meanwhile, the news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation spread like wildfire. The once proud clan, known for its unparalleled genius and strength, had been reduced to history overnight. The culprit? Uchiha Itachi. The announcement sent shockwaves through the ninja world, and Itachi was immediately classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, deemed one of the greatest threats to Konoha. When the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived at the scene of the massacre, he stared at the carnage in stunned silence. The destruction, the bloodshed, it was more horrifying than anything he had imagined. Hiruzen inhaled sharply, his heart heavy as the weight of the tragedy settled upon him. How'd it come to this? If seeing the streets littered with the corpses of the Uchiha clan was something Hiruzen Sarutobi had mentally prepared for, then the destruction left behind by long-used battle was what truly caught him off guard. With his years of experience, Hiruzen could easily deduce from the traces of combat that an extraordinary battle had taken place here the previous night. He walked over to the spot where Long Yu had crouched to gather strength, standing at the edge of the massive crater. The ground beneath his feet was cracked in a spiderweb pattern, extending hundreds of meters outward. The surrounding buildings bore the brunt of the devastation, their walls either riddled with fractures or entirely collapsed. Hiruzen's lips twitched uncontrollably. Asterisk, what kind of monstrous strength does one need to leave behind something like this with just a single jump? Is this even human? Asterisk. His gaze shifted to the ruins of the Uchiha district. From the state of the destruction, it was clear that the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Whoever had fought here had utterly dominated their opponent. Absent-mindedly stroking his beard, Hiruzen sank into deep thought. First, the person responsible couldn't have been Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku's fatal wound was on his back, an indication that he had faced his end without resistance, perhaps unwilling to fight against his son. Second, it couldn't have been Itachi either. While Itachi's abilities were undoubtedly terrifying, the oppressive aura he had unleashed during the massacre had only lasted for a few seconds before fading. It was evident that these catastrophic battle scars had been left behind when someone else annihilated Itachi in a flash. But who was this opponent, this unfathomably strong figure? The question loomed in Hiruzen's mind, leaving him with a pounding headache. Just as he had dealt with one tumor threatening Konoha's stability, another, far more terrifying individual had emerged from the shadows. And worse yet, Hiruzen couldn't even determine if this person was friend or foe. Was Konoha destined to crumble under his leadership? Meanwhile, Danzo had quietly returned to his root headquarters through a hidden passage. After hastily finding a fresh set of clothes and dressing himself, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness I left myself a back door. Otherwise, the humiliation would have been unbearable. As he adjusted his outfit and returned to his office, his eyes fell on a human-shaped indentation left in the wall, the spot where he'd been launched by Long Yu. His lips twitched, and his mood soured. Slumping into his chair, Danzo reached for the latest intelligence reports on the Uchiha massacre, compiled by his subordinates. Flipping through the images and details, his expression grew increasingly grim. When he saw the precise wounds on Fugaku Uchiha's back, Danzo's face drained of color, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Wait a second, so last night, Itachi's opponent wasn't Fugaku? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling. Then that means... Danzo's mind flashed back to the oppressive aura and the flawless attacks from the previous night. His scalp tingled, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Asterisk that individual. Whoever they are, they could infiltrate my headquarters once, which means they could do it again. And again. This time, it was the women's restroom. What about next time? Asterisk. For the first time in years, Danzo felt genuinely afraid. What if this mysterious figure decided to stop playing games? What if they truly intended to kill him? Danzo exhaled shakily, his arrogance tempered by the weight of the situation. Being targeted by someone like that is far from ideal, he muttered, his voice heavy. I suppose I'll need to lay low for a while. While the adults were preoccupied with the Uchiha massacre and the implications for the village, the children of Konoha had their own concerns, chief among them, the well-being of their friend. Early that morning, Long Yu and Shikamaru bought some fruit and made their way to Konoha Hospital. Along the way, they ran into Eno, Choji, and Naruto. None of them said much. The usually lively group was unusually subdued, their expressions somber. Their shared silence spoke volumes as they walked together to Sasuke's hospital room. At the door, a nurse stopped them with a warning. Keep your voices down. The patient is emotionally unstable right now. Avoid saying anything that might upset him. They all nodded quietly, peeking inside the room to see Sasuke sitting in bed, staring blankly into the distance. No one knew what to say. After a few awkward moments, the group decided to leave without disturbing him. Just as they were turning to go, a doctor stepped out of the room and addressed them. Which one of you is Nara Longyu? The patient has requested to see you. Longyu stepped forward, nodding. That's me. The doctor gave him a serious look. His emotional state is fragile. Be careful not to bring up anything too upsetting. I understand, Longyu replied calmly. Entering the room, Longyu was immediately hit by the sterile smell of disinfectant. The dim lighting added to the room's somber atmosphere. Frowning, he walked over to the window and yanked the curtains open. Bright sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the once dreary space and giving it a much-needed sense of warmth. Sasuke squinted against the sudden brightness before settling into the light's embrace. For a brief moment, his mind drifted back to happier times, and his gaze softened as he looked at Longyu. Boss, Sasuke said quietly, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. Thank you for everything. Longyu waved his hand dismissively. Don't say silly things. Just focus on resting for now. But don't think you'll get off easy. I've already decided. Once you're out of here, we're starting special training. He placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. Don't make me wait too long. With that, Longyu turned and left, his steps sure and steady. Sasuke watched him go, his gaze lingering on the door long after Longyu had disappeared from view. Is he trying to help me move past this? Sasuke wondered, letting the sunlight warm his face. For the first time since the massacre, a flicker of determination returned to his eyes. By the lake, Eno stood beside Longyu, who was unusually quiet. Instead of lounging on his deck chair as he normally did, Longyu sat upright, holding his fishing rod. The bobbing float on the water showed signs of a bite, but he made no move to reel it in. Eno glanced at him curiously, noticing how uncharacteristically serious he seemed. Longyu, for his part, was deep in thought, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. Maybe it's time for me to make some changes, he thought to himself, the weight of recent events pressing heavily on his mind. Before the events of the Uchiha massacre, Longyu had only one goal in life, to be the ultimate laid-back slacker. After all, with his strength, nothing really posed a challenge to him. Danzo? One punch. Obito? One punch. Even Uchiha Madara? Also just one punch. However, after witnessing the aftermath of the Uchiha clan's destruction, something inside Longyu began to shift. As Longyu sat by the lakeside, lost in thought, the calm was broken by Naruto's sudden appearance. Naruto's face carried an uncharacteristically serious expression for someone usually so carefree. He walked up, his voice resolute. Boss Longyu, I've finished all the training you assigned me. So what's next? Naruto's words snapped Longyu out of his daze. Glancing at Naruto's determined face, Longyu immediately understood. Naruto must have been affected by the Uchiha massacre. Seeing Sasuke's state had likely lit a fire in him, a desire to grow stronger. Not bad, Longyu said after a moment's thought. All right, since Sasuke won't be joining us for a few days, let's use this time to give you some proper special training. Naruto's eyes lit up, but before he could speak, Longyu added, go home and rest well tonight. Be here at the same spot tomorrow morning. I'll teach you something useful. The next morning, by the lakeside behind Konoha's mountains. Naruto stood brimming with anticipation, his bright blue eyes fixed on Long Yu. Long Yu grinned lazily and said, "The special training is simple. Here, learn this jutsu by the end of today." He handed Naruto a small piece of paper. Naruto unfolded it, and his face lit up with excitement. "Whoa, it's the multi-shadow clone jutsu. But, boss, you know I'm terrible at clone techniques. This might be—" Long Yu stuffed his hands into his pockets, his easygoing demeanor returning as he spoke nonchalantly. "Figure out yourself. If you don't master it by sunset, well, you know what happens." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine at Long Yu's ominous tone, shivering as if he'd just heard a ghost story. Forcing a smile, he said, "Don't worry, boss. It's just a multi-shadow clone jutsu. A day is more than enough." Satisfied, Long Yu reclined in his custom-made chair, closing his eyes as he enjoyed the gentle morning breeze. Yet beneath his calm exterior, his mind was already planning. Everything begins with Naruto learning this jutsu, Long Yu thought. It hadn't been easy to sneak into the Hokage's office late at night and copy the technique from the Scroll of Seals, but it was worth it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, for years had passed. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy was just around the corner. By the lakeside, Sasuke and Naruto arrived early, their rivalry as fierce as ever. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a mischievous grin, his voice full of challenge. "Today, I'm definitely not losing to you, you bastard Sasuke." Sasuke scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You've been saying that for years, and yet you've never beaten me once." With that, Sasuke picked up a massive boulder, nearly as tall as himself, and began sprinting up the mountain trail with ease. "Ark, damn you, Sasuke. Just you wait," Naruto shouted, grabbing a similar-sized boulder and chasing after him with determination. Watching the two race up the mountain like a pair of overgrown children, Long Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Over the past 4 years, under his grueling training regimen, both Naruto and Sasuke had grown immensely stronger. Their physical strength, chakra control, and combat techniques had all reached impressive levels. Long Yu was confident that when the time came for team assignments, Kakashi would be in for a big surprise. More importantly, Sasuke had remained emotionally grounded. Though he was naturally more reserved than before, he hadn't fallen into the darkness of vengeance. With Naruto and Long Yu by his side, he had kept his heart intact, staying far from the path of the Avenger. Stretching lazily, Long Yu splashed some water on his face before settling back into his chair. Picking up his fishing rod, he prepared for yet another relaxing day of fishing. As he hooked the bait and cast his line, the gentle breeze caressed his face. He let out a long yawn, the calm of the morning lulling him into a state of peace. Just as he was about to drift off into a light nap, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, piquing his senses. A moment later, he felt a pair of soft, delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Hinata's slightly flushed face. She stood behind him, her shyness evident in her timid gaze. Hinata, you're here early today," Long Yu said with a warm smile. Hinata froze for a moment, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red as she fidgeted nervously. Her hands stilled, and she looked as if she might bolt like a startled rabbit. "Why, yes, Long Yu can," she stammered softly, barely audible. Biting her lower lip to steady herself, she shyly pointed to the bento box she had placed on the table beside him. "I brought breakfast for you." Long Yu's smile grew as he observed her endearing reaction. His mood lifted instantly, and a rare trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. A year ago, he had casually mentioned that he liked girls with long, flowing hair. Ever since then, Hinata had been growing her hair out, letting it reach her shoulders. Such a sweet and thoughtful gesture, it was hard not to appreciate her. What a treasure of a girl, he thought. Flustered under Long Yu's gaze, Hinata quickly busied herself with opening the bento box. She carefully laid it out, her hands trembling slightly as she spoke in a soft voice. "Long Yu-kun, please try the breakfast I made for you." Long Yu opened the box to find all his favorite dishes. Without hesitation, he dug in, savoring each bite. 3 minutes later, he leaned back with a satisfied sigh, his appetite thoroughly appeased. "How was it?" Hinata asked, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Long Yu chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her soft, dark blue hair affectionately. It tastes like happiness. Hinata's face turned crimson, and her heart fluttered at his words. She lowered her head, the shy smile on her lips growing wider as she whispered, "Thank you, Long Yu can—" Long Yu teased Hinata for a while longer, enough to turn her face a deep, rosy red, her shyness threatening to overwhelm her. Only when it seemed like she might faint from embarrassment did he finally stop. "All right, Hinata, let's start your training. Trust me, today you're going to master the 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Long Yu declared with a grin. The blush on Hinata's face quickly faded, replaced by a serious and determined expression. She looked at Long Yu with unwavering resolve and replied firmly, "Yes, Long Yu Kun." Seeing the fierce determination in her eyes, Long Yu nodded in approval. Young people should have ambition, he thought to himself. Chasing strength is a good goal, after all. Unlike me, I don't really have much to strive for anymore. 4 years ago, when Naruto had first mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he had used it to transform into Hinata and attend her classes in her place. Meanwhile, the obedient good girl, Hinata, had been coaxed, maybe manipulated, by Long Yu into skipping school to train under him. Since then, they had spent their days together, training and growing. Over time, Hinata's heart had become full of Long Yu. She didn't understand the intricacies of love, but she knew one thing. Whenever she couldn't see Long Yu for a while, she would feel an overwhelming sense of unease. And whenever she accomplished something that earned his praise, her heart felt as sweet as if it were drenched in honey. Because of this, Hinata gave her all to everything Long Yu asked of her, and her strength had skyrocketed as a result. One moment, she was the shy, gentle girl everyone had underestimated. The next, she was a focused warrior. When Long Yu said it was time to train, she entered the zone immediately. Long Yu believed that if Hinata were to face her younger sister Hanabi now, the fight would leave Hanabi questioning her entire existence. The two of them moved into the forest, and Long Yu observed Hinata's stance, satisfied with her focus and energy. "Hinata, attack me with everything you've got. Don't hold back," Long Yu commanded. "Yes, Long Yu-kun, Byakugan." Hinata activated her Byakugan in an instant, her hands rising into the starting position of the gentle fist technique. She gave Long Yu a glance of warning. "Be careful, Long Yu-kun." Whoosh! With a burst of speed, Hinata charged at Long Yu, her movements nearly twice as fast as the first time they had sparred years ago. The two clashed. Hinata's strikes were relentless, each palm releasing bursts of wind as her chakra surged through her attacks. Her aggressive rhythm left little room for hesitation or error. Long Yu, however, remained calm and collected, easily deflecting her strikes with minimal effort. He didn't dodge or counterattack. His sole focus was on helping Hinata push herself to her limits and break through to master the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's natural talent was undeniable. Her previous lackluster performance had always been due to her gentle and timid nature, which had held her back. Under Long Yu's guidance, that hesitation had been replaced with confidence and drive. After exchanging blows for a while, Long Yu deliberately left an opening, stepping back half a step to create the perfect distance for Hinata to strike. "Now's your chance," he called out. Hinata's eyes lit up as she seized the opportunity. Stepping into position, an ethereal 8 trigrams diagram briefly appeared beneath her feet. Without hesitation, she launched her attack. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata's hands moved like a blur, each strike landing on Long Yu with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer speed and precision of her attacks were dazzling, her chakra flowing seamlessly with every movement. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Long Yu remained composed, deflecting each strike with perfect timing. His expression was calm, as though he were merely humoring her. But then, a glimmer of determination flashed in Hinata's eyes. Her chakras surged, her movements speeding up even further. 64 palms, she cried out, her voice ringing with confidence. As the final flurry of strikes descended upon him, Long Yu hesitated for a brief moment. This time, instead of blocking, he raised his arms to shield himself. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Hinata's attacks landed in rapid succession, forcing Long Yu to slide backward from the impact. Dust kicked up around him as he came to a stop, his smile as relaxed as ever. "Congratulations, Hinata. You did it," he said with a grin. "Looks like I'm no match for you anymore." Hinata's face lit up with joy, though she quickly covered her mouth as she laughed softly. "Long Yu-kun, you're clearly letting me win, but still, thank you. Without you, I never would have come this far." Shaking his head, Long Yu walked over and gently ruffled her hair, his tone serious. "Silly girl, your talent is incredible. The progress you've made is mostly thanks to your own hard work. So, be more confident, okay?" Hinata's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. "Why yes, Long Yu-kun." Seeing her like this, Long Yu couldn't help but smile. "All right, now that you've got the momentum, keep practicing. I'll take a break." With that, Long Yu wandered off to find a comfortable spot to relax. His slacker mode was in full swing. After all, this was Hinata. He could at least put in some effort to spar with her. Anyone else? Forget it. Nothing could make him move from his chair. "Got it, Long Yu-kun. I'll do my best," Hinata called after him, watching his departing figure with admiration in her eyes. Just how strong is this man? She wondered. No matter how hard she trained, she always felt like the gap between them was insurmountable. Even her final attack, just now, she knew it had only hit because Long Yu had allowed it. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Long Yu returned to his base by the lake. His gaze fell on a newly crafted 5-meter-long boat tied to the dock, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Ah, the life of a slacker is truly full of variety," he mused to himself. "Today I'll enjoy the breeze on the lake while drifting on my new boat." Sounds like a plan. 2.5 hours later, Sasuke and Naruto, both panting heavily and dripping with sweat, finally returned with a large barrel of fresh mountain spring water. They carefully placed it in front of Long Yu, who nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad," Long Yu said, glancing at the stopwatch in his hand. "You were 1 minute and 13 seconds faster than yesterday. Looks like the two of you are actually putting in some effort." Naruto, beaming with pride, thumped his chest and declared, "Of course, I give it my all every single day." Sasuke, standing nearby, gave Naruto a sidelong glance, his expression full of disdain, as if to say, "Sure, give it your all, and you'll still be a step behind me." "Hey, what's with that look, you bastard Sasuke? You want to fight?" Naruto shouted, fists clenched. "Idiot," Sasuke replied dismissively, his tone dripping with superiority. You jerk." Watching the two of them bicker, Long Yu couldn't help but smirk. They still had the energy to argue. That was all the justification he needed for the training he'd planned for them later. No guilt necessary. Clearing his throat, he interrupted their squabble. "All right, enough of that. It's getting late. Let's start lunch. Oh, and make extra today. Eno and Hinata will be joining us." "Got it, boss. Just leave it to me," Naruto declared, eagerly taking charge. He shot Sasuke a challenging look and barked, "Bastard Sasuke, go gather firewood. I'll handle the fish." But Sasuke, true to form, ignored him completely. He walked straight to the lakeside, grabbed the fish Long Yu had caught earlier, and began cleaning and preparing them without a word. Naruto glared at Sasuke, muttering under his breath before stomping off to gather firewood from the mountains once again. Half an hour later, Long Yu, Hinata, Eno, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered around a table piled high with a feast that would make anyone's mouth water. Years of Long Yu's guidance had turned Naruto and Sasuke into the ultimate workhorses. The spread before them, steamed crab, shrimp fried rice, turtle stew, grilled fish, teppanyaki squid, and several vegetable side dishes, was proof of their hard work. The sight alone was enough to ignite anyone's appetite. As the aroma wafted through the air, the three boys' stomachs growled in unison, signaling the start of what could only be described as a survival of the fittest dining experience. At the table, everyone was equal. Each person had to fight for their share. But Naruto and Sasuke's rivalry took this to another level entirely. Their chopsticks clashed repeatedly as they fought over the best portions, sparks practically flying between them. Meanwhile, Long Yu sat comfortably, flanked by Hinata and Eno, who quietly attended to him with care. Hinata and Eno took turns serving him food, peeling shrimp, and ensuring his plate was never empty. If his teacup was empty, they refilled it. If he coughed or choked, they patted his back gently. Their attentiveness turned what could have been a chaotic lunch into a thoroughly pleasant experience for Long Yu. As for the relationship between the two girls, Long Yu had no idea. They never argued or fought in his presence, leaving him to simply enjoy their care without concern. After lunch, it was time for a 2-hour nap. Hinata, ever the diligent one, rested for only an hour before heading back to the forest to continue perfecting her 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, barely rested for 30 minutes before diving into their afternoon training. Long Yu, of course, stretched out on his chair for a proper nap. When he finally woke up, he glanced at his shoulder to find Eno curled up like a sleepy kitten, using him as a pillow. With a soft chuckle, he gently patted her shoulder and said, "Eno, wake up. Don't sleep too much now. How about I take you for a little adventure?" Eno stirred slightly, but didn't open her eyes. Instead, she snuggled closer, mumbling sleepily, "Long Yu-kun, don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer." Long Yu sighed, shaking his head. She's completely spoiled now, he thought. But who could blame her? With her natural talent, she had already mastered her clan's basic techniques long ago. If anyone had earned a right to slack off, it was her. 10 minutes later, Long Yu managed to wake her up. After making sure she was fully alert, he waved to Naruto and Sasuke, who were sparring nearby. When the two arrived, Long Yu gave them a warm smile and said, "First of all, congratulations to both of you. You've made remarkable progress this year. In fact, most of the training you've been doing up until now is no longer suitable for your current level." "Really?" Naruto's face lit up with excitement. His admiration for Long Yu's strength was boundless, so receiving praise from him felt like the ultimate validation. "Does that mean I'm super strong now, boss?" Sasuke, though less outwardly enthusiastic, couldn't hide the slight upward curve of his lips. He, too, valued Long Yu's recognition deeply. Long Yu nodded and continued, "Yes, you've both come a long way. But remember, training is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall back. And after the team assignments, I won't be able to guide you anymore. So, to help you take things to the next level, I'm introducing your next stage of training." With that, Long Yu turned and walked toward the 5-meter-long boat he had built. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances before following him. Standing beside the boat, Long Yu grinned mischievously. "Your next training regimen is called 9 Lives Training." 9 Lives Training? Naruto and Sasuke echoed, confused. The name alone gave them an ominous feeling. Reaching into his pocket, Long Yu pulled out a sealing scroll. From the scroll, he retrieved a large slab of pork and casually tossed it 50 meters into the lake. The three of them watched as the pork floated on the water's surface, unsure of what Long Yu was up to. 2 seconds later, a massive, gaping maw emerged from the depths, swallowing the pork whole before disappearing back into the lake. Naruto and Sasuke's faces turned pale. "Starting today," Long Yu said with a smile, "the two of you will take turns pulling this boat across the lake for 1 hour. If you fail to complete the task, you'll face punishment." Naruto swallowed hard and asked hesitantly, "Boss, pulling the boat is fine and all, but what was that? Am I going to get eaten?" Long Yu waved off his concerns with a casual shrug. "Don't worry, Naruto. That's just a lake monster. It's a bit slow, so as long as you swim fast, you'll be fine." 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke were frantically swimming for their lives, the lake monster's jaw snapping dangerously close behind them as they dragged the boat along the surface. Meanwhile, Long Yu and Eno lounged comfortably on the deck chairs atop the boat, enjoying the cool breeze and the serene view. "This," Long Yu said with a contented sigh, "is what life is all about." In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the crystal ball in front of him with a deep frown as his gaze shifted to an utterly relaxed Long Yu, who was lying sprawled on a small makeshift bed in the corner of the room. "This little brat, he's absolutely ridiculous," Hiruzen muttered to himself, rubbing his temples as he fought the urge to sigh for the 100th time that day. Lighting his pipe, the third Hokage took a deep, calming puff, letting the smoke swirl around him as he tried to make sense of things. It was truly baffling. How could someone like Long Yu, a boy who never seemed to train seriously, consistently achieve top marks in every assessment, always securing the position of the Academy's top student, and by an overwhelming margin, no less? Shaking his head, Hiruzen decided it wasn't worth dwelling on. He turned his attention back to the crystal ball, where the scene shifted to Naruto and Sasuke. Both boys were frantically swimming across the lake, dragging a small boat behind them while dodging the occasional appearance of the lake monster. Their faces were contorted in a mix of terror and determination, their movements fueled by pure adrenaline. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Hiruzen's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. Regardless of how unconventional his methods are, those two have grown far stronger than I expected, he murmured. His gaze lingered on Sasuke's expression, noting the traces of fear, but also a surprising composure. In Sasuke's emotional state, it seems stable for now. That's a relief. After mulling it over for a moment, Hiruzen's hand moved to the paper on his desk. With a few swift strokes of his brush, he completed the team assignments for the Academy graduates. Looking over the list, a wry smile tugged at his lips. This year's batch of students, they're going to be a handful for their future senseis. 2 days later, at the Nara household, the family of 4 sat around the table, enjoying a warm, comforting meal of hot pot. As Shikamaru and Long Yu absent-mindedly picked at their food, their mother, Yoshino Nara, couldn't help but notice their unusually listless expressions. Long Yu, Shikamaru, what's wrong with the two of you? You both look like you've lost all your energy, Yoshino said as she placed more food into their bowls. Are you worried about tomorrow's graduation exam? Or are you not feeling well? Shikaka Nara, their father, sat across from them, his lips twitching slightly as he tried to suppress a laugh. His mind wandered back to the legendary antics of his 2 sons, antics he had discovered purely by accident during a mission. Shikaku had always considered himself to be a difficult child to manage back in his youth. Compared to him, his sons seemed like model students. The teachers never complained about them, and both boys consistently achieved excellent grades. But when Shikaku stumbled across Shikamaru, skipping class one afternoon, napping peacefully under a tree with a cloud of dandelion seeds floating around him, he had been momentarily stunned. Then, after a moment of reflection, Shikaku felt a surge of pride. Asterisk, as expected of my son. Even while slacking off, he's still pulling top grades. The teachers don't even bother reprimanding him. They must recognize his genius. Asterisk. But just when Shikaku thought his eldest son, Long Yu, was at least a little more diligent, his worldview was completely shattered. He had found Long Yu lounging on a recliner, sipping tea with a fishing rod in hand. That alone would have been tolerable. But what truly left Shikaku speechless was the scene around him. The Yamanaka clan's little princess, Eno, was massaging Long Yu's shoulders. The Hyuga clan's shy heiress, Hinata, was fanning him with a delicate palm fan. And the last Uchiha survivor, Sasuke, and the 4th Hokage's orphan son, Naruto, were grilling fish for him. Shikaku had stood there, dumbfounded, his mind spinning. Asterisk, is this even real? My son is incredible. Asterisk. At that moment, he couldn't help but look at Long Yu with newfound admiration. The boy wasn't just exceptional. He was a force of nature, effortlessly commanding the loyalty of heirs from Konoha's most prestigious clans. Back at the dinner table, Shikaka chuckled softly as he watched Yoshino fret over their son's apparent lack of enthusiasm. Don't worry so much, he said, waving a hand dismissively. Those 2 troublemakers are probably just feeling a little sentimental about leaving the academy. They'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Shikamaru, sensing the subtext in his father's words, immediately buried his face in his bowl and pretended to be engrossed in eating. Long Yu, on the other hand, didn't bother hiding anything. He met his father's gaze head-on, the two of them engaging in a silent battle of wits through subtle eye movements. If you say anything, I'll tell Mom where you hide your stash of money, Long Yu's eyes seemed to say. Asterisk conf. You think you can bluff me? Impossible. I don't even have a stash. Asterisk Shikaka's eyes shot back. But Long Yu wasn't one to back down. His gaze flicked quickly towards 6 specific spots around the house, and Shikaka's expression instantly changed. Yoshino, Shikaka said quickly, standing up and placing a hand on Long Yu's shoulder. I think Long Yu's a little stressed. I'll take him to his room for a quick chat. Before Yoshino could respond, Shikaka whisked Long Yu away, practically dragging him to the boys' room. Once inside, he closed the door firmly and let out a heavy sigh, glaring at his son. "You little brat," Shikaka growled. "What do you want?" Long Yu smirked, his expression mischievous. "Relax, Dad. I know you caught me and Shikamaru skipping class. Go ahead, tell Mom if you want. She'll probably just say it's impressive that I've got Eno and Hinata helping me out. But if I tell her where you've been hiding your extra money, well, I don't think you'll enjoy the fallout." Shikaku's face darkened, memories of spending 2 weeks hiding at Inoichi Yamanaka's house flashing through his mind. "Fine. What do you want? Half. 10%. 40%. Don't push it, Long Yu. All right, 30%. And if I get into trouble, I'll help smooth things over with Mom." Shikaku's eyes narrowed as he considered the offer. He couldn't deny that Long Yu had a way of handling Yoshino that even he couldn't match. "Fine. Deal. If you ever need money, come find me." And just like that, Long Yu secured his very own emergency fund, albeit through slightly questionable means. The next morning, Long Yu and Shikamaru left the house, only to run into Eno and Choji on their way to school. The four of them wore identical expressions of lethargy and dread, dragging their feet as if heading toward their doom. Inoichi, watching from a distance, scratched his head in confusion. Kids these days are so hard to understand. What's so great about sitting in a classroom all day? They should be happy to graduate and start missions. Choza Akimichi nodded in agreement, equally puzzled. Shikaku, however, chuckled knowingly as he glanced toward Inoichi. "There are some things," he said with a sly grin, "that are better left unknown." As he walked away, Shikaku couldn't help but think to himself, if Inoichi ever finds out that his precious daughter has been fanning my son, well, that would certainly be a sight to see. When Liu Yu and the other three arrived at the classroom, many of their classmates had already arrived early. Looking around, excitement was evident in everyone's eyes. After all, once they passed the graduation exam, they would officially become ninjas. Even as the lowest-ranked genin, they could take on missions and earn considerable rewards. Moreover, upon becoming ninjas, the Hidden Leaf Village would provide certain benefits. Taking the worst-case scenario, no matter what, graduating was still far better than staying in the classroom listening to Irika's endless lectures. Liu Yu and his group of four slumped listlessly over their desks, their faces filled with reluctance. The other classmates, seeing their expressions, could somewhat understand their feelings. After all, during their years at the Ninja Academy, these four legendary figures were practically never seen in class. What felt like a hellish ninja academy to most was nothing short of paradise for these ultimate slackers. Hinata glanced at Liu Yu, who lay beside her looking utterly unmotivated. Reaching into her desk drawer, she pulled out a carton of fresh milk and handed it to him. "Liu-kun, cheer up." Liu Yu, looking as if he'd lost all will to live, accepted the milk and muttered under his breath, "I really don't want to graduate. I've only just begun to enjoy the calm life." Seeing his demeanor, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle softly behind her hand, shaking her head helplessly. When it came to this overly laid-back guy, there really wasn't much she could do. Unlike Liu Yu, Naruto and Sasuke were brimming with excitement. Though their skills had significantly improved under Liu Yu's special training, the memories of their grueling years of practice made them shudder a little. Especially the training session just finished yesterday, dubbed the Brush with Death. It had left a lasting impression on the two of them. That was a real lake monster, its gaping maw spanning 7 to 8 meters wide. Several times, they'd narrowly escaped being devoured. At this moment, the two of them were thrilled at the thought of taking missions outside the village, finally free from Liu Yu's relentless torment. Their hearts brimmed with an indescribable sense of relief. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Hey, Sasuke, just because we're away from the boss doesn't mean you can slack off. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll pummel you." "Teach idiot. What did you say?" Naruto, furious at Sasuke's disdainful look, jumped onto the desk, glaring fiercely at him. A moment later, a passing classmate accidentally brushed against Naruto, and just like that, the two of them lost their first kiss. Many of the girls, who had been secretly admiring the sight of the dashing Sasuke back in the classroom, felt their hearts shatter at the scene. Wah, Sasuke's innocence is gone. Before long, Sakura and the rest of Sasuke's fan club took matters into their own hands, leaving Naruto bruised and swollen before they were satisfied. Moments later, Irika entered the classroom. Seeing that, for once, all his students were present, he cheerfully announced, "The graduation exam begins now." The content of the exam was simple. Candidates would draw lots to determine which of the 3 basic jutsu they'd perform. When it was Liu Yu's turn, he drew the transformation jutsu. Feigning effort, Liu Yu pretended to struggle as he gathered chakra, ultimately producing a weak, barely functional clone that collapsed feebly to the ground. Liu Yu looked at Irika with a serious face and said, "Sensei, I'm sorry. I've wasted my precious years at the academy and can't even perform the most basic clone jutsu. I think I should stay back and repeat the year." Irika's face darkened as he listened to Liu Yu's dramatic speech. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Nara Liu Yu, full marks of the clone jutsu." Next, Liu Yu was dumbfounded. He never expected the usually honest Irika to blatantly lie through his teeth like this. "No way, Irika-sensei. You're openly falsifying results. This is utterly disgraceful behavior. If you don't leave now, I'll call Jonin Yoshino. You know, thanks to all these years, I've mastered the art of persuasion because of you." Fine. Jeez. Realizing that staying was hopeless, Liu left the classroom with a dejected look, muttering to himself, "Sigh. So, I've graduated after all." Hearing this, the muscles on Irika's face twitched violently. Weird students pop up every year, but this one really takes the cake. Irika never imagined someone would actually not want to graduate. Holding his ninja forehead protector, Liu couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance for the carefree life he was leaving behind. Just then, Hinata, clutching her own forehead protector, suddenly threw herself into Liu Yu's arms. Her face lit up with joy. "Liu-kun, I passed the exam." Liu Yu was momentarily stunned by Hinata's bold move. It was uncharacteristic of her to dive into his arms in front of everyone. But seeing her so happy, Liu Yu's mood improved as well. He couldn't resist patting her gently on the head. "Congratulations on graduating, Hinata." Feeling the warmth of his hand, Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of peace and happiness. Miraculously, she didn't feel faint this time. Neither of them spoke, cherishing this rare, tranquil moment. But soon, as other classmates appeared, Hinata stepped away from Liu Yu. Once Shikamaru, Choji, Eno, Naruto, and Sasuke had all gathered, Liu Yu announced that he was treating everyone to barbecue. And so, the 7 of them left the academy in high spirits, heading to the barbecue restaurant for a small celebration. Now that they'd graduated, the life of a ninja would surely make it hard for them to gather like this again. Precisely because of this, the time they spent together now felt all the more precious. The 7 friends soon arrived at a well-known barbecue restaurant in the bustling commercial district of Konoha. Shikamaru eyed his older brother suspiciously and whispered, "Hey, big bro, this barbecue place isn't cheap. Are you sure you have enough money? If not, I've got some allowance I can lend you." Don't worry. I squeezed some funds out of Dad last night. It's enough for one meal." "Oh, well, that's fine then." Once inside the barbecue restaurant, the group enthusiastically ordered a variety of dishes, making sure to exclude anything seafood-related, especially fish. After years of eating grilled fish almost daily, everyone except Liu had grown thoroughly sick of it. The restaurant service was impressively fast. They had barely placed their orders and begun chatting when the food was already served. Across the room, 3 boys looked on with envy as Hinata and Eno graciously helped Liu grill his meat. The sight left the trio on the verge of tears, their jealousy practically palpable. Realizing that this might be one of the last times they could gather like this, and with no formalities among close friends, the atmosphere quickly reached a lively peak. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a serious expression and declared, "Sasuke, no matter where you are, you'll always be my lifelong rival. Next time, I'm going to surpass you. TCH, keep dreaming." "Ugh, you jerk, Sasuke. Just you wait." "Idiot." The group watched, amused, as the 2 eternal rivals bickered yet again. They burst into laughter, though amidst the joy lingered a faint sadness, knowing that their paths would soon diverge. They're probably the most troublesome group in all of Konoha, but I can't help being a little envious of their carefree lives. So what about you 3? Have you decided on your teams yet? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, peered into his crystal ball, observing Luyu and the others. He glanced up at the three capable jonin before him. Kurenai Yuhi sighed, just watching Naruto's boisterous antics. The thought of mentoring someone like him made her head throb. Handling a troublemaker like that would probably give her permanent worry lines within days. As for Luyu and Shikamaru's famously lazy personalities, Kurenai was well aware of their reputation. After a moment's thought, she decided to pass on that as well. Her gaze soon settled on Hinata, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She respectfully addressed Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, I'll take Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame as my team. Hiruzen nodded. Very well. Go make the necessary preparations. Yes, sir. After Kurenai left, Hiruzen lit his pipe and turned to Kakashi and Asuma, both of whom looked conflicted. Taking a deep puff, he smiled knowingly. Well, have you two made your decisions? Asuma Sarutobi glanced at the perpetually lazy Luyu and Shikamaru, then at the bickering Naruto and Sasuke. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and said, Lord Hokage, I'll take the new generation of Eno Shikecho under my wing. Oh, Hiruzen gave Asuma a meaningful look. Are you certain? Yes, I'm sure. All right, I'll entrust the new Eno Shikecho trio to you. Go and prepare. Understood. Asuma left, and Hiruzen turned his gaze to the still uncertain Kakashi, smiling slightly. Kakashi, it seems you don't have much of a choice. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno will be your responsibility. Ugh, what a hassle. They seem like an especially troublesome bunch of kids. Seeing Kakashi's reluctance, the third Hokage stood and moved closer to him, his expression growing serious. This is an important task, Kakashi. You're already aware of Naruto and Sasuke's backgrounds, aren't you? Yes, Lord Hokage. Good. Guiding these children down the right path will require your utmost attention. Understood. All right then, take some time to think things over. Kakashi nodded, though he left with a resigned look, already dreading the challenge ahead. Having resolved the team assignments, Hiruzen felt a wave of satisfaction. Taking another glance at the cheerful group in his crystal ball, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Things are about to get interesting. I wonder how Kakashi and Asuma will react during the bell test. This should be fun. The next morning, Luyu watched his mother bustling about with an exasperated expression. He couldn't help but complain. Mom, I'm just going to school, not a marriage interview. Do we really need to make such a big deal out of this? Shikamaru chimed in from the side, equally dissatisfied. Mom, the clothes you bought for Big Bro look way better than mine. I'm starting to seriously suspect I was adopted. Yoshino Nara ignored their grumbling, focusing instead on helping Luyu into his new outfit. Once she was satisfied, she nodded approvingly. Luyu's outfit was simple, a white high-collar t-shirt paired with gray pants, with his ninja forehead protector tied around his arm. As expected of my son. So handsome, just like me. A little effort, and you look amazing. All right, off to school with you. Shikamaru muttered as he stared at his dashing older brother. Mom, I want this kind of treatment too. You? It doesn't matter whether you dress up or not. Now hurry off to school. Shikamaru's shoulders slumped as he staggered slightly, feeling as if he'd taken a critical hit. He cast his mother a resentful look, questioning his very existence. The two left their mother behind and began walking toward the ninja academy. Along the way, Luyu attracted countless glances. Even without trying, Luyu's laid-back demeanor had always drawn the attention of his little fan club, though his habit of fishing and lounging by the lake kept most people from knowing him well. Now, thanks to Yoshino's careful styling, girls they passed couldn't help but stare at the unfamiliar yet incredibly handsome young man, their eyes sparkling. Shikamaru sulked as he glanced at his older brother, muttering inwardly. Big Bro's eyes are only a bit bigger than mine, his gaze only a bit sharper, his nose only a bit straighter, his face only a bit more refined, and his eyebrows only a bit thicker. So why does it all come together to make him so much better looking than me? Before long, Luyu and Shikamaru arrived at the academy. As Luyu stepped in the classroom, countless girls instinctively turned to look. They froze, their gazes locked on him. 10 seconds later, the previously noisy classroom gradually fell silent. Everyone stared at Luyu with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock. Countless thoughts raced through the minds of both boys and girls, all merging into one resounding question. Asterisk, who the heck is this handsome guy? Asterisk. Hinata and Eno also caught sight of Liu, and for a moment, they were completely stunned. Liu-kun, so handsome. For the first time in his life, Liu found himself the center of attention. Enduring countless stares, he awkwardly made his way to his seat, his face tinged with a rare flush. Thankfully, Irika entered the room just in time, shifting much of the attention away from him. Irika cleared his throat, drawing the students' focus. Looking at their expectant faces, his heart swelled with pride and a touch of sadness. Sincerely, he said, "Congratulations. From today onward, you are officially ninjas in your own right. However, since you are still Genin, you will be grouped into teams of 3 and assigned to a Jonin who will guide you on missions. Now, I will begin announcing the team assignments." When Irika mentioned that teams would be formed in groups of 3, the classroom instantly became lively and noisy. Countless eager and fervent gazes turned toward Uchiha Sasuke and Liu. Those gazes were laced with unconcealed yearning and desire. Even Hinata, sitting beside Liu, looked at him with a face full of hope. In the past, most people would have leaned toward Uchiha Sasuke. After all, as the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, his exceptional talent and striking looks had made him the Prince Charming of many girls shortly after entering the academy. Liu, on the other hand, had always been elusive. Apart from showing up occasionally during assessments, he was practically a phantom, rarely seen in class. But today, Liu's appearance had made many girls' hearts flutter. After all, Liu had always been the top student academically. If his strength rivaled Sasuke's, and now, with his appearance even surpassing Sasuke's, it was hard for anyone to ignore him. Besides, while Liu might be lazy, he wasn't as cold and aloof as Sasuke. In an instant, many girls' gazes began to quietly shift toward Liu. However, as Irika began calling out names for each team, those intense stares gradually subsided. Soon enough, 6 teams had been announced. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Irika-sensei, why am I stuck on the same team as that idiot Sasuke? This doesn't match my skill level at all. Naruto protested loudly. Idiot, dead last. Sasuke retorted with a smirk. Damn it, Sasuke. Say that again if you dare. Quiet. Irika snapped, glaring at the two before clearing his throat to continue. Next, teammate. Hearing this, Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. Hinata, Hyuga. As Irika called her name, Hinata immediately tensed up at her seat. Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. So, it was true, they wouldn't be on the same team. Hearing that she wouldn't be grouped with Liu, Hinata's face fell. She pouted slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill. Seeing her saddened expression, Liu couldn't help but move closer and gently reassure her. Silly girl, don't cry. I'll visit you often. Hinata's body trembled slightly at his words, and she looked at him with hope-filled eyes, her voice uncertain as she asked, Really? Liu-kun, have I ever lied to you, silly? He replied with a soft smile. Hearing his promise, Hinata finally calmed down and held back her tears. Team 10, Eno Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Liu Nara. As expected, the Eno Shikacho trio stayed together. This meant their teacher would undoubtedly be the bearded Asuma. With the final team assignment announced, the class groupings came to an end. After Irika left the classroom with the roster, one by one, the Jonin instructors began entering the room. Team 3, come with me. Team 5, step outside. Those whose teams were called left the classroom one after another, their expressions a mix of excitement and nervousness. Before long, a tall figure entered the room. Asuma surveyed the remaining students in the classroom. His gaze eventually stopped on the 4 lazy figures slumped over their desks, the infamous slacker squad. I knew it. A faint, good-natured smile appeared on Asuma's face. He had already thoroughly studied the personalities and school records of these 4 students. Looking at this group of laid-back kids, Asuma felt as though he were seeing a younger version of himself. In truth, when deciding on teams earlier, He had only pretended to deliberate to keep up appearances with Kakashi. Compared to the truly troublesome Naruto, Asuma preferred these for any day. They were at least less of a headache. Walking up to the group, Asuma gently knocked on their desks. "Team 10, come with me." I yawned. The four of them let out synchronized yawns, with Luyu and Shikamaru's movements perfectly in sync. The sight left Asuma shaking his head in resignation. These kids don't seem very motivated. Once they finally stood up, Asuma turned and led the way out of the room. "Liu-kun, our teacher seems kind of scary," Eno whispered worriedly, watching Asuma's retreating figure. To be fair, Asuma's presence did exude a certain sense of authority, which was why Eno felt slightly uneasy. Liu patted Eno's shoulder reassuringly and said, "Relax. I know this teacher. He's actually a pretty good guy." Before long, the four of them followed Asuma out of the classroom and left the academy. They arrived at a deserted clearing on the outskirts of the village. For the first time ever, they weren't skipping class, but were officially leaving school. The feeling was completely different. Shikamaru, Choji, and Eno couldn't help but curiously take in their surroundings. They noticed the area was surrounded by dense trees, with a few wooden posts scattered about. It appeared to be an abandoned training ground. "All right, let's start with introductions. Say your name, your likes, dislikes, and your dreams for the future. I'll go first." Click. Asuma lit a cigarette, took a leisurely puff, and then turned to face the four of them. Despite his rugged appearance, his smile was warm and inviting. "My name is Asuma Sarutobi. I'll be your Jonin instructor from now on. You can call me Asuma-sensei. I specialize in Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. I like smoking and traveling. I dislike sweets. As for my dream, I hope to train a group of exceptional students. What about you?" Asuma's gaze landed on Liu. Feeling his teacher's eyes on him, Liu spoke up without hesitation. "My name is Liu Nara. I'm good at a lot of things, like a lot of things, dislike quite a few things, and my dream is to live a carefree life watching the clouds in the sky." Liu's half-hearted introduction made Asuma's previously hopeful smile twitch uncontrollably. Seeing Asuma's exasperated expression, Eno couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Liu-kun really is as lazy as ever. Asuma, meanwhile, was completely taken aback. This top student of the Ninja Academy, year after year, turned out to be this exceptional, and his dream was watching clouds? Could he possibly be any more of a slacker? When it became clear that Liu had no intention of elaborating further, Asuma shifted his gaze to the remaining three. "What about you guys?" he asked. Eno politely nodded at Asuma before introducing herself. "My name is Eno Yamanaka. I specialize in my clan's secret techniques. I like a lot of things like gardening and flower arranging. I don't hate anything, and my dream is to—" She hesitated for a long moment, trying to muster the courage to say what was truly in her heart. Finally, she shyly continued, "To marry the person I love." As she finished her sentence, Eno's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. She stole a glance at Liu, only to find that the scoundrel had already dozed off. "To marry the person you love?" Asuma repeated, his sharp eyes catching the fleeting glance Eno directed at Liu. His heart sank slightly. That look, that dream, is this early-stage puppy love I'm seeing? Suppressing a sigh, he turned his attention to Shikamaru, who was yawning lazily. "My name is Shikamaru Nara. I specialize in my family's secret techniques. I like living a relaxed life. I hate troublesome things, and my dream is the same as my brother's." "I see." Asuma nodded wearily, inwardly lamenting. "Yet another slacker, huh?" Finally, Choji spoke up as Asuma's eyes landed on him. "My name is Choji Akimichi. I specialize in my clan's secret techniques. I like eating, and I hate it when people try to take the first bite or the last bite of my food. Also, I won't tolerate anyone calling me fat. My dream is to be as handsome as Liu." "Very good." After getting a general sense of the group, Asuma nodded and said, "All right, we've gotten to know each other a little. Now, just relax here while we wait for some others." "Wait for others?" Liu, who had just been about to sneak off after Choji's introduction, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked suspiciously at Asuma. This doesn't feel right. Isn't the usual routine to send us home with a few words and then have us show up tomorrow for the bell test? But Asuma offered no further explanations. Just then, the sound of distant commotion reached their ears. Finally, no more training. This is awesome. Kakashi-sensei, where are you taking us? We're almost there, Naruto. Be patient. Dead last. Can't you keep your mouth shut? You're so loud it's annoying. Damn it, Sasuke. You're enjoying this too, aren't you? Stop pretending. Hearing the familiar voices, the four of them exchanged glances, each seeing the same confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Even Liu was momentarily stunned. Asterisk, what's going on here? Are two teams having a joint lesson? Asterisk. Before long, Kakashi appeared in their line of sight with Team 7 in tow. Scratching his head sheepishly, he walked up to Asuma. Sorry, Asuma, kept you waiting. Kakashi, the day you're not late would probably feel stranger to me. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke, who had moments ago been looking around with interest, froze in place as soon as they spotted Liu waving at them. Asterisk, no way. Are we dreaming? Is that really the boss right there? Asterisk. The two immediately felt their mental defenses crumble. Asterisk, we already have our own team now, but boss, are you still planning to train us? Asterisk. Memories of the grueling, nearly traumatic training sessions they'd endured over the years flashed through their minds like a nightmare. Swallowing hard, they stared at Liu with a mix of fear and uncertainty. Kakashi, noticing the dazed expressions of his two students, chuckled and said, "Come on over, Sasuke and Naruto. Tomorrow's first lesson will be a joint activity with Team 10. With complex emotions written all over their faces, Sasuke and Naruto slowly shuffled over to Liu and sat down beside him. Naruto eyed him suspiciously. Boss, this wasn't your idea, was it? Are we about to have some kind of insane training session tomorrow? Seeing the two of them still haunted by years of special training, Liu chuckled warmly. No, don't overthink it. I'm guessing the teachers did some investigating and found out we've spent a lot of time training together. They probably just want to see what we're capable of. Liu didn't bother to lower his voice, and both Asuma and Kakashi couldn't help but exchange a look of mild shock. They sighed inwardly. As expected of a Nara clan, his intuition and intelligence are truly remarkable. Clearing his throat, Asuma addressed the group of 6. For now, today is just about getting to know each other. But tomorrow, Kakashi and I will need to assess your abilities further. After all, you're infamous for skipping class. We'll need to see just how capable you really are. So, tomorrow at 9 a.m., meet back here for a joint training session. Understood. Hearing this, excitement flashed across the faces of everyone except Liu. Yes, sensei. They chorused enthusiastically. Satisfied, Kakashi and Asuma exchanged nods and quickly departed. Since it was still relatively early in the day, Sakura and Eno began chatting animatedly with each other. Meanwhile, the boys instinctively gathered around Liu, waiting for his input. Feeling their expectant gazes, Liu smiled and said, "Now that we've graduated, some things are up to you to handle independently. Tomorrow, unless absolutely necessary, I won't step in. You'll all have to rely on yourselves." Got it. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji exchanged glances before nodding firmly. All right then, come up with a good strategy. Let's show them what we're made of. With that, Liu turned and walked away, leaving no doubt that he was headed off to enjoy some leisure time. The group didn't even need to think to know what he was up to, but his parting words ignited a spark of determination in them. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, glancing at Naruto, Sasuke, and Choji. For tomorrow's training session, I've got a plan. Perhaps the prospect of facing 2 Jonin opponents had ignited Shikamaru's fighting spirit. That evening, during dinner, he relentlessly bombarded his parents with questions about Kakashi and Asuma. So you're saying Kakashi-sensei's skills are among the best in all of Konoha? Shikamaru asked, his brow furrowed in thought. Shikaka nodded. That's right. Kakashi was already a Jonin when he was your age. He's a renowned genius. That impressive. Not just that. He also has the Sharingan and has copied over 1,000 jutsu. He's known as the copy ninja. His strength is truly terrifying. Shikamaru's brow furrowed even deeper as he turned to glance at Liu, who was calmly eating his meal, completely unfazed. Seeing that his older brother wasn't going to engage, Shikamaru sighed and gave up on his pessimistic thoughts, instead shifting his focus back to his father. What about our teacher, Asuma Sarutobi? How strong is he? Shikaku chuckled. Asuma was once one of the 12 guardian ninja who protected the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. His strength is nothing to scoff at. Shikaku found Shikamaru's troubled expression amusing and asked, "Why are you asking all this? You're not seriously planning to defeat those two head-on with just your team, are you?" Shikamaru nodded reluctantly. "Something like that. I just feel like our chances aren't great." With that, he excused himself and headed to his room to strategize, leaving Shikaku and Yoshino looking on in silent pride. Their gazes, however, soon shifted toward Luyu. Yoshino couldn't help but sigh. "Luyu, look at your younger brother. He's so motivated. As his older brother, shouldn't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Luyu quickly interjected, "Mom, I just remembered something. I still don't fully understand the shadow imitation technique Dad taught me." "Dad, can you?" Shikaku's lips twitched slightly. "You little rascal, coming up with excuses to escape like this." He vividly remembered showing Luyu the shadow imitation technique just once when he was 3 years old, and the boy had mastered it on the spot. Now he was claiming he didn't understand it. Seeing the subtle plea and mild threat in his son's eyes, Shikaku sighed and nodded. "Ah, yes, Luyu's been very diligent lately. I'll take him outside for a bit of training." Before Yoshino could react, father and son had already slipped out the door. When she finally processed what had happened, Yoshino stared at the empty table, realizing she'd been left to clean up alone. Her face darkened as she muttered, "Shikaku, you're just trying to avoid washing the dishes again. You'll pay for this later." At 7 a.m. the next morning, Shikamaru was already washed up and out the door in a hurry. His newfound determination left both Yoshino and Shikaku feeling a little out of sorts. Yoshino, worried, turned to her husband. "Shikaku, do you think something's wrong with him? Did he get hit on the head or something?" Shikaku sipped his goji berry tea, rubbing his slightly sore back as he sighed about aging. "Come on, you know your son. It's probably just a fleeting burst of energy. By tomorrow, he'll be back to normal. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about me for a change?" Yoshino blushed at his cheeky remark, glancing toward Luyu's room to make sure there was no movement, before giving Shikaku a playful glare. "You're so shameless. What if Luyu overhears you?" Shikaku grinned mischievously, his thoughts wandering. "Hell, well, it's my day off today. How about I take you out for a stroll, my dear?" At 8:30 a.m., Luyu finally rolled out of bed. After washing up, he noticed that both his parents were gone. On the table, breakfast was neatly laid out, prepared by his mother. After leisurely eating, Luyu set off for the meeting point at his own unhurried pace. When he arrived at the clearing from the day before, he was surprised to find that the other 6 were already there. The group seemed to be engaged in a heated discussion, and when they noticed Luyu's arrival, they merely greeted him with a quick "morning" before resuming their debate. Luyu observed their enthusiasm and couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. After all that training I put them through, with Sasuke and Naruto's progress and Shikamaru, Eno, and Choji's talents, could they actually give Kakashi and Asuma some trouble? Before long, the 6 seemed to finalize a plan. They nodded in satisfaction and then quietly waited alongside Luyu for the 2 jonin to arrive. Whoosh whoosh. As the clock struck 9 a.m., 2 tall figures appeared before the group, as if out of thin air. Kakashi and Asuma surveyed the group, pleased by their fighting spirit, and nodded approvingly. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, let's begin the first lesson for Team 7 and Team 10. Jingle jingle." The sound of bells ringing filled the air. Asuma held up 4 small bells and addressed the group. "Today's first lesson is a practical training exercise. Your task is to successfully take all 7 bells from Kakashi and me. It doesn't matter how you do it. Ambush us, attack us head-on, or use strategy. As long as you manage to get the bells, we'll treat you to barbecue afterward." Kakashi stepped forward and added, "But make sure you give it your all. If you fail, there will be consequences." With a light-hearted tone, Asuma raised his hand. "All right, I hereby declare the training exercise officially started." As soon as Kakashi announced the start of the exercise, Liu calmly sat cross-legged atop a wooden post, his arms folded, watching the others with great interest. What will Shikamaru do? He wondered. Moments later, Naruto and Sasuke took the lead, striding confidently to a spot just 10 meters away from Kakashi and Asuma. The two stood tall, facing their opponents with unwavering self-assurance. Naruto, brimming with excitement, glanced at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye and grinned. "Don't let the bearded sensei knock you out too quickly, Sasuke." Hearing this, Sasuke smirked and retorted, "Dead last. You should worry about yourself instead." Kakashi and Asuma, standing opposite them, furrowed their brows at the duo's boldness. A flicker of surprise crossed their minds. Are these two brats planning to go one-on-one with us? Genin challenging Jonin head-on? That's ambitious, maybe even reckless. A gentle breeze stirred the clearing, carrying with it a lone leaf that drifted lazily to the ground. At the exact moment it landed, Naruto sprang into action. Forming hand seals at high speed, Naruto shouted, "Multi-shadow, clone jutsu." Poof! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and in an instant, nearly 100 shadow clones materialized, surrounding Kakashi and Asuma. The two Jonin glanced around at the horde of clones, their expressions tightening. This year's students seem to be unexpectedly troublesome, Kakashi remarked. Asuma chuckled. That just makes it more interesting, doesn't it? At the same time, Naruto shouted, "Go, Sasuke." "Shut up, dead last. I don't need your orders," Sasuke replied coolly. With that, Sasuke dashed toward Asuma at a blinding speed, so fast that Asuma's pupils narrowed slightly in surprise. This speed? Isn't this way too fast for a freshly graduated ninja? In just an instant, Sasuke was right in front of Asuma. Without hesitation, he raised his right leg and delivered a powerful downward kick, the sheer force of it cutting through the air like a raging gust of wind. Smack! Asuma raised an arm to block the strike, his expression subtly shifting. Sasuke's attack was far more intense than he had anticipated, enough to make Asuma's body sway slightly from the impact. Taking advantage of the momentary imbalance, Sasuke twisted his body mid-air, using the rebound force to spin gracefully. From behind his back, he drew several shuriken and hurled them toward Asuma. Caught slightly off guard, Asuma dodged the projectiles, a trace of awkwardness in his movements. Meanwhile, Sasuke landed steadily on the ground, his hands already forming seals as he shouted, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu!" A massive fireball, nearly 2 meters in diameter, roared toward Asuma in the blink of an eye. Seeing the incoming fireball, Asuma's expression grew serious. He immediately leapt backward, simultaneously unleashing his own jutsu. Wind style, Dust Storm Jutsu. A small whirlwind shot forth, clashing with the fireball and buying Asuma just enough time to escape its range. But as soon as Asuma landed, Sasuke was already charging at him again. This time, there was no holding back. His dark pupils glowed ominously, revealing the eerie, crimson hue of his dual Tomo Sharingan. In the next instant, Sasuke and Asuma collided once more, their fierce exchange of blows so evenly matched that neither could gain the upper hand. The sheer intensity of the scene left everyone, except Naruto and Luyu, completely dumbfounded. Even Kakashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "You've got to be kidding me. Sasuke can already use the Sharingan. No wonder he's holding his own against Asuma. This isn't looking good." Naruto's voice interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. Kakashi-sensei, instead of worrying about Beardy-sensei, you should focus on yourself." Startled, Kakashi turned around, only to see Naruto charging at him from behind with a kunai aimed squarely at his blind spot. With a flicker of annoyance, Kakashi spun around and effortlessly kicked the shadow clone away, dispersing it with a puff of smoke. But as Kakashi observed the dozens of other clones surrounding him, all seemingly motionless, his brows furrowed. Something felt off. Why aren't they attacking? What are these 7 kids planning? Why are only Naruto and Sasuke engaging us directly? His gaze shifted momentarily to where Luyu sat atop the wooden post, watching the scene unfold with a serene expression. And what about him? The third Hokage specifically asked us to gauge his abilities, yet he's just sitting there. And those other 4, why aren't they making a move either? Kakashi's frown deepened as he tried to piece it together. When no clear answer emerged, his eyes narrowed with resolve. "I don't know what you're plotting, but taking out a few of you should be the right move. Hearing this, one of Naruto's clones flinched visibly, as if its plan had been seen through. Kakashi smirked. Not bad. You almost had me convinced. Instead of dealing with the clones individually, Kakashi decided on a more efficient approach. His hands blurred as he formed rapid seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The massive fireball Kakashi conjured dwarfed Sasuke's earlier one, its diameter exceeding 5 meters. And even then, it was clear he wasn't using his full power. The blazing ball of fire tore through the ranks of Naruto's clones, scattering them like leaves. Yet, Liu, still sitting on his post, noticed that Naruto made no effort to counteract the attack. Instead, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. A sense of unease crept over Liu. Something's not right. Sure enough, as soon as the fireball dissipated, a flurry of kunai and shuriken came hurtling toward Kakashi at high speed. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, dodging the projectiles with ease. But when he glanced over at the source of the attack, his face stiffened. The 4 bystanders who had been watching from the sidelines, Shikamaru, Eno, Choji, and Hinata, suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Asterisk shadow clones? Asterisk. Liu's eye twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Asterisk Shikamaru, you sly little fox. You even tricked me. Asterisk. Hearing Naruto cheerfully yell, good luck, boss. We'll leave Kakashi-sensei to you. As he dashed toward Asuma, Liu sighed in exasperation. If he still didn't understand what was going on by now, he'd truly be a fool. It was clear that his younger brother, Shikamaru, had orchestrated the entire plan. Early in the morning, he must have had Naruto use shadow clones to transform into their likenesses in order to mislead both Liu and the 2 Jonin. Naruto's role was to create a noisy diversion, while the real offensive was launched by Sasuke against Asuma. Equipped with the double Tomo Sharingan and bolstered by the special training Liu had put him through, Sasuke was more than capable of pressuring Asuma into retreat, unless Asuma decided to use something like the devastating wind style, thousand hands murder technique. But of course, in a simple training exercise like this, Asuma would never resort to such extremes. It was likely that Sasuke's battle with Asuma would soon drift into the ambush zone Shikamaru and the others had prepared earlier. As for Kakashi, Shikamaru had evidently left him to Liu, trusting his older brother to handle it however he saw fit. Liu chuckled quietly to himself, feeling an unexpected warmth in his chest. He had always worried that Shikamaru might follow his example and become too lazy and aimless. But now it was clear his little brother's mind was sharp and full of potential. By applying overwhelming force to target the comparatively less dangerous Asuma and cleverly leveraging Liu as a wild card against the more formidable Kakashi, Shikamaru had crafted a strategy that was both elegant and effective. Liu couldn't find a single flaw in it. Kakashi, meanwhile, had been observing Liu with growing curiosity. It seems your teammates have abandoned you, he remarked with some amusement. Liu spread his hands in mock helplessness, letting out a wry smile. Not abandoned, Kakashi-sensei. I've been tactically deployed by my own younger brother. But honestly, I'm kind of proud he thought this far ahead. So, how about I give you a suggestion? Oh, I'm listening, Kakashi replied, intrigued. Liu leaned forward slightly, his expression dead serious. Just give me the bells. That way, we don't have to fight at all. Saves us both the trouble. Kakashi's single visible eye crinkled with amusement. I think you misunderstand, top-of-the-class student. The gap between our abilities isn't nearly as troublesome as you seem to think. This could be over in an instant. Oh, so there's no negotiating, huh? Liu sighed dramatically as he hopped off the wooden post, his tone laced with resignation. But I really don't want to go through all the hassle. Kakashi couldn't help but be intrigued. It wasn't often he met someone who regarded him with such casual indifference. He couldn't decide if Liu's attitude stemmed from ignorance of a Jonin's strength or from the confidence of someone who truly had the ability to back it up. Interesting guy, Kakashi mused aloud, his tone carrying a hint of genuine admiration. This calm and carefree demeanor of yours is certainly refreshing. But I wonder, how strong are you really? Strength. Liu smirked faintly. Well, like you said earlier, if it's over in an instant, we won't have to bother with a drawn-out fight. The next moment, Liu's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming, almost tangible pressure erupted from him, sweeping across the clearing like a tidal wave. To Kakashi, the transformation was instantaneous and shocking. Just a second ago, Liu had seemed entirely unremarkable, but as soon as his demeanor changed, it was as if the entire atmosphere shifted. The air around him grew heavy, suffused with an unyielding, mountain-like presence that made it feel as though the very earth beneath Kakashi's feet was trembling. Liu stood there casually, unmoving, yet his mere existence radiated an oppressive aura that bore down on Kakashi like the weight of a towering peak. For the first time in years, Kakashi felt unbearably small, like a speck standing before an unfathomable giant. The crushing pressure seeped into his very bones, and Kakashi's body instinctively began to tremble. He could hear the faint creaking of his own joints, as if his body might collapse under the sheer force of the aura. His skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out, soaking through the fabric of his mask. For the first time in his life, Kakashi felt a visceral, all-consuming sense of helplessness and despair. In that moment, Liu dominated the space around him so completely that it seemed as if he was the sole master of this realm. Kakashi could barely fathom the destructive power Liu might unleash if he decided to move. Kakashi couldn't even muster the will to move a finger, let alone resist. All he could do was watch, paralyzed, as Liu casually reached out and plucked the bells from his belt. And just as suddenly as it had appeared, the oppressive aura vanished without a trace. With the suffocating pressure lifted, Kakashi's body swayed unsteadily. He barely managed to stay upright, his mind reeling from the experience. His single visible eye was wide with sheer disbelief. In that brief moment of overwhelming dread, Kakashi's heart had gone ice cold. It was the first time in his life he had truly felt the despair of being utterly powerless. Liu, meanwhile, walked away at a leisurely pace, the bells jingling faintly in his hand. Kakashi watched him go, his mind racing. The fear lingered in his gaze as he muttered under his breath. This guy, he's so strong, it doesn't even feel human. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. In the dense forest, the fierce battle between Sasuke and Asuma continued, sparks flying as Sasuke's reverse grip kunai clashed violently with Asuma's chakra blades, the flying swallow. The relentless barrage of strikes illuminated the darkened woods with flashes of light, leaving the four hidden observers utterly stunned. Though they were aware that Sasuke and Naruto had undergone endless training under Liu, they never imagined that the results of that training would be this terrifying. A fresh genin, only recently graduated from the academy, was holding his own in close-quarters combat against a jonin. It was almost too absurd to believe. I'm suddenly regretting it, Shikamaru sighed, his voice tinged with regret. When my brother offered to train me, I turned him down. Sakura, her eyes shining as she watched Sasuke's every move, turned towards Shikamaru curiously. Wait, are you saying Sasuke learned all of this from your brother, Liu? When Shikamaru nodded in confirmation, Sakura fell into deep thought. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't reconcile the image of that perpetually lazy top student with someone capable of teaching Sasuke to this level. To Sakura, Liu's consistent position as the academy's top student was likely due to Sasuke not caring about competing for it. She couldn't imagine Liu being able to reach Sasuke's current level of skill, let alone teach someone else to achieve it. The other three exchanged glances, clearly reading her doubts, but as seasoned slackers themselves, they couldn't be bothered to explain. Meanwhile, Sasuke's excitement grew with every exchange of blows. It had been a long time since he'd felt this exhilarated in battle. Sure, he'd sparred with Liu a few times before, but those sessions had been one-sided thrashings, leaving him no sense of accomplishment. As for Naruto, his constant reliance on shadow clones made their fights dull and repetitive. But this was different. The intensity of the battle, the thrill of matching his skills against a jonin, made Sasuke's entire body tremble with excitement. Even Sasuke himself was surprised by how far he'd come. Just a month ago, he had been on the verge of despair, crushed by the insurmountable gap between himself and Liu. No matter how hard he and Naruto tried, they couldn't force Liu to take them seriously even once. Liu had always felt like an unscalable mountain. Every time they thought they'd made progress, They'd realized the summit was still impossibly far away. But it was precisely this constant pressure, this endless training with Liu, that had sharpened Sasuke's combat instincts and adaptability to terrifying levels. No one felt this more acutely than Asuma. At the beginning of their fight, Sasuke had struggled to keep up with his movements. But as the battle dragged on, it became increasingly difficult for Asuma to maintain the upper hand. Now, it was as if he were fighting an entirely different opponent. Every attack he launched, every movement he made, was being read and countered. Sasuke had completely adapted to his fighting style. Just as their battle reached a deadlock, a familiar voice echoed through the forest. Shadow, clone, jutsu. It was Naruto. A puff of smoke erupted, and within moments, hundreds of clones charged straight toward Asuma. Naruto's arrival tipped the scales decisively in Sasuke's favor. Clang! Seeing Naruto join the fray, a glint of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes. With a powerful swing of his kunai, he launched a ferocious attack at Asuma. This strike wasn't meant to deal damage. It was a calculated move to force Asuma to retreat, creating countless follow-up opportunities. But Asuma, a seasoned veteran, wasn't so easily fooled. Tightening his grip on his chakra blades, he blocked Sasuke's attack head-on. At the same time, he raised his left arm to intercept a flying kick from Naruto. Not bad, Asuma said with a smirk. But unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a massive shadow loomed over him. Human boulder. Choji bellowed as he barreled toward Asuma at full speed. Realizing the danger, Asuma exerted force with both arms, shoving Sasuke and Naruto away before leaping backward to avoid Choji's attack. Perfect. Shikamaru, hidden nearby, spotted his opportunity and quickly formed hand seals. Shadow Possession Jutsu. His shadow shot out at lightning speed, racing toward Asuma's landing point. The terrain had been subtly altered beforehand, making Shikamaru's shadow harder to detect. The moment Asuma touched the ground, his expression changed drastically. Shikamaru's lips curled into a small smirk. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. At the same time, Eno, who had been lying in wait, was fully prepared. Mind Transfer Jutsu. Sakura carefully supported Eno's body, watching as Asuma, who had just begun to struggle, suddenly froze, his eyes rolling back as his consciousness faded. Naruto and Sasuke, already waiting nearby, swooped in and effortlessly snatched the bells from Asuma's waist. Clap, clap, clap. A slow round of applause rang out, making the six of them freeze. They looked up, stunned, to see Liu perched casually on a tree branch, smiling down at them. Well done, Liu said with a look of genuine satisfaction. You all exceeded my expectations. As a reward, next time we eat barbecue, it's on me. Hearing this, everyone except Sakura erupted into cheers, high-fiving each other in celebration. Boss is the best. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Eno released her mind transfer jutsu, allowing Asuma to regain control of his body. Blinking a few times, Asuma glanced at his waist, now devoid of bells, before turning his gaze to the jubilant kids. Letting out a hearty chuckle, he declared, I officially announce that you've won the first training exercise. Now, let's head to the barbecue restaurant. Onward. Upon hearing Asuma's words, the group instantly erupted into cheers and joyous excitement. That's exactly what I'd expect from Asuma-sensei, a man of his word, ha ha ha. Now that I think about it, what Rikukun said was spot on. Sensei just looks a bit intimidating, but he's actually a really nice guy. Everyone had assumed that there would be more training after the combat drills. No one had expected they'd be heading straight to enjoy barbecue instead. This revelation completely flipped their impression of Asuma upside down. Choji's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but wipe the drool from his mouth. Wow, today is a fantastic day. I've never had my fill of barbecue before. This time, I'm going all out. Seeing the glimmer in Choji's eyes, Naruto's face lit up with determination as well. Choji, there's no way I'm losing to you this time. I'm dead last. I'll make you understand that even when it comes to eating, you're destined to lose, Sasuke said smugly. You jerk, Sasuke. Just wait. I'll show you what I'm made of. Naruto shot back. Eno and Shikamaru watched the competitive group with a mix of amusement and pity before glancing sympathetically at Asuma. Their poor teacher probably had no idea what he was about to face. Watching the kids celebrate so enthusiastically, Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette, a look of contentment spreading across his face. He raised his hands to quiet the rowdy bunch, and once they calmed down, he smiled and said, "No time to waste. Let's head out now." Everyone nodded eagerly and began following Asuma. Meanwhile, Eno quietly slipped over to Rakuya's side, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, Rakuya-kun, what about that masked teacher?" Hearing this question, the others all turned their curious gazes toward Rakuya. Rakuya sighed helplessly and cast a glance at Shikamaru, who was eavesdropping just a few meters away. "Well, what can I say? When your own little brother sets you up, you can't exactly back down in that situation, can you?" Shikamaru scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Rakuya apologetically. "I thought about it carefully, and that was the only way to maximize our chances of winning." Big bro, you're not mad, are you?" "Haha, what are you talking about? I'm glad to see you thinking things through like this," Rakuya replied with a laugh. Asuma observed the group clustered around Rakuya with growing curiosity. It was obvious that Rakuya commanded considerable respect among his peers, but what remained to be seen was just how capable this kid truly was. Earlier, Asuma hadn't paid much attention when Rakuya managed to take all 3 bells from Kakashi. But now that he thought about it, something felt off. That was Kakashi, after all, the strongest jonin in Konoha right now. And this kid managed to outmaneuver him on his own? Before long, Asuma spotted Kakashi standing in the distance, motionless. Frowning slightly, Asuma approached him. "Kakashi, what's going on with you?" Kakashi responded with a wry smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather. By the way, did your team lose as well?" "Yeah, we did. That Uchiha kid is surprisingly strong, and—" Asuma paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Kakashi with a mix of shock and suspicion. "Wait, as well? Are you saying you lost to Rakuya from our team?" Kakashi was just about to respond when he noticed Rakuya glancing over at him with a sharp, warning look. Chuckling awkwardly, Kakashi said, "Well, to my shame, I underestimated him and fell into his trap. Anyway, Asuma, you go ahead and take the kids for barbecue. Just let me know how much it costs later, and we'll split the bill." "No worries, I can handle a barbecue meal," Asuma replied dismissively. "All right, I'll get going then." Asuma declined Kakashi's offer and led the kids toward the barbecue restaurant. Since Kakashi had brushed it off, Asuma decided not to press further. After all, a jonin losing to a fresh academy graduate wasn't exactly something worth dwelling on. But as Asuma turned back to glance at Rakuya, his eyes were filled with intense curiosity. Watching Asuma and the kids disappear into the distance, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. He plopped down on the ground, then lay back in the grass, gazing lazily at the sky. At that moment, Kakashi felt an odd sense of relief, as though he had narrowly escaped some great disaster. As he watched the drifting clouds, memories of the earlier encounter flashed through his mind. He still couldn't wrap his head around how a fresh graduate from the academy could exude such an overwhelming presence. A monster, perhaps? Kakashi frowned slightly, rubbing his temples in frustration. "This is bad. How am I supposed to report this to the 3rd Hokage? Just say I got careless and didn't test his limits? This is going to be tricky." While Kakashi was lost in thought, Asuma wasn't having an easy time either. With Sasuke, Naruto, Rakuya, and Choji all eating at full capacity, the stack of barbecue plates had already piled over a meter high, and this seemed to be just the beginning. Asuma's eye twitched as he watched the 4 ravenous eaters devouring meat with a speed and ferocity that left him completely stunned. It was one thing for Choji to eat a lot. He was from the Akimichi clan, after all, and their appetite was legendary. But for the other 3 to match Choji bite for bite? What was going on? Had they not eaten in an entire month? By the time Asuma saw the final bill, which totaled 3.5 meters in length, his face had gone completely pale. A minute later, staring at his now-flat wallet, Asuma felt like crying and thought to himself, "If I'd known, I would have taken Kakashi up on that AA offer." By evening, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi, Kurenai, and the 3rd Hokage were all present. Not long after, there was a knock at the door, and Asuma walked in. "Lord Hokage," he greeted, nodding to Kakashi and Kurenai before turning his attention to the third Hokage. Taking a puff from his pipe, the third Hokage looked at Asuma and asked, "Asuma, what are your thoughts on today's combat exercises?" Asuma's expression turned serious at the Hokage's question, and he nodded solemnly. These kids are truly exceptional. Whether in terms of strategy or raw strength, they're easily the most outstanding students I've ever seen. On top of that, I feel like they didn't even go all out when facing me and Kakashi. Kakashi nodded subtly to himself, silently thinking, Asterisk didn't go all out? The others, maybe, but if that Rakuo kid had gone all out, you might not be standing here to tell the tale. Asterisk. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled knowingly. Indeed, they didn't use their full strength. Naruto and Sasuke's abilities go far beyond what they displayed. What's more troubling is that today's objective was mainly to gauge the strength of the Eno Shikacho trio, but it seems like they hardly made a move at all. Hearing this, Asuma froze for a moment, looking at the Hokage with confusion. Lord Hokage, you seem to know quite a bit about these kids. More or less, the third Hokage replied, his tone relaxed. Over the years, I've taken the time to check in on them occasionally. After all, Naruto and Sasuke are both alone now. As Hokage, it's my duty to show them the care of family. The Hokage's gaze grew distant, his mind wandering to memories of fishing trips with Rakuo, where they'd often bicker over who got the best grilled fish. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he sighed sentimentally. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, these kids have grown up. Speaking of which, Kakashi, what exactly happened with you? Kakashi took a deep breath, his voice slightly dry as he responded, If I told you I was defeated by Rakuo's sheer presence, would you believe me? What? His presence? Asuma and Kurenai exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared at Kakashi. How is that even possible? Kakashi was a Jonin, a veteran of countless battles, even renowned as the copy ninja Kakashi. The two of them couldn't have beaten him even if they teamed up. And now, here he was, claiming he'd been bested by a fresh academy graduate? Not to mention, it sounded like Rakuo hadn't even fought. He'd just won through his sheer aura. As the trio stood there, dumbfounded, the third Hokage chuckled lightly. There wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on his face. Oh, I believe you. Rakuo is something of an enigma. I've never seen him train seriously, yet he's consistently ranked first in his class. And even when he looks at me, it's always with an expression like I'm some grumpy old man. The Hokage nodded toward Kakashi, signaling him to let it go, before shifting his gaze to Kurenai. Kurenai, how are things with your team? Kurenai straightened up and answered seriously. Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame are doing well, but Hinata's strength has far exceeded my expectations. The so-called heiress of the Hyuga clan is far stronger than the rumors suggest. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, his expression turning more serious as he addressed the three Jonin. Let me be blunt. The teams you're leading, along with Guy's squad, represent the future of Konoha. You all need to give them your utmost attention. As for Rakuo, Asuma, it's fine to give him some preferential treatment when necessary. He leaned back in his chair, taking a deep puff from his pipe before continuing. All right, go back and think carefully. Focus on improving your team's strength as quickly as possible. The Chunin exams aren't far off. The three Jonin nodded respectfully and took their leave. As soon as they exited the office, Asuma glanced enviously at Kakashi. You know, your team's performance in the drills largely depended on Sasuke and Naruto. Those two are incredibly powerful. I've got to say I'm a little jealous, Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled lightly, patting Asuma on the shoulder with a cryptic smile. Asuma, not everything is as straightforward as it seems. With that, Kakashi and Kurenai quickly disappeared down the hallway. Asuma lingered for a moment, lighting a cigarette as he began silently planning the future of his Team 10. Back in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched the three leave, a warm smile spreading across his face. It seems a new era is upon us. Naruto and Sasuke are already showing remarkable growth. If only Rakuo weren't so lazy. If he matured a little, he could easily take over as Hokage, and I could finally retire in peace. He gazed out the window at the sprawling village below, his voice filled with quiet anticipation. With these kids growing stronger, what will the future hold? It's something to look forward to. The next day, Team 10 gathered at their designated meeting spot. Rakuo and Shikamaru, true to form, leaned lazily against a wooden post, dozing off. Choji was busy munching on his snacks, while Eno curiously scanned her surroundings. 10 minutes later, Asuma arrived right on time, cigarette in mouth. Feeling Asuma's presence, the four of them perked up slightly. After all, this was their first official day as genin. From what they understood, today marked the start of their missions and earning their own pay. This meant they could finally support themselves instead of having to beg their parents for allowance money. Asuma looked at the four eager faces and smiled warmly. All right, I know what you're all thinking. Let's go. I'll take you to pick up your first mission. There was no long-winded lecture, and Asuma's straightforwardness instantly won the group's favor yet again. Even Eno couldn't help but remark, Asuma-sensei really understands us. Ha, is that so? I just don't like to nag, Asuma replied with a chuckle. On the way, Asuma took the time to explain the different mission ranks, rewards, and distribution system in detail. Thanks to his thorough explanation, the group quickly grasped the basics. Soon, Team 10 arrived at the mission assignment hall. Asuma turned to the group and said, "This is where missions are assigned. In the future, if you want to take on missions yourselves, you'll come here. But since you've just become genin, you're currently limited to D-rank missions. For today, let's start with something simple for your first mission." Leading the group inside, Asuma nodded respectfully toward the third Hokage. Third Hokage, Team 10 is here to receive their mission. The third Hokage took a long draw from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring before replying at a leisurely pace. Team 10, huh? Since it's your first mission, why not start with something like pulling weeds or cleaning a river? The group watched curiously as the third Hokage listed off potential missions, and before long, they all leaned in closer, intrigued. Rakuo, however, understood the reality of starting out. The missions would be low-tier, mostly odd jobs. Still, the thought of doing such exhausting, dirty work clashed with his laid-back personality. He'd honestly rather be killed than have to weed gardens or clean rivers. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the stack of mission briefs on the Hokage's desk, and with a slight glint of inspiration, he suddenly spoke up. "Asuma-sensei, I think this mission about helping Lady Murakami find her lost cat looks promising. It'll help us hone our observation skills and improve our teamwork. How about we take this one?" Asuma blinked in surprise at Rakuo's suggestion. He'd initially considered choosing a simple weeding job, but after hearing Rakuo's reasoning, he gave it some thought and found it surprisingly convincing. With a nod, Asuma turned to the third Hokage and said, "All right, we'll take the mission to find Lady Murakami's cat." The third Hokage nodded approvingly and handed Asuma the mission form. Afterward, Asuma led the team through the process of formally accepting and registering their mission. Once they were done, he took them to the home of their client, a wealthy household. Awaiting them at the gate was a rather eccentric-looking woman, Lady Murakami. The moment they laid eyes on her, even Rakuo, usually calm and composed, was momentarily stunned. Lady Murakami's face was so heavily powdered that one could probably scrape off an entire kilogram of makeup, and her bright red lipstick was so jarring it could blind someone. Her figure? Let's just say it resembled a water barrel. Her measurements were practically 140-140-140. At that moment, the group suddenly sympathized with the missing cat. With an owner like this, they couldn't blame the poor feline for running away. If they were the cat, they'd run too. Lady Murakami, on the other hand, seemed utterly captivated by Asuma. Her eyes sparkled as she sized up his rugged physique and the masculine aura he exuded. Swaying her large frame, she sauntered toward Asuma with what she probably thought was a charming grace. The exaggerated wobbling of her ample assets was enough to make the group's mouths twitch uncontrollably. Asuma's face darkened as Lady Murakami approached him, batting her thickly mascaraed eyelashes and speaking in a sickeningly sweet tone. "Oh, dear ninja gentleman, my late husband passed on some time ago, leaving me with only my beloved Tiger for companionship. Now that Tiger has gone missing, I'm utterly worried. Could you please?" She trailed off, her voice dripping with exaggerated distress. Asuma's brow twitched violently as she shamelessly fluttered her eyes at him. He instinctively took a step back, stammering, "Please don't worry, ma'am. Could you provide us with a picture of a tiger? We'll begin searching right away. No rush, no rush. Lady Murakami cooed, suddenly grabbing Asuma by the wrist. Her laugh was as saccharine as it was unsettling. You've come such a long way, dear ninja. Why not come inside for a cup of tea and rest a bit before you start? The team exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of pity and suppressed laughter. Rakuo even mimed a helpless shrug, as if to say, "You're on your own, sensei." The entire scene felt eerily reminiscent of Spider Demon luring in prey. "Oh, dear monk, won't you come closer?" Half an hour later, a visibly shaken Asuma emerged from the house, practically fleeing as Lady Murakami stood at the door, waving with exaggerated fondness. "Take care, Asuma-sensei. If you can't find him today, just try again tomorrow. And don't forget, I'll cook a feast tonight, so be sure to come back." Asuma's body visibly trembled at her words, and without another glance back, he bolted down the street. Choji, munching on a bag of chips, tilted his head in confusion as he watched Asuma sprint away. "What's wrong with Asuma-sensei? I thought Lady Murakami was pretty nice to us." The rest of the team shook their heads in silent understanding, patting Choji on the shoulder before quickly following their fleeing sensei. 10 minutes later, Asuma led the group to the area where a tiger was likely to be found, still glancing nervously over his shoulder to make sure Lady Murakami wasn't following. He finally sighed in relief and turned to the team. "Our target is a tiger, Lady Murakami's pet, a plump brown-striped Garfield cat with a bow tied behind its right ear." "Got it." Rakuo nodded and then suddenly spoke up. "Asuma-sensei, I'm pretty good at finding animals. How about I handle this one? In exchange, maybe I can sit out on future weeding jobs or other physical tasks. You know what I mean?" "Oh," Asuma raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Lady Murakami gave us a search radius of 10 kilometers. If you can really find a cat, I might just agree to your terms." The other three nodded in support, clearly eager to avoid the tedious mission themselves. Asuma, who wanted nothing more than to escape this nightmare of a task, readily agreed. Rakuo smiled confidently. "Deal. Just give me 10 minutes." Without another word, Rakuo vanished into the surrounding woods. Out of sight from the others, Rakuo's speed exploded. His movements were so fast they left afterimages as he zipped through the forest like a bolt of lightning. Within less than a minute, Rakuo had thoroughly scoured the entire area. When he returned, there was a shivering, plump, brown-striped Garfield cat in his arms. A tiger had been found. Later that evening, Asuma delivered the cat back to Lady Murakami, then fled her residence as if his life depended on it. Lady Murakami watched him leave, a wistful smile on her heavily powdered face. To think he managed to find a tiger so quickly. Such a strong, capable ninja. I can't give up on him just yet. 2 months passed. Since its formation, Team 10 hadn't been particularly active in taking on missions. So far, they had completed 10 D-rank missions. The breakdown? Finding cats, finding cats, finding cats, and finding cats again. Lady Murakami seemed to have developed an obsession with Asuma after their first encounter. Every time she lost a tiger, she would specifically request Asuma to take on the mission, even threatening to cause a scene if Konoha didn't comply. Given her connections to the Fire Daimyo, the village had no choice but to play along. Thankfully, after the first incident, Lady Murakami stopped making things difficult. She even provided precise locations for a tiger's disappearance, making the missions quick and straightforward. As time went on, Rakuo didn't even need to search. One whistle, and the cat would come trotting over. While the team grew increasingly accustomed to their routine, Asuma felt like he was living a nightmare. One morning, he arrived at the meeting point with an unusually bright smile on his face. The team exchanged skeptical looks. Rakuo raised an eyebrow, smirking. "Asuma-sensei, judging by that grin, has Lady Murakami finally bribed you with money?" Asuma's face darkened instantly, prompting the group to burst into laughter. Once they calmed down, Asuma cleared his throat and announced, "Given how much progress you've made in the past 2 months, I've decided it's time for a new kind of mission." The group groaned in unison, dismissing the idea. Weeding or cleaning rivers, right? Honestly, we'd rather catch cats. Yeah, at least Lady Murakami feeds us well. Exactly. And Tiger's basically part of the team now. Why bother with something new? Asuma's face turned red with frustration as he glared at the unmotivated group. Enough! I've already accepted the mission, and it's a C-rank mission. Go pack your things. You're heading out this afternoon. Rakuo's eyes lit up at the mention of a C-rank mission, and he subconsciously thought to himself, could it be the Land of Waves mission? His brain kicked into high gear, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Asterisk, if I remember correctly, the Land of Waves mission involves that insanely rich Gato corporation. Robbing the rich to help the poor could be fun. Plus, if I get my hands on some of their wealth, I'll never have to feel guilty about splurging on barbecue again. Asterisk. Eno, noticing Rakuo deep in thought, instinctively leaned closer and asked softly, Rakuo-kun, what's wrong? Is there something off? As the faint fragrance unique to young girls wafted over, Rakuo turned his head and smiled warmly at her. Nothing. I just zoned out for a moment, seeing Rakuo's signature sunny, handsome smile directed at her. Eno's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk, oh my gosh, Rakuo-kun smiled at me again. Calm down, Eno. Mom always said a girl should play hard to get. But why is my body frozen? This is so embarrassing, asterisk. Rakuo, noticing Eno's reddened face and the silly smile plastered on her lips, was utterly clueless about her thoughts. Shaking his head in confusion, he turned and headed home to pack his things. Eno, snapping out of her daze moments later, realized Rakuo had already left. She stomped her foot in irritation, puffing her cheeks as she muttered to herself before heading home as well. By the afternoon, the team gathered at the entrance of the mission assignment hall. Asuma, upon seeing his group of 4, looked utterly speechless. When he had told them to pack, he meant essentials, things like supplies for survival and combat. But these 4 had shown up with massive bags and bundles, looking less like they were heading out on a C-rank mission, and more like they were about to leave the village for a luxury vacation. Still, considering that each of them came from prominent families as future clan leaders, Asuma couldn't blame their parents for wanting to ensure their safety and comfort. With a resigned sigh, he led them into the mission assignment hall. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with shinobi and villagers alike. From a distance, Rakuo spotted an elderly man sitting in a corner, waiting quietly. He was tanned, with white hair and a towel draped around his neck. The bottle in his hand and his frequent sips of alcohol hinted at a man accustomed to hard labor, and perhaps hard times. The old man's brows were furrowed, and it was clear he was troubled. As Asuma approached with the group, the man, who was already tipsy, raised his head and laughed mockingly. Has Konoha run out of capable people? This is a C-rank mission, and you're sending kids? Does Konoha even take its missions seriously anymore? He waved his hands dramatically as he spoke, clearly unimpressed. Do you even realize how lucky you are to take on a mission for me, Tizuna, the world-famous bridge builder? This is an honor, and you're sending me these brats? Unbelievable. Tizuna puffed his chest out proudly, glancing at the group with disdain. But as he observed them more carefully, his confident smirk faltered. Asuma was busy speaking with the mission assignment staff, while Rakuo and Shikamaru were dozing off with their eyes closed. Eno, meanwhile, was stealing glances at Rakuo with a dreamy look on her face. Choji was munching on snacks, his eyes wandering curiously around the hall. Not a single one of them paid Tizuna any attention. At that exact moment, 2 crows flew overhead, cawing loudly as if to say, "Idiot, idiot." Tizuna froze, suddenly feeling a pang of self-awareness. He knew his situation was dire, his enemies were deadly, and his only hope of survival lay in the strength of the shinobi assigned to him. He needed reassurance. Desperate, Tizuna suddenly lunged forward and clung to Asuma's leg, his face full of exaggerated sorrow as he wailed, "Oh, great Jonin, please, I beg you, protect me. I just know someone is trying to kill me. Please keep me safe until the bridge is finished." Asuma looked down at the old man clutching his leg, his expression a mix of exhaustion and exasperation. "Tizuna-san, please maintain your composure. Konoha assigns personnel to missions based on their requirements. We're ready to depart now. If there aren't any issues, we should get going." He gently but firmly pried Tizuna off his leg before adding, "And just so you know, the 4 young people in front of you are my students. Their abilities are nothing short of exceptional." "Really? Tazuna asked, his tone dripping with skepticism as he eyed the group again. Two perpetually sleepy slackers, one girl clearly lost in teenage romance, and one snack-obsessed glutton. These kids didn't exactly scream reliable. Asuma's eye twitched slightly as he glanced at his team. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't be deceived by their appearances. They're far more capable than they seem. Now then, Tazuna-san, please lead the way." Tazuna didn't look entirely convinced, but he realized he didn't have much choice at this point. With a heavy sigh, he turned and began leading the way, the group following behind. As the group left the village, Rakuo's mind buzzed with anticipation. So, this really is the Land of Waves mission. Things are about to get interesting. The distance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves was not a short one. With nothing else to do during the journey, Tazuna began explaining the situation to the group. The Land of Waves was a small island nation without its own ninja force. Its economy was impoverished, and its people lived in hardship. Gato, using his wealth and brute force, had seized complete control of the island's maritime transportation. For a nation like the Land of Waves, whose survival depended on sea routes, control of maritime transport meant control of the country's wealth, politics, and population. However, once Tazuna's bridge connecting the island to the mainland was completed, Gato's plans would fall apart, which was why Gato had hired numerous ninja to assassinate Tazuna. Rakuo, already familiar with this part of the story, listened without much interest. Shikamaru, however, along with the others, seemed intrigued by the details. The group traveled leisurely, stopping frequently along the way. Asuma, having been mentally scarred by Lady Murakami's relentless advances, found everything outside the village to be a breath of fresh air. Even the simplest sights seemed beautiful to him now. As for the other four, they didn't seem to grasp the seriousness of undertaking a C-rank mission at all. They constantly rummaged through their oversized bags, pulling out snacks and treats. The journey was less of a mission for them, and more of a picnic. Tazuna, meanwhile, walked alongside them with a face full of dark lines, silently questioning what kind of ninja he had hired. If he hadn't already verified their credentials, he would have suspected they were imposters. Throughout the trip, Tazuna remained on edge, jumping at the slightest rustle in the grass or the faintest sound from the trees. Even a breeze seemed to make him nervous. At one point, Eno noticed his paranoid behavior and chuckled lightly. "Tazuna-ajizen, relax. We'll protect you," she said, tossing him a small bag of snacks. "Here, try these." Tazuna caught the bag cautiously, then quickly stashed it in his coat. He wanted to save it for his grandson back home. His eyes softened as he looked at Eno and said gratefully, "Thank you, beautiful Eno-chan. May the heavens grant your wishes." As he spoke, his gaze drifted meaningfully toward Rakuo, who was beside her, gnawing on a piece of beef jerky. The implication was obvious. Eno, noticing his glance, immediately understood what he was insinuating. Her cheeks flushed red, and she bit her lip nervously before mustering up the courage to inch closer to Rakuo. Eno, do you want some too?" Rakuo asked, noticing her moving closer. Assuming she was eyeing his snack, he generously handed her most of the remaining beef jerky. "Here, take it. It's really good." Eno stammered, staring blankly at the jerky in her hands. Her mind spun as she processed his words. Does he think I'm like Choji, drooling over his snacks? Her inner frustration boiled over. You idiot. I wasn't looking at your beef jerky. Ugh, this dense, clueless guy's going to drive me crazy. Fuming, Eno angrily stuffed a piece of jerky into her mouth, biting down hard as if punishing Rakuo in her mind. Beside them, Shikamaru sighed and muttered to himself, "Women are such a drag." The group continued their carefree journey, wandering along the path with no real sense of urgency. They didn't encounter anything unusual until they came across a large puddle in the middle of the road. Neither Eno, still fuming, nor Choji, who was busy munching on chips, paid the puddle any mind. But Rakuo, Shikamaru, and Asuma immediately noticed something off. It hadn't rained recently, so where had this puddle come from? Even if there had been one, it should have mostly evaporated under the sun by now. This sort of crude camouflage was far too elementary to fool any of them. Asuma didn't give any instructions, curious to see how his usually laid-back students would handle the situation if an attack occurred. The 6 of them casually walked past the puddle, seemingly oblivious to its presence. The only notable change was that Rakuo slowed his pace slightly to match Eno's, walking side by side with her. Eno glanced at Rakuo in surprise, her heart racing once again. Is he finally making a move? Unfortunately, Eno failed to notice the faint rippling of water behind them as a head slowly emerged from the puddle. Whoosh! Target number 1. The sound of chains unraveling echoed sharply in the quiet forest, followed by a low, murderous voice from behind. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere, rushing straight at Rakuo and Eno from behind. Eno, sensing the attack, felt the rush of wind at her back. Seeing Rakuo seemingly unaware, she instinctively stepped in front of him and shouted, "Rakuo, watch out." You're asking for death," one of the attackers sneered. Seeing Eno shield Rakuo, the 2 ninjas' eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and they quickened their assault. Shikamaru immediately activated his shadow imitation jutsu, his brow furrowed in concentration. Damn it, I need to catch them in time. Asuma's expression darkened in disappointment. He tightened his grip on his chakra blades, flying swallow, preparing to intervene. Rakuo. I expected better from you. But just as Asuma was about to step in, a shadow flickered through the air, followed by 2 dull thuds. Before anyone could process what had happened, the 2 attackers were sent flying into the forest, crashing noisily through the underbrush. They vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves in their wake. The group stared, dumbfounded. If not for the faint echoes of movement in the distance, they wouldn't have even realized what had occurred. Asuma had caught a glimpse of Rakuo's movements, but to the others, it was all a blur. They could only deduce that Rakuo must have acted. Shikamaru, in particular, was utterly stunned. Same parents, same lazy personality. How the hell is he this strong? Rakuo, as if nothing had happened, turned to Eno with a gentle smile. He reached out and lightly patted her head. Silly girl. Don't worry, I'll always protect you. Hearing Rakuo's words, Eno's mind began to spiral uncontrollably, her thoughts running wild. Why did he suddenly say something like that? Could it be he's finally realized how I feel about him? But reality had other plans. Rakuo, as oblivious as ever, pulled out another pack of beef jerky and handed it to her with a cheerful grin. You seem to really like beef jerky. Here, take this one too. Eno stared blankly at the beef jerky in her hands, utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, all her shyness and warm feelings evaporated into thin air, replaced by an overwhelming urge to throttle him. And this is why Rakuo is still single, she thought furiously. With how dense he is, even if the matchmaker tied him with steel cables, he'd somehow manage to break them with sheer cluelessness. Asuma, on the other hand, nodded in approval at Rakuo's earlier display of strength. That attack just now was impressive. I didn't expect your abilities to be this remarkable. Rakuo casually sipped water from his cup before replying with a modest smile. It's nothing much, just barely enough to defend myself. The group collectively twitched at his humble remark. Barely enough, they thought. You obliterated the enemy in the blink of an eye. That speed, that power. Are you sure we're living in the same reality? Still, Rakuo offered no further explanation, and the others decided not to press him. After all, he was on their side, and having someone this strong on the team was nothing but an advantage. Asuma glanced at Tazuna, whose expression had turned pitifully anxious. Letting out a resigned sigh, Asuma recalled the conversation they had earlier. Tazuna had explained the situation, but had skirted around the more dangerous details. His subtle guilt-tripping had put Asuma in a moral bind, and as a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Asuma's sense of justice had compelled him to accept the mission despite his reservations. Initially, Asuma had assumed they'd only face some thugs, or, at worst, a few Chunin-level opponents. But now, seeing the situation escalate so quickly, he realized the danger was far greater than he'd anticipated. With a serious expression, Asuma addressed his team. You all need to stay sharp. If there's another attack, the enemy might be Jonin level this time. The mention of Jonin sent a wave of tension through the group, including Tizuna. In the ninja world, the title of Jonin carried immense weight, representing a level of skill far beyond ordinary shinobi. Eno instinctively moved closer to Rakuo, her demeanor softening into a delicate, almost helpless air. For once, Rakuo seemed to pick up on her unease, or perhaps it was just a rare stroke of intuition. Without thinking, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and said gently, "Don't worry, Eno. I told you I'll protect you." Eno's heart once again betrayed her, racing uncontrollably as she stammered, really, Rakuo-kun?" Meanwhile, Tizuna, seeing that Asuma seemed resolute about continuing the mission, let out a sigh of relief. As long as these Konoha ninja were protecting him, his life was safe, at least for now. The group resumed their journey. They hadn't traveled far when Asuma's sharp senses picked up on something unusual. His eyes narrowed as they landed on a small, snow-white rabbit sitting by the roadside. Its coat was spotless, without a single blemish. Asuma instantly recognized it as a rabbit bred specifically for use in substitution jutsu by ninja. His voice turned grave as he raised a hand to signal the group, "Stop." Rakuo's gaze also fell on the rabbit, his brows furrowing slightly. "If Zabuza shows up now, doesn't that mean I'll have to fight him and then head straight back to the village?" he thought. No way. I didn't leave the village just to return so quickly. He mulled it over, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Maybe I should just beat him up and let him go, so we can drag this mission out for as long as possible? Nah, too much effort. There's got to be an easier way. Rakuo's sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, and in mere seconds, he locked onto Zabuza's location. Hidden among the trees, Zabuza's murderous intent was palpable, his grip tightening on the hilt of his massive blade as he prepared to strike. Just as Zabuza moved to hurl his executioner's blade at the group, Rakuo's gaze turned icy. A terrifying pressure radiated from him, invisible yet overwhelming. Suddenly, Zabuza froze mid-action. A deafening roar echoed in his mind, like the tolling of a giant bell reverberating through his skull. Boom! The sound exploded in Zabuza's head, leaving him trembling violently. His body, as if struck by lightning, became unresponsive. He fell from a branch he'd been perched on, landing heavily on the ground, unable to move. What's happening? Zabuza's voice was hoarse as his wide eyes scanned his surroundings in panic. Why can't I move? What is this suffocating pressure? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge a single finger. The sheer, crushing aura that enveloped him was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his decades as a ninja. Meanwhile, Haku, who had been observing from a nearby hiding spot, noticed Zabuza's abnormal state. Without hesitation, he rushed to Zabuza's side and helped him retreat. Back on the road, Rakuo's lips curled into a faint smile. No one in the group realized what had just happened. How Zabuza had been silently forced to withdraw under Rakuo's immense pressure. Well, if I've come this far, I might as well make the most of it, Rakuo thought to himself. No way I'm heading back to the village anytime soon. Maybe I'll stroll around for a few months and time my return right before the Chunin exams. That sound about right. A small boat carried Team 10 and Tizuna across the misty waters, steadily making its way toward Tizuna's home in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, reducing visibility to a mere 10 meters. Beyond that, everything melted into a hazy blur. Because of this, Asuma and the others wore serious expressions, remaining vigilant. The likelihood of encountering a Jonin-level enemy was high. Gato, being one of the wealthiest and most influential men in the world, had no shortage of rogue samurai and mercenaries under his command. That alone made things troublesome. To make matters worse, it was confirmed that Gato also employed ninja, which further complicated the situation. However, Rakuo seemed unbothered. After all, he had already scared Zabuza off earlier. Based on the psychological blow he'd dealt Zabuza, Rakuo estimated it would take at least a week or two for him to recover, if not longer. This thought only deepened Rakuo's admiration for Gato's audacity. In a world where strength dictated power, Gato, despite his immense wealth, was merely a defenseless civilian in the eyes of true warriors. To those stronger than him, he was nothing more than a walking treasure chest. Even if Zabuza slacks off or outright refuses to continue his mission, Gato probably wouldn't dare reprimand him, Rakuo mused. So, there's no way Zabuza will show up again anytime soon. With that in mind, Rakuo felt completely at ease. He even began to enjoy the journey, taking in the misty, mysterious scenery of the Land of Waves. It was his first time visiting such a place, and a unique environment piqued his interest. Several days later, Team 10 arrived safely at Tizuna's home, the journey having passed without major incident. According to the mission's requirements, Team 10 was to protect Tizuna until the bridge was completed. For the time being, they settled into Tizuna's home. While the others busied themselves preparing for their duties, Rakuo gleefully grabbed his gear and headed out to fish. Unlike the Land of Fire, which was an inland nation, the Land of Waves offered the rare opportunity of sea fishing. For someone like Rakuo, who appreciated life's simple pleasures, fishing in this coastal paradise was a dream come true. Here, even the smallest fish were half a meter long, while the largest could reach several meters, or even over 10 meters. Asuma had long since given up trying to control Rakuo, and the rest of the team had grown used to his antics. After all, if Rakuo ever started training diligently, he simply wouldn't be the Rakuo they knew. Besides, with his monstrous strength, who could blame him for taking it easy? The next day, Asuma led Eno, Shikamaru, and Choji into the forest for training. Not far from them, Rakuo was lounging in the shade, happily tearing into a delicious piece of roasted pork. Asuma glanced at Rakuo, his exasperation masked by a faint smile, before addressing the other three. I know you're all envious of Rakuo, but there's no helping it. You've all seen his strength firsthand. If you ever reach his level, I'll give you the same level of freedom he has. But until then, your priority is to get stronger. Understood. The three of them nodded firmly, their minds flashing back to earlier that day when Rakuo had effortlessly taken down a wild boar with his bare hands. The sheer power he displayed left them in awe. It was impossible not to feel envious of Rakuo's overwhelming talent, but they also knew their limits. Unlike Rakuo, they didn't have the same innate ability, so they could only grit their teeth and resolve to work harder. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Asuma smiled approvingly. All right, since you're all ready to improve, I'll be stepping up your training starting today. Rakuo, meanwhile, took another satisfying bite of his tender, juicy pork leg, his gaze drifting lazily to the others as Asuma began explaining the technique for channeling chakra to their feet. And so, the rest of Team 10 embarked on their chakra control training, the classic tree climbing exercise. Rakuo, on the other hand, began his own training, feasting. With the Land of Waves offering an abundance of wild game and seafood, Rakuo made it his mission to sample everything. As the self-proclaimed king of slackers, it was only fitting for him to indulge in the best this land had to offer. From that day on, Eno, who often joined Rakuo for meals, found herself in for a treat. Every evening, she got to enjoy a variety of dishes that Rakuo prepared using freshly caught or hunted ingredients. From giant crabs and fresh seafood to wild boar, tigers, and even bears, the menu changed daily. Over the course of a month, she never ate the same meal twice. What surprised Eno the most was Rakuo's incredible cooking skills. Despite his lazy demeanor, he was a master in the kitchen. Every dish he made was bursting with flavor, leaving her craving more every time. In fact, she became so accustomed to his cooking that she found Tizuna's household meals bland and unappetizing in comparison. 1 month later, on a crisp morning, Team 10 prepared to accompany Tizuna to the bridge for another day of protection duty. Eno, noticing Rakuo still fast asleep, quietly walked over to him. She gently tucked the blanket around him, her gaze softening as she watched him sleep. His even breath and handsome features made her heart flutter. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, her cheeks flushed pink as she slowly leaned down toward him, her lips trembling nervously, just as she was about to kiss his forehead. Eno, it's time to go. Asuma's voice rang out from outside, startling her. Eno jumped back, her face burning with embarrassment. She shot a glare in Asuma's direction before reluctantly turning back to look at Rakuo. Seeing him stir slightly in his sleep, she sighed in frustration. Ugh, Asuma-sensei is the worst. An hour later, Asuma, Tazuna, and the rest of Team 10 arrived at the bridge. The morning mist hung thick in the air, obscuring their surroundings. Asuma's sharp eyes darted around, his instincts on high alert. Something felt off. Everyone fall back. Asuma barked, leaping backward just as he spoke. Clang! A massive blade came hurtling through the air, embedding itself in the spot where Asuma had just been standing. It was an executioner's blade, its enormous eyes making it clear that it was no ordinary weapon. Half of its blade was deeply lodged in the bridge's surface. The team immediately assumed battle-ready stances, their expressions tense as their eyes scanned their surroundings. Moments later, a figure descended from above, landing on the hilt of the massive blade. The man wore spotted overalls and had half his face wrapped in bandages. His intense, menacing aura radiated danger, and his small, piercing eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, grinned wickedly as he looked at Asuma. His voice was laced with mockery as he said, Well, isn't this a surprise? The famous Sarutobi Asuma of the 12 Guardian Ninja, here to babysit. How quaint. Listening to Zabuza's flippant tone, Asuma furrowed his brow and instinctively gripped his flying swallow, though his face maintained a gentle smile. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist? I'm surprised you remember those old, meaningless grudges so clearly. As Asuma spoke, the moment his mouth opened, sharp wind chakra coated the flying swallow in his hands. A powerful aura emanated from Asuma, completely dispelling the killing intent radiating from Zabuza. This allowed Eno and Tazuna to let out a sigh of relief, finally freed from the oppressive aura of Zabuza. Eno, still shaken, looked at Zabuza with lingering fear. What a terrifying guy. For a moment, it felt like I was surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. Zabuza frowned as he noticed the wind chakra swirling around Asuma's flying swallow. Glancing briefly at Tazuna in the distance, he said, Sarutobi Asuma, I have no personal grudge against you. My target is that old man. Once I finish him, I promise to leave immediately. Sorry about that, Zabuza. You see, that old man happens to be my client. The tone of their conversation was so unnervingly casual that anyone overhearing might have mistaken them for old friends catching up after a long time apart. Shikamaru, ever perceptive, noticed Asuma lightly tap his right foot against the ground and instantly understood the signal. Eno, Choji, form a swastika formation around Tazuna-san. There might be more than one enemy. Eno and Choji nodded, immediately positioning themselves in formation, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Zabuza, observing Asuma, found himself hesitating slightly. For days, Zabuza had been investigating the source of a certain overwhelming aura he had sensed. Only when he discovered that the group protecting Tazuna included Konoha ninjas did things start to make sense. When Zabuza learned that this particular Konoha ninja was none other than the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, he realized just how tricky the situation had become. Zabuza's ultimate goal was to reclaim control of the water country through a coup d'etat. Everything he was doing now was to gather resources for that purpose. Therefore, he couldn't afford to kill Asuma, much less take lethal action against Konoha's legendary Ino Shikacho trio. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the water country blocking his path to power. The fire country would ensure there was no place left for him in the world. With this in mind, Zabuza smirked coldly at Asuma, raising his right hand high into the air before shouting, Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. In the next moment, the surrounding mist began to thicken rapidly, reducing visibility at an astonishing rate. Asuma, let me show you the power of silent killing. With that, Zabuza grabbed the massive executioner's blade embedded in the bridge, took a few steps back, and vanished into the mist. Asuma frowned deeply, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. He shouted to the group behind him, All of you stay right here. Don't move. Just then, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Asuma instinctively raised his flying swallows in both hands to block an incoming attack from the left. Clang! The flying swallows clashed fiercely with the executioner's blade, sending sparks flying. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zabuza retreated into the thick mist once more. Oh, even with visibility this low, you were able to accurately block my attack. You're quite strong, Asuma, Zabuza said with a hint of admiration before his tone turned icy. However, the one who will win this battle is me. Asuma's eyes grew sharper, scanning the mist warily, his expression growing heavier. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mist, Shikamaru, Choji, and Eno remained on high alert, carefully surveying their surroundings. The visibility in their area was still manageable, and they stayed cautious, ready for anything. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from the mist, brandishing a handful of sunbon as it rushed toward them. In the dense fog, there were no shadows to exploit. Realizing this, Shikamaru resignedly drew a kunai and charged at the white figure. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were locked in combat, sparks flying in all directions as their weapons clashed. Eno watched Shikamaru with concern, while Choji, noticing her anxiety, whispered, Eno, leave Tazuna-san to me. I'll go help Shikamaru. Expansion Jutsu. In the next instant, Choji's body began to expand rapidly. Human boulder. Moments later, Choji's arms and legs retracted into his enormous, spherical body, which hurtled toward the white figure at high speed. Oomph. The white figure, Haku, let out a cold snort, channeling strength into his right hand to break free from Shikamaru's grip. With a few agile leaps, he easily avoided Choji's attack. Landing gracefully, Haku glanced back at Shikamaru and Choji and said coldly, I don't want to kill any of you, but I doubt you'll just let me pass, will you? Shikamaru let out a wry smile and replied casually, talking nonsense, huh? In this situation, it's 2 against 1. Overall, I'd say we have the advantage. As he subtly flexed his numbed wrist, Shikamaru couldn't deny that the earlier clash had put him under some strain. Still, surrendering outright was not an option, and he found Haku's suggestion laughably naive. Seeing that his attempt to reason with them was futile, Haku explained matter-of-factly, Your friend's attack is decent, but a straight-line offense like that is useless against me. And as for your close combat skills, you're no match for me. With that, Haku lunged forward again, engaging Shikamaru in lightning-fast combat. It didn't take long for Shikamaru to realize that Haku, using only one hand, was overwhelming him completely. Noticing the growing alarm in Shikamaru's eyes, Haku commented nonchalantly, You haven't been paying attention to the water around you, have you? With his free hand, Haku began forming seals at an incredible speed. What? He can form seals with just one hand? Shikamaru's pupils contracted into pinpoints as he immediately channeled chakra to his feet, bracing himself for Haku's next move. Secret technique, 1,000 Needles of Death. As Haku let out a low cry, countless sunbons suddenly materialized from all directions, condensing from water into sharp ice needles. These sunbon, clearly formed from frozen water, surrounded Shikamaru, who furrowed his brow deeply as he found himself encircled. Choji, having just regained consciousness after using his human boulder technique, quickly assessed the situation. The immense rotational speed of the technique often left him momentarily incapacitated due to the strain on his body. Seeing the danger, Choji immediately shouted, Shikamaru, move out of the way! Swish, swish, swish! In the next instant, a barrage of sunbon shot toward Shikamaru with incredible speed. At the critical moment, Shikamaru pushed his chakra to its absolute limits, unlocking a burst of hidden potential. With a heavy stomp on the ground, Shikamaru leapt high into the air, narrowly evading the incoming volley of ice needles that passed just beneath him. Oh, you managed to dodge? Seems like you've been holding back some of your abilities, Haku remarked with mild surprise, lifting his gaze to follow Shikamaru's mid-air movements. From above, Shikamaru had drawn 3 shuriken in his hands, which he hurled toward Haku with a swift motion. Tricks like these won't work on me, Haku sneered. Reading the trajectory with ease, he deflected each shuriken with a flick of the sunbon in his hand. At the same time, Haku delivered a spinning kick aimed at Shikamaru, who had landed just behind him. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging dozens of blows in quick succession, neither managing to gain the upper hand. Finally, after one particularly forceful exchange, both combatants leaped back 5 meters, locking eyes with mutual wariness. "You've been hiding quite a bit of your strength," Haku observed with a calm tone. "But now, it seems you've run out of tricks." After speaking, Haku exuded a chilling aura as his hands formed a peculiar seal. "What a pity, young one. This is the end." Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Massive sheets of ice began to rise from the bridge, forming enormous mirrors that encircled Shikamaru completely. Haku's form seemed to dissolve as he melded into the mirrors, vanishing from sight. Shikamaru looked around, frowning as images of Haku appeared in each mirror, surrounding him on all sides. "Within the demonic mirroring ice crystals, my speed is unmatched," came Haku's voice, echoed simultaneously from every reflection. Shikamaru couldn't pinpoint where the real Haku was. So, only one of these mirrors actually contains the real Haku, while the others are just illusions. Shikamaru muttered, pulling out a kunai and hurling it at one of the mirrors. The weapon struck with a sharp ping, leaving no mark. "This isn't good. These mirrors are beyond my ability to break right now," Shikamaru muttered, his eyes narrowing as he gripped his kunai, scanning his surroundings and mentally calculating a way to counter this technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of sunbon shot toward him from all directions. Startled, Shikamaru instinctively dove to the side, swinging his kunai frantically to deflect the needles coming from the front. However, he couldn't avoid them all, and several sunbon struck his back, leaving shallow wounds. "It's impossible for every mirror to be real," he thought, gritting his teeth through the pain. But just now, the attacks came from all directions at once. "How?" Crouched on the ground, Shikamaru's mind raced as he replayed every detail of their earlier exchanges. Ice sunbon, ice mirrors melding into the mirrors. His eyes flashed with realization as he pieced together a theory. It seems this guy can manipulate ice-style jutsu, and within this technique, his speed increases dramatically. Plus, Shikamaru glanced at his injuries, squinting as he refined his deduction. "It looks like he's trying to knock me out rather than kill me outright." With this conclusion, Shikamaru shouted, "Choji, attack from the outside with your human boulder technique." "Huh? Shikamaru, why didn't you say so earlier?" A familiar voice replied from close by. It turned out that while Shikamaru had been deep in thought, Choji, worried about his friend, had quietly approached him. Shikamaru looked at Choji, who wore an innocent expression and face-bombed in exasperation, nearly on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Zabuza observed Asuma with curiosity. Despite hearing Shikamaru's loud shout, Asuma remained unfazed. "Asuma, I didn't expect this. I have a partner, and it seems that your students are in a tough spot. If this keeps up, they're going to be in real danger." Asuma smirked indifferently. Without responding to Zabuza's taunts, he suddenly dashed to the side, leaping deftly through the mist until he pinpointed Zabuza's location. Zabuza looked at Asuma in surprise, and the two clashed instantly. "I should thank you, Zabuza. You've awakened the fighting spirit I thought I'd lost," Asuma said with a cold smile. "By the way, my squad isn't just 3 people. There's a 4th member who's not here yet." "Even if you had another member, they wouldn't be a match for Haku," Zabuza retorted. His voice turned sharp as he swung the executioner's blade at Asuma in a powerful arc. Asuma caught the massive blade with one hand, using the flying swallow technique. With his free hand, he gripped the second flying swallow and slashed at Zabuza. The blade narrowly missed, grazing Zabuza's head as he dodged to the side. "The famed 12 Guardian Ninja are nothing but—" Zabuza's words cut off abruptly as he winced in pain. A sharp sting radiated from his face. Touching his cheek, he was shocked to find his hand covered in blood. Asuma gave him a cold, steely glare. "Don't let your guard down, Zabuza, or you'll die by my hand." "Interesting." Zabuza smirked and retreated into the mist once more. His voice became eerily disjointed, echoing from every direction. Asuma's expression darkened, sensing an ominous shift in the air. "Don't underestimate me," Choji shouted angrily, pulling the Sunban from his body. His hands formed seals as he activated his jutsu. "Expansion jutsu! Human boulder!" Shikamaru quickly shouted. "Stop, Choji!" But Choji, consumed by anger, didn't hear him. His body expanded rapidly as his limbs retracted, and he began rolling toward the mirrors. "Hey, useless!" Haku sneered coldly. In the next moment, countless Senbon emerged from all directions, targeting Choji. Fui hood, fui. The enormous target was easy to hit. If the Sanbon had struck ordinary parts of the body, Choji might have endured it. But Haku's precision was surgical. Each needle targeted vital pressure points. Overwhelmed by pain, Choji collapsed from his spherical form, returning to normal and losing consciousness on the spot. "Choji!" Shikamaru rushed to his friend's side, checking his pulse. Relieved to find it steady, he realized Haku had deliberately avoided fatal areas, leaving Choji in a state of suspended animation. Looking around, Shikamaru's eyes flashed with determination. "My body seems to be adapting to his speed. The longer this drags on, the better my chances. Maintaining that kind of speed must drain his chakra significantly." Haku's cold voice echoed from the mirrors. "Your companion is done for. Now it's just you." Senbon began to rain down again. Shikamaru, on high alert, leapt into the air, twirling his kunai to deflect the incoming needles before landing gracefully. "This guy, he's keeping up with my speed," Haku murmured, surprised. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "In that case, I'll end this quickly. Dragging out will only work against me. High-speed movement consumes a lot of chakra, after all. Secret technique. 1,000 needles of death." The water on the ground transformed into countless sharp needles, numbering in the hundreds, flying towards Shikamaru from all directions. Shikamaru could only let out a bitter smile as he saw the incoming barrage. A trace of despair flickered in his eyes. "It looks like this is the end for me. ****. Just as Haku was about to unleash the 1,000 needles of death upon Shikamaru, a soft cough suddenly echoed in his ear. Startled, Haku instinctively halted his jutsu and turned to look behind him. Standing about 10 meters away was a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The youth was casually observing Haku, even beckoning him with a teasing flick of his finger. Haku's cold, emotionless gaze stayed locked on the stranger, but then his eyes fell to the unconscious Zabuza lying at the young man's feet. This is bad. Zabuza-sama is in danger. In that moment, Haku forgot all about Shikamaru trapped within the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Without hesitation, he abandoned the mirrors and darted toward the young man at full speed. The youth sidestepped Haku's attack effortlessly and subdued him with a single hand. Leaning in slightly, he whispered, "Don't struggle. You're not my match. If you value Zabuza's life, do exactly as I say." "Understood." With that, the young man crouched beside Zabuza, pressing a kunai against the rogue ninja's neck, his expression making it clear that he wouldn't hesitate to end Zabuza's life if disobeyed. Haku's usually calm demeanor wavered as he stared at the young man, waves of shock rippling through his mind. This guy. He looks about my age, but his strength feels utterly overwhelming, like an insurmountable wall. It was then that Haku recalled Zabuza's earlier mention of a terrifying presence. There was no doubt about it now. This young man was the source of that oppressive aura. Realizing that resistance was futile, Haku hesitated for only a moment before nodding in agreement. I can't beat him, but if following his orders means Zabuza-sama can live, then so be it. After all, Zabuza-sama is everything to me. Seeing Haku's reluctant nod, the young man spoke quietly. "The guy in your ice jutsu, he's my younger brother. Here's what I want you to do. Go back and give him a proper workout. Push him hard enough to exhaust your chakra, then retreat." "Got it." Haku looked at him skeptically, but then noticed the resemblance between the two. Realizing the truth, he reluctantly nodded again. The young man, who introduced himself as Rakuo, watched Haku dissolve back into the ice mirrors. Worried, he added softly, "Don't overdo it. Just make him sweat a little." Inside the mirrored prison, Shikamaru, still surrounded by countless suspended Senbon, noticed something strange. The needles seemed to be waiting for something, and when he scanned his surroundings, he was shocked to find that Haku had disappeared from the mirrors. Unaware of Rakuo's soft cough and quiet instructions, Shikamaru assumed that Haku had somehow sped up to the point that his movements were now invisible. Just as unease began to creep into him, Haku reappeared in the mirrors. This time, the barrage of sunbon came in smaller, more manageable waves, 10 or so at a time instead of an overwhelming flood. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened. Adjusting his movements, he began deflecting with his kunai while weaving between the attacks with growing agility. Outside the ice mirrors, Rakuo sighed in relief as he observed the situation. This kind of practice should help him improve quickly. Asuma, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief and walked over. Rakuo, Shikamaru is your younger brother. Isn't this training a little too harsh? Rakuo glanced at Asuma helplessly and replied, You think I want to do this? Tell me, what other way is there to make him grow stronger quickly? With that, Rakuo turned and lightly patted the now-conscious Zabuza, who was slowly sitting up. All right, time to get up. I just gave you a light punch. Don't act like I broke every bone in your body. Zabuza scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear as he stared at Rakuo. It was only now that Zabuza fully understood what Asuma had meant when he said their team had a fourth member. No wonder Asuma hadn't shown much concern for his students. This young man before him was terrifyingly strong. Zabuza still couldn't comprehend what had happened. One moment, everything had been fine. The next, his vision had gone dark, and he'd fallen unconscious without even seeing Rakuo's movements. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. The overwhelming aura he had sensed earlier had come from this man. With a wary expression, Zabuza spoke cautiously. We'll give up on this mission. Asuma-sen, Rakuo-sama, we'll just... Before Zabuza could finish, Rakuo interrupted him. Zabuza Momochi, I know about your ambitions. You're stockpiling resources, preparing for your next coup, aren't you? Zabuza froze, then nodded instinctively. Well, forget about getting money from me. But Rakuo leaned in slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I can help make you stronger. Asterisk what? Make me stronger? Asterisk. Zabuza and Asuma both turned to look at Rakuo, as if he were a madman. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. By Zabuza's age, most ninjas had already reached the limits of their abilities. Substantial improvement was exceedingly rare, if not impossible. But Rakuo's confident demeanor left them both doubting their skepticism. Could it really be possible? Rakuo, uninterested in explaining further, patted Zabuza on the shoulder and said, Come on, over there. Let's spar for a bit. Exchange a few moves. Zabuza hesitated and glanced at the retreating Rakuo, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Up until now, all signs pointed to Rakuo's strength being terrifyingly overwhelming, but a small part of Zabuza's instincts still clung to a sliver of hopeful doubt. After all, the first time they met, Rakuo had merely startled him into retreat. And just now, he had lost consciousness without even knowing what had happened. From start to finish, Zabuza had never actually seen Rakuo make a proper move. So beyond the fear lingering in his heart, Zabuza couldn't help but feel curious. Just how strong was this young man who dared to make such bold claims about helping him grow stronger? Caught in indecision, Zabuza suddenly felt Asuma's amused gaze on him. His expression darkened in embarrassment, and he growled, Fine, let's do this. Who's afraid of who? Asuma, seeing that Zabuza had fallen for his provocation, couldn't help but grin. His curiosity about Rakuo was just as intense, if not more so. Rakuo had always been a mysterious figure to Asuma. His father, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, had spoken of Rakuo with uncharacteristic admiration. Even Kakashi, who rarely admitted defeat, had once personally confessed to being overwhelmed by Rakuo's presence. Then, there was Naruto, whose immense strength was already undeniable, and Sasuke Uchiha, infamous for his pride. Both of them genuinely respected Rakuo, even going so far as to call him boss without hesitation. All of this shrouded Rakuo in an aura of mystery. If Rakuo's strength was on par with Naruto or Sasuke, Asuma might have found an excuse to spar with him and test his abilities. But based on the signs, Asuma suspected Rakuyo's strength surpassed his own. If he were to lose, it would be unbearably awkward to face him later. Thus, despite his burning curiosity, Asuma had never found the opportunity to satisfy it. For months, the question of Rakuyo's true strength had gnawed at him. Now Zabuza, this reckless fool, had actually agreed to spar with Rakuyo. Asuma's heart surged with excitement. After all this time, he might finally get his answer. A minute later, the three stood beneath the bridge, atop the water's surface. Rakuyo had deliberately chosen this location. He knew that as a ninja from the hidden mist village, Zabuza would gain a significant advantage in a water-rich environment. But Rakuyo wanted Zabuza to give it his all, only to be utterly crushed. That way, there would be no room for doubt. The two faced each other at a distance. Zabuza, seeing Rakuyo standing there with his arms crossed, couldn't suppress his irritation. "Kid, I'll admit you're strong. But don't you think fighting me without using your hands is a bit too arrogant?" All right. Rakuyo sighed, dropping his arms to his sides. He shot Zabuza a meaningful look. "If I use my hands, things might get more exciting for you." "Oomph. Don't underestimate me." Zabuza roared, quickly forming hand seals. Water clone jutsu. The water's surface rippled, and 3 identical water clones appeared beside Zabuza. With his executioner's blade in hand, Zabuza charged at Rakuyo alongside his clones. Swish, swish, swish. In mere moments, the two engaged in battle. Zabuza's massive blade swept through the air with immense force, and the combined assault of his water clones created a suffocating sense of pressure. But to Rakuyo, Zabuza's speed was unremarkable. With a slight tilt of his head, he dodged a swing, then casually threw a punch, instantly dispersing one of the water clones. In less than 2 seconds, all of the water clones had been destroyed, leaving only Zabuza himself a few meters away. Taking advantage of Rakuyo's brief focus on the clones, Zabuza sprinted forward and leapt high into the air. Channeling all his strength, he brought his massive blade crashing down toward Rakuyo. Asuma, watching from the sidelines, felt his expression shift. Even he would have had to dodge such a strike and wait for an opening to counter. This wasn't just an ordinary slash. It carried the full momentum of a charging sprint, combined with the weight and force of Zabuza's high-altitude strike. Its power was formidable, but the next moment left both Zabuza and Asuma utterly speechless. Rakuyo didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his right hand at a leisurely pace. And just as Zabuza's blade came crashing down, Rakuyo calmly pinched the executioner's blade between his thumb and forefinger. That was it. Zabuza's earth-shattering strike was stopped dead in its tracks by a mere 2 fingers. Zabuza froze, his mind going blank. This was his most powerful attack, executed with 120% of his strength. Yet it had been effortlessly stopped by 2 fingers. By the Sage of 6 Paths, is this some kind of joke? Asuma, on the other hand, was so shocked that his jaw nearly hit the floor. His eyes widened to the point of almost popping out of their sockets. Asterisk what the? Rakuyo's strength is completely off the charts. Asterisk. Asterisk that was Zabuza's full-powered strike. Forget 2 fingers. He could have sliced through steel beams with that. Is Rakuyo even human? Asterisk. Rakuyo, still holding the blade, glanced at the dumbfounded Zabuza with a faint smile. Then, with a slight twist of his fingers, clang! A sharp crack echoed through the air. Zabuza and Asuma both felt as if they had been physically struck. Their faces paled as they stared in disbelief. Rakuyo had just snapped off a piece of the executioner's blade with his bare fingers. Zabuza's lips twitched uncontrollably as he stared at the broken blade. A cold sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Asterisk, what kind of monster is this guy? Asterisk. Well then, Zabuza-san, do you think my level of strength is enough to help you grow stronger? Rakuyo asked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on Zabuza's slightly pale face. Zabuza's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, his mind racing. Then, suddenly, his eyes gleamed with determination. Abandoning his executioner's blade, he quickly retreated several meters and shouted, "I don't believe it. I refuse to believe you can handle what I'm about to throw at you." Oh, still not convinced. Rakuyo rested his chin on one hand, watching Zabuza with evident amusement as the latter began forming hand seals at high speed. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The once calm surface of the water erupted with violent ripples. In an instant, a massive water dragon, towering over 10 meters tall, rose behind Zabuza. The dragon coiled in midair, its mouth opening wide as though it were roaring toward the heavens. Then, without hesitation, the enormous water dragon surged forward, barreling toward Rakuo at astonishing speed. Asterisk boom! Asterisk. The impact was deafening. Water exploded upward in a torrential spray, rising 7 or 8 meters high, a testament to the sheer force behind the B-rank jutsu. Humph. This kid really doesn't know his limits, Zabuza sneered, watching the aftermath. Sure, he might have incredible offensive power, but at the end of the day, he's just flesh and blood. And he didn't even bother to dodge. Asuma, standing nearby, also observed as the water dragon engulfed Rakuo. For a brief moment, worry flickered in his eyes. But then, he reminded himself. Asterisk Rakuyo's a Nara. The Nara clan is known for their intelligence. There's no way he'd recklessly put himself in danger. Asterisk. With that thought, Asuma began scanning the area, convinced that Rakuo must have evaded at the last second using some incredible maneuver. 30 seconds passed, and the lake's surface began to calm. But what Zabuza and Asuma saw next completely overturned their understanding of reality. Rakuo was still standing in the exact same spot, completely unscathed. His expression was calm, his posture relaxed, and he was even smiling faintly at Zabuza. Asterisk, is this guy even human? Asterisk. Neither Zabuza nor Asuma had ever heard of someone taking a direct hit from a jutsu like that without so much as flinching. Even the Reikage, with his famously durable body, would at least activate a lightning release armor for protection. But Rakuo? He had done absolutely nothing. He just stood there and taken it, as if it were nothing more than a light breeze. No, it wasn't just that he endured it. He was completely unharmed. Rakuo frowned slightly as he glanced down at his damp clothes, muttering to himself. Asterisk, showing off isn't easy. This sticky, wet feeling is unbearable. Asterisk. Deciding that he'd had enough fun, Rakuyo's expression turned serious. He looked at Zabuza and said in a calm but commanding tone, "You've had your turn. Now it's mine." Zabuza's face changed drastically. His eyes locked onto Rakuo, his entire body tensing. The next moment, Zabuza's sharp instincts caught a subtle forward tilt of Rakuyo's body. Then, swish, Rakuo disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly in front of Zabuza. Zabuza was momentarily stunned, his reaction delayed by a fraction of a second. Snapping out of it, he instinctively swung a kick at Rakuo. But before the kick could connect, Rakuo vanished again, reappearing behind Zabuza. His body coiled like a drawn bow, channeling all his strength into a single punch. Zabuza turned his head just in time to see Rakuo's fist hurtling toward him, growing larger in his vision with every split second. In that moment, Zabuza felt an overwhelming sense of death. It was as if the grim Reaper himself were standing behind him, ready to claim his life. His mind went blank. Even his heartbeat seemed to stop. But just as it seemed his end was inevitable, Rakuo's fist came to an abrupt halt, mere centimeters from Zabuza's face. The force of the punch didn't dissipate, though. The terrifying wind pressure from Rakuo's halted strike blew Zabuza's hair back, the gust lasting a full 5 seconds. The shockwave rippled outward, spreading across the lake. The water level around Rakuo dropped by a full meter, the displaced water surging outward in towering waves several meters high. Asuma, watching from a distance, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, his thoughts in turmoil. What's more, behind Zabuza, the bridge that Tazuna had painstakingly worked on for over a month was gone. Vanished. For a moment, Asuma couldn't comprehend how that could happen. But after a brief moment of reasoning, he arrived at an unbelievable conclusion. The bridge wasn't destroyed by some external force. It was obliterated by the wind pressure from Rakuo's punch. Asterisk this. Is this guy even human? Asterisk. Asuma had always suspected Rakuo was strong, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. If the earlier display of Taijutsu had been something he could rationalize, thinking perhaps it was on par with Might Guy using the 8 gates, then this was something out of a dream. And yet, despite the sheer force of the punch, Zabuza was unharmed. That level of precise control over his power was just as terrifying as the power itself. Back on the lake, Rakuo turned to face the dazed Zabuza, offering him a faint smile before walking calmly toward the shore. As Zabuza stood there, still processing what had just happened, Rakuo's voice reached his ears. "If you think my strength is passable, then come with me." Zabuza's entire body trembled violently at those words. Then, as if something had clicked within him, his eyes lit up with newfound determination. Without hesitation, he followed after Rakuo, his expression one of awe and reverence. Half an hour later, Rakuo returned to Tezuna's house, freshly showered and dressed in clean clothes. Without lingering, he made his way to a nearby forest. He glanced at Zabuza, who had followed him with an eager expression, and spoke calmly. "I do have a way to make you stronger, but..." Before Rakuo could finish, Zabuza quickly nodded in understanding, his face lighting up as if he had already anticipated the condition. "I understand. To grow stronger, I'll need to show sincerity, right? So Rakuo-kun, what do you need me to do?" Rakuo looked at Zabuza, pleased with his perceptive attitude, and nodded approvingly. "Not bad. It's nice dealing with smart people. All right, here's the deal. Starting tomorrow, and until we leave the Land of Waves, you and Haku will be responsible for conducting combat training with my team." "Combat training?" Zabuza blinked, slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the request to be so straightforward. "Yes. It shouldn't be too difficult for you and Haku, I assume. My suggestion is to stage 3 to 5 ambushes a week," Rakuo replied, nonchalantly. 3 to 5. Zabuza's expression shifted as he stared at Rakuo. He could understand the desire to strengthen one's teammates, but wasn't this frequency a bit excessive? Give them 1 or 2 days of rest in between. "As long as you take this training seriously, I can guarantee you won't have to live a life on the run anymore," Rakuo added, his tone calm but firm. "What?" Zabuza's face lit up with disbelief, his expression shifting to one of uncontainable joy as he stared at Rakuo. Only those who had lived the life of a fugitive could truly understand its misery, constant vigilance, the fear of being hunted at any moment, and the inability to sleep soundly. Even the smallest noise while resting could mean a life-threatening ambush. A single lapse in focus, and death would come without warning. Zabuza had long grown weary of such a precarious existence. Hearing Rakuo's words now filled him with a hope he hadn't dared to entertain. "Rakuo-kun, do you mean it?" Zabuza asked, his voice trembling slightly. Looking at Zabuza's hopeful yet cautious expression, Rakuo's gaze grew serious as he nodded. "Yes, trust me. I'll make sure you and Haku are taken care of. Now get to work. Oh, and try not to let my team realize that you and Haku are training them. You get what I mean, right?" "Don't worry, Rakuo-kun. I'll make sure they constantly feel like they're on the brink of life and death," Zabuza replied with a confident smirk, his tone filled with determination. Satisfied, Rakuo nodded. Zabuza, understanding that there was nothing more to discuss, leapt into the trees and disappeared. An hour later, Asuma returned to Tezuna's house with Shikamaru, Choji, and Eno in tow. Though Shikamaru and Choji were somewhat battered, their injuries weren't too severe. Asuma quickly bandaged them with a rough yet functional patch job before letting them rest. As for Eno, she was only fatigued. Heading to her room to rest, she noticed a small note left on the table. Recognizing Rakuo's handwriting, she picked it up and read it. The note explained, in Rakuo's usual succinct manner, that he had some matters to attend to and would be away for an indefinite period. 2 minutes later, Asuma noticed Eno's worried expression as she showed him the note. He sighed inwardly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Asterisk, poor kid. You're worried about him? You should be more worried about yourself in the coming days. Asterisk. Asuma thought back to his earlier conversation with Zabuza, who had agreed to become a great actor starting tomorrow. After assuring Eno multiple times that Rakuo would be fine, she finally returned to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Rakuo, carrying his belongings, set off to enjoy the Land of Waves in ways no ninja mission would typically allow. Fishing, swimming, surfing, hiking, camping. His days were filled with leisure, his carefree life as comfortable as could be. Back at Tazuna's house, however, Shikamaru, Choji, and Eno found themselves plunged into what could only be described as hell. From the very next day, their nightmare began. Haku, hey, fuzzy brows, you'd have been dead yesterday if I hadn't run out of chakra. Today I'm fully rested. Prepare to die. Shikamaru, we'll see who's dying today. 2 days later, Zabuza. Didn't expect this, did you? Your bearded teacher's been trapped by Haku. Since you've managed to survive this long, let me personally show you what real cruelty feels like. Shikamaru, Choji, Eno, be careful. This guy is strong. 3 days later. Haku, I must admit, you're tougher than I thought, surviving Zabuza-sama's attacks. But today I'll make sure to finish you off. Shikamaru, it won't be as easy as you think. 1 month later. Haku, hey, fuzzy brows, what's with that look? You want to fight? Fine. Take this secret technique. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Shikamaru, wait. That excuse is way too flimsy. You're seriously going to fight again? 3 months later, the two sides met again, locking eyes from a distance. This time, their mutual stare lasted a full 5 minutes before. Haku, Shikamaru, after 3 months of constant battles, they had grown so familiar with each other that just the thought of fighting made them want to vomit. And so, the strange scene unfolded, both combatants retching from sheer exhaustion before the fight could even begin. By this point, even Tazuna and the other bridge workers had grown used to the chaos. What had once frightened them now barely registered as an inconvenience. One of the workers pushing a wheelbarrow of cement scowled at the fighting duo and grumbled. Hey, could you at least fight over there? The cement here just dried. Both Shikamaru and Haku immediately froze mid-battle, turned to the worker, and apologized in unison. Sorry about that. Then, as their eyes met, they both groaned again. Ugh. Meanwhile, on this very same day, Rakuo finally returned to Tazuna's house, his sightseeing tour of the land of waves complete. His arms were laden with bags stuffed with local specialties and all sorts of odd trinkets. The largest bundle was filled to the brim with sealing scrolls. Looking at the pile of scrolls, Rakuo couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. Finally, I'll never have to worry about money again. As evening fell, Shikamaru and the others, worn out and visibly exhausted, returned one by one to Tazuna's house. However, the moment Shikamaru inserted key and opened the door, he sensed something was amiss. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling the house with the scent of a feast. The smell was so mouth-watering that the already famished group exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be? Shikamaru didn't hesitate any longer and pushed the door open fully. Inside, Rakuo stood with a warm smile, surrounded by an astonishing spread of delicious food laid out on the table. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself, "This is rare. My big brother actually cooked something himself? And it smells this good? Well, I won't hold back then." Rakuo chuckled, looking at his slightly disheveled younger brother. "You brat, go ahead and eat. I figured you all must have had a rough time with training, so I thought I'd reward you with a meal. Enjoy." Hearing Rakuo's words, the group nearly burst into tears. Rough time? That was an understatement. It had been sheer hell. Without another word, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma dove into the food like ravenous wolves, piling their plates high and eating with reckless abandon. Eno, however, remained frozen in place, staring at Rakuo with wide eyes. The man she had been thinking about day and night was now standing right in front of her. Rakuo noticed Eno's dazed expression and, with a soft chuckle, used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of specially prepared beef. He gently blew on it to cool it down, then looked at her with a warm smile. "Here, try this. It's a special cut of beef I brought back from far away. See how it tastes." Eno stared at Rakuo, utterly stunned. The man she had longed for was not only here, but was now gently offering her food with such tenderness. Her mind went blank. This moment felt like something out of a dream, something she wouldn't have dared to imagine even in her wildest fantasies. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, her face turned a deep shade of red, and her bright eyes filled with shyness. Hesitantly, Eno leaned forward and took a small bite of the beef. As it touched her tongue, the tender and savory flavors exploded in her mouth. It was rich but not greasy, smooth yet bursting with flavor. It was far better than she had imagined. For a moment, a feeling of pure happiness filled her heart. It was as if this taste had painted over all the exhaustion and hardships of the past few days. Rakuo, noticing the slight gauntness in her cheeks, gently touched her face with his hand, his voice filled with concern. Eno, you've lost weight. Eno felt like she was going to lose her mind. Asterisk, what on earth happened to him these past few months? How'd he change so much? Asterisk. Just a few months ago, Rakuyo's idea of affection was bluntly asking, asterisk, do you want some beef jerky? Asterisk. Now he was suddenly cooking meals, feeding her with such warmth, even stroking her head so gently. Asterisk, this is too much. How does he expect me to handle this? Asterisk. Her emotions swirled into a chaotic mess as she glanced nervously around the room. Seeing that everyone else was too busy eating to notice, she shyly looked back at Rakuo and murmured, Rakuo-kun. But before she could finish, Rakuo cut her off with a loving pat on her head. His tone was playful, but with a hint of mystery. Come on, let's go to my room. I prepared something special for you. Remember to close your eyes, okay? Eno's body trembled slightly at his words, her heart now a complete, fluttering mess. There's more? This man had already overwhelmed her with his kindness, but now he was offering a surprise gift? And he want me to close my eyes? This is so romantic. Her thoughts swirled as she allowed Rakuo to take her hand. He gently covered her eyes with his other hand and led her to his room. All right, Eno. Open your eyes and take a look. Curious, Eno slowly opened her eyes. What she saw left her completely speechless. In front of her was a beautiful, delicately crafted cake. On its top, in elegant writing, were the words, Happy birthday, Eno. The cake's design was intricate, with exquisite patterns and details. Rakuo had even carved a small figurine of Eno, which sat atop the cake, perfectly capturing her likeness. Unable to hold back her emotions, Eno covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes as she stared at the thoughtful creation before her. She never would have imagined that Rakuo would remember her birthday, much less go to such lengths to make it special. Beside the cake were two adorable figurines, further adding to the charm of the scene. Her heart felt like it was melting. Happy birthday, Eno, Rakuo said with a smile. Make a wish. Eno nodded obediently, closing her eyes to silently make a wish before blowing out the candles. Then, unable to contain herself any longer, she turned to Rakuo with shimmering eyes. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and, a few days later, the Great Bridge of Tizuna was finally completed. Due to Rakuyo's unintended display of strength during his fight with Zabuza, the bridge's construction had been delayed by over 3 months. Still, compared to Gato's death and the bridge's eventual completion, the villagers were more than willing to overlook the inconvenience. The bridge, a symbol of hope, was named in Rakuyo's honor, the Rakuo Bridge. As Team 10 prepared to leave, the villagers gathered at the docks to bid them farewell. A boatman waited with his small vessel to take them down the river. And so, the 5 of them boarded the boat and departed the land of waves, their mission finally complete. Several days later, Team 10 arrived at the gates of Konoha. The moment they reached the village entrance, Asuma's previously cheerful mood took a sharp turn. His face darkened visibly. Rakuo noticed the sudden change and followed Asuma's gaze, spotting a familiar woman holding a tiger cub near the gate. A sly grin spread across his face. Well, a faithful woman waiting for her unfaithful man. Asuma-sensei, I never would have guessed you were this type of person. Asuma shot Rakuo a resentful glare, his expression filled with both annoyance and despair. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly approached the woman. The woman, apparently spotting Asuma, broke into a wide smile, her demeanor radiating excitement as she hurried over to him. It took Asuma a full 30 minutes of negotiations and explanations to finally placate his overly enthusiastic admirer. When he returned, his face was smeared with lipstick marks, his expression one of utter defeat. 10 minutes later, the team arrived at the Hokage's office, where they reported everything to the third Hokage. The mission, originally ranked as C level, had been reclassified as B level due to the events that unfolded. Despite completing their first B-level mission, Team 10's pay remained at the C-level rank, as most of the additional funds had been spent by Tazuna on food and supplies during their journey. Fortunately, none of them seemed to mind. For Rakuo, who now had more wealth than he knew what to do with, money was no longer a concern. And for Shikamaru, Eno, and Choji, the experience itself was far more valuable than monetary gain. After collecting their pay, the team disbanded in front of the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, standing by the window, let his gaze linger on Rakuo for a long moment before murmuring to himself, "The Chunin exams are just around the corner. I wonder what that boy will show us then. I can't wait to find out." An hour later, Rakuo and Shikamaru returned home, their large bundles stuffed with all sorts of items placed neatly in the corner. Rakuo sprawled lazily across his bed, looking completely at ease. "Big bro, no matter where you go, there's really no place as comfortable as home." "Ah, you're absolutely right," Rakuo replied, stretching lazily. "I'm not even going fishing today. I think I'll just sleep until the Chunin exams are over." Shikamaru shot his brother a deadpan look, noting how even lazier Rakuo was compared to himself. "If you keep this up, Mom's gonna lose it." Rakuo, however, flashed a knowing smile, one of high confidence and mysterious intent. Don't worry. In no time at all, I'll become her favorite son, her absolute treasure. Just you wait." "Really now? That's a bold claim," Shikamaru said skeptically. "Does this have something to do with that big package you wouldn't let me look at?" Around noon, Yoshinonara returned home, visibly tired. The moment she saw 2 pairs of shoes by the door, her eyes lit up with joy. Those 2 brats are finally back. Though she wouldn't admit it aloud, Yoshino had missed Rakuo and Shikamaru during their months away. Quickly changing her shoes, she hurried inside. But when she entered the room and saw her 2 sons lounging on the bed, legs crossed, lazily munching on sunflower seeds, the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. She had hoped, that after months away, they might have grown or matured in some way. But now it seemed, I was definitely expecting too much. Rakuo, who had been enjoying his sunflower seeds, suddenly felt a foreboding aura. Turning his head, he immediately noticed the displeased look on his mother's face. Thinking quickly, he spoke up first. "Mom, come in and take a look. I brought you something great to eat." He quickly set down his sunflower seeds and, with an eager expression, began opening his large bundles one by one, presenting them as if they were treasures. "Mom, look at this. This is a special ginseng root, straight from the land of waves. Isn't it huge?" Yoshino gave her son a skeptical look. "Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? What kind of ginseng is bigger than a carrot?" Rakuo nearly choked, wanting to shout, "Mom, do you know how many mountains I cleared out to find this for you?" Seeing her unconvinced expression, Rakuo knew the massive ginseng wasn't going to cut it. If she didn't believe that, then there was no way she believed the basin-sized Lingji mushrooms or the arm-length cordyceps he had in his stash. "Looks like it's time for the big guns." Rakuo grabbed the largest package, hoisted it over his shoulder, and grabbed his mother's hand, pulling her toward the storage room. On his way out, he glanced back at Shikamaru. "Don't follow us, got it?" Yoshino allowed herself to be led, amused by her eldest son's antics. Beneath her curiosity, there was a warm sense of joy. No matter what else, her son was thoughtful enough to bring back gifts. 5 minutes later, inside the storage room, Rakuo carefully locked the door and even went to the window to make sure it was shut. With an air of secrecy and a sly smile, he turned to his mother. "Mom, I suggest you hold onto the wall for this one. You might be a little surprised." Yoshino laughed, dismissing his warning. Son, I've seen it all. There's no need to exaggerate." "Holding onto the wall? Really?" Rakuo smirked, saying nothing in response. Instead, he confidently unwrapped the massive package, revealing a bag full of sealing scrolls. He picked one at random and handed it to his mother, his grin widening mischievously. "Here, Mom. This scroll has your gift inside. Open it." Yoshino eyed him suspiciously. The look on his face didn't exactly inspire trust, but curiosity got the better of her. She pressed her hand to the scroll and activated it. Poof! A puff of white smoke filled the room, and when it cleared, Golden light filled the space. Yoshino froze, her eyes wide as she stared at the stack of gold bars now sitting before her. She instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing the scream that almost escaped. Is this gold? Never in her life had Yoshino seen gold bars this large, brick-sized, shimmering with a dazzling golden hue. And there wasn't just one. There was a pile of them. From a quick glance, there had to be at least 30 gold bars. The sheer value of the treasure before her was mind-boggling. It wasn't just wealth, it was an astronomical fortune. Yoshino stared at the gold for what felt like an eternity before finally snapping out of her daze. She turned her gaze to the bag of sealing scrolls, her voice trembling. Rakuo, is this entire bag? Rakuo nodded calmly, as if it were no big deal. Yoshino staggered back a step, the magnitude of what she had just learned making her legs weak. She managed to steady herself by grabbing onto the wall. Seeing her reaction, Rakuo's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He knew she was overjoyed, but he put on a pitiful expression and said softly, "Mom, to get you this gift, I—" "Stop right there, my darling boy," Yoshino interrupted, her tone suddenly warm and generous. "You're free. From now on, you can do whatever you want." Rakuo chuckled, content with the outcome. His mother knew him well enough to anticipate his plea. Her declaration of his newfound freedom was music to his ears. Leaving the storage room with a grin, Rakuo felt confident that, at least for the next year, he'd have no restrictions from his mother. Still, he didn't let his guard down completely. After all, women, especially his mother, could be unpredictable. Having secured his immediate freedom, Rakuo's gaze drifted toward the window, his expression turning contemplative. It's time to teach Danzo a lesson and plant a few pawns by his side. Under the cover of night, Rakuo strolled out through the front door of the Nara household, his posture relaxed, as if he owned the entire village. Shikamaru, who had been reading documents in the living room, looked up and opened his mouth to ask where Rakuo was going at such an hour. But before he could utter a word, Yoshino Nara shot him a sharp glare. "What are you looking at, Shikaku? My son is going out. Is there a problem with that? Let me warn you. Stop meddling in Rakuo's life from now on." Shikaka blinked, utterly dumbfounded. Even with his exceptional intelligence, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Why is she suddenly so protective of Rakuo? He wondered. This has never happened before. Seeking answers, he turned to Shikamaru, who merely shrugged in resignation, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I don't know either, Rakuo, meanwhile, was in high spirits. Normally, sneaking out at this hour was nearly impossible unless he climbed out the window. But tonight, walking out the front door without a care in the world felt refreshingly liberating. With his hands in his pockets, Rakuo soon arrived at the agreed meeting point, Ichiraku Ramen. Inside, two figures sat quietly, one tall, one short. They were none other than Zabuza and Haku. Rakuo let out a soft cough to announce his presence. The two immediately stood up and walked outside. Seeing their eager expressions, Rakuo glanced around the empty streets and said, "The timing seems right. Let's take care of your identity issues tonight. Follow me." Without further ado, Rakuo removed his outer clothing, revealing a sleek, all-black outfit beneath. Leading the way, he ran toward a secluded corner of Konoha. At the root headquarters, Danzo Shimura sat in his ornate chair, frowning as he sifted through the latest intelligence reports gathered from various sources. "Damn that Orochimaru," he muttered. "Why is he taking so long with the Hashirama cell research? It's infuriating." Still, a sly smile crept across his face as he continued musing. "Though I must admit, it's surprising that Orochimaru agreed to the plan to destroy Konoha. Hiruzen, your foolish kindness will be your downfall. I can't wait to see the look on your face when it all comes crashing down." Danzo's lips curved upward as he picked up an expensive cup of tea, savoring the aroma before taking a sip. The future is looking quite promising. His moment of self-satisfaction was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried, disorganized footsteps echoing from the hall. Damn it! How many times do I have to tell them to maintain absolute silence when entering and exiting? Danzo barked, his temper flaring. But this time, no one responded to his reprimand. The next moment, 3 black-clad figures appeared before him. Rakuo casually pulled down the hood of his black outfit, revealing his face. He looked at Danzo with a faint smile, his expression unreadable. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he studied the youth's face, his mind racing. After a moment of recognition, his voice wavered. You're Nara Shikaku's kid, Nara Rakuo. Rakuo nodded nonchalantly and, without asking for permission, sat down beside Danzo. He grabbed the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a small sip. The rich, sweet aroma filled his senses, and the smooth, refined taste left him pleasantly surprised. "This tea is excellent," Rakuo remarked, his tone casual as he set the cup down. "You really know how to enjoy the finer things, don't you? I'll be taking a few bags of this with me when I leave." Danzo's brows furrowed as his expression darkened, growing more sinister by the second. "Kid, I don't know how you managed to get in here, but this is a restricted area of Konoha. If you leave now, I'll overlook this incident out of respect for your father, Shikaku." "Oh," Rakuo smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Should I be thanking you for your generosity?" Without giving Danzo a chance to respond, Rakuo gestured to the two figures behind him. "I'll leave, sure, but I need you to handle something for me first. These two here, I'd like you to arrange for them to become your personal guards. The closer they are to you, the better." Haku and Zabuza removed their hoods, revealing their faces. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as his eyes landed on Zabuza. His voice rose in shock. You're Zabuza Momochi, the Demon of the Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist?" Zabuza let out a low chuckle, his tone dripping with mockery. "Yeah, and you must be Danzo Shimura of Konoha. I've heard much about you." Rakuo, still seated leisurely, took another sip of tea before waving his hand dismissively. "All right, old man, let's cut the chatter. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Stop wasting time and make the arrangements. I like to get this done quickly so I can go back to sleep." Danzo's lips curled into a cold sneer. His voice was icy as he responded. "Kid, these two are rogue ninjas from the land of water. I could arrest them on the spot. And you're just a child. What makes you think you have the right to order me around? What gives me the right?" Rakuo tilted his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do you really need me to spell out for you? After all the shady things you've done, do you think I don't know?" Danzo let out a dry laugh, though there was no humor in it. "Ridiculous. I've always acted in the best interests of Konoha. A brat like you has no ground to slander me." "Guards!" Rakuo sighed, rubbing his ears as if to block out Danzo's shouting. His voice was calm and indifferent. "All right, enough. Same as last time. Your guards are all unconscious. For the uglier ones, I sent them to the Pure Land." Danzo's face twisted in shock, his pupils contracting into pinpoints. "That night, years ago, that was you?" Rakuo nodded casually. "Yep, and I'm the one who kicked you into the women's bathroom. Don't tell me you forgot that part." Danzo's face turned red with rage, his glare burning with hatred. Rakuo, unfazed, continued in a relaxed tone. "And as for your so-called pure intentions, let's review a few things, shall we? First, there's Nagato. You conspired with Hanzo to drive Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan into a corner, leading to Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into madness. Now he's out there selling rice with Konan. Second, Uchiha Shursui. Care to explain how you got that Sharingan in your right eye? Should I remove your bandages to confirm? Third, Uchiha Itachi. The massacre of the Uchiha clan. Don't try to deny your involvement. You know the truth better than anyone. Shall I go on, or is this enough for now?" Rakuyo's voice was calm, almost conversational, as he listed Danzo's crimes. When he finished, he leaned back slightly, smiling faintly at Danzo's seething figure. "What's wrong, Danzo-sama? Judging by the murderous look in your eyes, are you planning to kill me?" Upon hearing Rakuyo's first sentence, Danzo's face darkened instantly, and the more he listened, the more alarmed he became. He couldn't believe that his seemingly flawless plans, known only to himself, were understood in such intricate detail by someone else. And as he observed Rakuyo's calm and almost mocking expression, Danzo's instincts told him that this boy likely knew far more than he'd already revealed. By this point, Danzo's murderous intent surged. He no longer cared that Rakuo was Shikaku's son. In Danzo's mind, a mere child couldn't possibly uncover so much on his own. He must have overheard adult conversations. Killing Rakuo was now a necessary step. and his next target would undoubtedly be the entire Nara clan. But Rakuo, sitting there as if completely unfazed by Danzo's growing bloodlust, only looked back at him with a taunting expression, asterisk an unspoken dare, as if to say, "Hit me, and see what happens to you." Asterisk. Danzo was livid. "You insolent brat. It seems today I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Shikaku." With those words, Danzo's eyes flashed with resolve. He clenched his right fist and lashed out at Rakuo with all his might. From the sidelines, Haku and Zabuza's side, their expressions a mix of pity and resignation. "Honestly," Zabuza muttered, "why can't people just live peacefully? Why do they always insist on provoking Rakuo?" Danzo, of course, couldn't hear their thoughts. His fist closed in on Rakuo, the distance between it and Rakuo's face shrinking to a mere centimeter. But then, Danzo's entire body stiffened. His movements froze completely, and a faint tremor ran through him as he realized he couldn't move at all. Danzo's eyes darted downward, and his frown deepened when he noticed a shadow connecting to his own. "Ah, the shadow imitation technique, is it?" Danzo remarked, his tone calm, though a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. He still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Instead, his gaze turned cruel, and he looked at Rakuo with a malicious sneer. "Brat, your timing is decent, I'll give you that. But let's see how long your shadow imitation can hold someone of my caliber, a Kage-level ninja." Rakuo rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought before replying casually. Probably until you die of thirst." Danzo blinked in confusion before letting out a cold laugh. "You've got quite the mouth on you for a kid. With your chakra reserves, you'd be lucky to hold me for 10 seconds. Rakuo didn't bother explaining. Instead, he turned to Zabuza and Haku and said nonchalantly, "He's all yours. Go ahead and start the interrogation." It was only then that Danzo realized something was wrong. 10 seconds had already passed, yet the shadow imitation showed no signs of fading. Danzo frowned, focusing intently on his body. To his shock, he found that he couldn't even twitch a finger. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. The inability to move even slightly suggested that the user's chakra reserves were far greater than his own. Danzo's face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Rakuo, who seemed utterly relaxed. "How is this possible? A mere 12 or 13-year-old boy has me pinned down completely with the shadow imitation technique?" This wasn't just impressive, it was terrifying. It meant Rakuo's chakra reserves were immeasurably vast, and controlling someone like Danzo required no effort at all. Danzo's mind spun in turmoil. He, a veteran shinobi with years of experience and countless jutsu at his disposal, was utterly helpless in this moment. It was infuriating. No, it was humiliating. Meanwhile, Haku and Zabuza exchanged a glance, silently mocking the growing panic in Danzo's eyes. "Calm down, old man," Zabuza thought sarcastically. Asterisk, this is just Rakuo's basic move. You haven't even seen what he's really capable of yet, asterisk. Danzo, however, had no time to dwell on their thoughts. His gaze shifted to the duo walking toward him, their expressions grim and menacing. For the first time in years, Danzo felt a twinge of fear. Why is this happening to me? Asterisk, I've done plenty of questionable things in my life, sure, but I've never crossed paths with this brat before. Why is he targeting me? Asterisk. Moments later, Zabuza and Haku had Danzo pinned to his luxurious chair. Haku pulled out an unsettling array of tools, laying them out in front of Danzo with deliberate precision. Danzo's face went pale as he took in the horrifying selection. Asterisk, knives? Fine, I can handle that. But a saw? For cutting trees? Are they planning to dismember me? Asterisk. His eyes widened further as he noticed jars containing venomous snakes and black widows. Asterisk, what the hell is this? Asterisk. Danzo's mind raced as he imagined every possible scenario. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and erupted. Rakuo, you little brat. You've gone too far. If you've got the guts, just kill me now. Even if I die here, I'll haunt you as a ghost for the rest of your life. Rakuo, who had been planning to gradually build up psychological pressure, froze mid-thought. Hearing Danzo's spit-flying rant, he scowled. All right, fine. Since you're so eager to die, let's skip the introductions. Turning to Haku and Zabuza, Rakuo barked. Break his legs wide open, toss the spiders and snakes in his pants, and kick him until he's begging for mercy. As he spoke, Rakuo's fist slammed down onto Danzo's desk in anger. Boom! The force of his punch shattered the desk instantly. But that wasn't all. Beneath the desk, the floor caved in, leaving a 3-meter-wide crater that plunged into blackness, its bottom nowhere in sight. The entire Root headquarters shook violently from the impact, causing tremors that reverberated through the village above. Dust rained down from the ceiling as Rakuo, Haku, and Zabuza all stared at the destruction in stunned silence. The desk, made of reinforced alloy, had been obliterated. The ground beneath it had collapsed entirely. Even Danzo, who moments ago was fuming with rage, now sat frozen, his face drained of all color. Rakuo scratched the back of his head sheepishly, realizing he'd lost control of his strength. I guess I got a little too angry. Gulp. Danzo, along with Zabuza and Haku, swallowed hard as they stared at Rakuo, who looked completely at ease despite the catastrophic scene he had just caused. The sheer disparity between his nonchalant demeanor and the destruction before them was almost surreal. Is this guy even human? For Zabuza and Haku, who had witnessed Rakuo's feats before, the shock wasn't as severe. They were somewhat used to his overwhelming strength. But for Danzo, this was his first experience encountering Rakuo's raw power, and his mind was spinning. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably as his thoughts raced. Big guy, seriously, do you even realize what you just did? One casual punch, just because you were a little angry and you created a bottomless pit in my headquarters. Even the entire village shook for several seconds. Danzo's mind spiraled into despair. If this is what happens when he's just a little upset, what would happen if he actually tried to hit me? The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, and his earlier anger and defiance evaporated on the spot. His expression shifted rapidly from shock to fear. There's no way I can fight this monster. Danzo cast a mournful glance at his immobilized body, nearly letting out a whimper. This isn't just a fight. It's bullying. Even if he weren't restrained by the shadow imitation technique, what difference would it make? With power like that, Rakuo could squash him like an insect. Danzo finally understood why Rakuo had been taunting him earlier, goading him into making a move. He wasn't provoking me at all. He was baiting me to give him an excuse to accidentally kill me. For years, Danzo had convinced himself that his failure on that fateful night years ago had been due to a moment of carelessness. Now, however, it was painfully clear. I wasn't careless back then. I was simply outmatched. Danzo's thoughts drifted to the Uchiha massacre, remembering how Uchiha Itachi's overwhelming aura that night had forced him to retreat. Now he realized that the terror Itachi had unleashed had likely been triggered by this very boy. And Itachi didn't stop at releasing his aura. He was crushed, wasn't he? Crushed by this monster in an instant. In this moment of crisis, Danzo's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. His mind frantically pieced together every scrap of information he had ever gathered about Rakuo. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi always turn a blind eye to this kid skipping class? Why was he still the top student every year despite his laziness? And why, during the bell test, were 2 entire teams sent to face Kakashi? In a flash, everything clicked. Hiruzen must have known Rakuo was special, but had never been able to gauge the true depth of his strength. The bell test was likely intended to assess Rakuo's abilities, but clearly it hadn't revealed much. Because Rakuo's real power was far beyond what anyone had imagined. Danzo's eyes darted nervously as he rapidly recalibrated his strategy. Suddenly, his tone softened, and he forced a smile. Ahem, Rakuo-kun, let's not make this more unpleasant than it needs to be. I don't think there's any reason for us to be at odds. Wouldn't you agree? Rakuo remained silent, his expression unreadable. Sensing the need to act quickly, Danzo continued. Look, Rakuo-kun, you're clearly a prodigy. Your talent and potential are unparalleled. And, well, I've always had a good relationship with your father, Shikaku. Since you've come to me for help, it's only right that I assist you. Arranging something like this is no trouble at all. Rakuo raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair as he studied Danzo. That's funny. I don't recall you being so cooperative a moment ago. In fact, didn't you just say something about haunting me as a ghost? Danzo's forced smile faltered for a split second before he quickly recovered. Ah, Rakuo-kun, you're one of a kind. Why would someone as remarkable as you take the words of an old man like me seriously? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. You see, sometimes I just say nonsense without thinking. Please, don't take it to heart. Rakuo smirked, clearly enjoying Danzo's sudden change in demeanor. Well, good to see you've come around. I was already making plans for your funeral tomorrow, but I guess I can call that off now. As for these two, he gestured to Zabuza and Haku. I'll leave the details to you. Just know that if I'm not satisfied with your arrangements, I might drop by again. Danzo's face twitched involuntarily at the thought of Rakuo dropping by again. The mere idea filled him with dread. Of course, he said hastily. I'll ensure that Zabuza-san and Haku-san are taken care of. You have my word. Rakuo leaned forward slightly, his tone turning sharp. Good. And remember, keep my strength a secret. By tomorrow, I want Konoha to wake up to a perfectly normal, peaceful day. Can you manage that? Danzo nodded so quickly it was almost comical. Absolutely. I'll simply say it was all part of a combat exercise. No one will suspect a thing. Satisfied, Rakuo turned to Zabuza and Haku. If you have any specific requests, now's the time to speak up. I'm sure Danzo-sama here will happily accommodate you, right? Danzo, now thoroughly submissive, spread his arms wide in a show of generosity. Of course. Consider Root your home. Anyone who hesitates to ask for what they need is insulting me personally. Zabuza cast a grateful glance at Rakuo. Thank you, young master. No need for thanks. After all, you've helped me before, Rakuo replied with a faint smile. Well, I think that's everything. I'll leave you to it. Time for me to get some rest. With that, Rakuo vanished in a thin air, leaving behind a stunned Danzo and a deeply appreciative Zabuza and Haku. It was in that moment of silence that Danzo realized his predicament. While he was still technically in charge of Root, it was clear that from now on, he would have to tread carefully. Rakuo's shadow loomed large over him, and his freedom to act had effectively been stripped away. This wasn't just about arranging positions for Zabuza and Haku. It was a test, a choice. Submit to Rakuo's will or risk Root's total annihilation. Faced with Rakuo's overwhelming power, Danzo had no choice but to choose submission. Survive first, he told himself. Asterisk, I'll figure out the rest later. Maybe someday, I'll find a way to turn this around. Asterisk. But as he thought of Rakuo's terrifying strength, a sense of hopelessness washed over him. With a long sigh, Danzo muttered to himself. The times, they're changing. The next morning, 4 of Konoha's strongest jonin gathered in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, stood solemnly before them, his expression unusually grave. As you all know, the Chunin exams, held every 3 years, will be hosted in Konoha this time. Hiruzen began, his deep voice carrying a weight that immediately commanded attention. The 4, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Might Guy, nodded silently, acknowledging the importance of the event. Hiruzen continued, his tone even more serious. This year's Chunin exams are different from the ones we've held in the past. The exams have gradually become a platform for nations to display their power. And after the Uchiha clan massacre a few years ago, Konoha's overall strength has been significantly impacted. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over the room. The results of the last Chunin exams were less than ideal, and this has emboldened the other great nations. They've been testing our borders with increasing frequency, probing for weaknesses. Their ambitions are growing. The 4 jonin exchanged uneasy glances. So, Hiruzen continued, to prevent the other nations from viewing Konoha as weak or in decline, this Chunin exam is of utmost importance. I expect all of you to give it 120% effort. Do you understand? Understood. The 4 answered firmly, their determination evident in their voices. Might Guy, as always, was the first to respond with unrelenting enthusiasm. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burned with the flames of youth. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, my team will shine brighter than any other. We'll show the other nations the true power of Konoha's youth. Hiruzen sighed. a vein twitching slightly on his temple as he glanced at Guy's sparkling grin and gleaming teeth. Waving dismissively, he said, "All right, if you all understand, go and inform your teams." As the four jonin left the room, Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke that shrouded him in a hazy silhouette. His expression grew contemplative, his brows furrowing deeply. "I can't shake this feeling of unease. Could it be that this Chunin exam might escalate into war?" He shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, "No, surely not." That afternoon, in the quiet hills behind Konoha, the Team Slacker Alliance was fully assembled once more. Having no pressing missions, the group found themselves indulging in their favorite pastime, relaxation. Thanks to the wealth Rakuo had acquired from Kato's assets, he had generously purchased an entire set of reclining chairs and sun umbrellas, which now lined the edge of Serene Lake. The group lounged comfortably in their chairs, sunglasses on, enjoying the cool breeze and sipping on chilled sodas. Life couldn't get much better than this. Not far behind them, hidden in the grass, a trio of curious onlookers, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, observed the scene with a mix of envy and disbelief. Asuma couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Look at them. That's my Team 10. They're living better than I am. I mean, seriously, who taught them how to enjoy life like this?" Kurenai glanced at Hinata, who was stealing shy glances at Rakuo every now and then. Shaking her head, she teased Asuma. "Asuma, that Rakuo of yours is quite something. Even a shy girl like Hinata is completely smitten. Did you teach him some kind of secret technique? Otherwise, how do you explain that high and mighty woman, Miss Murakami, being so infatuated with you recently?" Asuma grimaced, rubbing his forehead as if to ward off a headache. "Don't even joke about that. Just thinking about her gives me a migraine." Kakashi, meanwhile, kept his gaze fixed on Rakuo and his group. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, his tone tinged with concern. "Say, what if we ask them about the Chunin exams, and those slackers say they don't want to participate? What do we do then?" Kakashi's words left both Asuma and Kurenai momentarily stunned. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Given how relaxed and carefree the group was, why would they voluntarily give up this lifestyle to take on the responsibilities of being Chunin? The three jonin exchanged worried glances, their expressions growing more serious. Suddenly, Kakashi snapped his fingers, his tone brightening with an idea. "You know what? Let's not ask them at all. We'll just register them directly. This group might be lazy, but the lazier they are, the scarier their strength tends to be. They'll be fine." Asuma nodded enthusiastically, fully agreeing with Kakashi's suggestion. "Exactly. Just sign them up. I can't handle this group anymore." Asuma sighed heavily, thinking about his troublesome Team 10. For members, each one a headache in their own way, a terrifyingly strong one, a frighteningly smart one, a girl you couldn't argue with, and a food-obsessed one who was impossible to reason with. Even the third Hokage wouldn't know how to deal with them. Meanwhile, by the lake, the blissfully unaware slackers continued to enjoy their idyllic day. They had no idea that their teachers had just sold them out. By evening, the group had gathered once more for one of their signature grand feasts. Rakuo had brought back an array of specialties from the Land of Waves, including premium beef, rare wild boar, and a variety of massive seafood caught during his fishing excursions. By the time the meal was ready, a massive 5-meter-wide table was filled to the brim with delicious dishes. Hinata carefully counted the plates, noting over 20 different meat dishes, 10 vegetable dishes, and 3 large bowls of nutritious soup. Holding up his glass of chilled soda, Rakuo stood and raised a toast. "To our reunion. Cheers!" The group erupted in cheers, their voices filled with joy. "Cheers!" The cool soda was a perfect remedy for the summer heat, refreshing their spirits as it slid down their throats. Then came the true battle, the dining table showdown. The boys dove in with gusto, turning the meal into a lively competition. Despite their best efforts to challenge Rakuo, who was clearly the strongest, he effortlessly outmaneuvered all their tricks and kept his plate full. Meanwhile, Eno and Hinata, having finished eating, shifted their attention to Rakuo. Eno delicately peeled seafood for him, while Hinata quietly refilled his soup their actions full of tenderness. The four single boys, Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji, couldn't help but stare in envy. Naruto sighed wistfully. If only Sakura-chan would treat me like that someday. Sasuke scoffed, shooting Naruto a disdainful look. With your level of strength, you'd better keep dreaming. Damn you, Sasuke. Take this. The group burst into laughter as Naruto and Sasuke wrestled yet again, their antics bringing a sense of warmth and camaraderie. Reunions really are the best, they thought. An hour later, stuffed and satisfied, the group lounged on their recliners, clutching their full stomachs and groaning in contentment. Seeing everyone in such good spirits, Rakuo chuckled and said, "Well, now that we've had our fill, it's time to talk about the upcoming Chunin exams." Rakuo glanced at the curious faces around him, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Naruto, Sasuke, listen up. No matter what, the two of you must win this Chunin exam. If you don't, trust me, I'll find a way to get Kakashi-sensei removed from his position, and then I'll personally take over as your instructor for some special training." The moment the words left Rakuo's mouth, Naruto and Sasuke's faces paled. Memories of Rakuo's training sessions over the years flashed through their minds like a terrible slideshow. Both shuddered involuntarily, the ghost of past tortures chilling them to the core. And yet, the threat sparked something within them. A fierce determination lit up in their eyes. Even if we die in the Chunin exams, we can't afford to lose. As if in perfect sync, the two clenched their fists and silently vowed to give it their all. Rakuo smirked, pleased by their reaction. He turned his attention to Hinata, who had been stealing shy glances at him. Softening his expression, he spoke gently. "And Hinata, don't count yourself out. You're much stronger than you think. Believe in yourself. You won't lose to anyone." Hinata's face turned crimson at Rakuo's encouraging words, and she nodded shyly, her voice barely a whisper. "Why, yes." Watching her, Rakuo's thoughts drifted to the potential challenges ahead, specifically one particular thorn in Hinata's path, Niji Hyuga. Niji, a cold glint flickered through Rakuo's eyes. For years, Rakuo had been helping Hinata grow stronger, all for this moment. He wouldn't allow Niji to hurt her, not this time. But knowing Hinata's kind heart, she'd likely hold back against him, which could lead to her being at a disadvantage. No, Rakuo thought, his jaw tightening. I'll deal with him myself, if I have to. A thorough beating ought to knock some sense into him. Shaking off the thought for now, Rakuo turned his attention to his own team, Team 10. Letting out a long sigh, he addressed Shikamaru. "I know what you're thinking, and don't bother. Asuma-sensei already registered us for the Chunin exams. So forget about skipping, it's not happening." Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, groaning in resignation. "Well, that's troublesome." Rakuo chuckled, knowing there wasn't much to be done about his team's collective laziness. Still, with him around, they wouldn't have any real problems. Looking at the mix of determination and weariness on everyone's faces, he let a small smile creep onto his lips. This Chunin exam is starting to look pretty interesting. The next day, Asuma called Team 10 together for an important meeting. Standing in the clearing where their first survival exercise had taken place, he faced his laid-back students with a somewhat pained expression. "I've gathered you here today to inform you about something important," Asuma began, his tone unenthusiastic. "Recently, the Hokage summoned us Jonin to announce that the Chunin exams will be held in a few days. Registration will open soon." Noticing the slight change in his students' expressions, Asuma quickly continued. "Because of your excellent performance so far, not only I, but the third Hokage himself has full confidence in your abilities. So, I've already registered you for the exams. Your parents have been informed as well." At this, all four members of Team 10 turned to Asuma with a collective look of disdain. What kind of shameless teacher is this? Using the Hokage as an excuse to avoid blame? Was having the Hokage as his father really something to brag about? Rakuo, as expected, didn't seem to care. But Shikamaru, on the other hand, groaned in frustration. "This is such a hassle. Now that my mom knows if I don't give it my all, the consequences will be serious." Eno and Choji nodded in agreement, shooting Asuma resentful looks as well. Seeing their reactions, Asuma couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. For once, He had the upper hand over his troublesome students. Smiling, he added, "Well, that's how it is. I'll let you know the time and location later." Just as he was about to make his escape, Asuma suddenly remembered something the Hokage had said. His expression turned serious as he addressed the group once more. "One more thing. This Chunin exam is critically important. To be blunt, if you don't perform well, the other great nations might see Konoha as weak. They'll grow bolder, and things could escalate quickly." Asuma's words had the desired effect. The four students' expressions shifted, their faces now tinged with determination. "So," he concluded, "do your best to show the other nations just how strong Konoha is." That's all dismissed. With that, Asuma vanished, leaving the group to process his message. The remaining three naturally turned their attention to Rakuo, curious about his reaction. To their surprise, the usual lazy, indifferent look on Rakuyo's face was gone. In its place was a rare spark of motivation. His sharp, handsome features carried an air of determination they hadn't seen before. "Those other nations are getting bold," Rakuo muttered, his lips curving into a faint smirk. "In that case, we'll just have to remind them who they're dealing with." The other three exchanged glances, a mixture of amazement and pity crossing their faces. Well, RIP to the other nation's candidates. Of all the people to face, they just had to run into Rakuo. Time passed quickly. After receiving the news from Asuma, Team 10 stopped taking missions altogether. With no pressing duties, they spent their days fishing by the river, enjoying the breeze, and occasionally indulging in barbecues courtesy of Rakuyo's generous wallet. Life was good, but good times never last forever. Before long, the day of the Chunin exams arrived. Having received the time and location for the event, Team 10 gathered in front of Rakuyo's house, ready to head out. For the genin of Konoha, today was a momentous day. The Chunin exams had finally arrived. Over the past few days, the streets of Konoha had been filled with unfamiliar faces, genin from faraway lands, each journeying to compete in this year's Chunin exams. Morning, outside the Nara household, Eno and Choji stood quietly by the gate, waiting for Rakuo and Shikamaru to emerge. Before long, the door opened, and the two saw Yoshino Nara standing at the entrance with an uncharacteristically gentle expression. She handed Rakuo a small carton of fresh milk and pulled him into a warm hug. "Do your best on the exam, but don't push yourself too hard," Yoshino said softly, her voice full of motherly concern. "And please, make sure to stay safe, all right?" Rakuo, visibly uncomfortable, could only nod helplessly. As Yoshino watched Rakuo walk off, her demeanor shifted in an instant. She turned to Shikamaru, her face now stormy and her tone sharp. "As for you, you lazy brat, if I hear you slacked off even once during the exam, you know what's coming." Shikamaru, frozen in terror, quickly picked up his pace to catch up with Rakuo. Only after putting some distance between himself and his mother did he exhale in relief. "Big bro," Shikamaru muttered, still shaken. "What the heck did you give, Mom? Our treatment couldn't be more different." Rakuo casually bit into the lid of his milk carton, sipping lazily before replying. "Just a little something extra. Nothing important." Shikamaru stared at him, hoping for more details, but when Rakuo offered nothing further, he sighed in resignation. "Confirmed. You're definitely the favorite now. This life is just too much trouble." Across from them, Eno and Choji exchanged bewildered glances. How could two sons from the same family be treated so differently? Walking through the village, the four of them soon ran into teams 7 and 8. Naruto's eyes lit up as he bounded over to Rakuo. Boss, can I use that special move you taught me during the Chunin exam?" Rakuo glanced at Sasuke, who was watching him with equal anticipation, and smiled. "Of course you can. But remember, the opponents this time are strong. Don't underestimate them." "If you do," Naruto and Sasuke froze, their minds filling with memories of Rakuyo's hellish training sessions. Laughing nervously, they quickly inched away, eager to avoid giving him any reason to train them again. Meanwhile, the boys from the various teams gathered together to chat and boast, occasionally sneaking glances at Rakuo. Rakuo, for his part, was casually flanked by Eno and Hinata, as well as Sakura, who seemed unsure of her place in the dynamic. He exuded an effortless charm, looking every bit the center of attention. Eno peeled a banana for Rakuo with practiced ease, then turned to Sakura with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Why don't you go and follow Sasuke? Stay away from my Rakuo." To everyone's surprise, Sakura said nothing in response. She merely opened her mouth as if to argue, then closed it again, her thoughts a mystery. Before long, the group arrived at the Ninja Academy. Rather than heading straight to the exam room, they first made their way to the main building to submit their applications. As they climbed to the second floor, they encountered a curious scene in the hallway. Rock Lee and Tenten were standing to the side, while two unfamiliar genin appeared to be blocking the way, playing at being gatekeepers. Naruto, seeing this, didn't even bother to comment. Sasuke, however, narrowed his eyes. His Sharingan activated with a faint glow, and his voice was cold and direct. "This Jinjutsu barrier, let's get rid of it. Stop wasting our time. The third floor is where we're headed." The two gatekeepers, realizing their trick had been seen through, moved to attack Sasuke. But before they could even lift a finger, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sasuke stood there, unfazed. The moment the two had attempted to strike, his Sharingan had caught them and trapped them in a Jinjutsu, leaving them completely incapacitated. This subtle but decisive display of strength caught Rock Lee's attention. He turned to Sasuke, his eyes widening in surprise. But as Lee's gaze swept across the group, it stopped on Sakura. His eyes grew even wider, and his expression shifted to one of admiration, perhaps even infatuation. Without hesitation, Lee strode forward, his tone bold and sincere as he declared, "Hello, my name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me." The hallway fell silent. Even Rakuo and the others froze, momentarily stunned by the sheer awkwardness of Lee's directness. His round eyes, bowl-cut hair, and thick eyebrows didn't exactly help his case. Sakura blinked, startled, and took a step back. Her eyes darted towards Sasuke, silently pleading for help. Sasuke's face darkened, though he remained silent. While he had no romantic interest in Sakura, the public confession still felt irritating. Lee, seemingly unaware of the tension, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, as if contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Hinata's soft voice broke the momentary stillness. "Nei, brother." Her gaze had landed on a familiar figure standing not far away, a young man with the same pale, piercing eyes as her own. Beside him were Tenten and, of course, Rock Lee. Neither the sound of Hinata's voice. His expression was cold, his gaze sharp. As their eyes met, Hinata instinctively lowered her head. Neji approached, his movements deliberate and his voice laced with disdain. "Hinata-sama," he said, the honorific dripping with sarcasm. "I'm surprised you had the nerve to show up here. You've barely graduated, yet you think you're ready for the Chunin exams? Your strength is mediocre, but your arrogance knows no bounds." Hinata flinched at his words, but forced herself to look up, managing a shaky greeting. "And Neji, brother," Neji continued, his tone cutting. "With your timid nature, you don't belong here. You shouldn't even be trying to become a shinobi." Before he could finish, an overwhelming pressure filled the hallway. Neji's words stopped abruptly as his body froze in place, as if paralyzed. His breathing hitched, and a faint tremor ran through him. The source of this oppressive aura was clear. Rakuo, the lazy, carefree expression that usually graced his face was gone, replaced by an icy glare that could pierce through steel. His entire demeanor was dark and foreboding, like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. Naruto and Sasuke, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat. Even though the pressure wasn't directed at them, they could feel the weight of it. Swallowing hard, they exchanged nervous glances. Is the boss going to kill him? Neji Hyuga's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He couldn't tear his gaze away from Rakuo, whose piercing stare bore down on him like a giant, crushing blade. The sheer pressure was suffocating, and Neji felt as though he couldn't breathe. Hinata, noticing Neji's distress, glanced nervously at Rakuo's dark and stormy expression. Tentatively, she reached out and gently tugged on Rakuo's sleeve. The small gesture seemed to pull Rakuo back from the edge. Softening his demeanor, Rakuo patted Hinata's head affectionately and reassured her in a low voice. "Don't worry. I'm just teaching him a lesson. With that, Rakuo began walking toward Niji, his movements slow and deliberate. All eyes turned to Rakuo, who, despite his calm and seemingly unremarkable appearance, radiated an aura that demanded attention. The spectators whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. Who is this guy? Is he going to fight? Man, the Chunin exams haven't even started yet, and it's already getting intense. This guy doesn't look like much, but... Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged uneasy glances, already starting to feel pity for Niji. Niji's done for, Naruto muttered under his breath. Niji, on the other hand, was frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. How? How could the overwhelming force he felt earlier have come from this seemingly ordinary boy? Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, determined to get a clearer look at Rakuyo's chakra and assess the threat. Sasuke, watching this unfold, let out a small sigh and gave Niji a look of sympathy. Big mistake. The moment Niji's Byakugan locked onto Rakuo, his face twisted in horror. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped his lips as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His complexion turned even paler, almost ghostly, as he stumbled backward, barely catching himself with Tenten's help. The crowd was stunned. What just happened? I didn't even see anything. Was it some kind of Jinjutsu? But it didn't look like that guy did anything. This guy, he's not normal. Rakuo frowned slightly as he looked at Niji, who was now visibly shaken. He was about to say something when Hinata suddenly ran up to him, tugging at his sleeve again. Her soft, pleading voice broke through the tension. Rakuo, please let Niji go, okay? Rakuo hesitated, looking down at Hinata's tear-filled eyes. He wanted to explain that Niji's injuries were self-inflicted, the result of his own recklessness. But seeing Hinata's earnest expression, Rakuo sighed and relented. All right, just this once. With that, Rakuo turned and started walking toward the third floor, the rest of the group silently following behind. Sasuke glanced back at Niji, who still seemed dazed and shaken. Letting out a small sigh, he muttered, "You had to look at Rakuo's chakra, didn't you? What were you thinking? That's not something just anyone can handle." Meanwhile, Rock Lee stood frozen, watching Rakuo's retreating figure. His brows furrowed in thought, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned to Tenten. "Tenten, take care of Niji," he said resolutely before sprinting after Rakuo and the others. Tenten sighed as she looked between Lee's departing figure and the fainted Niji beside her. These two, they really know how to cause trouble. In mere moments, Lee appeared in front of Rakuo's group, blocking their path. The group stopped, turning their attention to Lee with varying degrees of curiosity. Rakuo, in particular, raised an eyebrow, his expression one of mild interest. Lee bowed deeply before speaking. "Apologies for interrupting your time," he began, his tone earnest. Then, straightening up, he looked directly at Rakuo, his eyes burning with determination. "You must be the top student of this year's academy class. To test my strength and measure my resolve, I asked for a chance to spar with you." Rakuo wasn't surprised. Knowing Lee's fiery and straightforward personality, it would have been more shocking if Lee hadn't issued a challenge. Still, Rakuo frowned slightly, his tone calm yet firm. "I'm on the best mood right now. Let's do this another day." Rakuo's words were sincere. He hadn't interacted much with Lee before, and given his current frustration from earlier events, he worried he might accidentally go too far. If that happened, Lee's journey as a Chunin candidate could very well end before it even began. Unfortunately, Lee didn't interpret Rakuo's refusal as concern. Instead, he took it as a rejection of his determination. "Please believe in me," Lee exclaimed, bowing even lower. "My teacher, Gai-sensei, says that a passionate battle can heal any troubled heart. Please accept my challenge." Naruto shook his head in sympathy. "Oh, Lee, you don't know what you're asking for." Rakuo sighed, seeing no way out of the situation. "Fine," he said finally. "Let's get it over with." Taking a step forward, Rakuo stopped and looked at Lee with a calm, composed expression. Lee, in contrast, immediately assumed his fighting stance, one hand extended forward and the other tucked behind his back. His eyes burned with the fire of youth. The rest of the group instinctively stepped back, giving the two plenty of space. "You can go first," Rakuo said casually. "If I make the first move, you won't have chance." Though his words were spoken calmly, they struck a nerve with some of the onlookers. Who does this guy think he is? Acting so high and mighty. Yeah, I've heard he's the top student, but he doesn't even look like a fighter. What's all the hype about? Tintin, who had just arrived, frowned as she gazed at Rakuo. He's surprisingly handsome up close," she murmured. "But Lee might be in trouble." Niji, who had also managed to make his way over, couldn't suppress the slight tremor in his body as he looked at Rakuo. Asterisk that chakra, it's monstrous. If he hadn't controlled it earlier, I wouldn't just be hurt. I'd be asterisk. Niji shuddered at the thought, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Back in the makeshift arena, Lee made his move. With a burst of speed, his figure disappeared from sight. What? He's so fast. The onlookers were stunned, their eyes struggling to keep up with Lee's movements. But Rakuo stood motionless, unfazed. He even yawned, as if bored. Leaf Hurricane. Lee appeared at Rakuo's side, launching a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Eno and Hinata gasped, their hands clenching in concern as they watched Rakuo make no effort to dodge. Sakura, frowning, thought to herself, asterisk so much for the top student. He can't even defend himself, asterisk. But Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji all wore the same expression, a mix of pity and amusement as they watched Lee. Poor guy, he has no idea. Rakuo's voice broke through the commotion, calm and composed. Your first mistake, flashy moves. Has no one told you not to jump unnecessarily? Effortlessly, Rakuo caught Lee's leg mid-kick. Your second mistake, overcommitting without certainty. It leaves you wide open. Lee's eyes widened in shock. And your third mistake, Rakuo continued, tightening his grip as Lee let out a yelp of pain. Hesitation. Hesitation always leads to defeat. Before anyone could register what happened, there was a loud thud. Lee's body flew through the air, crashing into a wall 10 meters away before sliding to the ground in a heap. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Rakuo, who stood as calm and composed as ever. Next time, Rakuo said, brushing non-existent dust off his hands, think before you act. As Rock Lee's unconscious body slid down the wall and collapsed to the floor, the entire room was plunged into stunned silence. If Niji's earlier encounter with Rakuo had been confusing, shrouded in mystery, this battle was nothing short of pure shock. Lee's speed had been overwhelming, far beyond what most of the genin in the room could even process. His attacks were sharp and precise, the mark of a true martial artist. And yet, despite his clear skill, Lee had been defeated in a single moment. No suspense, no struggle, just an instant, decisive loss. Even more terrifying was the fact that no one in the room had managed to fully see how Rakuo had done it. Kiba glanced down at Akamaru, who was trembling and whimpering in his arms. Stroking the small dog's head, Kiba felt a chill run down his spine. Akamaru's never reacted like this before. Just how strong is this guy? Sakura, who had previously dismissed Rakuo as nothing special, now stood frozen, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. She couldn't help but glance at Sasuke, whose brow was furrowed, his expression unreadable. Is Rakuo really this strong? She thought. Even Sasuke wouldn't be able to do something like that, would he? Shikamaru and Choji, meanwhile, were far less surprised. They had known for a long time that Rakuo's strength was utterly abnormal. Still, watching him in action always left them speechless. Shikamaru sighed deeply, his face filled with resignation. Seriously, defeating people like this in an instant. How are we supposed to feel about ourselves? Asterisk, I thought we were all supposed to be slackers together. How'd he end up this strong? Asterisk. Rakuo turned, his sharp eyes briefly landing on Tintin, who was staring at him with an expression of mixed awe and disbelief. Offering her a casual smile, he said, he'll wake up in a little while. Don't worry too much. Without waiting for a response, Rakuo began walking toward the third floor. This time, the crowd instinctively parted to let him pass, their gazes filled with admiration and fear. Upon reaching the third floor, Rakuo and his group soon encountered their respective jonin instructors, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Well, You're all surprisingly on time today, Asuma remarked with a smirk, his tone light. Kakashi and Kurenai exchanged amused, slightly exasperated looks. What has Asuma been through lately that he's now praising punctuality of all things? Rakuo and his team nodded politely. With Kakashi and Kurenai present, they figured they might as well humor Asuma and give him some face. After a few brief words of encouragement, the three Jonin dismissed their teams, instructing them to enter the 301 classroom. Asuma watched the 10 genin walk away, his gaze lingering on Rakuo, who was trailing behind the others. A sly grin spread across his face. I can't even imagine what kind of chaos that slacker is going to stir up during this exam, he said with a chuckle. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Kakashi nodded in agreement, his tone serious yet amused. Rakuyo's strength isn't in question. I'm more worried about the proctors. They're in for a rough time. Just then, Might Guy approached, looking uncharacteristically dejected. The three Jonin turned to him in surprise. Seeing Guy, the epitome of energy and enthusiasm, so downcast was an unusual sight. Guy, what happened? Asuma asked, concerned. Guy glanced at Asuma, his expression complicated. Asuma, I didn't realize you had such a strong ninja in your team. I never would have guessed that one of your students could defeat my prized pupil so effortlessly. Both Asuma and Kakashi opened their mouths, but decided against saying anything. They simply patted Guy on the shoulder in a gesture of sympathy. If you think that's bad, Guy, they thought, asterisk, just wait until you experience Rakuo firsthand. He could probably take you down just as easily. Standard practice for him. Stay calm. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Rakuo and the others reached the door to the 301 classroom. Stopping just outside, Rakuo glanced at the group, his usual lazy expression replaced by a rare spark of confidence. With a smirk, he declared, "The bad kids are here." Naruto, catching onto the energy, grinned mischievously before stepping forward and kicking the door with all his might. Bang! The door slammed open, flying off its hinges and crashing into a group of genin standing nearby. Several of them yelped, stumbling backward from the impact. They turned angrily toward the source of the commotion, but when they saw the group that had entered, 10 genin with an almost palpable presence, they hesitated, their complaints dying in their throats. The noise of the door slamming open immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned toward Rakuo and his companions, most of them glaring with thinly veiled hostility. Who are these guys? Why are they making such an entrance? A blur of movement caught their attention as a figure appeared beside Rakuyo's group. You lot sure know how to make an impression, the stranger said with a friendly smile. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced briefly at Sasuke before addressing the group. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I suppose you could call me your senior. Naruto crossed his arms, his expression skeptical as he looked Kabuto up and down. And who asked you, glasses guy? He retorted, sounding every bit the brash troublemaker. Kabuto chuckled, his demeanor remaining calm and polite. I've been through this exam a few times before. If there's anything you'd like to know, I'd be happy to help. While the others listened with interest, Rakuo leaned against the wall, completely uninterested in engaging with Kabuto. When Kabuto revealed that this would be his 7th time taking the Chunin exam, the group's expressions shifted slightly. Their amusement faded, replaced by a faint determination. If this exam is really that difficult, they thought, then it's bound to be interesting. Kabuto proceeded to pull out a stack of cards, introducing the various countries and ninja villages participating in the exam. When he mentioned the Sound Village, he noted that it was a newly formed minor village. Hearing this, Naruto tilted his head and asked innocently, So, does that mean their ninja aren't very strong? Kabuto visibly hesitated, an awkward smile on his face as he stammered, Well, I wouldn't say that. Every participant here is a capable ninja. Rakuyo's sharp eyes caught Kabuto's momentary discomfort. With a small cough, he signaled Sasuke, who instantly understood. Sasuke smirked coldly, his voice dripping with disdain as he said, Capable? Sound more like a bunch of nobodies to me. The tension in the room skyrocketed as Sasuke's words reached the ears of the Sound Village's genin. The trio exchanged dark looks, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Dosu, the leader of the group, sneered and said coldly, Teach them a lesson. Let them experience the power of the sound ninja firsthand. Upon hearing Dosu's command, the three sound ninja sprang into action, their movements flashing through the classroom like shadows. Zaku, one of the trio, quickly moved to Sasuke's flank. Leaping high into the air, he hurled two shuriken with precision, aiming straight for Sasuke. But Sasuke, having spent so much time training with Rakuo, had long since stopped seeing basic projectile attacks as a threat. Without even activating his Sharingan, Sasuke casually raised his right hand and plucked the two shuriken out of midair with a practiced ease that left Zaku utterly stunned. What? Zaku gasped, his confidence shaken. How is this even possible? The speed of a launched shuriken was no joke. Even dodging one was no easy feat for most shinobi. Yet this boy had caught them effortlessly, as if it were child's play. At the same time, Dosu charged straight at Sasuke, his movements swift and deliberate. Forming a quick sequence of hand seals, Dosu raised his left hand, revealing the sound-amplifying device embedded in his palm. With a sharp thrust, he directed a powerful sound-based attack at Sasuke. Sasuke's instincts flared, and in an instant, his eyes glowed red as his Sharingan activated, twin Tomo spinning in each eye. Before Dosu could strike, Sasuke moved, a blur of motion too fast for most to follow. Bam! Sasuke's foot connected with Dosu's abdomen in a ferocious kick, sending him hurtling backward. Thud! The sound ninja crashed into the far wall with a loud impact, but Sasuke wasn't done. Before anyone could process what had happened, Sasuke appeared next to Dosu, gripping him by the throat and pinning him against the wall. A cold smirk played across Sasuke's lips as he tightened his grip, lifting Dosu off the ground effortlessly. Still think I'm wrong when I call you trash? Sasuke sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. The room was silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a kunai. Most of the genin present hadn't even been able to follow Sasuke's movements, let alone comprehend what had just happened. Those who had managed to see, Lee, Niji, and Gaara, found their expressions darkening as they re-evaluated Sasuke's strength. How is he this fast? The onlookers' gazes shifted to Sasuke, now filled with a mix of fear and respect. Meanwhile, Dosu's exposed eye burned with shock and fury as he struggled against Sasuke's iron grip. Sasuke, unfazed by the sound ninja's glare, gave him a once-over and sneered. Pathetic. If all sound ninja are like you, you'd be better off keeping your heads down and staying out of sight. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the room, followed by a thick plume of white smoke near the front. A harsh, commanding voice cut through the chaos. Enough. All of you sit down. You worthless brats. As the smoke cleared, Marino Ibiki, the scar-faced proctor of the first exam, stood before them, flanked by several Chunin examiners. His intimidating presence immediately drew everyone's attention. The room fell silent as Ibiki's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Even Sasuke, caught off guard by the sudden interruption, instinctively released Dosu, letting him collapse to the floor. But not Rakuo. Unlike the others, Rakuo remained completely unaffected by Ibiki's imposing aura. His expression was calm, his eyes sharp as they followed Dosu's crumpled form. Ibiki raised an eyebrow as he noticed Rakuo's unshaken demeanor. Interesting. This kid doesn't even flinch. Ibiki considered intervening further, but paused when he realized Rakuo was walking toward Dosu. His curiosity piqued. Ibiki decided to let the scene play out. Sasuke, now aware of Rakuo's approach, stepped aside, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Boss, Sasuke began, but Rakuo silenced him with a small shake of his head. It's fine. Let me handle this. Hearing Sasuke call Rakuo boss left the other genin in a state of disbelief. What? The guy who just demonstrated terrifying speed and strength is calling this guy boss? All eyes turned to Rakuo, whose unassuming appearance suddenly seemed far more dangerous. Just who is this guy? Ibiki, too, was intrigued. He could sense something unusual about Rakuo, something that set him apart from the rest of the genin. Rakuo stopped in front of Dosu, frowning slightly as he studied the bandaged ninja. From his hunched posture to his broom-like cloak, Dosu's appearance was downright laughable. Trash, Rakuo muttered under his breath, as though Dosu weren't even worth addressing directly. Without warning, Rakuo struck. Thud! The sound of his kick reverberated through the room, followed immediately by Dosu's agonized scream. The sound ninja crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen as his body convulsed in pain. Sweat poured down his pale face as he struggled to even breathe. The room erupted into murmurs as the other genin tried to comprehend what had just happened. What just happened? I didn't even see him move. How did that guy end up like that? Rakuo, completely unfazed by the commotion, placed a foot on Dosu's back, pinning him to the ground. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the faces of every genin present. With a calm, yet commanding tone, he spoke. For the record, I'm Nara Rakuo of Konoha. The guy you just saw earlier is Uchiha Sasuke. He called the sound ninja trash, and for that, I'd like to apologize. The other genin blinked, surprised by Rakuyo's sudden display of humility. Because Sasuke wasn't entirely accurate, Rakuyo's voice dropped, his words cutting through the air like a blade. I'm here to clarify. It's not just the sound ninja. All of you in this room are trash. The classroom fell deathly silent. Every eye locked on Rakuo as his words sank in. Even Ibiki's lips twitched slightly, a mix of amusement and surprise flickering across his otherwise stoic face. This kid, he's something else. I'm saying, it's not just the sound ninja. Every single one of you in this room. You're all trash. Rakuyo's audacious declaration echoed throughout the classroom, reverberating in the stunned silence that followed. The room was frozen, the tension palpable. HSSSS. Shikamaru was the first to break the silence, inhaling sharply through his teeth. He turned to Rakuo, his expression a mix of disbelief and irritation. What the heck, big bro? You've never been this bold before. This is going to be such a drag. Everything's going to get so much more complicated now. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, stood confidently by Rakuyo's side, their faces lit with mischievous smiles. Both of them radiated competitive energy as they scanned the room, full of angry and shocked faces. This is what the Bad Kids Alliance is all about, they thought in unison. Why bother training so hard all these years if they weren't going to let the world know? Rakuyo-kun. Eno and Hinata, meanwhile, were practically starry-eyed. The typically calm and reserved Rakuo had suddenly transformed into a figure of pure charisma and dominance, and the sharp contrast left them dazzled. He's so cool. This bold, unyielding side of Rakuo only made them admire him more, their hearts racing as they watched him stand unfazed in front of the hostile crowd. But while Rakuyo's allies were either amused or smitten, the rest of the room was anything but pleased. Who does this guy think he is? Nara Rakuo? Never heard of him before. And he dares to act this arrogant. Is this how Konoha ninja behave? I'll make sure to teach him some manners during the exam. TCH, he's just a little faster than average. What's there to brag about? Though most of the room's occupants were content to vent their frustrations with whispered complaints, others weren't so subtle. One glance at Gaara's face was enough to confirm his bloodlust. His pale green eyes narrowed as he stared at Rakuo, his lips curling into a sinister smile. This one, he's worth killing, Gaara muttered to himself. Proving my existence by ending his will, that's what I'll do. Beside him, Kankaro's expression was equally dark. Accustomed to being the one intimidating others, he was seething at Rakuyo's audacity. His hand instinctively drifted to the puppet strapped to his back. Who does this brat think he is? Kankaro growled under his breath. I should take him down now. Despite the seething hostility directed at him, Rakuo remained completely unfazed. If anything, he seemed to be enjoying it. With a grin, he addressed the room once more. All right, enough with the glares. If you got a problem with me, settle it in the exams. Let's see what you're really made of. He shifted his gaze to Gaara and Kankaro, his smile widening. Nice eyes. I'll make sure to leave a lasting impression on you both, one you won't forget for the rest of your lives. Asterisk TCH. Asterisk. Kankaro clenched his fists in frustration, his mind racing with murderous plans. We'll see how cocky you are after Gaara's done with you. Up at the front of the room, Marino Ibiki watched the scene unfold with growing interest. Nara Rakuo, quite the bold one, he mused, his lips quirking into a faint smile. Rakuyo's words had effectively turned Konoha into the primary target of every other village in the room. And yet, Rather than being concerned, Ibiki found himself intrigued. This year's exam might actually be entertaining. His thoughts were interrupted by his subordinates murmuring behind him. Isn't that the Uzumaki kid? The one who used to graffiti the Hokage rock? Oh yeah, I remember him. We had to drag him away so many times when he was little. Wait, didn't he always skip classes at the academy? Wasn't he usually with Nara or Rakuo? Yeah, those two, plus a few others. They were the ones the third Hokage always had trouble with. Ibiki's grin widened as he listened. Asterisk, so this group is full of troublemakers. Huh? Interesting asterisk. Turning back to the classroom, Ibiki's gaze lingered on Rakuo. Asterisk, it's been a while since anyone this intriguing showed up. I think I'll make things a little more challenging this time. Asterisk. Beckoning his Chunin subordinates closer, Ibiki whispered a few instructions to them. Their eyes widened in shock as they listened, but they quickly nodded in agreement. Are you sure about this, sir? One of them asked hesitantly. Ibiki chuckled darkly. Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility. After all, I'm the proctor for this stage of the exam. Understood. The classroom quickly settled as Ibiki called for everyone's attention. The test papers were distributed, and the genin took their seats. Rakuyo's position placed him in the midst of a particularly enviable group. To his left was Eno, to his right was Hinata, in front of him was Temari, behind him was Sakura, and diagonally behind him was Tenten. Quite the arrangement, Rakuo thought with mild amusement. Glancing at the exam, Rakuo quickly skimmed through the questions. His brow furrowed slightly as he realized how absurd they were. Physics, cryptography, advanced mathematics, chemistry, theoretical ninjutsu. And the ninth question, it was a problem involving quantum mechanics. Are we taking the Chunin exam or the Hokage qualification test? He thought, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. At the front of the room, Ibiki's previously stern expression had softened into something more mischievous. Well then, he began, his voice calm but firm. Let's go over the rules for this exam. Listen carefully. Once I've explained the rules, you're not allowed to ask any questions. Cheating, or anything resembling cheating, will result in a penalty. Each time you're caught, 2 points will be deducted from your team's score. Ibiki's eyes gleamed as he scanned the room. Let me make this clear. Anyone caught cheating is an idiot. This is a test of your skills as a shinobi. Behave accordingly. Rakuo leaned back in his chair, smirking inwardly. Asterisk, really now? Could he make it any more obvious that we're supposed to cheat? Asterisk. As Ibiki continued to explain, Rakuyo's thoughts wandered briefly to Naruto. Even with all these hints, that blockhead probably won't figure it out. The final rule dropped like a bombshell. If anyone on your team scores a 0, your entire team will be disqualified. Sakura immediately shot to her feet, panic written all over her face. What? Her outburst was understandable. In her mind, Naruto scoring a 0 was practically a foregone conclusion. Sasuke's glare darkened as his gaze fell on Naruto. If this idiot screws up and gets us disqualified, Naruto, feeling the weight of their combined hostility, began to sweat nervously. All right, Ibiki announced, cutting through the tension. The exam begins. Now, the room fell silent as the genin turned their focus to their test papers. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Asterisk, okay. I can do this. Stay calm. Take it one question at a time. Asterisk. Glancing at the first question, his confidence wavered. Okay, no big deal. Let's move to the second question. Third question. Ninth question. Naruto's face fell as he stared at the paper in despair. I don't know any of this. Meanwhile, Ibiki had settled into a chair, watching the genin with an amused expression. Let's see how these little brats handle the pressure. Marino Ibiki sat at the front of the room, his piercing gaze scanning the sea of anxious genin as they squirmed in their seats. Watching their growing discomfort brought a rare sense of satisfaction to the normally stoic proctor. As the head of Konoha's interrogation unit, it was in his nature to enjoy watching others wrestle with stress and unease. Even though he had donned a mask of calm professionalism during his explanation of the rules, his every word and gesture had been precisely calculated to amplify the pressure on the examinees. But, of course, there was always an exception. Ibiki's sharp eyes soon landed on Rakuo, who stood out amidst the sea of tense faces. He couldn't help but smirk. While the other genin were furiously scribbling answers or nervously glancing around to cheat, Rakuo was leaning back in his chair, utterly relaxed. In one hand, he held a piece of jerky, which he slowly and nonchalantly chewed. His other hand rested casually on the desk as his gaze wandered lazily around the room. Rakuo wasn't even pretending to take the exam seriously. He was more like a curious observer at a theater performance. At one point, Rakuo even noticed Ibiki watching him and offered the proctor a friendly smile. What an interesting kid, Ibiki thought, his curiosity deepening. As Rakuo continued to survey the room, he began to notice some peculiarities. While the genin around him were visibly stressed, the proctors stationed throughout the room seemed oddly disengaged. Though they appeared to be observing and taking notes, Rakuo's sharp eyes caught the truth. Most of the proctors were simply doodling or scribbling nonsense on their clipboards. One had even begun sketching a detailed portrait. Another, clearly in a romantic mood, was secretly writing a love letter, a mischievous grin on their face. So that's how it is, Rakuo mused, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He had already suspected that the exam wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, but now he was certain. Between Ibiki's calculated demeanor and the proctor's apparent lack of real enforcement, it was clear that the point of this test wasn't to answer the questions. It was to demonstrate the ability to gather information under pressure. Across the room, the exam had entered what could only be described as the free-for-all phase. By now, many of the genin had realized the true nature of the test and were resorting to increasingly creative methods of cheating. Those without special abilities relied on crude tactics like passing notes or craning their necks to peek at their neighbors' answers. Miraculously, despite their clumsy efforts, none of these genin were caught or penalized. Maybe the proctors just haven't noticed yet. One genin whispered to himself as he leaned so far out of his seat that his chin nearly rested on his neighbor's desk. After hurriedly jotting down a few stolen answers, he smirked smugly. My cheating skills are second to none. These Konoha proctors don't stand a chance against me. Meanwhile, the more skilled genin displayed their unique abilities. Shino released his insects, their tiny forms flitting silently across the room. However, even his bugs seemed to struggle. One of them awkwardly traced the number 8 in midair, leaving Rakuo shaking his head in amused sympathy. Kiba, with Shikamaru perched on his head, used the dog's keen eyesight to relay answers back and forth. The two worked together seamlessly, their movements so synchronized they almost resembled a comedy skit. Rakuo, watching the pair, felt a sudden itch to mess with Shikamaru, just to see what would happen if the dog refused to cooperate. But after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. We're all from the same village. After all, no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Sasuke, as expected, relied on his Sharingan, copying the movements of an unsuspecting Chunin proctor. His expression was calm and collected, as if he were simply going through the motions of a routine exercise. Even the sound ninja, Dosu, demonstrated his ingenuity by using the vibrations of sound to analyze the pen strokes of nearby test-takers. And then there was Niji. With his Byakugan activated, he was in a league of his own. The enhanced vision of the Hyuga clan allowed him to scan the entire room effortlessly, picking up answers from multiple sources without breaking a sweat. But all of these paled in comparison to Eno's boldness. The blonde Kunoichi's face turned bright red as she cast her mind transfer jutsu on Rakuo, entering his mind and initiating a private conversation. Rakuo-kun, this is so exciting. Eno's voice echoed in his thoughts, giddy with the thrill of the forbidden. Rakuo couldn't help but grin. Well, it's not like the exams that's serious. Might as well enjoy ourselves. The two spent the next few minutes chatting casually within Rakuo's mind, ignoring the chaos around them. Meanwhile, the rest of the room was locked in a fierce battle over the mirror hanging from the ceiling. The reflective surface had become a coveted tool for cheating, with genin launching kunai and shuriken in an attempt to manipulate its position. Eventually, Tenten, with her expertise in ninja tools, claimed victory. After copying the answers, she even shared the mirror's vantage point with Rock Lee before relinquishing control. The struggle for the mirror resumed immediately after, with genin once again competing for dominance. Ibiki, watching the spectacle unfold, found himself thoroughly entertained. This is better than I expected, he thought, chuckling to himself. Asterisk, let them have their fun. After all, the real purpose of this exam is to showcase Konoha's strength. We can't have anyone leaving early. Asterisk. Back at his desk, Rakuo's attention was drawn to Gaara, who had finally decided to make his move. The sand-wielding genin pressed his fingers to his left eye while his right hand formed a claw-like shape. Streams of sand coalesced in his palm, forming a sand eye that floated toward a nearby proctor's desk. Rakuo's eyes narrowed as he observed the sand's movements. The Tartar proctor was seated just a few desks ahead of him. Interesting. With a mischievous grin, Rakuo leaned back in his chair and whispered to Eno within his mind. Hey, Eno, I'm gonna have a little fun. You good on your end? MMHM, go ahead. Eno replied cheerfully, withdrawing from his mind with a satisfied smile. Rakuo's grin turned devilish as he reached into his pouch, pulling out a thin needle. With a flick of his finger, the needle shot forward like a streak of light, piercing the sand eye and dispersing it instantly. Pop! Gaara jolted in his seat, his head snapping back as his breath hitched. Though the sand eye wasn't connected to his pain receptors, the sensation of something piercing his vision was deeply unsettling. Ooh! Gaara growled under his breath, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Determined, he attempted to reform the sand eye, only for it to be destroyed again. This time, even faster. Ugh! Tears welled up in Gaara's eyes as he abandoned his efforts, glaring around the room in frustration. Asterisk, who dares mess with me? Asterisk. Rakuo, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Asterisk, looks like Gaara learned his lesson. That'll keep him in line for now. Asterisk. Up at the front, Ibiki's face twitched as he struggled to suppress a laugh. This kid, he's ruthless. When Kankuro raised his hand to request a bathroom break, Ibiki's suspicions were immediately piqued. Sure enough, Kankuro's puppet disguised as a proctor rose to accompany him. Does he really think we're idiots? Ibiki thought, shaking his head. Rakuo, however, wasn't about to let this slide. As Kankuro and his companion approached the door, Rakuo's hand blurred, sending a well-aimed explosive tag flying toward the puppet. Rakuo's movements were so swift that even Ibiki, who had been observing him closely, could only catch a faint blur before it was all over. With surgical precision, Rakuo flicked the explosive tag, sticking it seamlessly onto the puppet disguised as Kankuro's proctor. He waited patiently until Kankuro and his fake companion reached the door. Boom! The resounding explosion shattered the tense silence of the classroom, sending a wave of panic through the examinees. Heartbeats raced as the students clutched their chests, many of them frozen mid-act of cheating. They glanced nervously at the proctors, expecting to be caught, only to realize the chaos hadn't been caused by them. Instead, all eyes turned to the source of the explosion, the remains of Kankuro's puppet, which was now smoldering and emitting thin trails of smoke. The most shocking part, however, wasn't the explosion itself, but the fact that the puppet's insides were mechanical rather than flesh and blood. Pieces of gears and joints littered the floor, flames still licking at some of the broken fragments. The realization dawned on the room. This proctor wasn't human. It was a puppet. Whispers spread rapidly among the students. Wait, was this some kind of distraction tactic? Cause a commotion here to cheat elsewhere? Man, the ninja from Suna really played dirty. Distraction my ass. That explosion almost gave me a heart attack. Same here. This room goes from dead silent to kaboom out of nowhere. How is anyone supposed to survive this exam without losing their mind? Kankuro, who had sensed something was off just before the explosion, had narrowly avoided the full impact. Though unharmed, he was left covered in soot, his hair and clothes singed. Staring at the burning remains of his puppet, Kankuro felt his stomach drop. His pride as a puppeteer took a massive hit as he surveyed the destruction. The puppet he had painstakingly crafted was now nothing more than a pile of debris. Asterisk, who did this? Asterisk. His gaze swept the room, filled with fury and desperation. He knew the chances of finding the culprit were slim, but his instincts compelled him to look. And then he saw it. Rakuo, seated calmly at his desk, was smiling at him, a smile that was as infuriating as it was smug. At that moment, Kankuro's mind flashed back to Rakuo's earlier words. Nice eyes, but I'll be your worst nightmare. Nara Rakuo. Kankuro growled, his teeth clenched so tightly they might shatter. His glare could have burned a hole through Rakuyo's head. At the same time, Gaara, seated nearby, pieced the situation together. His sand had been destroyed multiple times earlier, and now Kankuro's puppet had mysteriously exploded. Asterisk, it was him. It had to be that Nara Rakuo. Asterisk. The realization sent Gaara's bloodlust skyrocketing. His chakra flared, and the sand in his gourd began to stir, writhing with barely contained aggression. But Rakuo, far from being intimidated, leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and almost playful. "Relax," he said with a chuckle. "We're just getting started. The real fun hasn't even begun yet." "You." Both Gaara and Kankuro looked ready to pounce, their anger boiling over. "Enough." Ibiki's voice thundered through the room, snapping the tension like a whip. He slammed his hands on the desk, his scowl deep and commanding. "Sit down, both of you," he barked, his piercing gaze fixed on the two Susanoo. "Unless you want to be disqualified right now." Gaara and Kankuro, though still fuming, managed to rein in their anger. With one last glare at Rakuo, they reluctantly returned to their seats. From that moment on, their shared goal was clear. They would make Rakuo pay for this humiliation, no matter what it took. Ibiki, meanwhile, was struggling to suppress a grin. Asterisk Nara Rakuo. This kid is something else. He's turned this whole exam into a spectacle. Asterisk. The explosion, while disruptive, seemed to have served an unintended purpose. The students, realizing that even Kankuro hadn't been disqualified for such a massive mishap, grew bolder. Cheating attempts surged as genin across the room abandoned their reservations. Kunai flew, mirrors spun, and whispers filled the air as everyone scrambled to gather answers by any means necessary. The proctors, true to the nature of the test, pretended not to notice. Rakuo, meanwhile, turned his attention to Naruto, who was still sitting at his desk, visibly panicking. The blonde knucklehead had made no progress on his exam, his hands tangled in his hair as he struggled to think of solution. Rakuo sighed inwardly. Asterisk, this guy works so hard in training, but he could be so dense sometimes. Looks like I'll need to focus on sharpening his critical thinking skills in the future. Asterisk. Naruto, sensing Rakuyo's gaze, froze. A shiver ran down his spine as he imagined the grueling training that surely awaited him after this exam. The Sand siblings, meanwhile, were in complete disarray. Gaara's sand had been rendered useless. Kankuro's puppet was destroyed, and Temari, who had been relying on her brother's tactics, was now left with nothing. Their initial confidence had evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of dread. None of them had managed to answer a single question, and time was running out. Temari, desperate for any advantage, glanced at Rakuyo's test paper. Her jaw dropped. It was blank, completely blank. Rakuo hadn't written a single answer. Asterisk, this guy. He's not even trying. Asterisk. Temari bit her lip in frustration. Asterisk, what is his deal? Asterisk. Finally, the 1-hour mark arrived. Ibiki rose from his seat, his expression shifting into something uncharacteristically warm. "Well done," he said, his voice calm and even. "You are, without a doubt, the most impressive group of candidates I've ever seen." The students stared at him in disbelief. "Therefore," Ibiki continued, his smile widening, "I'm pleased to announce that all of you have passed." A collective gasp rippled through the room, followed by cheers of relief and excitement. Naruto slumped back in his chair, exhaling deeply. "Phew, I thought I was screwed." Even the Sand siblings, though still rattled, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. But as Ibiki observed the celebrating examinees, a devious thought crossed his mind. "Enjoy this moment while you can," he thought. "You'll regret it as soon as the second stage begins." His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shattering glass. Two kunai flew through the broken window, embedding themselves in the walls. A large banner unfurled between them, and a commanding voice rang out. "Stop celebrating, you brats. The real challenge starts now." Every head turned as a striking woman with short, spiky hair and a bold fishnet outfit leapt into the room. "I'm Anko Mitarashi, the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams," she declared, pointing dramatically at the students. "Follow me if you're ready for the real test." The room fell silent, the students stunned by her sudden entrance. Rakuo, however, tilted his head, his gaze shifting subtly to Hinata and Eno. The mischievous glint in his eyes made both girls blush furiously, their faces turning as red as tomatoes. Enko, oblivious to the awkwardness she'd inadvertently caused, stood proudly at the front of the room. Behind her, Ibiki emerged from the shadows, smirking faintly. "Enko," he murmured, "read the room a little, will you?" Enko blinked, finally noticing the sheer number of students still present. Her confident expression faltered, replaced by a look of confusion. "Wait, why are there so many of them?" Enko Mitarashi stood frozen at the front of the classroom, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to process the sheer number of students before her. The room was packed. Not a single empty seat star. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then turned to Ibiki with an incredulous expression. "What the hell is this? Don't tell me you didn't eliminate anyone." Ibiki, ever the picture of calm smugness, shrugged casually. "Well, this year's candidates are just too talented. I couldn't find a single reason to fail them," he said, his tone dripping with mock humility. Enko stared at him, unamused. "Do I look like I was born yesterday? There's no way everyone was that skilled." Ibiki chuckled, clearly enjoying her frustration. "Relax. I'll explain everything to the Hokage later. You just focus on the second stage." Enko sighed, waving off his excuses. She turned back to the sea of expectant faces below, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. "Well, looks like the first exam was too easy for you. Don't worry, though." She licked her lips playfully before continuing. "In the second stage, I'll make sure to cut this number down to 1/3 of you." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the room. "What? She's planning to eliminate 2/3 of us? That's insane. There's no way they're going to let so many fail." The students erupted into murmurs, their confidence shaken. Sakura frowned nervously, her fingers tightening around her test paper. She knew her own limitations well. Her strength was nowhere near that of her peers. But then, in her mind's eye, she recalled the image of Rakuo standing confidently atop Dosu, his aura both commanding and unshakable. Her eyes flicked to her teammates, Naruto and Sasuke, then to Rakuo and his team. "Right," she thought, her nerves easing. As long as I've got them, I'll be fine. I'll just stick to the background and let them handle the hard stuff. Tomorrow, we'll begin the second exam," Enko announced, her voice cutting through the commotion. "Your Jonin instructors will tell you the time and place. For now, dismissed." With that, she spun on her heel and strutted out of the room, her exit as abrupt as her entrance. The students sat in stunned silence for a moment before murmurs and chatter filled the air once more. "Is that really the proctor for the second stage?" One student whispered. "She seems chaotic. Why did she even come here? She could have just sent a message or something." But not everyone was focused on Enko's peculiar behavior. Many of the students shot lingering glances at Rakuo as they left the room, their expressions a mix of irritation and determination. They hadn't forgotten his earlier words. "If I get the chance," one muttered, clenching his fists, "I'll show him who the real trash is." Ibiki, now alone in the empty classroom, sighed heavily as he looked around. "Not a single thank you," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. "I'll let them all pass, and this is the gratitude I get." Straightening his chair, he grabbed his coat and made his way toward the Hokage's office. "I bet the Hokage will be surprised by my decision," he mused with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Rakuo and the rest of the Konoha 12 had gathered to celebrate their success in the first exam. Their original plan was to head to a barbecue joint, but fate had other ideas. Halfway there, they ran into their Jonin instructors Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Rakuo, ever the generous spirit, or so he liked to think, immediately offered to treat all 3 instructors to dinner. His announcement was met with raised eyebrows and amused smirks from the older shinobi. Kurenai initially hesitated and used to accepting such an offer from a student. But after Kakashi muttered something to her about Rakuo's recent exploits, her curiosity was piqued. Apparently, Rakuo had taken down Gato's entire operation by himself, securing a fortune in the process. Kurenai glanced at Rakuo with newfound interest. No wonder he's so confident. With that kind of power and resources, He's practically untouchable. Asterisk. The group enjoyed a lively meal, with the Jonin instructors congratulating their students on passing the first exam. By the end of the night, the second exam's time and location had been revealed, and everyone departed in high spirits. The next day at noon, the Forest of Death, Training Ground 44. A total of 65 teams, 195 genin, stood gathered at the edge of the infamous forest. Anko stood before them, her hands on her hips as she explained the rules for the second exam. Her tone was casual but laced with a hint of menace, a stark reminder of the dangers ahead. Naruto, being Naruto, couldn't help but mimic her dramatic delivery, earning a few chuckles from the crowd. Anko's reaction was swift. She hurled a kunai at him without hesitation. But Naruto, quick on his feet, caught the weapon effortlessly, his grin widening. Anko raised an eyebrow, mildly impressed. Before she could retort, a low voice spoke up from behind her. "Proctor, would you like me to discipline him for you?" Anko turned to see a pale, snake-like man standing behind her. Orochimaru in disguise. Rakuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the disguised Sannin. So that's him. Though Anko dismissed the suggestion with a wave, she couldn't shake the strange feeling that something was off. She quickly moved on, distributing waivers for the students to sign. "Let me remind you," Anko said, her voice firm. "The Forest of Death is filled with dangers. If you're not ready to face them, you can back out now. Once you step inside, even I won't be able to protect you." She held up the waiver. "This is a death consent form. By signing it, you acknowledge the risks and accept full responsibility for any injuries or deaths that may occur. If anyone dies in there, we won't be held accountable." Despite her grim warning, the genin remained unfazed. "But the first exam wasn't that hard," one muttered. "How bad could this one be?" One by one, the team stepped forward to sign the waivers. Anko watched them with a knowing smirk. "Asterisko, you poor fools. The real danger isn't the forest, it's each other. Let's see how many of you make it out alive." Asterisk. The second stage of the Chunin exams was a survival challenge. Each team was given one of 3 scrolls: the Scroll of Heaven, the Scroll of Earth, or the new edition, the Blank Scroll. Due to the sheer number of participants, the inclusion of the Blank Scroll added an extra layer of complexity. To pass, teams needed to collect both the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth and deliver them to the Central Tower. For those unlucky enough to receive the Blank Scroll, the task was even harder. They had to steal both types of scrolls from other teams. The stage was set for a brutal competition. As the exam start time approached, Rakuo's team retrieved their Blank Scroll and made their way to entrance number 7. "Ready to follow the plan?" Sasuke asked quietly. Rakuo nodded. "Yes. It's time for the other nations to see what Konoha is capable of. I'm sure plenty of them have their eyes on us already." Sasuke and Naruto exchanged eager grins, their confidence unwavering. "They're just a bunch of nobodies," Naruto said dismissively. "Not worth worrying about." Their casual arrogance drew glares from several nearby teams, many of whom were already plotting their revenge. When the gates finally opened, Rakuo glanced at the other teams one last time, his tone light and taunting. "My offer still stands. If you want to prove yourselves, come find me." With that, he and his team disappeared into the forest, leaving a trail of seething competitors in their wake. As the 4-man team led by Rakuo disappeared into the dense woods of the Forest of Death, countless eyes followed them, filled with a mix of anger and determination. Many of the genin clenched their fists, grinding their teeth in frustration. They silently vowed to find Rakuo and his team later to teach them a lesson. Among those watching was Orochimaru, his expression dark and contemplative. Twice now, he thought, "Asterisk, that boy has dared to humiliate me in front of a crowd. How aggravating, asterisk." But even as his rage simmered, Orochimaru suppressed it, reminding himself of the bigger picture, his grand plan. A cold smirk curled his lips as his serpentine eyes followed Rakuo's figure. "Interesting. It seems I found another intriguing specimen. Not just Sasuke. Rakuo's body may prove to be quite valuable as well." Orochimaru murmured to himself. In his mind, Rakuo was already as good as dead. Elsewhere, Temari was staring at Rakuo's retreating back, a thoughtful expression on her face. "What's with that guy? Why does he go out of his way to draw so much attention to himself?" Kankuro, on the other hand, was seething as he rubbed his chin, muttering under his breath as though asking for Gaara's opinion. That brat is way too arrogant. Sure, they've got 4 people, but if it comes to a fight, there's no way they can beat us, right? His puppet, which had been painstakingly repaired overnight after Rakuo's explosive stunt, was barely functional. The insult of that incident still burned in Kankuro's mind. Had the rules not restricted him, he would have already charged at Rakuo to settle the score. Gaara said nothing, but the ominous presence of his swirling sand and the suffocating aura of his killing intent spoke volumes. As the other teams received their scrolls and entered the forest, Team 7 and Team 8 moved swiftly according to their prearranged plan. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had lucked out, receiving the Scroll of Heaven. But to them, it hardly mattered. Rakuo had predicted the nature of the second exam and devised a strategy accordingly. Sweep the forest. Take down anyone in their path. Leave no team unscathed. Their mission wasn't just to pass. They were going to make a statement, to show the other nations why Konoha was not to be trifled with. Team 7 and Team 8 entered the forest through separate entrances, but thanks to Shino's insects, they were able to coordinate seamlessly. Unbeknownst to most, Shino had discreetly planted his insects on nearly everyone during the first exam, giving him and his allies an unparalleled advantage. Using the insects as guides, the 2 teams made a beeline toward Rakuo and Team 10's location. Deep within the forest, another team was moving at an alarming pace. Gaara led the way, his expression twisted with fury and madness. Now, he muttered to himself, his voice low and unhinged, "I'll prove my worth." Temari and Kankuro exchanged uneasy glances. They knew all too well what Gaara meant by proving his worth. For Gaara, it was simple. The more people he killed, the more valuable he felt. Gaara, Temari began hesitantly, summoning all her courage. Maybe we should focus on the mission first? We can deal with those guys after we've secured the scrolls. Her words barely left her mouth before Gaara turned to her, his gaze filled with cold, murderous intent. "Shut up," he hissed. "Say another word, and I'll kill you too." Temari swallowed hard, her face pale as she averted her gaze. She didn't dare speak again. Kankuro, too, was unnerved. The sand floating around Gaara seemed to pulse with his anger, radiating an oppressive aura. Gaara's mind was consumed by thoughts of Rakuo, his face, his smug grin, his taunting words. "That boy, where is he?" Gaara murmured, his killing intent bubbling to the surface. I'll kill him, and finally prove my worth." Just then, a massive fireball shot through the forest, barreling toward the sand siblings. Boom! "Danger!" Temari shouted as she felt the searing heat radiating from the attack. She skidded to a halt and leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the flames. Kankuro and Gaara reacted just as quickly, dodging in opposite directions. The fireball roared past, slamming into a massive tree and reducing it to smoldering rubble. Smoke billowed into the air as the tree collapsed with a deafening crash. When the dust settled, the sand siblings turned toward the source of the attack. Standing on the surrounding tree branches, with smug smirks and confident stances, were Rakuo and his allies. The fireball had come from Sasuke, who now stood with his Sharingan activated, his cold gaze locked on Gaara. Rakuo stepped forward, his expression calm, yet mocking as his eyes met Gaara's. "Panda eyes," he said with a sly grin. "I knew you'd be looking for me, so I figured I'd save you the trouble and come to you instead." Temari's face paled as she recognized Rakuo. "Nara Rakuo," she whispered, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Unlike Temari, Kankuro's first reaction was to glance at Gaara. He was far more concerned about his unstable brother than the group in front of them. As expected, the moment Gaara saw Rakuo, his killing intent became almost tangible. "Yes, it's you," Gaara said, his voice trembling with manic glee. "If I kill you, my worth will grow even more." Sand began pouring from the gourd on his back, swirling around him ominously. "Gaara," Temari cried, her voice desperate. "You can't kill them. Do you even know who they are?" But her words fell on deaf ears. Gaara's bloodlust only intensified, his sand coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Rakuo, watching the scene unfold, chuckled softly. "Sasuke," he said, his tone casual. Take the one in black. Naruto, you've got panda eyes. As for the girl, hit her with some Jinjutsu. Sasuke and Naruto both grinned, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Yes, boss, they replied in unison. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two leapt into action. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed as he locked eyes with Temari, trapping her in a Jinjutsu before turning his attention to Kankuro. Naruto, meanwhile, landed in front of Gaara, his hands already forming seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a poof, hundreds of clones materialized, surrounding Gaara completely. Naruto smirked, cracking his knuckles. All right, panda eyes, let's see what you've got. From their vantage points, the others watched the battle begin. Hinata, Eno, and the others exchanged curious glances, while Rakuo's eyes gleamed with sharp focus. And deep in the shadows of the forest, a certain snake-like figure observed the scene with growing interest. So impatient, aren't we? Orochimaru murmured, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Let's see how long you can keep up your bravado, Rakuo. Naruto and Gaara wasted no time exchanging words, diving straight into combat, each testing the other. Under Rakuo's relentless training, Naruto had learned not to charge in recklessly. Instead, he strategically used his clones to hurl kunai and shuriken at Gaara, probing for any weaknesses in his defenses. Always attack with a purpose. Find a flaw before committing was a mantra Rakuo had drilled into Naruto countless times. And now it was paying off. Gaara, however, didn't move an inch. The sand surrounding him automatically rose to form a shield, effortlessly blocking every projectile from every angle. He's not forming hand signs, Naruto observed, his brow furrowed in thought. Is the sand moving on its own to protect him? Even as he analyzed the situation, more clones charged forward, attempting to pressure Gaara and force him to reveal the limits of his defenses. Meanwhile, Rakuo suddenly turned his sharp gaze slightly to the side, locking onto a shadowed corner of the forest. There, hidden within the darkness, two glowing orange eyes stared back at him, oozing malice and killing intent. Rakuo's lips curved into a subtle, knowing smile as he mouthed a few deliberate words. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, was momentarily stunned. He sees me? He thought, his interest piqued. For a mere genin to notice my presence. Fascinating. Squinting slightly, Orochimaru deciphered Rakuo's lip movements. Asterisk. You're just watching for now? Waiting to come out and play later? Asterisk. The realization made Orochimaru chuckle darkly. Asterisk, this boy, he's bold. Is he planning to eliminate every other team here? Asterisk. Orochimaru's sharp mind quickly pieced together the bigger picture. Asterisk, so that's why the first exam passed everyone. Sensei, you're as cunning as ever. This must be a showcase of Konoha's strength. And this boy, he's the key, isn't he? Asterisk. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, licking his lips as he considered Rakuo. Asterisk, if I kill him now, how much chaos would that cause? How would Sarutobi react? Oh, this is going to be fun. Asterisk. Back in the clearing, Shino approached Rakuo, his tone calm, yet serious. Rakuo-kun, there are at least 7 teams converging on this location. What should we do? Rakuo grinned, his confidence unwavering. What should we do? Simple. We'll take them all down. Turning to his younger brother, his grin widened. Shikamaru, I hear you've been training hard while I was away. Think you can handle these small fry? Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, sighing. I can handle a few, but if there's too many, it'll be troublesome. Before Rakuo could respond, the earth trembled slightly beneath their feet. Everyone turned to see Naruto using a Rasengan against Gaara's sand shield. The sheer force of the technique created a whirlwind of destruction, and within moments, the Rasengan broke through Gaara's protective sand, slamming into his abdomen. The impact sent Gaara hurtling backward, crashing through 3 massive trees before finally coming to a stop. However, despite the ferocity of the attack, Gaara emerged from the wreckage relatively unscathed, his sand armor having absorbed most of the damage. Staggering slightly, Gaara's bloodshot eyes locked onto Naruto, his killing intent more intense than ever. Naruto, meanwhile, was equally shocked. Even the Rasengan didn't put him down. He thought, his fists clenching. This is going to be a long fight. Before the situation could escalate further, Rakuo appeared between the two combatants, his demeanor calm, yet commanding. "Enough," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. "Naruto, you're not going to finish him quickly. Leave this guy to me and go help Shikamaru. Take care of the others." Naruto hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Scanning the area, he quickly noticed several other teams lurking nearby. Without another word, he turned and sprinted off with Shikamaru, leaving Rakuo to face Gaara alone. Rakuo's attention shifted back to Gaara, who stood with his arms crossed, his expression twisted into a mix of rage and bloodlust. The young sand ninja's appearance was striking. His small frame clad in black, a massive gourd strapped to his back, and bright red hair that made him stand out like a beacon. But it was his face that was the most unsettling. The kanji for love etched into his forehead, the dark circles under his eyes, and the bloodshot veins crisscrossing his sclera. All of it exuded madness. Rakuo tilted his head, his tone almost conversational. "You seem really eager to kill me. Mind telling me why?" Gaara's voice was low and menacing as he replied, "Because only by killing you can I prove my worth." Sand coffin. Without waiting for further exchange, Gaara's sand surged forward, clawing its way toward Rakuo's legs. But Rakuo was already gone, his body vanishing in a blur of speed. Asterisk what? Asterisk, Gaara thought, his eyes widening. His sand shot out in all directions, searching for his opponent. Rakuo reappeared at Gaara's side, his sudden proximity making the sand ninja flinch. "This speed, he's not like the others." Rakuo smirked. "Seems like the crowd's getting bigger. I don't have time to waste playing with you, so..." With a flicker of motion, Rakuo disappeared again, reappearing directly in front of Gaara. In one fluid motion, he launched a powerful kick aimed at Gaara's midsection. The sand around Gaara reacted instantly, forming a protective barrier. But Rakuo's strength was on a different level. Crack! The sand shield shattered under the force of Rakuo's kick, and his foot connected solidly with Gaara's stomach. Boom! Gaara's body was sent flying, crashing through several trees before disappearing into the distance. Temari, who had just managed to shake off Sasuke's Ninjutsu, stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before her. Impossible, she thought, her face pale. Asterisk, Gaara was thrown like that? By a single kick? Asterisk. Her mind raced as she tried to rationalize what she'd just witnessed. Asterisk, no. Gaara isn't that easy to beat. He'll get up. He has to get up. Asterisk. Rakuo, meanwhile, glanced at Temari's shocked expression with mild disinterest before turning away. The noise from the battle had drawn the attention of several nearby teams, who now converged on the area. Seeing Rakuo and his allies, they wasted no time launching their attacks. Within moments, the forest had descended into chaos, with at least 10 teams locked in combat. Even Eno had joined the fray, using her mind transfer jutsu to great effect. From his perch atop a tree, Rakuo observed the unfolding battle with a satisfied smile. Despite being outnumbered, his side held the upper hand. Naruto's shadow clones had significantly reduced the pressure on their team, while Shikamaru and Sasuke's close combat skills outclassed their opponents by a wide margin. Rakuo couldn't help but smirk as he watched Shikamaru fight with precision and efficiency, every movement calculated. "Looks like Zabuza and Haku's training paid off," he murmured to himself. But Rakuo's sharp eyes soon noticed something else. 5 more teams were lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. And among them, standing in the shadows, was Orochimaru, his gaze fixed intently on Rakuo. The intensity of Orochimaru's stare was almost palpable, filled with a mix of curiosity and predatory hunger. Rakuo's smile faded, his expression growing cold and serious. "I hate it when people ignore my warnings." His eyes narrowed, his voice low and dangerous. "If you're so eager, then fine. Let's play now." Orochimaru's greed surged uncontrollably the moment he saw Rakuo effortlessly kick Gaara through multiple trees. While Rakuo appeared unassuming at first glance, his speed and raw power were nothing short of extraordinary perfection in Orochimaru's eyes. Unable to resist, Orochimaru stealthily moved closer, using the chaos of the arriving teams as cover. He was confident in his ability to approach unseen, cloaked in the shadows of the forest. But his confidence was short-lived. The moment Orochimaru's gaze met Rakuyo's, the boy stopped. His expression darkened, and his piercing eyes locked onto Orochimaru's location with unnerving precision. Orochimaru felt his heart skip a beat, a rare occurrence for someone so accustomed to danger. Those eyes, he thought, his unease growing. Still, Orochimaru forced a grin, his tongue flicking out as he muttered to himself, "Interesting. But no matter how strong he is, there must be a limit. Let's see how he handles 5 teams converging on him at once." Rakuo seemed to sense Orochimaru's thoughts. He leaned forward slightly, his stance shifting as if readying for action. And then, asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. In the blink of an eye, Rakuo disappeared, leaving only the faintest trace of movement behind. What followed was a series of dull, thunderous impacts echoing through the forest. By the time Orochimaru's sharp eyes caught up, the 5 teams that had been closing in on Rakuo were already down, their members collapsing one after another like marionettes with their strings cut. It had taken less than a second. Rakuo reappeared, brushing his hands together as if shaking off dust. His expression was cold as he walked directly toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. Rakuo stood before Orochimaru, his voice low and deliberate. "I know who you are, Orochimaru. It doesn't matter if you're the 3rd Hokage's former student or one of the legendary Sannin. What matters is your behavior right now. It's extremely disrespectful to me." Orochimaru's grin widened, his tongue flicking out once more. "Oh," he drawled mockingly. "You certainly know quite a bit for someone so young. But even if I don't respect you, what can you?" Bam! Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, Rakuo was already upon him. His fist drove straight through Orochimaru's chest, shattering the air with the force of the blow. Orochimaru's eyes bulged in pain and shock. The speed, the power. It was beyond anything he had anticipated. As agony coursed through him, Orochimaru's mouth opened unnaturally wide, and another him slithered out, unharmed. It was his signature jutsu, the Orochi substitution technique. "Ki." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, but before he could speak, swoosh, bam! Rakuo was already there again, his fist slamming into Orochimaru's stomach with devastating force. The blow sent Orochimaru flying, his body crashing through tree after tree before landing with a thud in the middle of Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the others' battlefield. The combatants froze, their attention drawn to the unexpected arrival. Orochimaru groaned as he began to rise, only to see Rakuo's fist descending toward his jaw. Crack! The force of the uppercut sent Orochimaru spinning through the air, several teeth flying from his mouth as he crashed through yet more trees. The other genin watched, their faces pale with disbelief. What is he?" one whispered, trembling. "That guy's a monster." They had thought that with their numbers, they could overwhelm Rakuo's team, but now their morale was shattered. If this is the strength of just one of them, what's the point of fighting? Meanwhile, Orochimaru once again used the Orochi substitution technique, emerging anew but visibly shaken. His complexion had grown paler, sweat dripping from his brow. Rakuo stood a short distance away, arms crossed, his expression cold and unwavering. Orochimaru's mind raced. "Asterisk this boy. He's completely overwhelming me. I fought in 2 great ninja wars, faced countless adversaries, but this is something else. Asterisk." Desperate to create some distance, Orochimaru began retreating, his hands forming seals as he prepared his next move. "Damn it," he muttered. "If I don't act now, I won't get another chance." With a series of rapid hand signs, he slammed his palms to the ground. Ninja art. Formation of 10,000 snakes. A cacophony of hissing filled the air as countless venomous snakes slithered forth, their bodies writhing and coiling as they surged toward Rakuo. Among them were massive pythons, their jaws wide as they lunged hungrily at him. "Pathetic," Rakuo muttered. Without hesitation, he threw a single punch. Boom! The air rippled with the force of his attack, and the entire swarm of snakes disintegrated, reduced to nothingness in an instant. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, but he didn't stop. Ninja art. Shadow. Shuriken jutsu. He flung a handful of shuriken, which multiplied mid-air into a storm of spinning blades. As they closed in, Orochimaru's hands formed another set of seals. Ninja art, giant shadow, Shuriken technique. With a puff of smoke, the Shuriken grew to massive sizes, each one spinning with deadly force as they hurtled toward Rakuo. But Rakuo remained unfazed. "Child's play," he sneered. In a blur, Rakuo moved, catching and redirecting the giant Shuriken back toward Orochimaru with even greater speed and force. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Explosions rocked the forest as the Shuriken collided, sending up plumes of smoke and debris. When the dust cleared, Orochimaru emerged once again, his breathing labored, his body battered. His hands trembled as he performed one final seal, slamming it into the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Manda. With a deafening crash, the massive snake boss Manda emerged, towering over the battlefield. Its scales glinted menacingly as its massive body coiled, and its slit eyes locked onto Rakuo. Orochimaru smirked, his confidence returning. "Let's see how you handle this, boy." Rakuo, however, remained unimpressed. He cracked his knuckles, his voice calm but filled with authority. "Fine, let's play your little game. Just don't regret it later." The forest fell silent, the tension palpable as the two prepared for the next round of their battle. A chilling, sinister hiss echoed through the forest as Manda, the enormous serpent, emerged from Orochimaru's summoning. Its massive, violet-black body stretched hundreds of meters long and over 10 meters thick, coiling ominously as its piercing yellow eyes scanned the area. Even from a distance, Naruto and Sasuke, who had just finished dealing with the remnants of the other teams, could see the monstrous creature towering above the treetops. The 9 members of the Konoha teams froze in place, their eyes wide with shock at the sheer size of the beast. Eno and Hinata's faces paled, their worry for Rakuo evident in their trembling hands. "Can Rakuo-kun really handle something like that?" Hinata asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Eno, though equally shaken, clenched her fists, biting her lip as she struggled to remain hopeful. Shikamaru, however, cast a lazy glance at the two, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the tension in the air. "Relax," he muttered, exhaling a sigh. "My brother doesn't pick fights he can't win. Just watch." Reassured by Shikamaru's confidence, the girls exchanged hesitant glances before nodding. Meanwhile, back at the edge of the Forest of Death, Anko Mitarashi sat perched on a tree branch, casually munching on skewers. But her casual snack was interrupted when a searing pain flared up at the back of her neck. The Heaven Curse mark burned fiercely, its familiar sting sending chills down her spine. Her hand instinctively shot to the mark, her face contorting with both pain and realization. Orochimaru. Her mind raced as she recalled the unsettling presence of the long-tongued student from earlier, the one whose aura had felt all too familiar. Her expression darkened as she barked orders to the nearby Chunin proctors. "Report to the Hokage immediately. Orochimaru may have infiltrated the Forest of Death. I recommend halting the exam at once." "What?" One of the proctors gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You mean the Orochimaru? One of the legendary Sannin?" "That's impossible," another added, shaking his head. "Why would someone like him show up here, in the middle of the Chunin exams?" Anko's glare silenced their doubt. "Don't waste time questioning me. Go," she snapped, her voice laced with authority. The proctors hesitated only a moment longer before nodding and vanishing into the trees, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Left alone, Anko clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the forest ahead. "Orochimaru, what are you planning?" she muttered under her breath before leaping into the forest, heading toward the source of the disturbance. Back at the battlefield, Orochimaru stood atop Manda's massive head, his face grim. Summoning Manda had been a desperate move, one that would undoubtedly complicate his plans moving forward. But survival came first. Manda, meanwhile, glared up at Orochimaru, his voice a deep, rumbling hiss. "Orochimaru, you know the price for summoning me, don't you?" The serpent's slit pupils narrowed as it scanned the area, its gaze eventually settling on Rakuo. Orochimaru forced a smile, hoping to appease the towering serpent. Yes, I know. If you defeat that boy, I'll offer you 100 sacrifices. Manda's eyes narrowed further as he scrutinized Rakuo. From a distance, the boy looked unremarkable, an average shinobi, no different from any other. This is the enemy, Manda thought, his skepticism growing. Humph. I'll crush him quickly and collect my reward. With a burst of speed that seemed impossible for a creature of his size, Manda lunged at Rakuo, his massive jaws snapping shut with deadly precision. But just as Manda's fangs were about to close in, Rakuo turned his head slightly, his calm, piercing gaze meeting the serpent's eyes. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Manda's entire body seized up, his instincts screaming at him to stop. He recoiled abruptly, slithering backward at a speed that belied his size, retreating hundreds of meters in mere seconds. By the time he stopped, his chest was heaving, and his massive eyes were filled with terror. What was that? Manda's scales shuddered as he processed the overwhelming sensation of death that had washed over him. If I'd bitten him just now, I would have died. The serpent let out an enraged hiss, turning his gaze toward Orochimaru. You bastard! Who is this boy? Are you trying to get me killed? Manda's voice was filled with fury, but beneath it lay a deep, primal fear. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Silence, Manda. The summoning contract has a time limit. You can't return to Ryuchi Cave yet, he snapped. Either fight with me and kill him, or die here. Manda growled, his eyes narrowing into slits. He didn't trust Orochimaru, but the alternative was worse. Fine, he hissed. But if we survive this, you'll pay dearly for this humiliation. Attack, Orochimaru commanded, leaping toward Rakuo with a burst of speed. Manda hesitated briefly before launching himself at Rakuo as well, his massive tail whipping through the air with enough force to shatter the earth. The serpent's tail slammed into the ground where Rakuo had been standing, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying in all directions. But Rakuo was already gone, his movements too fast for Manda to track. Now, Manda roared, his eyes darting to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile as he stepped off the serpent's head, his body darting toward Rakuo like an arrow. From his mouth, he drew the legendary Kusanagi blade, its edge gleaming with a sinister light. Boy! Orochimaru shouted, his killing intent pouring out as he swung the blade toward Rakuyo's back. But Rakuo didn't even flinch. Without turning around, he raised 2 fingers, catching the blade mid-swing. The sound of metal grinding against flesh echoed through the clearing, but the blade didn't cut. It stopped, completely immobilized between Rakuyo's fingers. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. You stopped the Kusanagi blade with your bare fingers? Rakuo glanced at the sword briefly before smirking. This thing? It's nothing but a piece of junk. With a flick of his fingers, the blade shattered, the fragments scattering to the ground like shards of glass. Orochimaru's mouth fell open, his composure cracking as panic set in. Impossible. This boy, what is he? Rakuyo's cold gaze locked onto Orochimaru, his voice steady and firm. Orochimaru, you've made a grave mistake coming here today. Orochimaru backed away instinctively, his mind racing. TCH. He spat, leaping backward and activating his body flicker technique. This isn't over. In an instant, he vanished into the forest, his retreat marked by the rustling of leaves. With Orochimaru gone, Rakuo turned his attention to Manda, whose body had gone rigid with fear. Your turn, Rakuo said coldly, his tone sending shivers down the serpent's spine. Manda hissed, his massive frame trembling. Damn that Orochimaru, leaving me behind like this. Before Manda could react further, Rakuo grabbed the serpent's tail with both hands. With a strength that defied logic, he swung Manda around, the sheer force leveling the surrounding forest as trees toppled like dominoes. Boom, 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 After several rotations, Rakuo hurled Manda into the distance, the serpent's massive body crashing through the forest like a meteor. The clearing fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the distant sound of Manda's impact. Rakuo dusted off his hands, his expression calm as he surveyed the aftermath. Pathetic, he muttered, turning back to rejoin his team. As Orochimaru fled through the dense forest, his instincts screamed at him that something was wrong. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. A series of deafening crashes echoed from behind. Orochimaru glanced over his shoulder, his face paling as he saw Manda's colossal body hurtling straight toward him like a runaway freight train. The massive serpent's momentum obliterated everything in its path. Trees splintered into dust, boulders shattered into pieces, and the earth itself seemed to quake. Orochimaru's sharp mind quickly assessed the situation. He had no time to waste. His hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals, his voice steady despite the chaos. Ninja art, triple Rashomon. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk. With a resounding roar, 3 towering gates erupted from the ground in front of Orochimaru, each bearing grotesque, demonic faces and intricate carvings. The first gate, nearly 50 meters tall, met Manda's charge head-on, crumbling to pieces under the serpent's unstoppable force. The second gate, though sturdier, cracked and collapsed as well, though it managed to absorb much of Manda's momentum. Finally, the third and strongest gate held firm, stopping the serpent's advance entirely. Orochimaru exhaled a shaky breath, temporarily relieved. But his relief was short-lived as a terrifying realization dawned on him. Asterisk, Manda wasn't charging on his own. Someone threw him. Asterisk. His eyes widened in horror as he looked beyond the shattered gates. Standing atop Manda's massive body was none other than Rakuo, his expression calm and merciless. Without hesitation, Rakuo raised his fist and brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. The ground trembled violently, as if the entire forest were caught in an earthquake. Trees swayed and toppled, and the air was filled with the sound of cracking earth. For a full 10 seconds, the ground shook before finally settling. When the dust and debris cleared, Orochimaru's jaw dropped in disbelief. Manda lay motionless, his once mighty form reduced to a headless corpse. Where his head should have been was a massive crater, so deep that even Orochimaru couldn't see its bottom. The sheer destruction left Orochimaru frozen in place, his normally composed demeanor shattered. Asterisk this level of power. Is this even human? Asterisk. The ground beneath his feet still quivered faintly, a haunting reminder of Rakuyo's overwhelming strength. Orochimaru's hands trembled as he watched Rakuo step off Manda's lifeless body, his expression dark and unyielding. Each step Rakuo took toward him sent a wave of dread crashing over Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin, who had faced countless battles and survived 2 great ninja wars, felt his composure begin to crumble. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Konoha, Danzo sat in his quiet chamber, flipping through a book with feigned disinterest. Suddenly, a familiar tremor rippled through the ground, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. He glanced up, his sharp eyes catching the faintest flicker of excitement in the gazes of Zabuza and Haku, who were stationed nearby. A knowing smirk crossed Danzo's lips. "Heh, looks like that terrifying boy has encountered Orochimaru," he muttered to himself. "I imagine those two must be going at it by now." The thought of Orochimaru being beaten into submission brought a rare sense of satisfaction to Danzo. He leisurely sipped his tea, savoring the moment. Good. Someone else can share in the despair for once. It's not fair for me to carry it all, right, Orochimaru? At the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently as 2 Chunin delivered their urgent report. His face darkened as he processed the news. Orochimaru's presence in the Forest of Death was no small matter. The Chunin exams might need to be halted immediately. But before he could make a decision, his eyes fell on his son, Asuma, who was lounging on a nearby couch, smoking a cigarette with a mischievous grin. Asuma's relaxed demeanor spoke volumes. Hiruzen stroked his beard thoughtfully, then waved the Chunin away. "I understand. You may return to your posts," he said calmly. The Chunin hesitated for a moment before saluting and leaving the room. Asuma took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he chuckled to himself. "Wonder how badly Orochimaru's regretting his choices right now," he mused aloud, clearly enjoying the mental image. Hiruzen sighed. So this is what it means to have faith in the next generation. Back in the forest, Orochimaru lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood as he glared weakly at Rakuo, who crouched beside him. Rakuo casually tossed aside a tooth he had just pulled from Orochimaru's mouth. His expression won a mild annoyance. For someone who's supposed to be one of the legendary Sannin, you sure fight dirty, he remarked. Seriously, biting me? How unsightly. Orochimaru's face twisted in frustration, though he was too battered to respond properly. The last 10 minutes had been nothing short of nightmare. Every time he tried to use his tongue as a surprise weapon, Rakuo would casually grab it mid-attack and yank it clean off. Every substitution technique he attempted, Rakuo would counter with precision, berating him for having bad habits. Even his signature stretchy neck bite had been met with a humiliating counterstrike. No matter how many times he tried to fight back, Orochimaru had been reduced to little more than a ragdoll under Rakuo's relentless assault. His once proud confidence was in tatters, replaced by a growing sense of futility. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru felt truly helpless. Rakuo sighed as he examined Orochimaru's dazed expression. "Hey, don't pretend to pass out now," he said, poking the Sannin's shoulder. "You started this fight, so don't act like the victim here. And you still owe me an apology." Orochimaru groaned weakly, his voice barely audible. Fine. I'm sorry." Rakuo nodded approvingly. "Good. Admitting your mistakes is the first step to growth. But, you scared me earlier, so I think you owe me some compensation." Orochimaru blinked slowly, his face a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. "Scared you?" he thought bitterly. "I'm the one who's been beaten senseless." Ignoring Orochimaru's inner turmoil, Rakuo continued. "Here's the deal. You're going to help me deal with any trouble we encounter for the rest of this exam." "Got it." Orochimaru stared at Rakuo's unyielding expression and reluctantly nodded. "Fine," he muttered. "Better to comply than get beaten again." Satisfied, Rakuo stretched lazily, his demeanor shifting back to its usual carefree self. "Great. Now that we've settled that, I'm starving. Let's find something to eat." His eyes drifted toward Manda's lifeless corpse, and his stomach growled audibly. Orochimaru's face went pale as he realized what Rakuo was thinking. He's not serious, is he? As the sun set over the forest of death, the air grew cooler, and the tension outside the forest simmered quietly. With Anko Mitarashi temporarily inside the forest, Marino Ibiki had been summoned by the third Hokage to oversee the proceedings. Standing with his hands in his pockets, Ibiki watched the scene before him unfold, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards ever so slightly in a rare display of amusement. "I knew it," he muttered to himself. "That kid is definitely not your average shinobi." Not far from him, a Chunin's voice rang out loudly, announcing the latest updates. Team 23 has been eliminated. Severe injuries sustained. Unable to continue. Team 45 has surrendered. Missing a team member and unable to fight. Team 13. Team 21. With every declaration of a team's elimination, the crowd of observers grew more and more restless. The atmosphere was charged with whispers of disbelief and awe. Ibiki, however, found himself smiling more with each announcement. He turned to one of the proctors and asked, "How many teams have been eliminated so far?" The proctor quickly checked the records and replied, 29 teams, sir." Ibiki's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. 29, huh? Not bad. Now, tell me, which team is Nara Rakuo on? The proctor responded without hesitation. Nara Rakuo, Narashika, Yamanaka Eno, and Akimichi Choji are all members of Team 1. Ibiki nodded. "And their performance so far?" The proctor flipped through his notes before answering. Based on video footage and reports from eliminated participants, at least 20 of those eliminated teams have been taken out by them. Ibiki's smile widened into something more like a smirk. 20 teams in just over 5 hours, he murmured, a mix of admiration and disbelief in his tone. That kid really is a monster. He folded his arms, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he continued to watch the proceedings. It's only the first day, he mused, and there are still 3 more to go. I can't wait to see the looks on the special envoys' faces when this is all over. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, the crackle of electricity filled the air as Sasuke worked on slicing through a massive slab of Manda's meat. The Kusanagi sword, or what remained of it, was coated in lightning chakra, its sharp edge making quick work of the serpent's flesh. Sasuke's expression was one of mild regret as he muttered, "It's a shame this sword broke." It was pretty sharp. Nearby, Naruto busied himself gathering firewood for the makeshift campfire, his grumbling voice breaking through the relative silence. "Oi, Sasuke, quit complaining and hurry up with the meat. It's getting late and I'm starving." "I'm not the only one. Boss is hungry too." The two boys, having spent the entire afternoon fighting and working under Rakuo's command, were already well-versed in their supporting roles. Though they grumbled often, they were efficient and reliable, a trait they had picked up during Rakuo's grueling training sessions. "Stop whining, Naruto," Sasuke shot back without looking up. "If you're so desperate, why don't you help instead of sitting there complaining?" Naruto scratched his head, pretending not to understand. "What are you talking about? I'm already helping. You're just slow. By the way, I won the competition earlier today." "Don't be ridiculous," Sasuke scoffed. "I took out 10 opponents. You only got 8. "Wrong," Naruto countered, puffing out his chest. "My clones got 2 more. That makes it a tie at the very least." The two locked eyes, their argument quickly devolving into a heated exchange of insults. The rest of the group, however, paid them no mind. They were already used to the constant bickering between the two. Nearby, the group was busy setting up camp, pulling pre-prepared tents and supplies from storage scrolls. The sound of occasional crashes echoed through the forest as Orochimaru, now Rakuo's reluctant assistant, dealt with teams attempting to ambush them. Orochimaru's attacks were anything but merciful. Though forbidden from killing, he didn't hold back in the slightest. Broken arms, dislocated joints, and incapacitated enemies littered the forest floor wherever he went. At first, the group had been skeptical of Orochimaru's abilities, but after seeing him in action, they couldn't deny his terrifying strength. Gradually, the others began to relax, allowing Orochimaru to handle most of the trouble while they focused on other tasks. Orochimaru kicked yet another unfortunate genin into the distance, the poor boy crashing through a cluster of bushes. Turning back to the camp, Orochimaru watched as the group worked together in an almost unnervingly casual manner. Tents were going up quickly, firewood was neatly stacked, and the smell of cooking meat wafted through the air. There were even moments of laughter and chatter among the group, a stark contrast to the chaos of the forest around them. Orochimaru's expression twisted into one of disbelief. "Are they on a picnic?" His gaze shifted to Rakuo, who was lounging comfortably in a chair, his legs crossed as Eno massaged his shoulders and Hinata shyly offered him water. Orochimaru's lips twitched. This isn't an exam. It's a vacation." His eyes darted to Sasuke, who was expertly flipping pieces of roasted snake meat over the fire, adding seasoning with practiced precision. Uchiha Sasuke, cooking? Orochimaru's mind reeled as he tried to reconcile the image before him with his expectations of the vengeful Uchiha prodigy. Asterisk, what happened to your hatred, your thirst for revenge? Did Rakuo turn you into a chef? Asterisk. Sasuke's movements were so fluid and professional that even Orochimaru couldn't help but feel impressed and deeply confused. "What have you been through, Sasuke?" 30 minutes later, Orochimaru returned from dealing with another pair of intruding teams, his nose twitching as the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat hit him. He followed the scent to find the group seated on a large picnic blanket, happily feasting on the perfectly cooked meat of their earlier foe, Manda. At the center of the gathering was Rakuo, who was feeding small pieces of meat to Hinata and Eno with a teasing grin. "Hinata, don't be afraid," Rakuo said gently. "This meat is great for your skin. Here, try a bite." Blushing furiously, Hinata hesitated before taking a bite. The overwhelming embarrassment caused her to faint almost immediately, her head falling onto Rakuo's shoulder. Rakuo chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Silly girl." Turning to Eno, he offered her another piece of meat. "Here, Eno. You've been working hard. Open up." Eno's cheeks flushed as she obediently opened her mouth, only to realize too late that Rakuo had slipped in something unexpected. "Rakuo," she squealed, her voice a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "You're such a tease." Rakuo grinned mischievously. "Come on, Eno. Don't act like you didn't teach me that trick yourself. Eno huffed, her pout quickly replaced by a shy smile. The rest of the group chuckled quietly, used to Rakuyo's antics. Even Orochimaru, watching from a distance, found himself at a loss for words. These kids, he thought, his expression a mix of confusion and reluctant admiration. Finally, Rakuo turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, his smirk widening as he called out, "What's the matter, Orochimaru? Don't just stand there. Come join us. You've been working hard, right?" Orochimaru's eye twitched, his sense of pride warring with the undeniable temptation of the delicious aroma. What have I gotten myself into? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the forest of death, the group's makeshift camp buzzed with activity. Rakuo, lounging comfortably on his chair, gestured toward Orochimaru, who stood at a distance. "All right, you've been busy all afternoon. There's no need to overdo it," Rakuo called out casually. "With Naruto's clones and your shadow clones patrolling the area, we're safe for now. Come grab some food." Orochimaru blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Rakuyo's unexpectedly casual and cordial tone. After a moment of hesitation, he approached the campfire, his curiosity piqued. The rest of the group turned to watch Orochimaru's arrival with wide, curious eyes. Rakuo grinned mischievously as he made introductions. "This guy's identity is a bit inconvenient to reveal for now," he said, his tone playful. "But in the future, he might be one of your teachers. If you need to call him something, just call him Baisujin." "Baisujin," Naruto repeated, tilting his head in confusion. Orochimaru's expression froze for a moment. Baisujin? He didn't get the reference, but he could feel that Rakuo was mocking him somehow. And what was this about being someone's teacher? Orochimaru's eyes flickered towards Sasuke, who was diligently turning the roasted snake meat over the fire. Could this kid know why I'm here? Orochimaru wondered, his unease growing. Before he could dwell on it further, Rakuo handed him a freshly roasted piece of snake meat. Orochimaru absent-mindedly took a bite, only for his eyes to widen slightly in surprise. The meat was tender and juicy, the flavor rich and savory, without the slightest hint of gaminess. Each bite seemed to melt in his mouth, leaving behind a taste that was both satisfying and addictive. For someone who had spent his life surrounded by snakes, Orochimaru had never once considered eating one, let alone something as potent as manda. The chakra-rich flesh of the serpent made the meat incredibly flavorful, with a texture that was firm yet succulent. As he swallowed, Orochimaru couldn't help but notice that the dull aches in his body seemed to ease slightly. Rakuo, noticing the faint look of enjoyment on Orochimaru's face, leaned in with a smirk. "Well, how's the taste?" he asked, his voice low and teasing. "It's quite," Orochimaru began, but then it hit him. His eyes widened as he realized what he had just eaten. His gaze darted to the fire, where Sasuke was calmly slicing up more of Manda's meat. This is snake meat. Manda's meat, A wave of revulsion surged through him, and he reflexively moved to spit it out, only to freeze under Rakuyo's sharp, warning gaze. Orochimaru swallowed hard, both literally and figuratively, forcing himself to continue eating. He could still feel Rakuyo's piercing eyes watching him, and after everything he had endured that day, he had no desire to provoke the boy further. At first, every bite was a struggle. The thought of eating a creature like Manda, a fellow serpent, gnawed at Orochimaru's mind, stirring an uncomfortable sense of irony. But as the minutes passed, the expertly prepared meat began to win him over. Sasuke's skill with seasoning and roasting was undeniable, and the rich flavor of the snake meat was impossible to ignore. In no time, Orochimaru found himself eating faster, his initial hesitation melting away. By the time he finished his first serving, he was eyeing the remaining meat with an almost pathetic sense of longing. Rakuo, watching this transformation, raised an eyebrow in amusement. "I have to admit," he said, "your ability to adapt is impressive." Half an hour later, the group was sprawled lazily around their camp, their bellies full and their spirits high. Most had retreated to their tents, while Rakuo remained outside, chatting with Hinata and Eno as he reclined in his chair. Orochimaru sat off to the side, staring at the scene with a mix of disbelief and bewilderment. How is this even possible? He thought, watching the group interact with a level of ease and familiarity that seemed more fitting for a family picnic than a high-stakes survival exam. The way they set up camp, cooked, and relaxed spoke of a level of experience and confidence that left Orochimaru feeling uncomfortably out of place. As night fell, the camp settled into a quiet rhythm. However, there was one oversight that became apparent. The group hadn't brought enough tents. This, combined with the presence of venomous snakes in the area, led to Rakuo taking on the responsibility of sharing a tent with both Hinata and Eno. Orochimaru, watching from his corner of the camp, felt his eye twitch. When Rakuo gave him a thumbs up before disappearing into the tent, Orochimaru could only shake his head in exasperation. This kid. The following days passed in a whirlwind of battles and eliminations. Team after team fell before Rakuo's group, their coordinated attacks and overwhelming strength leaving no room for resistance. By the time they reached the central tower, Kiba's bag was stuffed with scrolls, heaven, earth, and blank alike. The boy's grin stretched from ear to ear as he turned to Shino. "Hey, Shino," he whispered, "do you think we're going too far? We've already taken out 40 teams. People are going to hate us for this." Shino adjusted his sunglasses calmly. "Isn't that the point? Our goal is to eliminate everyone else." Rakuo clapped Shino on the shoulder, laughing. "That's the spirit. For too long, Konoha has been underestimated. It's time to remind the other nations what we're capable of." His grin turned sharp. "We got 3 days left. Once we reach the tower, we'll block every entrance. No one gets in without getting through us." The group cheered in agreement, their confidence soaring after days of victories. At the central tower, the third Hokage and the 4 Konoha Jonin watched the live footage of Rakuo's group with barely concealed satisfaction. For years, Konoha's performance in the Chunin exams had been lackluster, often overshadowed by the other great nations. But now, with Rakuo and his team leading the charge, the tide had turned dramatically. Even a normally stoic Kakashi couldn't hide his amazement. "Shikamaru's Taijutsu has improved significantly," he remarked. "He's almost on par with Naruto." Asuma smirked, leaning back in his chair. "That's a secret. Let's just say he's had some unique training." The third Hokage, meanwhile, watched with a mix of pride and relief. Despite his initial concerns, Rakuo had exceeded even his highest expectations. By the end of the second stage, 49 teams had been eliminated, with only 6 remaining. When Rakuo's group finally entered the tower, it marked the official end of the second exam. As the names for the preliminary matches began to roll across the screen, the tension in the room grew palpable. Every participant had the same thought running through their mind. Please let Rakuo get the bye. But when the names finally stopped, Rakuo's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. My opponent is a match. Nara Shikaha versus Kankuro. Seeing the matchup, Shikaha was slightly surprised. It seemed that his arrival had indeed triggered a series of butterfly effects. Logically speaking, the first match should have been Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. But then again, it was his fault for being annoyed by Kabuto and knocking him out during the second exam. When everyone saw Shikaha as the first participant, they all heaved a sigh of relief, even Gaara. The expressions on their faces as they glanced at Kankuro were priceless. Part sympathy, but mostly gratitude that it wasn't them. Shikaha's strength was well known and undeniable. He was practically the final boss of this exam. Aside from Rock Lee still brimming with confidence, no one else wanted to face him. Knowing they wouldn't have to fight Shikaha, the crowd's spirits soared as they made their way to the second floor viewing platform, chatting and laughing along the way. Up on the second floor, the third Hokage stood with his hands behind his back, watching Shikaha with anticipation. Among all the participants in this exam, the third Hokage was most intrigued by Shikaha. Not Uchiha Sasuke, not Uzumaki Naruto, but Shikaha. This boy, who consistently topped the Ninja Academy without needing much training, and who showed no signs of pressure even in front of him, had long piqued Hiruzen Sarutobi's curiosity. What made Sarutobi itch with interest even more was that Asuma didn't seem the least bit worried when he heard Shikaha would face Orochimaru. So just how strong was Shikaha? Perhaps this match might reveal a glimpse of his capabilities. Unlike the third Hokage, the Konoha Jonin present, Kakashi and Asuma, showed no particular interest in Shikaha. Instead, Might Guy watched Shikaha with eager anticipation. He patted Rock Lee on the shoulder and said, "Lee, see that? That's the goal you need to chase for the rest of your life. Fiery youth is about relentless persistence. Watch his movements carefully, then defeat him." Rock Lee's eyes burned with determination as he clenched his fists and shouted confidently, "Yes, Guy-sensei, I will defeat him." Once everyone else had cleared the area, the proctor, Gekka Hate, glanced at Shikaha and Kankuro before announcing, "Once you're both ready, you may begin the match. Keep it to a reasonable level. Try not to accidentally kill each other." After Hayate's words, Shikaha simply stood with his arms crossed, watching Kankuro with mild amusement. He said casually, "If I were you, I'd just surrender. Honestly, I'm too lazy to make a move." Kankuro stiffened at the remark. Though he had initially planned to concede, the words stuck in his throat. Unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. How this guy had blown up his puppet in the first exam with an explosive tag and caused endless trouble for his team in the second exam. Now, faced with Shikaha again, could he really just give up? Anger clouded Kankuro's judgment, pushing thoughts of Shikaha's strength to the back of his mind. He was caught in a spiral of indignation. Backing down felt increasingly unbearable. Tolerance only made him feel cheated. Grinding his teeth, Kankuro looked at the ever-relaxed Shikaha, his mind racing. This guy is so overconfident. I must have chance. If I can land even one hit, no matter how strong he is, once he's poisoned, he'll be at my mercy. With that thought, Kankuro untied the puppet wrapped in bandages from his back. Holding in one hand, he glared at Shikaha coldly. "Don't act like you've already won. Let me tell you, the outcome of this match is far from decided." Gekko Hate, observing the two, nodded slightly. "If both sides are ready, I now declare the first preliminary match begin." At Hayate's signal, Naruto and the others in the stands immediately shouted, "Boss, take it easy. Don't finish him off in one move. Boss, it's been ages since we've seen you fight. Let us enjoy the show for a bit. Boss." Shikaha's face darkened as he glanced in their direction, spotting Naruto leading the cheers with great enthusiasm. This crowd clearly wasn't worried about Shikaha losing. They were just here for the spectacle. Kankuro seized the moment when Shikaha's attention shifted. The bandages fell away, revealing a grotesque puppet. Chakra strings appeared in Kankuro's hands as he skillfully manipulated it. In the next instant, the puppet's mouth opened wide, firing a barrage of poison needles at Shikaha. But Shikaha seemed entirely unaware, his focus still on the noisy spectators. "Ah, arrogant fool, you're done for." The poison needles flew and pierced straight through Shikaha's body. Kankuro smirked triumphantly. But in the next second, something unexpected happened. The needles passed cleanly through, and Shikaha's figure vanished. It was only a shadow clone. Ambushes aren't exactly honorable, are they, Sand Ninja? A familiar yet slightly chilling voice sounded behind Kankuro. He instinctively turned, only to receive a powerful kick to the stomach. Thud! With just one kick, Kankuro crumpled, losing all ability to fight. His body convulsed briefly, and he dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach as cold sweat poured down his face. Shikaha walked slowly to Kankuro's fallen form, placing a foot on his back and applying light pressure. Thump! Kankuro was flattened to the ground in a sprawled position, unconscious. Turning to Gekko Hate, Shikaha smiled faintly. "This should be enough, right?" Hate stood frozen, staring blankly at Shikaha. "Sensei." "Oh, cough." Snapped out of his daze, Hayate's expression turned serious as he announced, "Winner, Nara Shikaha." Even after declaring the result, Hate couldn't quite calm himself. He shot Shikaha a look of astonishment. That movement just now, he hadn't seen a thing. And he was a jonin. Hate couldn't help but silently question himself. This level of skill, are you sure you're here for the Chunin exams? While Shikaha's performance seemed routine to the Konoha rookies, minus Sakura, the other contestants found their throats inexplicably dry, swallowing hard. The match had lasted less than 5 seconds, but those few moments spoke volumes. The fact that Shikaha had kept his arms crossed the entire time said it all. Even Rock Lee, the embodiment of youthful fervor, hesitated. "Guy-sensei, Can I really defeat an opponent like that? Guy's face stiffened. Are you kidding me? Shikaha's speed just now, I barely managed to follow it. Even I'd struggle against him. And you want to fight him? That's suicide. But of course, Guy couldn't discourage Lee's spirit. Forcing a smile, he said, remember the special technique I taught you? Use that, and you'll definitely win. I see now, Guy-sensei. Kakashi, watching the two green spandex-clad enthusiasts hugging and crying, couldn't help but interject dryly. Can you two tone it down a bit? Meanwhile, the third Hokage squinted slightly, observing Shikaha as he mingled effortlessly with the others. He nodded in satisfaction, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This kid is impressive, strong, well-liked, and easygoing. It seems Konoha's future will be much brighter than its present. His gaze shifted subtly to Orochimaru, who had disguised himself as an ordinary ninja. Noticing Orochimaru also watching Shikaha intently, the Hokage stroked his beard thoughtfully. After Shikaha's match concluded, the names on the screen began to shuffle once again. After several seconds, Gekko Hate glanced at the list and announced, the second match of the preliminaries, Uchiha Sasuke versus Tsuba Dosu. Dosu glared at Sasuke with a fierce look, the memory of their first exam encounter still fresh in his mind. That brat hadn't followed any conventional approach. He'd gone all out from the start, leaving Dosu no chance to fight back. In Dosu's opinion, had he taken the initiative and used his full strength right away, Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't have stood a chance. After all, the secret weapon built into his arms was essentially unavoidable. In this, Dosu had absolute confidence. But dreams are always far grander than reality, and reality proved to be brutally unforgiving. The moment the match began, Sasuke, moving even faster than before, once again defeated Dosu in an instant. With a single step on Dosu's chest, Sasuke turned to the stands and gave Shikaha a faint smile. It was clearly in homage to Shikaha, but Naruto, ever the instigator, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Shikaha, look, Sasuke's getting cocky. He's outright challenging you. Shikaha glanced at Naruto, unimpressed. How badly do you want Sasuke to get in trouble? You'll use any excuse, won't you? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling as he tried to save face before slinking away. Shikaha's still too sharp. Just you wait, Sasuke. You won't get away with this. After Sasuke left the arena, the third match was up, and to Shikaha's surprise, it was Hinata's turn. Even more unexpected was the matchup. The third match, Hyuga Hinata versus Kintsuchi. Another change? Her opponent is one of the Sound Village trio? Interesting. Shikaha's eyes flashed with intrigue as he glanced at the names. He felt a small flicker of curiosity, but didn't think much of it afterward. Overall, this change wasn't bad at all. Avoiding a Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji scenario was an outcome Shikaha preferred. This arrangement was far better for Hinata. Her opponent posed no real threat to her. Had it been Niji, however, Shikaha estimated there was an 80% chance Hinata would have been injured. To be honest, if that had happened, Shikaha wasn't sure what he would have done. It wasn't that Hinata lacked strength, but she was far too kind-hearted. She wouldn't be able to fight seriously against her older cousin, whom she grew up with. On the other hand, Niji harbored deep resentment toward Hinata, channeling all his unresolved anger over his father's death in her direction. At that moment, Hinata shyly approached Shikaha. Say, Shikaha, it's my turn now. Shikaha nodded with a reassuring smile. Believe in yourself, Hinata. Just do what you normally do. You're strong. Shikaha had no worries about Hinata's match. Thanks to years of his training, Hinata's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Her impressive performance during the Forest of Death had already demonstrated her capabilities. Shikaha was confident that as long as her opponent wasn't Niji, things would go smoothly. As the two girls stepped into the arena, Gekko Hate announced the start of the match. The moment the match began, Kintsuchi, wary of Hinata's close combat skills, immediately threw kunai to maintain distance. But Hinata didn't hesitate to counter with her rotation technique. The moment Hinata used rotation, the entire audience was stunned. Rotation was a technique typically reserved for Jonin-level ninja. No one could have imagined that the seemingly gentle and delicate Hinata possessed such strength. Even Niji's expression shifted as he watched her. He clenched his jaw, his mind clearly racing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile deepened as he observed Hinata. It seems my decision back then was the right one after all. The third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze inevitably drawn back to Shikaha. This kid, there's definitely something unusual about him. Sasuke and Naruto's strength aside, even Hinata has grown so formidable. He's not simple. While Hiruzen pondered, the match in the arena reached its climax. Hinata's use of rotation completely nullified Kin's offensive. She then dashed forward with blinding speed. With her Byakugan granting her 360-degree vision, combined with her mastery of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Hinata's years of sparring with Shikaha finally paid off. An 8 trigrams vacuum palm knocked Kin off balance as she tried to retreat. In an instant, Hinata closed the distance and unleashed the full force of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Each strike injected chakra into Kin's body, causing internal injuries and sealing her chakra flow. Kin collapsed on the spot, coughing blood. As Hinata stood victorious, the entire crowd was left in shock, especially the 9 rookie genin. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Was this really the same soft-spoken, seemingly frail girl who was always by Shikaha's side? They'd never seen her train particularly hard. So how had she become this strong? Even Neji, who had always looked down on her, was utterly stunned. The timid, weak heiress who couldn't even defeat her younger sister now displayed such overwhelming strength. Rotation, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, vacuum palm. Hinata had mastered them all. Her skills were now on par with his own. Was it because of him? Neji's gaze flickered briefly toward Shikaha, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After her decisive victory, Hinata returned to Shikaha's side, completely unfazed by the shocked stares of her peers. Shikaha reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Well done, Hinata. That was very impressive." Hinata blushed deeply, lowering her head as she softly replied, The first 3 matches all ended in one-sided victories, leaving the remaining participants frowning. Neji and Rock Lee, in particular, were starting to realize that their younger peers weren't as easy to deal with as they'd thought. What had once seemed like a guaranteed Chunin promotion now felt far less certain. The 4th match, Aburame Shino versus Zaku Abomi. Zaku, one of the Sound Village trio, relied on his decapitating airwaves to destroy rocks and terrain. However, his special arm mechanism was Shino's insect's perfect target. Once the insects clogged the air ducts, Zaku was rendered completely powerless. Shino's victory was effortless and entirely predictable. Next, Shikamaru, determined to avoid punishment from his mother, defeated Choji. Naruto, as expected, triumphed over Kiba, while Eno used her Taijutsu to thoroughly overwhelm Sakura in their match. As for Guy's team, things proceeded much like the original story, with only Neji advancing. The final match between Rock Lee and Gaara ended with Gaara's victory, marking the conclusion of the preliminary round. The final 10 contestants were Shikaha Nara, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga, Gaara, Temari, and Ino Yamanaka. With the 10 finalists determined, the preliminary round officially concluded. Afterward, the third Hokage gave a brief speech and informed everyone that the final round of the exams would take place in 1 month. The finalists then drew lots to determine their matchups. When Shikaha looked at the slip of paper in his hand, the large number 2 written on it gave him pause. Glancing around, he quickly spotted the number 1 in Neji's hand. This confirmed it. The first match of the final round would be Shikaha versus Neji. As Shikaha turned toward Neji, Neji's gaze also landed on him. Feeling the weight of Shikaha's calm yet piercing stare, Neji's expression grew serious. "Shikaha, this won't be easy." With the lots drawn, the match order was finalized. Match 1, Shikaha Nara versus Neji Hyuga. Match 2, Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara. Match 3, Shino Aburame versus Temari. Match 4, Hinata Hyuga versus Shikamaru Nara. Match 5, Naruto Uzumaki versus Ino Yamanaka. And so, the Chunin exam was now down to its final stage, the public tournament. Unnoticed by most, as they left the central tower, Shikaha discreetly tossed 2 crumpled notes in different directions. Later that evening, to cheer up the eliminated Choji, the group gathered for a feast, courtesy of their generous benefactor, Shikaha. After dinner, Shikaha saw everyone off, told his younger brother Shikamaru he'd return later, and made his way to his hideout. When Shikaha arrived by the lake, 2 figures were already there, waiting for him. Shikaha arrived at the lakeside, but didn't rush to meet the 2 people waiting there. Instead, he curiously eavesdropped on their conversation. Sarutobi, having arrived not long ago, instinctively caught a familiar scent from the figure before him. His aged, clouded eyes revealed a complicated mix of emotions. "So it really is you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru glanced at the gray-haired Sarutobi, his expression similarly complex. The sharp words he had rehearsed refused to come out, and instead, his tone softened unexpectedly. "Sarutobi-sensei, you've grown old after all. What's the matter? Can't I come back to visit my hometown?" Sarutobi, ever perceptive, noticed that Orochimaru's demeanor lacked its usual icy edge. He chuckled softly and turned to settle into a reclining chair by the lake. Considering that he had come here on Shikaha's invitation via the note, it was likely Orochimaru had received a similar summons. The truth was, at his current age, there was no way he could stop Orochimaru. Instead of futile struggles, why not take this rare moment to relax and enjoy the peace? Orochimaru looked on in shock as Sarutobi casually picked up a fishing rod, baited the hook, and lounged back in the chair, smoking his pipe and enjoying the evening breeze. Has the old man changed? His temperament seems so different from before. Curious, Orochimaru quietly moved to the chair beside Sarutobi, watching him fish with interest. "Sarutobi-sensei, I didn't expect you to have the leisure to fish at a time like this. Don't you want to capture me?" Sarutobi glanced at the still, unmoving bobber, his eyes half closed. "Capture you? At my age, do you think I'd be able to? A rare moment of rest like this. Why not spend it fishing?" That simple statement caused Orochimaru, who had spent his entire life consumed by the pursuit of jutsu, forbidden techniques, and immortality, to tremble slightly. It was as if he understood something profound, yet he didn't fully grasp it. Just then, the bobber suddenly dipped beneath the water, a clear sign to experienced anglers that a big catch had taken the bait. But while Orochimaru was deep in thought and Sarutobi was observing him with an unreadable expression, neither moved. Swish! A shadow suddenly appeared between the two. Shikaha snatched the fishing rod from Sarutobi's hands and tugged forcefully. "Old man, if you're going to fish, at least be serious. This is a big one." Watching Shikaha frantically reel in the line, Sarutobi chuckled lightly, amused. The fishing rod bent under the strain, forming a perfect arc. Orochimaru, on the other hand, gawked as Shikaha wrestled with the fish. What is this? Is this guy serious? You can punch me halfway across the field with one hit, but now you're struggling with a fish? Sarutobi, entertained by the spectacle, stood up and offered his recliner to Shikaha, moving to an adjacent seat. A minute later, Shikaha triumphantly hoisted a massive fish, nearly a meter long, and grinned at the other two. "Looks like you two are in for a treat tonight." He tossed the fish into a grass net, then leaned back comfortably into the recliner. Turning his attention to Sarutobi and Orochimaru, he quipped with a smile. "I thought you two might start fighting when you met." But listening in, it almost sounded sentimental. Orochimaru shot Shikaha a silent, exasperated glare. At first, he had considered testing the waters by attacking his old teacher, curious to see how Konoha would react to such chaos. But with Shikaha, a wild card of immense strength, present, he didn't dare make a move. Sarutobi laughed warmly. "I'm an old man now. I've come to accept things. These old bones of mine don't feel like fighting anymore." At this, Sarutobi suddenly turned his gaze to Shikaha, his expression serious. "Kid, I've seen enough of your strength. Why not prepare to take on the role of Hokage?" Puffed. Shikaha, in the middle of sipping his soda, sprayed it everywhere. "Old man, I'm 13. Have you ever seen a 13-year-old Hokage?" Orochimaru, observing Shikaha, nodded thoughtfully. "While this old man is somewhat rigid in his thinking, he's not wrong about people. I also think you'd make a suitable Hokage." "Stop right there." Shikaha gave the two an annoyed look. I called you both here to discuss serious matters, not to pile responsibilities on me. Can a Hokage go fishing whenever they want? Can a Hokage travel freely? Whoever wants the job can take it. I'm not interested. Sarutobi, unsurprised by this response, still couldn't help but smile wryly when Shikaha said it aloud. All right, wipe that sour look off your face. I know you're tired of the role, old man. Tonight, I'm here to help you pick a new Hokage. What? Sarutobi froze in shock. Since when could a child decide who becomes Hokage? Ignoring Sarutobi's bewilderment, Shikaha turned to Orochimaru. I know you're obsessed with immortality, passionate about jutsu, and always chasing the novel and extraordinary. So, I'm offering you two options. First, you can try to make your own mark on the world. Do something grand, change the entire Shinobi system, and seize what you believe you want. Second, you can step back and watch me change the Shinobi world. Once I succeed, I'll give you what you desire. Orochimaru's gaze shifted as he processed Shikaha's words. For the first time, he felt as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. From a young age, Orochimaru had been someone without a fixed dream. His actions were always driven by curiosity, and his primary interest lay in the study of jutsu and forbidden techniques. To satisfy this passion, he had even delved into immortality. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, "And what happens if I choose the first option?" Shikaha grinned. "Remember Manda from a while back? If you pick the first option, you're dear Sarutobi-sensei, and I will roast you tonight." Sarutobi, Orochimaru. The two fell silent for a moment before Sarutobi, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Wait, what happened with Manda?" Orochimaru exploded, roaring at him, "Shut up. Don't ask." Sarutobi flinched, muttering like a chastised child. "You won't even satisfy an old man's curiosity. What a terrible student." Orochimaru glared at Sarutobi before sighing in resignation. "And if I pick the second option?" Shikaha smiled. "If you pick the second option, you've made the right choice. Once it's done, whatever you want to study, I'll help you achieve it." Oh, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. "All right, tell me, what's the plan?" No one knew what transpired that evening. But by the next day, the Konoha ninja noticed the Hokage in an exceptionally good mood. Sarutobi walked around with a radiant smile, even humming tunes to himself. Meanwhile, Shikaha returned to his carefree, laid-back lifestyle, while the other finalists threw themselves into rigorous training. Hinata and Eno underwent intensive training with their fathers. Even the usually lazy Shikamaru was dragged into sessions with Asuma. Notably, Naruto, despite being Kakashi's student, was left in the care of Ebisu for training, much to his dismay. Kakashi, on the other hand, focused exclusively on Sasuke's secret training. After repeated protests, Naruto finally gave in and reluctantly accepted Ebisu's guidance. As summer arrived and the temperatures rose, the shallow lake near Shikaha's spot became a popular hangout for girls enjoying the water. One afternoon, Shikaha had just dozed off when he was jolted awake by the sound of a loud slap. Looking up, he saw a tall, burly, white-haired man holding his cheek, which bore a bright red handprint. He stared blankly after a group of angry girls storming off, still calling out, Hey, those proportions of yours don't seem natural. Let me inspect them for you." Watching the girls ignore him completely, the man sighed and muttered to himself, familiar scents, perfect figures. Konoha hasn't changed a bit, has it? Research. It was none other than Jiraiya. The unmistakable aura of mischief, the playful tone, and the sheer vibe of someone who lived to be not serious radiated from the man. Shikaha only needed one glance to recognize him. The legendary pervy sage had arrived. Shikaha narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings, and quickly spotted Naruto lurking nearby. "Pervy sage, wait for me." Naruto's voice arrived before he did, echoing loudly across the lake. Hearing the unmistakable cry of his favorite, noisy blonde, Jiraiya furrowed his brows in annoyance. It's that irritating brat again. Oomph. If he thinks he can catch me, he's got another 10 years to train. Farewell. Just as Jiraiya crouched down, ready to leap away, his body froze mid-motion, completely immobilized. What's going on? Jiraiya strained to move, confused as his body refused to obey. He glanced around, hoping to find the cause, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It wasn't until his eyes drifted downward that he noticed something unusual. The shadow beneath him was connected to another shadow, one that led back to a recliner nearby. On the recliner lounged a figure, relaxed and carefree. Shadow imitation jutsu, huh? So, you want the Nara clan, are you? Shikamaru turned his head lazily toward Jiraiya, gave him a brief glance, and said nothing. He picked up a nearby drink, took a sip, and closed his eyes again, letting the breeze wash over him. Jiraiya chuckled lightly. Interesting, but I wonder how long you can hold the Great Toad Sage? Let's see about this. HNGH. 1, 2, 3. HA. Jiraiya flailed and struggled, putting all his strength into breaking the jutsu, but his efforts were utterly futile. By then, Naruto had arrived, his face lighting up with excitement as he spotted Jiraiya. Huh? Pervy Sage, what are you doing? Naruto tilted his head in confusion at the sight of Jiraiya, gritting his teeth, sweating profusely. Then, following the shadow connected to his feet, realization dawned. Haha, Pervy Sage, seriously? You think you can break free from Shikamaru's shadow imitation jutsu? Keep dreaming. Shikamaru, that's who's behind this. Jiraiya growled, his frustration mounting. TCH, by all logic, the stronger the person being controlled, the more chakra the technique consumes. By now, there should be some sign of strain. How is this even possible? Naruto grinned, then trotted over to Shikamaru with a mischievous glint in his eyes. From his pocket, he pulled out a small chilled carton of milk and placed it beside Shikamaru. Hey, big bro, you're the best. I bought you some ice-cold milk on the way here. They say it's super nutritious. Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly opened the milk, tilted his head back, and drank several big gulps in one go. The icy coolness sliding down his throat was blissful, and for a moment, Shikamaru felt utterly content. He glanced at Naruto, who was looking at him with puppy dog eyes, and sighed. You know, I could train you myself. I guarantee your strength would skyrocket in no time. Naruto's face instantly turned pitiful as he clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture. Big bro Shikamaru, please. Have mercy. I can't handle your training. Just let that old pervert teach me instead. Faced with Naruto's relentless begging, Shikamaru sighed in defeat. He turned his attention to Jiraiya and called out, Hey, white-haired geezer, this blonde knucklehead is my little brother. For my sake, why don't you teach him a thing or two? It wasn't until Shikamaru addressed him directly that Jiraiya saw his face clearly, a youthful, calm expression so unlike the monstrous strength that held him in place. Jiraiya was stunned. Was this kid really the one using the shadow imitation jutsu on him? How could someone this young be so terrifyingly strong? Hey, don't just stare at me. I'm talking to you, Shikamaru said, his voice tinged with impatience. Jiraiya snapped out of his daze, his tone grumbling. What kind of attitude is that? If you're asking for my help, at least say please. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, clearly done with the conversation. Turning to Naruto, he said, I'll make him open his mouth. You pour this whole carton of milk down his throat. Got it. Naruto beamed, not questioning the request for even a second. With a flick of Shikamaru's fingers, Jiraiya's mouth opened involuntarily under the shadow imitation jutsu. Naruto, without hesitation, emptied most of the milk straight into Jiraiya's mouth. At first, Jiraiya panicked, thinking Shikamaru was about to attack. But as the icy milk slid down his throat, a wave of refreshing comfort washed over him. Not bad, not bad, Jiraiya said with a smug grin. At least you know how to treat a legendary sage properly. A cold drink on a hot day. Well done, kid. But Shikamaru's sly grin immediately put Jiraiya on edge. By my calculations, Shikamaru began, a drink of water takes about 30 to 45 minutes to pass through the system. So, at most, you'll start feeling the urge in an hour. Jiraiya's smugness evaporated as he stiffened. Why, you little brat? What are you trying to say? Ignoring his protests, Shikamaru calmly pulled out a sealing scroll and retrieved a camera from it. He handed it to Naruto. Take it easy for now. In an hour, we'll check back. If anything noteworthy happens, snap a few pictures. Make sure to print plenty of copies and use shadow clones to distribute them across Konoha. I'm sure this white-haired geezer's reputation will precede him. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror, his face pale as he stared at Shikaha with newfound dread. You know, brat, don't think your shadow imitation jutsu can hold me for an hour. The great Toad Sage doesn't believe it. Shikaha didn't bother responding. Instead, with a casual wave, he used the shadow neck binding jutsu to clamp Jiraiya's mouth shut. Then, he reclined back in his chair, resuming his carefree nap. To a professional slacker like Shikaha, even lying down was an enjoyable art form. Naruto, meanwhile, glanced sympathetically at Jiraiya and sighed. Why couldn't you just agree earlier? You really had to provoke my big bro. MMPH. Jiraiya struggled to make himself understood, but his muffled protests were incomprehensible. Naruto, misinterpreting the determined look in his eyes, simply assumed Jiraiya was a man of unyielding resolve. Shrugging, Naruto joined Shikaha in resting. Jiraiya, however, felt utterly defeated. Asterisk, I was trying to say I'd teach him. Isn't that enough? Asterisk, looking at the two peacefully napping figures, Jiraiya's frustration boiled over. But with only his eyeballs able to move, there was nothing he could do. An hour later, as Shikaha predicted, the first signs of discomfort began to creep up on Jiraiya. By the second hour, he was clenching his teeth. By the third hour, his face had turned ghostly pale. And by the fourth hour, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiraiya could no longer endure. Desperation overtook him as he let out a series of frantic, muffled cries. Luckily, Naruto's sharp ears caught the sound. He grabbed the camera and hurried over. All right, pervy sage, do you agree to train me now? Jiraiya frantically nodded, blinking rapidly in confirmation. Overjoyed, Naruto carefully woke Shikaha. Hearing that Jiraiya had finally relented, Shikaha whispered something into Naruto's ear before releasing the shadow imitation jutsu. The moment he was freed, Jiraiya bolted behind the nearest tree, finally relieving himself in bliss. Just as he sighed in satisfaction, he was startled by the sound of a click. Turning, he saw Naruto holding the camera and muttering to himself. So small. Jiraiya's face turned completely dark as he watched Naruto muttering to himself while staring at the camera. He felt his temper boiling over as though he were about to explode. Small? What do you mean small? You brat, what do you even know? Naruto tilted his head, his face full of innocence. But it really isn't as big as mine, pervy sage. Why don't we compare? You little punk. Unforgivable. Jiraiya was seething with rage and turned to make a run for it, only to realize his body had frozen again. Shikaha stretched lazily, finishing off the last sip of his soda. He glanced at Jiraiya, a faint smirk on his face. Didn't you already agree to teach him earlier? What's this, planning to go back on your word? Jiraiya stared at Shikaha, a deep wariness gleaming in his eyes. The first time, he could blame carelessness for falling into the shadow imitation jutsu. But this time, it had been instant. Before he could even react, he'd lost all control of his body. The gap in their abilities was undeniable. Still, Jiraiya, ever stubborn, grumbled, "Is this how you ask someone for a favor? You could at least show some sincerity, you know." Shikaha nodded thoughtfully and motioned for Naruto to come closer. He whispered something into Naruto's ear, making the blonde widen his eyes in surprise. Big bro Shikaha, isn't that a bit much?" Naruto asked hesitantly, looking conflicted. "If you don't do this, I don't have any other ideas. That guy only responds to certain tactics. But fine, give a shot your way first." Shikaha handed Naruto a wad of cash. "Here, take this and treat him to a nice meal. Let's just pretend this whole afternoon never happened." Naruto's eyes lit up as he accepted the money. "Thanks, big bro." Shikaha waved it off nonchalantly, as if money were no object, which for him, it wasn't. Then, with a casual flick of his fingers, he released the shadow imitation jutsu and began strolling home at a leisurely pace. Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh of relief, finally free. Watching Shikaha disappear into the distance, he turned to Naruto with a smug grin. "Haha, your big bro is gone now. What are you going to do, brat? You can't make me teach you." Naruto carefully tucked the money into his pocket before smirking. He formed a hand seal with practiced ease. Pervy sage, you're underestimating me. I'm more resourceful than you think." "Resourceful? Keep dreaming, kid. With your strength, You're 100 years too early to challenge the great Toad Sage. Naruto's hands moved swiftly. Sexy jutsu. Poof. A puff of white smoke later. Standing where Naruto had been was a sultry young woman with twin pigtails and a curvaceous figure. Naruto had arrived. Naruto's sexy jutsu was no ordinary transformation. It was a masterpiece. Every detail, from the curves to the expressions, was executed to perfection. It was the work of a true artist. Naruto batted her long lashes, her sparkling blue eyes locking onto Jiraiya's. In a sweet, honeyed voice, she cooed, "Pervy Sage, won't you please agree to train me?" Poof, piu piu. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled like stars, his nose erupting with a torrent of blood. One hand instinctively reached up to cover the gush, while the other reached out toward Naruto. Perfection, absolute perfection. Poof. The transformation dispelled as Naruto furiously slapped Jiraiya's hand away, his face red with anger. "You pervert. You're supposed to be a great Toad Sage, but you're nothing more than a dirty old man." Ahem. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, his disappointment evident as he glanced at Naruto's real form. "TCH, you've completely ruined the mood. I don't even feel like talking to you anymore." With that, he turned to leave. Poof. But before he could take another step, Naruto reappeared, her voice dripping with charm. "Pervy Sage, how about I treat you to a nice meal in Konoha instead?" Jiraiya froze mid-step. Her sultry tone made his knees go weak. Turning back, his face split into a lecherous grin. "Haha, now you're getting it. All right, I'll teach you, on one condition. Stay in this form while we eat." 30 minutes later, the two were seated at a seafood restaurant, menus in hand. Naruto wore a rather minimal outfit, just barely decent enough to avoid scandal. Internally, Naruto was on the verge of a breakdown. He was only doing this for the sake of training, but the humiliation was almost unbearable. His already sour mood only worsened when he and Jiraiya started arguing over what to order. Jiraiya frowned deeply. "Listen to me. We're getting crawfish. Sure, peeling them is a bit of work, but the flavor is unparalleled." Naruto pouted, slamming a dainty fist onto the table. "I don't care. I want lobster, big lobster. It's more satisfying to eat. And besides, I'm paying. No way. Crawfish is the way to go. Lobster. I'm eating lobster whether you like it or not." Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising. "What's wrong with small, huh? Small works just fine. You're so obsessed with big. Is that all you care about?" The surrounding diners froze, chopsticks mid-air, staring at Jiraiya with wide eyes. What a man, to defend small so passionately. Truly a role model for us all. Naruto wasn't backing down either, crossing her arms and glaring. "That's right. I like big. Big is better. Big is satisfying. What's wrong with that?" Asterisk eating. Asterisk. The diners collectively sucked in their breath. Their thoughts were unanimous. Asterisk, you're not wrong, ma'am. The problem is clearly that man's shortcomings. Asterisk. Neither Jiraiya nor Naruto noticed the growing tension around them. Jiraiya snorted, his tone defiant. "Oomph. I don't care what you say. You're eating small tonight." Naruto stood up abruptly, her voice dripping with mockery. "Fine. If you won't give me what I want, I'll find someone else to give me big." Clatter. Chopsticks fell to the floor as every diner turned to stare, mouths agape. It was only then that Jiraiya and Naruto realized the scene they had caused. Understanding dawned on Jiraiya, and even his thick skin couldn't save him from the sheer embarrassment. His face burned as he muttered under his breath, "Great. Now the whole village thinks I'm small. How am I supposed to live like this?" 3 days later, Shikamaru, wandering through the forest after a meal, spotted the chaotic duo. To his mild surprise, they were actually training together, or trying to, at least. Even from a distance, Shikamaru could hear their shouting match echoing through the trees. Jiraiya's voice was hoarse from yelling. "Damn it, you idiot. It's been 3 days. 3 days. And this is what you summon. You call this a toad?" Naruto, looking utterly defeated, mumbled, "It's not like I'm doing it on purpose. Besides, look, I made progress." Jiraiya's temple twitched as he forced himself to ask, "Progress? What progress?" Naruto proudly pointed at the tiny tadpole wiggling on the ground. "See? This one has hind legs now. Jiraiya's lips twitched uncontrollably. Progress. This is still a tadpole. A tadpole. Well, maybe it's your fault, pervy sage. You must be a lousy teacher. What did you say? I've taught you everything you need to know. You're just a hopeless idiot. Shikaha, watching from distance, nearly doubled over with laughter. Steadying himself, he stepped out from the trees, his face darkening as he looked directly at Jiraiya. What's going on, Naruto? Is this guy slacking off? Need me to teach him a lesson? Jiraiya flinched, his body trembling as he realized. Once again, he had unknowingly fallen into Shikaha's shadow imitation jutsu. Looking at Shikaha's calm, yet terrifying expression, Jiraiya felt tears of frustration welling up. In a voice full of grievance, he muttered, "Can't you give me a break just once? Shikaha kid, I beg you. Please take this brat off my hands. Following him around is nothing but bad luck for me." Shikaha raised an eyebrow, curious, as Jiraiya began recounting his misadventures over the past few days with Naruto. Ever since Naruto had started tagging along, Jiraiya's research endeavors had become 10 times harder, an absolutely grueling ordeal. Naruto, already infamous for his mischievous antics as a child, had spent his early years pulling pranks on practically half the village. As a result, the moment Naruto showed up somewhere, everyone instinctively kept an eye on him. This meant Jiraiya could hardly do anything, especially sneaking into women's baths, without being caught. In the past 3 days, nearly every attempt at research had ended in disaster. Jiraiya had been caught red-handed, beaten black and blue by furious women and bathhouse owners, while Naruto, cleverly utilizing the lessons he'd learned from Shikaha, escaped the scene unscathed every time. But even that wasn't the worst part. The most humiliating blow for Jiraiya was the wild rumor now spreading across Konoha. Word had it that one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had a new girlfriend, but their relationship was on the rocks due to biological incompatibilities. As Jiraiya poured out his woes, his voice grew more and more melancholy, and it seemed as though he might actually cry. If he'd read Journey to the West, he would have thrown himself at Shikaha's feet, wailing, "Great sage, please, spare me your powers." Shikaha glanced at Naruto, who was awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and sighed. Having a troublesome little brother like this was truly a headache. It was no wonder Jiraiya was desperate to return the goods. With a casual wave, Shikaha released the shadow imitation jutsu. He looked at Jiraiya and said, "Returning him isn't an option. He's decided to stick with you, so just teach him already. I'll even help keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't cause trouble." "How's that?" Jiraiya eyed Shikaha suspiciously, muttering under his breath. "You're not planning to steal any jutsu, are you? Tisich, don't flatter yourself. What's so great about your jutsu, anyway?" Jiraiya smirked confidently and formed a Rasengan in his palm. "Don't underestimate this Toad Sage, kid. See this? This is an A-rank jutsu, the Rasengan. It's not just powerful, it's incredibly difficult to master." Shikaha didn't even dignify Jiraiya's boasting with a response. Instead, he shot a meaningful look at Naruto. Without missing a beat, Naruto extended his right hand and effortlessly formed a Rasengan of his own. Jiraiya blinked, rubbed his eyes, and stared in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. How can you, of all people, know this jutsu? Who taught you?" "Big bro Shikaha, of course," Naruto replied nonchalantly. Jiraiya turned his wide-eyed gaze to Shikaha, who was casually leaning against a tree, looking utterly bored. "Kid," Jiraiya began, his voice laced with curiosity, "this Rasengan was invented by my disciple, Minato Namikaze. How on earth do you know it?" Shikaha yawned, looking like he was about to doze off. He waved dismissively at Jiraiya. "Your disciple isn't the only one who can invent jutsu. Why couldn't I have figured it out on my own?" To emphasize his point, Shikaha extended his right hand. Chakra swirled in his palm, and within moments, a Rasengan formed, faster and smoother than Jiraiya's. The sheer speed of the formation left Jiraiya's jaw hanging open. What's more, Jiraiya could sense the density of the chakra. This wasn't just for show. This Rasengan was the real deal. And yet, Shikaha wasn't done surprising him. Raising his hand high, Shikaha increased the chakra output. The seemingly ordinary Rasengan in his palm began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a colossal sphere over 30 meters in diameter. The chakra within spun with terrifying speed, whipping the surrounding air into a frenzy. The nearby trees swayed violently, as though caught in the middle of a typhoon. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. The howling winds roared in their ears. Naruto and Jiraiya's clothes flapped wildly, but neither could spare a thought for the chaos around them. Both were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths dry with shock. Shikaha, unimpressed by their reactions, casually dispersed the Rasengan. He leaned back against the tree again, a faint smirk on his lips. So, what do you think? My Rasengan's a bit different from your disciples, isn't it? Jiraiya, still in a daze, glanced down at the Rasengan in his own hand. Feeling utterly defeated, he hastily dispelled it, his face turning beet red with embarrassment. He, one of the legendary Sannin, had never felt so humiliated. Just moments ago, he'd suspected Shikaha of copying his jutsu, only to realize that Shikaha's Rasengan was on an entirely different level. A 30-meter Rasengan. The very thought made Jiraiya's scalp tingle. That thing could probably knock the Nine Tails flat. Jiraiya swallowed hard, his tone hesitant as he asked, How? How did you do that? Shikaha shrugged. It's not that complicated. Just increase the chakra output and maintain control. The tricky part is the control, really. Jiraiya stared at Shikaha, utterly speechless. Increase the chakra output and maintain control? He made it sound so simple. Who even has that much chakra to work with? It was then that Jiraiya realized, with a sinking feeling, that even if he used Sage Mode, the largest Rasengan he could manage would only be about 2 meters in diameter. Meanwhile, this kid could casually toss out a 30-meter Rasengan like it was nothing. Who was this kid? At such a young age, how had he become so overwhelmingly powerful? The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more he realized he wouldn't stand a chance against Shikaha in a fight. And besides, creating such a massive Rasengan wasn't just a matter of dumping more chakra into it. Maintaining its stability required an almost inhuman level of chakra control. Naruto, meanwhile, was staring at Shikaha with stars in his eyes, his admiration reaching new heights. His mind was already buzzing with new possibilities. Shikaha chuckled, amused by the look on Naruto's face. I told you if you train with me, your strength will skyrocket. But Naruto's smile faltered as memories of Shikaha's brutal training methods flashed through his mind. His face turned pale, and he dropped to the ground, shaking his head frantically. Big bro, please, have mercy. I can't handle your training. I just can't. Shikaha sighed, exasperated. So, Pervy Sage is teaching you the summoning jutsu, huh? Naruto nodded, looking thoroughly defeated. He said I need to use the Nine Tails chakra for it, but I can't even sense it. Shikaha turned to Jiraiya, his curiosity piqued. Hey, white-haired old man, is this summoning jutsu really that hard? Jiraiya, snapping out of his daze, thought for a moment before replying, not really. Once the contract is signed, it's just a matter of outputting enough chakra. Naruto's eyes lit up as he turned to Shikaha, his expression hopeful. Big bro Shikaha, you're so talented and good at explaining things. Why don't you learn it first and then teach me? Shikaha's eyes sparkled with interest. He'd been cooped up in Konoha for too long, and a little trip to Mount Mayaboku sounded like the perfect vacation. Plus, he was curious about the so-called Great Toad Sage who could predict the future. All right, Shikaha said with a smile. Let's see what's so special about this summoning jutsu that's giving you so much trouble. After signing the contract, Shikaha bit his finger, swiftly formed the hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom. In the Hokage's office, the ever-curious Vizier, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroked his chin, his face a mixture of awe and astonishment. This boy's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder even Orochimaru seems to follow his lead. To think he can so casually produce a Rasengan of such an enormous scale. What a monster. His gaze shifted back to the crystal ball, which now displayed a massive cloud of white smoke covering an absurdly large area. Sarutobi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. I have a bad feeling about this. Is this really a summoning jutsu? Isn't the scale just a bit too big? As the dense white smoke gradually dissipated, Sarutobi's expression froze, his face going rigid as if he'd turned to stone. Not far away, Jiraiya and Naruto were similarly petrified. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya immediately noticed something was off, because they were now all several dozen meters above the ground. It was only then that he realized they were standing atop Gamma Bunta, accompanied by Gamakin and Gamma Hero. But what truly made his heart stop was the enormous, black-hatted, elderly toad lying peacefully asleep nearby. Is that the great toad sage? I can't. Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded. Never in his life had he heard of anyone summoning the great toad sage. This was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Jiraiya's confidence was shaken to its core. Please, just be human, he thought helplessly. First, Shikamaru had casually released a Rasengan thousands of times larger than his own, and now he had performed a summoning jutsu so ridiculous it included the great toad sage. How was anyone supposed to live like this? Naruto, meanwhile, was frozen in shock for an entirely different reason. Compared to his pitiful tadpole summons, Shikamaru had summoned 4 colossal battle-ready toads. The sheer contrast made Naruto's jaw drop. These toads weren't just enormous. They radiated an aura of immense power. Big bro, you're amazing, Naruto muttered in awe. His gaze shifted to Jiraiya. Wait, better than the pervy sage. Jiraiya, still struggling to process what he was seeing, took several seconds to pull himself together. But just as his mind started to settle, his eyes caught sight of 2 smaller toads beside Shikamaru. His expression twisted in disbelief. That's Fukasaku-sama and Shima-sama. Fukasaku, the elder toad, nodded at Jiraiya, his tone calm but curious. Little Jiraiya, has something big happened in Konoha? Why summon me and the missus here? Shima shot Jiraiya an irritated glare. Little Jiraiya, your timing is terrible. I was in the middle of cooking for the little ones. If you've got something to say it quickly. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly, sweat dripping down his face. Elder, big sis, I didn't summon you. What? Not you. Fukasaku's gaze swept across the area, his body suddenly stiffening. His eyes widened in shock. This can't be. Someone even summoned the great toad, sage himself? Who in the world could manage such a thing? Could it be the sage of 6 paths? Shima, momentarily stunned, turned her attention to the sleeping elder toad. She muttered under her breath, that old fool doesn't even realize he's been summoned. Watch your tongue, woman. Fukasaku snapped, though his tone lacked real bite. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Fukasaku scanned the faces before him, his gaze lingering on Shikamaru. Shikamaru, unfazed, met the elder's eyes and said calmly, no need to look around. I'm the one who summoned you all. What? You? Fukasaku exclaimed, his voice trembling. How? How is that even possible? Shikamaru glanced at the gathered toads, Gamabunta, Gamakin, Gamma Hero, and the great toad sage Gamamaru, and shrugged. It's simple, really. I just performed the seals, released the chakra, and, well, maybe I use a bit too much chakra. Jiraiya couldn't help but interject, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A bit too much? Kid, do you even hear yourself? Shikamaru raised his hands in mock surrender. He considered explaining that his definition of a bit didn't align with theirs but decided against it. It wasn't worth the trouble. Fukasaku, after a moment of contemplation, stepped forward with a serious expression. Young man, could I have a word with you in private? Shikamaru's eyes lit up. He could tell from Fukasaku's tone and expression that the elder toad had taken an interest in him, most likely even admired his potential. This was clearly an invitation to Mount Mayaboku. Sure, Shikamaru said with a nod. Let's talk over there. He leapt down from Gamabunta's head, landing gracefully on the ground below. Fukasaku turned to the other toads and gave a few instructions. Gamabunta, Gamahiro, Gamakin, take the great toad sage to the nearby lake for some rest. When the summoning time is up, make sure to escort him back to Mount Mayaboku. Got it. Understood. Fukasaku then glanced at Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, wait here for now. Yes, sir. Jiraiya replied weakly, still shaken. As Fukasaku and Shima followed Shikamaru, Naruto turned to Jiraiya with a smug grin. Well, pervy sage, I told him my big bro is amazing. Those toads are anything but ordinary, huh? Jiraiya shot Naruto a disdainful look. Yeah, Your big bro is impressive. But what does that have to do with you, you little tadpole summoning idiot? Ugh, just you wait. I'll get big bro to teach me the secret of summoning jutsu, and then I'll surpass you. Jiraiya ignored him, but Naruto persisted, his curiosity getting the better of him. Pervy Sage, those toads big bro summoned, they're really strong, aren't they? Jiraiya nodded solemnly. Strong doesn't even begin to describe it. This level of summoning has never been seen before, and to summon the great toad, Sage himself, it's unprecedented. Naruto glanced at the elderly toad being carried away. You mean that old grandpa-looking toad? He doesn't seem like much of a fighter. Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head. Idiot. The great toad sage is from the same era as the sage of Six Paths. He's not just a fighter. He can also predict the future. Seeing the disbelief on Naruto's face, Jiraiya gave up trying to explain. Forget it. Just know that he's beyond extraordinary. Meanwhile, Fukasaku and Shima had caught up to Shikaha. Without wasting time, Fukasaku got straight to the point. Young man, I'm Fukasaku. To witness a first-time summoning jutsu create such a phenomenon, your talent is remarkable. Would you be interested in learning Sage Mode? Sage Mode. Shikaha's eyes sparkled with interest. Does that mean I'd get to visit Mount Mayaboku whenever I want? Fukasaku chuckled. Learning Sage Mode isn't easy, but if you're willing to put in the effort, you'd certainly be welcome to visit. Seeing Shikaha's enthusiasm, Fukasaku continued, if you're interested, once the summoning time is over, I can take you to Mount Mayaboku myself. Shikaha rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sounds great, but leaving for long trips means I'd have to explain things to my mom first. She's been trying to keep a closer eye on me lately. It's such a headache. Fukasaku laughed heartily. That's no problem. Bring us to your home, and we'll explain everything to her directly. I'm sure she'll agree if it's for training. Shikaha's face lit up. Thinking of Mount Mayaboku's serene landscapes, he eagerly nodded. All right, let's go right now. But he glanced toward Naruto and Jiraiya. Fukasaku-sama, that blonde kid over there is my little brother and Jiraiya's disciple. Why not bring him along too? Shima shook her head. That might not work. The boy's strength isn't enough to handle Sage Mode. Fukasaku, however, paused, his sharp instincts catching on to something in Shikaha's words. Jiraiya's disciple, you say, he murmured. Could this boy be the prophesied child? After some thought, Fukasaku nodded. Very well. He can come along, but how much he can learn will depend entirely on him. Shikaha grinned. Great. Let's go then. With Fukasaku and Shima perched on his shoulders, Shikaha made his way back to Jiraiya and Naruto. After a brief explanation, he turned to leave, saying, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Jiraiya sighed, feeling the weight of inevitability. Oh, my life is so hard. I finally get some peace in Konoha, and now I'm dragged off to Mount Mayaboku for training. Shikaha chuckled. Glancing at Fukasaku and Shima, he warned them, hold on tight. I'll be moving fast. Fukasaku waved him off. Don't worry about us, kid. Go as fast as you like. All right then. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Shikaha appeared at his front door. He glanced at the slightly dazed toads on his shoulders, his tone apologetic. Oops, sorry about that. Got a little excited on the way back. You two okay? Fukasaku and Shima, their faces pale, forced strained smiles. We're fine. Nothing to worry about. Shikaha decided not to call them out on their pride, and pushed open the door to his house. Inside, his younger brother Shikamaru was sparring with their father, Shikaku. Both paused, their expressions shifting to confusion as they noticed Shikaha's early return. But when Shikaku's eyes landed on the toads perched on Shikaha's shoulders, his jaw dropped, and his mind went blank. Inti Mayaboku, Fukasaku, and Shima. However, as he observed the two sages accompanying his eldest son into their home, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could this rascal have caused some kind of trouble? Shikaku quickly dismissed the idea. With Shikaha's famously lazy disposition, spending most of his days fishing in the hills behind Konoha and rarely bothering to move, it was hard to imagine him getting into any trouble at all. Still, unable to figure out what brought the sages here, Shikaku respectfully addressed them. I am Nara Shikaku, Shikaha's father. It is an honor to have you visit our humble home. May I ask what brings you here? Shikaha, seeing his father's overly cautious demeanor, waved dismissively. Relax, Dad. No need to be so formal. Fukasaku and Shima-sensei have invited me to train at Mount Mayaboku. They're just here to let you and Mom know. Before Shikaku could respond, a sharp voice interrupted. Mount Mayaboku? Where are you planning to go, Shikaha? The world outside is dangerous. Nara Yoshino, Shikaha's mother, hurried out from another room, her face covered in cucumber slices as part of her skincare routine. She pointed accusingly at her son, a mix of irritation and concern in her voice. You're getting more and more restless these days. Did I give you too much freedom? And now you're planning to run away from home? Absolutely not. You're still too young. What if some bad people try to bully you? At that, Shikaku, who lacked detailed knowledge of Shikaha's true strength, began to seriously consider her words. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the two sages had to fight to keep their faces from twitching. Bad people? Fukasaku couldn't help but silently grumble. Lady, do you have any idea how strong your son is? With the kind of speed he just displayed coming here from the back hills of Konoha, who in this world could possibly be a match for him? Asterisk, even if he didn't know any other jutsu. He has the summoning jutsu. Anytime he's in danger, he can just summon us to handle the problem. He's practically untouchable. Asterisk. Shikaku, sensing the need to de-escalate, leaned closer to Yoshino and whispered, Dear, calm down. Those two aren't just any toads. They're the sages from Mount Maiba. Yoshino frowned, skeptical. Sages? Don't lie to me, Shikaku. They're clearly just two frogs. Shikaku felt momentarily stumped but quickly added, You know why Jiraiya-sama is so powerful? It's because he trained at Mount Mayaboku. This is a rare opportunity for Shika. Jiraiya? You mean that guy people are gossiping about? The one who supposedly broke up with his girlfriend? Yoshino's concern only deepened. She turned to Shikaha with a worried expression. So you're saying Jiraiya learned his perverted and unreliable habits at Mount Mayaboku? Shikaha, you're so handsome. If you turn out like him, you'll never find a wife. Shikaku pinched the bridge of his nose, utterly exasperated. Turning to the sages, he forced an apologetic smile. Please give us a moment. I'll explain things to her. He pulled Yoshino aside and succinctly explained the significance of Mount Mayaboku and reassured her that Shikaha already had two admirers vying for his attention. When Yoshino learned that the admirers in question were none other than the princesses of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, she practically glowed with pride. As expected of my son, he's got the charm to match his talents. 10 minutes later, Yoshino's attitude had taken a complete 180-degree turn. She apologized profusely to the two sages and repeatedly reminded Shikaha to take care of himself during training. Shikaha readily agreed, thrilled by her sudden change of heart. Wasting no time, he headed to the storage room to pack. 5 minutes later, the group stared speechlessly at Shikaha, who stood before them with two massive bags packed to the brim with scrolls and supplies, each bag as tall as a grown man. Yoshino's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she glanced at Shikaku. The look on her face clearly said, Are you sure this boy is going to train? Shikaku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Catching his wife's momentary distraction, he shot a quick, Get out of here while you still can look at Shikaha. Shikaha, understanding immediately, grabbed the two sages and bolted. In an instant, the scene shifted, and Shikaha found himself in a vibrant, otherworldly land teeming with life. This was the Toad Kingdom, Mount Mayaboku. The scenery here was vastly different from the world outside. Towering, multicolored plants stretched toward the sky, and the air was rich with the scent of flowers and greenery. All around, toads of various sizes lounged or hopped about, exuding an air of tranquility. The entire environment radiated peace and harmony. The moment Shikaha arrived, he fell in love with the place. Compared to the hills behind Konoha, the scenery and air quality here were leagues better. Fukasaku, clearly proud of his homeland, eagerly began explaining the wonders of Mount Mayaboku to Shikaha. Naruto, meanwhile, gazed curiously at his surroundings, muttering, Big bro, Shika's going to love this place. It's way better than the hills back home. Jiraiya, on the other hand, let out a long sigh, looking thoroughly unimpressed. This place is just frogs and bugs. No beauties anywhere. Lost in his misery, he barely paid attention to Fukasaku and Shima's enthusiastic tour. After walking for a while, the group reached a vast, shimmering lake. The lake's shores were lined with lush trees and vibrant flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of blooming plants. Shikamaru stopped in his tracks, unable to take another step. This was it. This was his ideal home. Setting down his 2 oversized bags, he smiled and said, "All right, Fukasaku-sama, I've decided. I'm going to live here. Shima-sama, you mentioned cooking earlier, right? It's about mealtime, so I'll join you later." Fukasaku chuckled. "I've already prepared a place for you to stay. Don't you want to see it?" Shikamaru shook his head. "No need, Fukasaku-sama. I'll start setting things up here." Without waiting for a reply, he began scouting the area, clearly planning to build his own cabin. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged a look before calling out to Jiraiya and Naruto. "Well, if Shikamaru's staying here, let's head back for lunch. Shima, make sure to prepare a feast today." Shima smiled warmly. "Of course, dear. I'll make plenty of delicious dishes." The mention of food jolted Jiraiya out of his funk. For a moment, his face twisted in horror as he remembered something truly dreadful. Naruto, oblivious to what lay ahead, rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Thanks, Shima-sama. I can't wait to eat." Half an hour later, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Fukasaku and Shima's home, where a lavish meal had been prepared. The table was piled high with colorful dishes, each one a carefully crafted insect delicacy. Naruto's face turned ghostly pale. "This? What is?" He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Shima and Fukasaku were watching him expectantly, waiting for him to take a bite and shower them with praise. Despite knowing what they wanted, Naruto found it impossible to lift his chopsticks. 3 times, he reached for the food. 3 times, he recoiled. Shima's gaze followed his every movement, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. An hour later, Naruto and Jiraiya, having waited for the sages to take a nap, snuck outside and nearly vomited their guts out. Meanwhile, back at the lakeside, Shikamaru had opened his storage scrolls, revealing an array of components and tools. With remarkable efficiency, he constructed a cozy wooden cabin. Once the cabin was complete, he buried 2 kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal nearby, signaling the end of his project. "All right," Shikamaru muttered to himself, stretching lazily. "Next, I'll need to carve out some time to learn the flying thunder god technique. That way, I can come back here whenever I want." Settling onto a soft patch of grass, he pulled out a scroll detailing the flying thunder god technique and, for once, began studying in earnest. At precisely 2 in the afternoon, as Fukasaku and Shima were still soundly asleep, a small toad dashed into their room, its tone urgent as it called out. "Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, the great toad sage has awakened. He says he's had a new prophecy. You must come quickly." The 2 sages exchanged a glance, their eyes widening in alarm. Without wasting a moment, they followed the little toad, hurrying toward the great toad sage's chamber. A few minutes later, Fukasaku and Shima arrived at Gamamaru's Grand Hall. The ancient being, one of the oldest living creatures in the Shinobi world, sat before them. His aged form looked frail, his demeanor sluggish, and his energy seemed all but depleted. It was understandable. This was a toad who had lived since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, a being who had witnessed the rise and fall of Kaguya Otsutsuki herself. Time had dulled his faculties, and his mind was no longer as sharp as it once was. Yet despite his declining state, Gamamaru remained a revered legend. His ability to foresee the future was unparalleled, and no one doubted the accuracy of his prophecies. Time and again, they had proven to be true. Because of this, whenever he had a vision, Fukasaku and Shima would treat it with the utmost seriousness. Gamamaru blinked groggily, his voice slow and raspy as he addressed the 2 sages. "I dreamed of something quite astonishing. Someone summoned me to the outside world." "Fukasaku, Shima?" The 2 sages exchanged a deadpan look. Was this really a prophecy? That already happened. Gamamaru took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he continued. "I saw peace in the shinobi world. A black-haired youth appeared, shattering all sources of unrest with overwhelming power." At these words, Fukasaku and Shima instinctively glanced in the direction of Shikamaru. Fukasaku's expression turned thoughtful, his mind racing. Wasn't there talk of unstable factors before? Something about the child of prophecy being tied to Jiraiya's disciple. Shima rubbed her chin, considering. It seemed like he was referring to that Shikaha kid. He doesn't seem ordinary at all. Gamamaru continued, his voice growing softer. Yes, it must be him. I saw him destroy something with a single punch. And then... The great toad, Sage's words trailed off as he abruptly fell back asleep, leaving Fukasaku and Shima staring at him with exasperated expressions. Unbelievable, Shima muttered. He fell asleep halfway through his own prophecy. Fukasaku sighed, shaking his head. It seems the great sage is truly exhausted. Come on, let's leave him to rest. Fine. The two sages stepped out of the chamber, their expressions still tinged with confusion. Fukasaku stroked his goatee, murmuring to himself. From what I can gather, it seems like the so-called unstable factors are no longer a concern. Shima snorted. I've been saying it for a while now. The great sage is getting senile. His words can't be taken as seriously anymore. Shima, show some respect. Let me think this over some more. While the sages were preoccupied, Jiraiya and Naruto, desperate to escape the culinary horrors of the insect-based meals, decided to seek refuge with Shikaha. Jiraiya eyed the massive chunk of roasted snake meat in Shikaha's hand, his face full of longing. Hey, Shikaha, that snake meat looks amazing. Think you could spare a piece for me? Shikaha glanced at Jiraiya, unimpressed. You think this is ordinary snake meat? Let me tell you, this is Manda's meat, the one and only. If you want to taste, you know the deal. Jiraiya didn't doubt for a second that Shikaha had killed Manda. With a 30-meter Rasengan and the ability to summon the Great Toad Sage, it would be stranger if he couldn't take down Manda. Shikaha's meaning was clear. Jiraiya could have the meat, but only if he fully committed to teaching Naruto. Jiraiya hesitated briefly, but memories of the big bug buffet surfaced in his mind. It took less than a second for him to grit his teeth and agree. Shikaha handed over a chunk of Manda's meat with a sly grin, watching as Jiraiya devoured it like a starved man. Asterisk, there's an old saying, if you eat someone's food, you owe them. Today, Jiraiya finally understands the full weight of that saying. Asterisk. Not long after, Jiraiya and Naruto found themselves working as Shikaha's assistants. Their tasks included unpacking scrolls, drying more Manda meat, and assembling various peculiar gadgets from Shikaha supplies. The next morning, Fukasaku arrived at the lakeside, eager to begin training. But what greeted him left him utterly speechless. 3 reclining chairs, complete with sunshades and a table laden with snacks and fruits, were set up by the water. Shikaha, Jiraiya, and Naruto, all dressed in swim trunks, lounged in the chairs, sunglasses perched on their noses. They looked like they were on vacation, not in the middle of rigorous training. Fukasaku's eyes twitched as he glared at the trio. I brought you to Mount Mayaboku to train, not to relax. Get up, all of you. Naruto and Jiraiya immediately scrambled out of their chairs, looking sheepish. Shikaha, however, remained unfazed. He lazily glanced at Fukasaku, muttering, all right, no need to shout. But hey, didn't you say that once I learn Sage Mode, you'll leave me alone? Fukasaku crossed his arms, giving Shikaha a meaningful look. Shikaha-kun, I won't deny your talent, but mastering Sage Mode isn't as easy as you think. He pointed at Jiraiya. Take little Jiraiya here, for example. Even with his considerable talent, it took him over 10 years of training at Mount Mayaboku, and he still hasn't fully mastered it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wow, Sage Mode must be incredible if even the pervy sage hasn't mastered it yet. Teach me, Jiraiya sighed, feeling like the perpetual bad example. Shikaha, however, simply smirked. That's because pervy sage is slow. I'd probably master it in no time. His confidence wasn't baseless. Despite his laziness, Shikaha's learning ability was unparalleled. Just yesterday, after glancing through the Flying Thunder God scroll a few times, he had already mastered the technique. Fukasaku chuckled. Bold words, but I'll hold you to them. If you can master Sage Mode, you can come to Mount Mayaboku whenever you like. Shikaha's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. Deal. Seeing the eagerness in both Shikaha and Naruto, Fukasaku nodded in satisfaction. All right, all three of you follow me. Your sage mode training begins today. Jiraiya groaned, scratching his head in frustration. Why do I have to join in? I'm getting too old for this. Ignoring his protests, Fukasaku led them to the Toad Oil Waterfall. Standing before the cascading water, he turned to face the group. Listen carefully. What I'm about to teach you is sage mode, not ninjutsu. Shikaha and Naruto nodded, their expressions serious. Fukasaku began explaining. Unlike ninjutsu, which relies on internal energy, sage mode draws on the power of nature itself. Ninjutsu combines physical energy and spiritual energy to create chakra, but overuse can strain the body. Sage mode, on the other hand, adds natural energy to your chakra, creating a new, more powerful form of energy. With sage mode, all your abilities, taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, will reach new heights. He continued, to master sage mode, you must balance physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy perfectly. If you fail, Fukasaku's tone turned grave. You'll be consumed by natural energy and turned into stone. Many have tried, and many have failed. Naruto gulped audibly, but Shikaha remained calm, his expression unreadable. Fukasaku then demonstrated the power of sage mode by effortlessly lifting a boulder the size of Gamabunta. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is sage mode? It's amazing. Fukasaku set down the boulder and turned to Shikaha. All right, Shikaha-kun, close your eyes and try sensing natural energy. Shikaha yawned, looking unimpressed. Sounds simple enough, but you're sure you'll leave me alone once I learn it, right? Fukasaku smirked, nodding firmly. Absolutely. If you master sage mode, I won't bother you again. And thus, Fukasaku unknowingly uttered the words he would regret for the rest of his life. Shikaha-kun, as long as you can perfectly master sage mode, you're welcome to come to Mount Mayaboka anytime, just as long as you don't kill toads, break the law, or disturb the toad villagers. I won't stop you. All right. Shikaha nodded confidently, then immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. The world around him seemed to plunge into darkness. Following Fukasaku's instructions, he began to feel for the energy that flowed between heaven, earth, and nature itself. Natural energy was a subtle force, elusive and ethereal. Most people couldn't perceive it, let alone harness it. But for Shikaha, sensing it was surprisingly easy. Nearby, Jiraiya, who had been eagerly waiting to see Shikaha fail, and Fukasaku, who was prepared to knock him out of frog transformation at the first sign of trouble, both froze in surprise. Fukasaku-san, Jiraiya said, his voice tinged with disbelief. I can feel natural energy flooding into him, but Fukasaku's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his wooden staff. But he hasn't shown even the slightest sign of frog transformation. As the two spoke, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. Around Shikaha, natural energy began pouring into him at an alarming rate. At first, the flow of energy was mild, but as time went on, it grew stronger and the surrounding air currents intensified. 1 minute later, a 10-meter-wide vortex had formed around Shikaha. The winds whipped faster and faster, and it became clear that this was only the beginning. Fukasaku's mouth hung open, his expression one of pure disbelief. This kid, he's a freak. He's absorbing this much natural energy without even a hint of frog transformation. That must mean his chakra reserves are unimaginably vast. But just how massive are they? Fukasaku, Jiraiya, and Naruto instinctively backed away, watching in awe as the vortex around Shikaha grew more intense. Before long, the vortex reached up into the clouds, forming a terrifying tornado that spiraled high into the sky. The three onlookers stared, their jaws practically on the ground. Fukasaku, unbelievable. His chakra reserves must surpass the entirety of Mount Mayaboka's natural energy. And yet, there's no sign of imbalance. Naruto, big bro Shikaha, is amazing. He's unstoppable. Jiraiya, this kid isn't human. I've never even heard of anyone creating a phenomenon like this while absorbing natural energy. This is more powerful than an S-rank wind-released jutsu. As the tornado's speed continued to increase, the ground around Shikaha began to crack and break apart. Even the sturdy earth of Mount Mayaboku couldn't withstand the force. Small stones and debris were swept up into the air, swirling within the tornado. The spectacle lasted for a full 30 minutes. Finally, Shikaha's eyes opened, revealing the distinct markings of Sage Mode. He let out a long breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Having too much chakra is such a pain. Finding an equal amount of natural energy is ridiculously hard, Shikaha muttered to himself. It turned out that Shikaha had deliberately partitioned off a small portion of his chakra to balance with the natural energy. But what he considered a small portion was still so vast that it nearly depleted Mount Mayaboku's natural energy reserves. As the vortex dissipated, Fukasaku turned his gaze back toward Shikaha. His curiosity piqued. Shikaha now bore the distinctive eye markings of Sage Mode, and his presence had undergone a dramatic transformation. He seemed to merge seamlessly with nature, exuding an air of mystery and serenity. It was a flawless Sage Mode, without even the slightest hint of frog transformation. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Naruto stood in stunned silence, their jaws practically on the floor. Jiraiya finally broke the silence, his voice shaky. "Be big, bro. Is this perfect Sage Mode?" I guess," Shikaha replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. Fukasaku confirmed it with a slow nod, his expression still one of disbelief. Yes, it is." The realization hit Jiraiya like a ton of bricks. He mastered it in one try, and with the amount of natural energy he absorbed, his power must be unimaginable. Unfazed, Shikaha turned to Fukasaku, his tone calm and curious. "So, Fukasaku-sama, does this mean I've succeeded?" Fukasaku opened and closed his mouth several times before finally managing a stiff nod. "Why, yes, you have." For years, Fukasaku had believed that true geniuses didn't exist. But now his perspective had changed. This boy wasn't just a genius. He was a prodigy so extraordinary it was almost absurd. Even a legendary sage of 6 paths had reportedly taken half a day to master Sage Mode. Yet this young man had done it in a matter of minutes. It was as if Shikaha's very existence was designed to make people like Jiraiya feel inadequate. A minute later, both Fukasaku and Jiraiya managed to calm themselves, though the awe and disbelief lingered in their expressions. Fukasaku gave Shikaha a complex look, speaking with a mix of admiration and resignation. "Your talent is terrifying, Shikaha-kun, but I'm a toe to my word. From now on, you're welcome to come to Mount Mayaboka anytime. I won't stop you." "Good." Shikaha nodded in satisfaction, then reclined nearby, gesturing for Fukasaku to continue the lesson. Fukasaku sighed, turning his attention to Naruto, who was practically bouncing with excitement. "Naruto-kun, Sage Mode isn't as simple as it looks. The risks involved are very high." But no matter what Fukasaku said, Naruto's eager expression didn't waver. Fukasaku glanced at Jiraiya, clearly exasperated. "Little Jiraiya, why don't you show him your Sage Mode?" Fukasaku-sama, you know my Sage Mode is a bit..." Thwack! Fukasaku didn't wait for Jiraiya to finish his sentence. He smacked him on the head with his wooden staff. "You know your Sage Mode is incomplete. Stop making excuses and train with Naruto." All right. Jiraiya rubbed his head, glaring at Naruto and Shikaha, who were both trying and failing to stifle their laughter. Sitting down, Jiraiya began to focus on absorbing natural energy. Within minutes, Shikaha could feel the natural energy gathering around Jiraiya. But his control was imperfect, and frog-like features began to appear on his face. Thwack! Fukasaku smacked Jiraiya again, forcing him out of Sage Mode. "Little Jiraiya, what have you been doing all these years? You made no progress at all. You've been training with me since you were young, and this is the best you can do after more than a decade?" Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, casting a sideways glance at Shikaha and Naruto, who were both grinning smugly. Unable to take it out on Shikaha, Jiraiya turned his frustration on Naruto. "You little brat, stop laughing. Let me tell you, Sage Mode isn't easy to master. Aside from freaks like Shikaha, what I've achieved is already impressive, got it?" Fukasaku nodded in agreement. That's true. Little Jiraiya's sage mode may be incomplete, but it's still far better than most attempts. Just look at the ones who failed. He gestured toward the stone frogs scattered nearby, former trainees who had turned to stone after failing to master sage mode. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He wasn't sure if Fukasaku was praising him or mocking him. All right, Naruto-kun, it's your turn now. Haha, is it finally my turn? All right, watch me. Even though I can't compare to Boss Luckyu, I definitely won't lose to that pervy sage. Naruto walked over, brimming with excitement, and sat cross-legged beside the great sage Fukasaku. No one knew where he got that level of confidence from. To Naruto, mastering sage mode didn't seem to pose much difficulty. It was just about sitting still and carefully sensing the energy of nature. That's it. Thinking about this, Naruto took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to focus intently on finding natural energy. A minute passed, and there wasn't the slightest change in his body. 2 minutes passed, still no reaction. After half an hour, Luckyu and Jiraiya were already leaning on each other, sound asleep, while Fukasaku yawned out of boredom and helplessly roused Naruto. Little Naruto, it seems that learning Sage Jutsu is still too early for you. Your chakra reserves are too small to attract natural energy. Focus more on foundational training for now, and think about how to increase your chakra reserves. Dang it, I don't even get a chance to start. Naruto looked at Fukasaku with a frustrated expression and asked for advice. Grandpa Sage, is there anything I can do about this? There's not much that can be done. The root of the problem is still your limited chakra reserves. You'll have to train and build them up over time. Hearing Fukasaku's reply, Naruto hung his head and returned to Lukyu's side, feeling a bit disheartened. He thought about how hard Boss Luckyu had worked to get him the chance to train at Mount Myaboku, only for him to fail before even starting because of his own shortcomings. It made him feel deeply unworthy of the effort Luckyu had put into him. Honestly, if Sage Mode training were just a bit more challenging or grueling, Naruto wouldn't have minded. He thrived on overcoming obstacles by sheer determination until he succeeded. But what he feared most was a situation like this. Wanting to work hard, yet not even knowing where to begin. Thinking about this, even someone as optimistic as Naruto couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ugh, dang it. That sigh was enough to wake the two napping figures. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's dejected face and couldn't help but offer some comfort. All right, Naruto, you've already done really well for your age. Jiraiya's words weren't purely for comfort. Thinking back to when he was Naruto's age, he wasn't nearly as skilled as Naruto was now. After all, Naruto could already use the Rasengan. In terms of overall ability, he wasn't far behind Sasuke and had more or less reached the level of a Jonin. Lukyu's ear twitched slightly. Glancing at Naruto's defeated expression, he scoffed. Can't you give your big brother here a break? What's there to sigh about? So what if your chakra is lacking? Come on, your big bro will help you out. Huh. Hearing this, Naruto froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. He looked at Luckyu with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Boss, you got a way to fix my chakra problem. Luckyu casually dug at his ear, ignoring Naruto's question. Let's get one thing straight. From now on, at Mount Myaboku, you're responsible for cooking, laundry, and all the housework. If you're not up for it, I'm not helping. Naruto immediately nodded enthusiastically. No problem, boss. I'll even turn it into Rakuo and keep you company at night if you want. Hearing this, Luckyu shot Jiraiya a pointed glare and grumbled. Do you want to get smacked? Do I look like that pervy sage to you? All right, take off your shirt and start refining your chakra. Don't worry about anything else. He got it, boss Luckyu. Naruto hurriedly stripped off his shirt, sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal, and closed his eyes to begin rapidly refining his chakra. Before long, as Naruto refined his chakra, the nine-tailed seal became visible to everyone. Jiraiya gazed at the seal, stroking his chin in thought. So this is the seal that Minato left behind? This design, was it meant to protect Naruto? Interesting. Luckyu noticed the seal appear and placed his hand on it. In the next instant, Luckyu found himself in a dark, damp space. The murky water on the ground reached his ankles. Frowning slightly, Luckyu walked forward. The dim light grew brighter, and before him loomed an enormous metal gate. In the center of the gate was a large kanji character, seal. This should be it, Luckyu murmured to himself. Then, with interest, he peered past the gate and caught sight of a massive red-furred fox. Luckyu gently cleared his throat, hoping to draw the attention of the Nine-Tails. However, the fox stubbornly kept its eyes shut, refusing to acknowledge him. Hey, Kurama, I know you can hear me. Say something. Hearing Luckyu's words, the Nine-Tails twitched slightly but remained motionless. On the surface, it looked as calm as an old monk, but internally, it was in complete panic. Asterisk, what the heck? How did this little monster get in here? This is bad, really bad, asterisk. There was no way the Nine-Tails could be unaware of Luckyu's presence within Naruto. From the very first time it had seen Luckyu through Naruto, the Nine-Tails had immediately sensed the terrifying aura emanating from him. If animals are known for their heightened sixth sense compared to humans, then the Nine-Tails' intuition was on an entirely different level. This seemingly ordinary individual exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. It was as if the Nine-Tails wasn't a majestic and formidable beast, but merely a domesticated pet, utterly powerless against this man. It felt as though Luckyu could annihilate it with nothing more than a thought. So, the moment Luckyu entered, the Nine-Tails was already aware. Now, hearing Luckyu speak, the Nine-Tails forced itself to suppress its trembling, muttering under its breath. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Luckyu's face darkened as he watched the Nine-Tails' antics. He approached the metal gate, placed his hand on it, and applied a bit of pressure. Boom! The once quiet space suddenly echoed with a thunderous crash. In that instant, the Nine-Tails' fur stood on end, and its body began to tremble instinctively. Realizing it could no longer feign ignorance, the Nine-Tails turned its head, eyes wary as it glared at Luckyu. Then, its pupils contracted sharply. To its horror, it noticed at the gate, a seal it could never even scratch, had one of its supporting pillars casually crushed by Luckyu. This guy, he's even scarier than I imagined. Luckyu looked at the now alert Nine-Tails with a faint smile and said, All right, Kurama, drop the act. You know I was here all along, didn't you? What? No way, I was asleep just now. The Nine-Tails wouldn't dare admit the truth. If it irritated this terrifying figure, it might not survive the encounter. Luckyu nodded and said, Honestly, I didn't want to interfere with you in Naruto, but I noticed your control over your chakra seems a bit off. I came here to see if you're unwell. As he spoke, Luckyu maintained his smile, but the Nine-Tails could clearly sense a chilling, killing intent emanating from him. Panicked, it quickly replied, No, I'm not sick. It's just, I caught a little cold recently, and some chakra might have leaked. I'll pull it back right away. Luckyu took a step closer, locking eyes with the Nine-Tails' massive fox-like pupils. His tone turned serious. I need you to behave yourself. Don't force me to take action. You already know this so-called seal is no more than paper to me. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming force erupted from Luckyu's body, like a hurricane tearing through the space. With a deafening roar, it shattered the void, crashing down on the Nine-Tails' massive figure. In an instant, the entire space began to tremble violently. Around Luckyu, the air distorted as though the space itself was warping under the pressure. Even a massive gate groaned under the strain, creaking as it struggled to withstand the terrifying energy. The Nine-Tails was flung far away, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained grimace. The next moment, its body froze, every hair standing on end as though struck by lightning. To its horror, the Nine-Tails realized it could barely move, as though an immense weight had pinned it down. Even the slightest motion felt nearly impossible. Left with no choice, the Nine-Tails lowered itself to the ground, straining to suppress its overwhelming fear. Its massive fox eyes remained locked onto Luckyu, as though facing an insurmountable adversary. Looking at the Nine-Tails staring him down, Luckyu keenly noticed the deep fear in its eyes. With that, he retracted his intimidating aura and said calmly, All right, considering you've been relatively obedient over the years, I'll let it slide this time. However, since I'm here, I might as well have a little chat with you so I don't have to make another trip. Would Lord Kurama care to listen to my ramblings? The Nine-Tails, feeling the immense pressure on its body suddenly lift, heaved a sigh of relief, as if pardoned from a death sentence. Its gaze toward Lukyu became noticeably less hostile. Hearing Lukyu address it by its true name, Kurama was momentarily surprised, wondering how this human knew it. But its strong survival instincts told it to ignore such details for now, and it quickly nodded. "Brother Lukyu, please don't say that. Whatever you have to say, I'm all ears. How could I ever find your words bothersome?" Lukyu looked at the Ninetales with a faint smile. "Good. My request is simple. Remember this. You are not to lend your power to Naruto lightly, especially while he is still in his developmental stage." The Ninetales nodded, immediately understanding Lukyu's concern. It was about preventing Naruto from becoming overly reliant on Kurama's power. Not that Kurama particularly cared about Naruto. So long as the kid didn't die, it was fine. "Brother Lukyu, you can rest assured. Without your instructions, I absolutely won't lend my power to Naruto so easily." Satisfied, Lukyu nodded. "That's for the best. One more thing. Get that leaking chakra of yours under control. Don't make Naruto waste his own chakra suppressing the seal." "Got it." A cough. "I may have been a little lax before, but I'll fix it right away." "Heh, good. I'll take my leave then. I suggest you don't try any tricks, or the next time I come, I won't be as nice about it." As Lukyu's figure slowly vanished beyond the seal, the Ninetales let out a long sigh of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Muttering to itself, it said, "Just how powerful is this guy? Why does it feel like even the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't stand a chance against him?" The Ninetales winced, rubbing its chest where it had been struck earlier. Then, it retracted much of the chakra that had been leaking outside the seal. After finishing, Kurama couldn't help but wonder. That should do it, right? Outside the seal, Lukyu slowly opened his eyes, noticing the curious stares from both Jiraiya and Fukasaku. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, Naruto, give sensing natural energy another try now." "Huh? What? That's it? It's done." Naruto had expected Lukyu to perform some kind of complex high-level maneuver. Yet all Lukyu had done was place his hand on Naruto's stomach for a moment and then declare it fixed. Still, Naruto's long-standing trust in Lukyu made him instinctively believe in him. He nodded, his face lighting up with renewed determination. Jiraiya and Fukasaku exchanged a glance, their curiosity about Lukyu growing stronger. They could more or less guess what Lukyu had done, but they weren't entirely sure. After all, dealing with the Ninetales was no simple feat. The seal on Naruto wasn't something that could be so easily resolved. Lukyu, noticing their skeptical expressions, simply smiled mysteriously before turning his attention to Naruto. Naruto quickly closed his eyes again, calming his mind as he focused on sensing the natural energy around him. Sure enough, now that Kurama wasn't interfering, Naruto's chakra reserves had more than doubled. His sensitivity to natural energy also increased dramatically. Of course, sensing it was only the first step, he still needed to learn how to balance and maintain the natural energy within his body. A minute later, both Fukasaku and Jiraiya stared in shock as Naruto began showing signs of toad transformation. "Boss, does this mean he's already sensing natural energy?" Fukasaku nodded, his expression a mix of surprise and complexity as he looked at Lukyu and Naruto. "Yes, but it seems his control isn't very refined yet. The toad transformation is quite severe." A nostalgic glint appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. "Ah, it reminds me of my first time attempting this. I was about as clumsy as this kid back then. Those were the days." Hearing this, Fukasaku also closed his eyes, smiling as he reminisced. "Back then, you weren't nearly as hard-working as little Naruto here. Tisich, but my talent was way higher than his." "You sure about that?" Lukyu glanced at Naruto, who was now half transformed into a toad, then back at the two old-timers chatting away without a care. He couldn't help but shout in frustration. Hey, Naruto's about to turn into a statue. Aren't you going to do something?" Fukasaku snapped out of his reverie, chuckling awkwardly. "Haha, sorry about that. Old age makes one prone to reminiscing. My bad. With that, Fukasaku struck Naruto with his staff, instantly reverting him to normal. Only then did Lukyu breathe a sigh of relief, though he still gave Fukasaku a suspicious look, wondering if the old sage might accidentally get Naruto killed one day. Fukasaku laughed sheepishly, then turned to Luckyu and said, "Ahem, Luckyu, you've already mastered Sage Jutsu completely. From here on, leave Naruto's training to me. You could go tend to your own matters. I'm fine. But you'd better not get distracted chatting with that pervy sage and forget the task at hand. If I hadn't reminded you earlier, Naruto would probably be a statue by now." Fukasaku's face turned red as he coughed to cover his embarrassment. "Ahem, don't worry, that won't happen again." With Fukasaku's reassurance, Luckyu decided he no longer needed to stay. He had already done what he could. Now that Kurama's seal was stabilized and Naruto's chakra reserves had increased significantly, there should be no issues with his sage training. So, Luckyu returned to his newly built lakeside retreat, where he resumed his leisurely routine of fishing and preparing bait. The days that followed were incredibly serene for Luckyu. He spent his mornings basking in the sun, enjoying the breeze, snacking on sunflower seeds, and fishing by the lake. With Naruto cooking and preparing meals, Lukyu's life was practically idyllic. If supplies ran out, he'd make a quick trip to Konoha to restock before teleporting back to Mount Mayaboku using the Flying Thunder God technique. During this time, Gamabunta happened to pass by and struck up a conversation with Luckyu. Curious about him, Gamabunta quickly found himself enjoying their chat, feeling as though they were kindred spirits. Gamabunta was particularly impressed when he noticed the dried meat of Manda, the giant snake, hanging around Lukyu's camp. It wasn't just shock, it was pure satisfaction. After all, Gamabunta had long disliked Manda, and seeing someone not only defeat but roast and eat the serpent was immensely gratifying. Luckyu, finding Gamabunta agreeable, even gifted him Manda's snakeskin, which delighted the toad boss to no end. Gamabunta, fully aware of Lukyu's overwhelming strength, realized he couldn't offer much in return. However, seeing how well Luckyu treated Naruto, Gamabunta made a solemn vow to protect Naruto, as if he were his own subordinate. Luckyu, both amused and impressed, couldn't help but grin. Naruto truly lived up to his role as the child of destiny. A trip to Mount Mayaboku not only allowed him to train in Sage Jutsu, but also earned him the unwavering support of Gamabunta. He was quickly becoming a force to be reckoned with. And as for Naruto's aptitude for Sage Jutsu, it was exceptional. Having grown up under Lukyu's rigorous training methods, Naruto had developed a knack for tackling challenges head-on. The tougher the task, the more motivated he became. Whenever he encountered difficulties during the day, he would shamelessly butter up to Luckyu in the evening, extracting answers and tips. With his own dedication and Lukyu's guidance, it took Naruto only 5 days to completely master Sage Jutsu. Not just master it, he perfected it. This left Fukasaku and Jiraiya utterly dumbfounded. The seemingly clumsy boy had surpassed all expectations, achieving results that were nothing short of extraordinary. Ironically, Jiraiya, who had taken the longest to learn Sage Jutsu, now found himself as the slowest of the group. From that point on, Jiraiya's days were filled with relentless training under Fukasaku's strict guidance, often leaving him battered and howling in pain. Meanwhile, Luckyu lounged lazily by the lake, fishing and enjoying the breeze, accompanied by his toad fans, Gamakichi and Gamatatsu. The two little toads, lured by Lukyu's delicious grilled fish, willingly became his helpers. They fanned him under the sun and assisted with his fishing. If Luckyu hadn't caught anything by midday, they'd dive into the lake to herd fish toward his line. Time flew by in this tranquil and carefree manner. Before anyone realized it, the day of the exams was just around the corner. That night, Luckyu, Naruto, and Jiraiya returned to the familiar sights of Konoha from Mount Mayaboku. As soon as they arrived, Jiraiya couldn't wait to take in the view of the brightly lit village, his eyes welling with emotion. Waving them off, he said, "All right, my time helping with your training is over. This sage has important business to attend to." Naruto watched Jiraiya vanish into the distance with a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, that pervy sage is probably heading straight for the bathhouse." Luckyu patted Naruto on the shoulder, his tone meaningful as he said, "Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow will be a busy day." As Lukyu's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. No way, tomorrow's opponent is Hinata, right? She's definitely going to forfeit. Why would it be a busy day? Weird. The next morning, Nara-Lukyu, the ultimate laid-back slacker, calmly strolled to the familiar lakeside, completely unfazed despite the fact that the final stage of the Chunin exams was happening that afternoon. The familiar lake, the familiar lounge chair, the familiar fishing rod. Lukyu slid effortlessly back into his usual relaxed state. He sighed inwardly, thinking how wonderful life would be if days like this could last forever. But alas, Lukyu's peaceful life was soon interrupted by Hinata's arrival. Having not seen Lukyu for an entire month, Hinata, who had spent the last 6 years seeing him daily, found the separation incredibly difficult to endure. So when she saw Lukyu reclining in his usual carefree manner on the lounge chair, even someone as shy as Hinata couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Lukyu gently patted the head of the girl nestled in his embrace and chuckled warmly. The two remained silent, avoiding any overtly intimate actions. Hinata simply stayed curled up in his arms, while Lukyu held her comfortably. Truth be told, Lukyu had some mischievous thoughts in mind, but despite having lived 2 lives, he was still woefully inexperienced in matters of romance. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't think of what to say. If it were someone like Eno, who was more forward, Lukyu might have been able to handle the situation better. But with someone as bashful as Hinata, who might even faint if teased too much, he found himself at a loss. So, he thought, just holding her like this wasn't bad either. Still, Lukyu made a mental note to seek advice from Jiraiya when he had the chance. After all, staying at this standstill wasn't ideal either. That afternoon, with the sound of a cannon echoing through Konoha, the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams officially began. Over the past month, a steady stream of visitors had arrived in Konoha. They included dignitaries, leaders of various ninja villages, clan heads, and wealthy merchants, all gathered to witness this grand event. On the day of the finals, Konoha was practically deserted, as countless civilians and ninjas alike flocked to the village's arena. For many civilians, understanding the technical aspects of ninjutsu and strategy was beyond their grasp. But the sheer excitement of the spectacle was more than enough to satisfy them. After all, the entertainment options in this world were rather limited, especially for civilians who spent their days toiling to make ends meet. An event like this provided a rare opportunity to relax and enjoy some excitement, making it all the more significant. When Lukyu arrived at the arena with Hinata by his side, the other 8 contestants who had passed the preliminary rounds were already there, except for Uchiha Sasuke. It didn't take much guessing to figure out that Sasuke was likely off training with Kakashi to further refine his mastery of nature transformation. Though Lukyu couldn't help but doubt whether Kakashi was truly capable of teaching Sasuke anything beyond what he had already learned with Chidori. As Lukyu entered, Gaara instinctively glanced his way. Seeing Lukyu's perpetually calm and carefree demeanor, Gaara's wary expression deepened. Hyuganiji also cast a complex look toward Lukyu. Apart from a mix of hostility and apprehension, there was perhaps even a hint of envy. Was he envious of Lukyu's unhurried, carefree lifestyle? Ignoring the wary gazes directed his way, Lukyu turned to his younger brother, Shikamaru, who looked utterly exhausted. Curious, he asked, "Little bro, what's wrong? Why do you look like you've been run into the ground? When I came home last night, you were already asleep, weren't you?" Shikamaru glanced at Lukyu with an expression full of envy and let out a heavy sigh. "Big bro, I'm so jealous of you. Next time you go somewhere, can you bring me along? Do you have any idea what my life's been like at home? Dad and Mom teamed up to put me through joint training sessions. It's been a nightmare." As Shikamaru vented his frustrations, Lukyu frowned sympathetically and patted his brother's shoulder in consolation. Poor kid. Not only was he subjected to grueling training every day, but even his meals were strictly regulated by his mother. Only nutritious food with minimal seasoning was allowed. But what probably frustrated Shikamaru the most was the stark contrast between their lives. While he was suffering through tough training at home, Lukyu was off enjoying his leisurely, carefree lifestyle. Anyone would feel a little resentful. Elsewhere, when Eno spotted Lukyu, her face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, she ran up to him and clung to his arm, unabashedly acting clingy. "Ah, Lukyu-kun, you're finally back. I missed you so much while you were gone." Lukyu broke into a cold sweat at Eno's affectionate display, his face flushing slightly for once. In terms of strength, Ryu could single-handedly overpower the entire ninja world. But when it came to matters of romance, he was woefully inexperienced. At best, he'd occasionally muster the courage to make a few playful gestures in private. But an open display of affection like this, in front of so many people, this was uncharted territory for him. Meanwhile, in the audience, Hyuga Hanabi curiously observed her older sister, who kept sneaking glances at Ryu. "Father, why did sister come here with him?" Hanabi tilted her head thoughtfully before adding with suspicion. "I seem to recall sister left the house pretty early. She shouldn't have arrived this late." Hyuga Hayashi didn't respond. Instead, his gaze darkened as he noticed Hinata blushing while looking at Ryu. His expression turned increasingly sour. Damn it, that Nara boy was utterly infuriating. It would have been bad enough if he was only involved with Hinata. But that Yamanaka girl was clearly interested in him too. The Hyuga clan is the strongest in Konoha, and yet this boy dares to toy with Hinata while stringing along another girl? Outrageous. Hayashi gritted his teeth for a long moment before suddenly recalling that the first match of the finals was between Niji and Ryu. His mood instantly brightened. His gaze shifted to Niji, brimming with confidence as he thought. "Niji, make sure to teach that little punk a proper lesson for me." Unaware of his would-be father-in-law's growing hostility, Ryu remained nonchalant as he stood in the arena, waiting for the match to begin. The clock ticked down, and the official start time for the exams finally arrived. The contestants present were Niji, Ryu, Shino, Gaara, Temari, Eno, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ryu himself. The proctor for the third stage, Shiranui Gunma, one of the fourth Hokage's former bodyguards, pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket. Noticing that Sasuke had yet to arrive, he addressed the 9 contestants in front of him. "The time has come. Anyone who hasn't shown up will be dealt with by the Hokage's decision. Now, let's begin the first match. Nara Ryu versus Hyuga Niji." The crowd erupted into cheers as they heard the announcement. Many have been eager to witness the Hyuga clan in action. "This is amazing. I can't believe the first match features the famed Hyuga clan. That guy in white must be Hyuga Niji, right? I've heard he's a prodigy who's been renowned for years. But who's that black-haired kid facing him? He looks handsome, but poor guy. Yeah, he's good-looking, but his luck ran out the moment he got paired against Niji. They say Niji's already at Jonin level." The crowd's reaction was understandable. With the Uchiha clan's downfall years ago, the Hyuga clan had become the strongest in Konoha, and Niji's reputation as a genius had spread far and wide during his time at the academy. To the common folk, the gap between those with a Kekkei Jinkai and those without was akin to the gap between gods and mortals. Hayashi, seated in the audience, smirked as he watched Ryu's calm demeanor. Turning to Hanabi, he said, "Hanabi, pay close attention to this match. Niji's talent far surpasses your sister's. He is the Hyuga clan's perfect inheritor of the Byakugan." "Yes, father," Hanabi replied obediently, though her gaze lingered on the black-haired youth instead. She was far more curious about the handsome boy who had entered with her sister. Eno, meanwhile, was in the stands, shouting with zero regard for decorum. "Ryu, beat that guy to pulp. I've been sick of his smug face for ages." Sakura, standing nearby, frowned and covered her face in embarrassment, pretending not to know her. Hinata, on the other hand, clenched her fists nervously, her brows furrowed as she watched Ryu's serene expression. Her feelings were complicated. Down in the arena, Niji had already adjusted his mindset. Brimming with confidence, he activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his temples as he assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. Fixing his gaze on Ryu, he declared, "Ryu, show me your full strength. I will return the humiliation you dealt me a month ago, tenfold." In the audience, all eyes were naturally drawn to the most prominent section of the stands, where the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage were seated. To ensure confidentiality, a soundproof barrier had already been erected around the 2 Kage-level figures. The third Hokage looked down at Ryu with satisfaction on his face. Seated beside him, the fourth Kazekage, in reality, Orochimaru in disguise, wore an expression of curiosity. "Sarutobi-sensei, I have to say, Konoha truly is a cradle of talent. How exactly did you cultivate someone like Nara Ryu, a shinobi of such caliber?" The third Hokage chuckled heartily at the question. Orochimaru, let's set that aside for now. Who would have thought that in my lifetime, I'd have the chance to watch the Chunin exams with you by my side again? It feels like it was both so long ago, and yet just yesterday. Orochimaru observed the third Hokage's nostalgic smile. For once, he refrained from his usual sardonic remarks. After a brief hesitation, he replied earnestly, I never thought this day would come either, Sasuke-sensei. The third Hokage coughed lightly, his expression growing serious as he turned to Orochimaru. Let's talk business. How is the plan progressing on your end? A cold smile crept onto Orochimaru's face, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. That old fool, the real Kazekage, was too ambitious for his own good. Leaving him alive would have been a liability. I've dealt with him. The third Hokage nodded, stroking his goatee thoughtfully as he fell into deep contemplation. On the battlefield, Shinobi Gunma glanced at both Nara Lukyu and Hyuga Neji, ensuring that neither had any issues. Satisfied, he calmly announced, both contestants ready? The match begins. Hearing the call to start, Lukyu made no move to fight. Instead, he remained standing with his arms leisurely crossed, looking at Neji with a casual air as he said, Show me what you've got, Hyuga Neji. I'm a reasonable guy. So first, let me thank you for keeping Hinata company when you were kids. I'll let you make the first move. You'll pay for your arrogance. Neji snorted sharply at Lukyu's words, his tone filled with resentment. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan. Neji spread his arms, assuming a combat stance. His Byakugan locked onto Lukyu's figure, every movement now laid bare before him. Opposite him, Lukyu noticed the activation of the Byakugan and immediately suppressed his own chakra output, just to avoid accidentally overwhelming Neji with sheer chakra pressure. After ensuring everything was under control, Lukyu let out a small sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, Man, what a hassle. Almost turned my future brother-in-law into a vegetable. Spotting what he perceived as an opening, Neji darted forward in a blur, charging directly at Lukyu. With his bandaged right hand, Neji aimed a fierce palm strike at Lukyu. But as Neji's rapid and precise attack closed in, Lukyu remained motionless. Only at the very last moment, when Neji's strike was mere inches away, did Lukyu casually tilt his body, narrowly avoiding the blow. The movement, from stillness to evasion, was so fast that even Neji's Byakugan and Shiranui Gunma's trained, I couldn't fully track it. Such terrifying reflexes caused Neji's pupils to contract in shock. His body instinctively shifted into his strongest offensive stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a light shout, a massive Taijutsu, yin-yang symbol, appeared beneath Neji's feet, marking the arena as his domain. 2 palms, 4 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. In a flurry of cheers from the audience, Neji unleashed a full set of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. His movements were swift and precise, every strike targeting critical chakra points with pinpoint accuracy. And yet, despite the ferocity of the assault, Lukyu, arms still crossed, effortlessly dodged each strike. It was as if Neji's attacks couldn't even graze him. At that moment, everyone in the audience realized something was off. What's going on? That Nara kid. He's dodging everything so easily. Damn it. The black market odds were 10 to 1 in favor of Hyuga Neji. Don't tell me he's going to lose. Now that I think about it, this Nara kid doesn't seem so simple after all. In the stands, Hyuga Hayashi was completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, Neji, he's refined the 8 trigrams, 64 palms to such a degree already. But even such a flawless technique is being completely avoided by that Nara kid. How is someone from the Nara clan this strong? Back on the battlefield, Lukyu watched Neji's increasingly uncertain expression and said lazily, Not bad, but your speed is still a bit lacking. Anyway, since you and Hinata are cousins, I'll let you have another free shot. Annoying. So annoying. Infuriating. Neji's fury flared as he glared at Lukyu's relaxed expression. What angered him most was Lukyu's casual stance, arms still crossed, as if Neji wasn't even worth taking seriously. Turning to Shiranui Gunma, Neji asked coldly, Can I kill him? Gunma, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Go ahead. Hearing this, Niji turned back to look you with a murderous glint in his eyes. In that case, Nara look you. Take your arrogance with you to the grave. You have no one to blame but yourself. Look you sighed, looking at Niji with mild irritation. Can you stop wasting time? I just ate, and I'm feeling sleepy. If you're not going to make a move, I'll make one instead. Don't say I didn't warn you. You bastard. Take this. With a shout, Niji hurled a handful of shuriken toward Lukyu at lightning speed. Taking advantage of the moment, when Lukyu dodged the shuriken, Niji closed the distance and reappeared directly in front of him. With a low shout, he unleashed his next move. 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Blue chakra began to radiate from Niji's body as he spun rapidly in place. The chakra formed a protective sphere, creating a barrier intended to repel any attack and send Lukyu flying. In the audience, Hayashi's shock deepened. His voice trembled as he murmured, Niji, he's managed to master the rotation technique on his own. The 8 trigrams palms. Rotation was an incredibly advanced jutsu. Even with Hayashi's personal guidance, most Hyuga clan members struggled to learn it. Yet Niji had achieved it purely through his own talent. Such extraordinary aptitude left Hayashi utterly astonished. But what happened next shocked him even more. Lukyu, watching Niji spin like a top, looked momentarily dumbfounded. Then, acting on reflex, he casually kicked out. Niji, still spinning within his chakra barrier, smirked confidently. He increased the output of his chakra, certain that Lukyu's kick would be repelled. In Niji's mind, there was absolutely no other outcome. Lukyu would be blasted away. However, crack! Lukyu's kick pierced through Niji's rotation as if it wasn't even there. His foot landed squarely on Niji's abdomen. Thud! The next instant, Niji crumpled to the ground like a shrimp, clutching his stomach in agony. A pained gasp escaped his lips as he coughed up blood, which splattered onto the arena floor. Lukyu, seeing that Niji was still conscious, let out a relieved sigh. Then, with an exasperated tone, he yelled, Are you an idiot? Either fight seriously or just forfeit. What's with all this spinning nonsense? Do you know how tempting it was for me to kick you? If I hadn't held back, you'd be dead right now. Just moments earlier, Niji had been executing the Hyuga clan's signature 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Now, he lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog. The once boisterous atmosphere of the arena had plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at the dramatic reversal in utter disbelief, their minds completely unable to process what had just happened. This can't be real, can it? That was the Hyuga clan's rotation, and he just broke it with a single kick? Does this mean rotation has been a sham all along? Impossible. If rotation were so useless, how could the Hyuga clan be hailed as the strongest in Konoha? Unless that Nara Lukyu must be something else. There's no way he's normal. I heard the Nara clan shadow techniques are powerful, but he hasn't even used any of them yet. Damn, you're right. I almost forgot he's from the Nara clan. But since when did the Nara clan have better close combat skills than the Hyuga clan? This is terrifying. The arena buzzed with a mix of shock and excitement as the crowd erupted into spirited debate. The scene before them was simply too unbelievable. The stunning reversal had the audience completely enthralled, and in their minds, the battle between Niji and Lukyu had morphed into a clash between two great clans. But while the civilians were content to marvel at the spectacle, the shinobi in attendance were far more analytical. They each had their own take on what had just transpired. Shinui Gunma, watching Lukyu's calm and collected demeanor, narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. That kick just now, there's no way it was ordinary. Even if it were me, I couldn't have hurt Niji like that. And yet, he did it so effortlessly. This kid is something else. In the stands, Hyuga Hanabi turned her wide, astonished eyes to her father, her young face filled with disbelief. Father Niji. Hyuga Hayashi was far more shaken than his daughter. Though his tone remained calm, there was an unmistakable weight to his words. That boy, he's stronger than I anticipated. Keep watching. Though his voice was steady, his thoughts were in turmoil. Asterisk, is he really this powerful? If so, then perhaps Hinata's judgment isn't so bad after all. Asterisk. Elsewhere, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with recognition as he observed the scene, his lips twitching slightly as he recalled his own encounter with Lukyu during the second exam. So it's like this. That Lukyu kid's taijutsu is monstrous. If he hadn't held back, that Hyuga brat really might have died just now. The third Hokage, his face bearing an unabashedly proud smile, couldn't help but laugh. I noticed this early on during Lukyu's academy entrance exams. That's why I never forced him to follow a rigid curriculum. Instead, I let him develop naturally, taking advantage of his innate tendencies. The Hokage's voice carried a hint of triumph as he continued. According to Shikaku, Lukyu loved lying around at home as a child. From that, I deduced he likely had natural-born strength that hadn't been properly honed. His control over his power was rough, so I gave him the freedom to grow at his own pace. And as it turns out, I wasn't wrong. Though this kid may seem lazy, he's always been moving at his own rhythm. Over time, his terrifying strength has become something he can fully control. Orochimaru couldn't help but begrudgingly agree, muttering under his breath. Konoha truly is favored by the heavens to have produced such a formidable genius. The third Hokage cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru and replied quietly. Unfortunately, some geniuses fall from grace. Orochimaru's expression briefly twitched, but he said nothing more. Back on the field, Niji was still lying on the ground, the pain radiating through his body, making it nearly impossible to get up. He was hanging on by sheer grit. Just as he was about to struggle to his feet, Lukyu's words reached his ears, nearly sending him into a fit of rage. What do you mean spinning in place to tempt you into kicking? That was rotation, the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense. How dare you reduce it to such mockery? But truthfully, this misunderstanding wasn't entirely Lukyu's fault. To him, Niji's rotation had simply been too slow. It looked more like someone spinning theatrically in place, occasionally flashing a smug and highly punchable smirk. Honestly, anyone watching something so ridiculous would have been tempted to kick him. Of course, if it had been anyone else delivering that kick, it wouldn't have mattered much. But this was Lukyu. If he hadn't held back at the last moment, Niji would have been dead before he hit the ground. And if Niji had died, even someone as kind as Hinata might have held it against him. That could complicate their relationship in ways Lukyu didn't want to think about. Looking at Niji, who was now shakily trying to stand, Lukyu's annoyance flared. Seeing no hint of an apology for wasting his time, he decided it was time to teach Niji a lesson about true power. As Niji finally managed to stagger to his feet, Lukyu's expression turned cold. Enough. Hyuga Niji, I only meant to teach you a lesson. If not for Hinata, I wouldn't even give you the time of day. Let me make something clear with just one sentence. Every tragedy in this world is a result of the individual's own inadequacy. Don't blame fate. If you want to blame something, blame your own weakness. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm spouting nonsense. Fine then. I'll show you what it means to possess the power to defy fate. As he finished speaking, for the first time, Lukyu's previously carefree gaze sharpened with a hint of seriousness. The next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a massive, unparalleled surge of chakra erupted from his body. This terrifying chakra, so dense it felt almost tangible, surged forward like a tidal wave. In an instant, it struck both Niji and Shiranui Gunma, sending them flying backward. Boom! The two of them crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, their faces pale as they stared in shock at Lukyu. In the center of the arena, Lukyu stood calmly, but the chakra radiating from him was anything but calm. It surged upward, forming 9 massive azure dragons that coiled and roared in the air above him. The sheer intensity of the chakra shook the entire arena. Dust and debris filled the air, and the ground beneath Lukyu's feet began to crack and crumble, the fractures spreading outward like a spider's web. The oppressive aura made it feel as though Lukyu's presence was growing larger and larger, looming over everyone like an unyielding mountain. The weight of it was suffocating. Those in the stands began to sweat profusely, their legs trembling under the overwhelming pressure. Even breathing became a struggle, as the chakra seemed to crush the air out of their lungs. Around Lukyu, the very fabric of space seemed to give way. The air crackled as small black rifts opened and closed, swallowing pieces of debris into nothingness. The ground, unable to withstand the strain, fractured further, and chunks of stone and dirt began levitating ominously before being swallowed by the spatial distortions. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the terrifying chakra vanished, leaving the arena eerily silent. Everything returned to calm within 10 seconds, but the sheer devastation left behind was unmistakable. For a moment, the arena was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the audience erupted into frenzied whispers and exclamations. Did that really happen? Was that some kind of Jinjutsu? There's no way someone's chakra could do that. I think it was real. Look at the ground. It's completely destroyed. That chakra, it was like staring at death itself. I felt like my life was hanging by a thread, completely at his mercy. This Naruto, his strength must be on par with the Hokage. The spectators, limited in their knowledge, could only compare Lukyu's power to what they understood. To them, this must be the peak of strength, a Kage-level shinobi. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, both the third Hokage and Orochimaru stood frozen, unable to remain seated after witnessing Lukyu's display of power. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. This chakra, this can't be real. It's on an entirely different level, Orochimaru muttered, his voice trembling slightly. The third Hokage opened his mouth, but no words came out. The hand holding his pipe shook faintly. Even the sand shinobi hidden among the crowd, who had been preparing for the invasion, felt their resolve waver. Their eyes, filled with a mix of fear and killing intent, lingered on Lukyu, their confidence shaken to the core. Back in the arena, Niji sat slumped on the ground, his face pale as he stared at the shattered ground before him. Images of the overwhelming display replayed in his mind, leaving him dazed and speechless. Luyu looked at the surrounding ground, which was cracking inch by inch, and said calmly, "This, I suppose, is the difference between you and me." Hyuga Niji opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. In truth, he was completely stunned, his mind blank. In the face of absolute power, even fate bows its head. You think everything is predestined only because you're not strong enough. Just like if one day you become truly powerful. Luyu gazed at the dazed expression on Hyuga Niji and said slowly, "You'll realize that fate isn't all that significant after all." Luyu didn't continue speaking. He could only think of these words to help Niji understand. Whether he could grasp the meaning was up to him. Glancing at Niji, whose face had drastically changed, Luyu turned and walked toward the resting area, leaving behind a calm remark that lingered in Niji's ears. "Hyuga Niji, if you ever dare to glare at Hinata again, don't blame me for being unforgiving." This guy, Shinui Ginma, looked at Luyu's confident figure walking away, his gaze growing increasingly complex. This boy's strength, it's probably at least Kage level, isn't it? Good heavens. And yet Shikaku keeps complaining about Luyu being lazy. How little does he truly know about his own son? Hyuga Niji slowly stood up, his head lowered, his face obscured by shadows, making his expression unreadable. He took a step toward another resting area and said faintly, "Proctor, I forfeit." Shinui Ginma cast a sympathetic glance at Niji and announced loudly, "Round 1, victory goes to Nara Luyu." That was incredible. That kid from the Nara clan is unbelievable. The chakra he unleashed in that instant was astonishing, absolutely overwhelming. I'm so glad I came today. Overwhelming? That's an understatement. It was utterly terrifying. It looks like the Nara clan is destined to rise in the future. As Shinui Ginma's words fell, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly lively. The spectators who had finally recovered from their shock began to voice their awe and excitement. Witnessing Lu Yu's unparalleled and fearsome strength brought the tension of this Chunin exam match to an all-time high. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Yu walked into the corridor leading to the resting area. When his figure appeared, the other candidates looked at him with expressions tinged with astonishment. Even Kankuro, upon seeing Lu Yu, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This guy, he's the same as Gaara, a monster. No, he's even more of a monster than Gaara. Temari, on the other hand, furrowed her delicate brows slightly as Lu Yu passed by. She instinctively took a step to the side, her gaze full of wariness. As Lu Yu found a corner to rest, Shikamaru walked over, curiosity evident on his face, and asked, "Big bro, how much more are you hiding from me? If you told me you were this strong earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my childhood slacking off with you. And if Mom finds out about your strength later on, my life's going to get even harder." Lu Yu scratched his head awkwardly and gave Shikamaru a reassuring look. "You never asked about my strength before, did you? Anyway, don't worry too much. Think of it positively. Mom and Dad are just looking out for you." Ugh, what a drag, such a headache. Shikamaru massaged his temples, feeling that his life was unbearably difficult. Why did he have an older brother he could never surpass and a mother who was so obviously biased? Nearby, Hinata and Eno saw Lu Yu and immediately approached him. Eno shot a dangerous glare at Shikamaru, who wisely stepped aside. The two girls sat on either side of Lu Yu and started chatting casually. "My full strength." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled faintly. Looking at the curious Eno, he nodded and said, "Yeah, more or less. At least, it's enough to keep you both safe." Hearing such a warm response from the person she admired, Eno's eyes sparkled with adoration, while Hinata shyly lowered her head. Lu Yu glanced at the two girls' bashful expressions and stroked his chin thoughtfully. This kind of response, wasn't this what they call flirting? It doesn't seem all that hard. The others nearby, except for Naruto, couldn't help but feel their mouths twitch. This is terrifying. The chakra earlier wasn't even Lu Yu's full strength? Then just how powerful is this guy? The first round of the third stage of the Chunin exam provided the audience with a breathtakingly intense spectacle, pushing the excitement to its peak. But this fervor quickly fizzled out with the second round, as Uchiha Sasuke was absent, leading to murmurs of discontent from the crowd. The match, which was supposed to determine Sasuke's forfeiture, was postponed. The third round began instead. Aburame Shino versus Temari. However, Temari, due to her involvement in a prearranged leaf destruction plan and her aversion to Shino's bugs, immediately forfeited the match, leaving the audience even more displeased. The competition skipped to the fourth match, Hyuga Hinata versus Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru stared at Hinata with a pained expression, hesitantly asking, "Big bro, what should I do?" Lu Yu glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "What should you do? Just wing it." Then Lu Yu gently patted Hinata's delicate back, smiling as he encouraged her. "Hinata, believe in yourself. You're the strongest. Don't hold back against him. Go for it. Good luck." Encouraged by Lu Yu, Hinata nodded firmly, her little face brimming with confidence as she turned and walked onto the field. Watching the preferential treatment Hinata received, Shikamaru couldn't help but mutter, "This is what it must mean to have a real big brother." Glancing at the utterly stressed Shikamaru, Lu Yu walked to the railing with interest, scanning the audience until his gaze landed on Hyuga, Hayashi, and Hanabi's direction. During his fight with Niji, Lu Yu had already noticed their presence. It was precisely because of this that he had intentionally demonstrated his strength in front of Hayashi. Lu Yu knew that if he didn't show overwhelming power, his future with Hinata would undoubtedly face many obstacles. Now, Hayashi's figure was no longer by Hanabi's side. After Niji's departure, it seemed Hayashi had left the stands as well. He was likely going to resolve Niji's inner conflict and dispel his hatred. As Lu Yu's gaze swept over, a pair of pure white eyes suddenly met his from afar, locking their gaze across the distance. Noticing the little girl with the Byakugan, Lu Yu was momentarily stunned before retracting his gaze. "Interesting. Has this little girl been watching me the whole time? Curious about my relationship with Hinata, perhaps?" Lu Yu smiled faintly and didn't dwell on it. Down on the field, Hinata and Shikamaru now stood facing each other. Shirinui Gunma, chewing on a blade of grass, glanced at the two of them and announced, "If you're ready, let's begin." "Understood." Hinata responded softly, the veins around her eyes bulging as she activated her Byakugan. She assumed her gentle fist stance, her tone serious. "Shikamaru, please guide me." Please guide me." Shikamaru looked at the girl before him, his head throbbing with indecision. If he forfeited, he'd undoubtedly face his mother's wrath when he got home, especially since his mother would likely soon find out about his brother's strength. His life would only get harder. The worst-case scenario, he might lose all freedom to go out in the future. But if he didn't forfeit, this was his future sister-in-law. And he'd already seen her talent during the preliminaries. She was no pushover. Right now, Shikamaru's dilemma was this. Forfeiting would mean trouble at home, but fighting would mean dealing with his brother's potential reaction, not to mention the high chance of losing. At this moment, Shikamaru felt the world's full malice bearing down on him. With a long sigh, Shikamaru genuinely lamented, "My life is just too troublesome." During the preliminaries, Hinata's match left a vivid impression on Shikamaru's mind. As a genius with an exceptionally high IQ, underestimating an opponent was a mistake he would never make. Shikamaru knew Hinata was strong, very strong. From the moment he decided not to forfeit, he had been fully focused. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the two moved almost simultaneously. Their actions were surprisingly identical, both stepping back a short distance at nearly the same time. Shikamaru and Hinata had a good understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. In close combat, Hinata could use her gentle fist to strike Shikamaru's chakra points. However, similarly, Shikamaru might be able to trap her with a shadow imitation technique before she could land a hit. At a longer range, Hinata had her 8 trigrams, air palm, while Shikamaru could still use his shadow imitation technique, which worked over a similar distance. On the surface, their advantages and disadvantages seemed evenly matched, with neither side holding a clear upper hand. After retreating and landing, both launched their attacks at almost the same time. 8 trigrams, air palm. Seeing Hinata's attack, Shikamaru skillfully rolled out of the way and quickly formed hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's shadow, like a nimble black snake, twisted unpredictably and rapidly approached Hinata. Hinata lightly leaped into the air, countering with another air palm mid-flight, forcing Shikamaru to cease his technique and evade rather awkwardly. Seeing Shikamaru lose the initiative, Hinata swiftly pulled out kunai and shuriken from behind her, throwing them at him with precision. As Shikamaru dodged clumsily, Hinata channeled chakra into her feet, her figure becoming a blur as she darted toward him like a gust of wind. Hinata's chakra control was incredibly refined. Just as Shikamaru finished evading, she was already upon him. So fast, Shikamaru's expression shifted, and he hastily formed hand seals, shouting, "Shadow imitation technique." Hinata responded seamlessly with another air palm, forcing Shikamaru to abandon his technique yet again. At the same time, Hinata closed the distance. The next moment, Hinata's running steps faltered slightly. Her petite frame twisted to the side, and her slender, jade-like fingers shot forward like arrows. Whoosh! Thud! The sound of her palm cutting through the air was sharp and swift. Her strike was alarmingly fast. However, Shikamaru wasn't easy prey. Though his body was in a compromised position, he managed to bend awkwardly, narrowly dodging Hinata's attack. 8 trigrams, air palm. Hinata's soft lavender hair fluttered in the wind as she unleashed another burst of air pressure toward Shikamaru. The air cannon created by the technique was narrowly avoided as Shikamaru performed side roll. The audience, watching this intense exchange, was left dumbfounded once more. Another member of the Nara clan? And how is his Taijutsu so impressive? Exactly. That girl from the Hyuga clan is incredibly fierce in her attacks. But this Nara kid seems quite skilled in close combat, too. Could it be that the Nara clan is focusing on Taijutsu training now? What the audience didn't know was that Shikamaru had undergone grueling months of hellish training during the Zabuza and Haku mission. His close combat abilities had been honed to a razor's edge. If not for his caution around Hinata's gentle fist technique, Shikamaru would have been confident in engaging her in close combat and believed he wouldn't lose. But the fact remained, Hinata could strike his chakra points, and Shikamaru wasn't willing to take that risk. Hinata, on the other hand, furrowed her brows slightly. She hadn't expected Shikamaru's close combat skills to be so formidable, as expected from Liu Yu's younger brother. Even so, Hinata remained calm and composed, her Byakugan locked onto Shikamaru's every movement. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was feeling frustrated. Glancing at the cracked ground and the toppled trees caused by his brother's terrifying chakra earlier, he felt like spitting blood. How he wished for some cover right now. If only his brother hadn't knocked down all those trees, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Hinata's blistering speed and relentless attacks only reinforced his strategy. Under no circumstances should he engage her in close combat. And so, the two continued their long-range battle, exchanging moves for several minutes. Both were soon nearing their limits, their breathing becoming heavy. What a drag. Guess I'll try that move. If it doesn't work, I'll just forfeit. Shikamaru muttered to himself before pulling out several smoke bombs and smashing them to the ground. Seeing the smoke bombs, a thoughtful look crossed Hinata's eyes. She knew Shikamaru would be aware that smoke bombs were useless against her Byakugan. Through the smoke, Hinata could clearly see Shikamaru's movements. However, she didn't launch a reckless attack. Instead, she threw 2 shuriken into the smoke. Hearing the sound of slicing wind, Shikamaru instinctively ducked, dodging the shuriken with ease. At the same time, he activated his shadow imitation technique. Hinata countered with 8 trigrams, air palm, forcing Shikamaru to abandon his technique again. As he retreated, Hinata suddenly produced 2 steel wires in her hands and gave them a sharp pull. Not good. It was only then that Shikamaru realized the earlier shuriken were attached to steel wires, which had been hidden by the smoke. It was too late to evade. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Shikamaru was ensnared by the steel wires. Hinata smiled faintly and sent a gentle fist strike through the wires, landing a decisive chakra point attack. And with that, the match was over. Hinata Hyuga emerged victorious. Shinui Gunma, observing the incapacitated Shikamaru, nodded slightly and announced, "The winner of the 4th match is Hyuga Hinata." As a result was declared, a parachute Shikamaru had crafted earlier descended from the sky. Attached to it was a single kunai. Shikamaru had planned to use the shadow created by the smoke bombs and the temporary shadow of the parachute to extend his shadow imitation technique. With the increased shadow coverage, Hinata, standing nearby, could have been at significant risk of getting caught in his technique. But in the end, Shikamaru was just a step too slow. He hadn't expected Hinata to act so decisively and avoid blindly rushing into the smoke. Watching Hinata claim victory, Liu couldn't help but remark, "This little girl is a lot smarter than she looks." Defeated, Shikamaru slumped back to the resting area, already dreading what awaited him at home that evening. In the next match, Naruto once again chose to forfeit. After all, he felt no pressure. If he failed the Chunin exam, he could always try again next time. But when it came to fighting his friends, he firmly refused to take part. While some spectators grumbled about this, most of the local Konoha audience were familiar with Naruto's reputation. A match between the Dead Last and a member of the Yamanaka clan, known more for their support abilities than combat prowess, wasn't expected to be particularly exciting. The crowd's attention remained fixed on the final match, the fight involving the Uchiha orphan. By the original rules, if Sasuke didn't appear by the 5th match, he would have been disqualified. However, since most of the audience had come specifically to see the Uchiha, and the 3rd Hokage had already approved a delay for Sasuke's match, they decided to wait another 10 minutes to placate the crowd. Phew, as the 10 minutes were nearly up, a gust of wind swept through, lifting fallen leaves from the ground. Just like in the original story, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared in a dramatic entrance. From a distance, Liu exchanged a nod with Sasuke as a form of casual greeting. He then glanced at Gaara, who was turning to leave, and took a moment to scan the surroundings. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. 1, 3, 7. Quite a few have shown up. Looks like this will be a fruitful day. Though many sand ninja had disguised themselves as spectators, their little tricks couldn't escape Liu's sharp eyes. Still, Liu had no intention of acting. The plans were already in place. It was just a matter of waiting for execution. Relaxed, Liu continued chatting with Eno and Hinata, watching the matches unfold with interest. Among the 10 candidates, Liu was undoubtedly the strongest. His earlier match had left the audience thoroughly thrilled. Now, while Sasuke and Gaara's fight wasn't as breathtaking as the first match, it still earned a round of applause. The crowd especially marveled at Sasuke's high-speed taijutsu, which he had copied from Lee and enhanced with his Sharingan. The long wait for this match had proven worthwhile. Using his copied taijutsu, combined with the cellular stimulation of lightning chakra, Sasuke dominated the battle completely. Gaara, lacking real combat experience, was utterly unable to keep up with Sasuke's storm-like assault. His so-called absolute defense of sand armor began to crack under the relentless attacks. Sasuke then leaped onto the high wall, preparing to unleash the Chidori Kakashi had taught him. However, as Sasuke reached the elevated position and glanced down at the arena, his eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. During the earlier matches, Sasuke had noticed the cracks in the ground but hadn't paid them much mind. Now, seeing the entire arena covered in fractures, the visual impact was entirely different. And Sasuke knew there was only one person capable of causing such destruction: Naruto. Unconsciously, Sasuke glanced at Ryu, who was chatting leisurely with Hinata and Eno, and couldn't help but sigh. No matter how hard I try, I still don't feel like I'm even close to catching up to him. This must be the difference in levels. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, Sasuke muttered to himself, lightning dancing in his right hand. No matter what, big bro, I will catch up to you. With a fierce shout, Uchiha Sasuke dashed downward, his Chidori crackling with energy and emitting a piercing bird-like cry. Using his lightning-fast speed, Sasuke deftly avoided Gaara's attacks. His hand, like a spear, pierced straight through the sand shield Gaara had formed. As blood seeped from the sand cocoon, Gaara muttered in a deranged tone, I'm actually bleeding." Inside his sandy shell, Gaara let out a sudden wail. A massive sand hand emerged, but Sasuke narrowly dodged it. At the same time, countless white feathers began falling from the sky. And so the long-planned Konoha Crush operation began in earnest. White feathers drifted down slowly from the sky, their ethereal beauty almost enchanting. In the next moment, the audience, who had been loudly cheering just moments ago, began to feel an overwhelming drowsiness. Their eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and one by one, they slumped over, falling into a deep sleep. This Jinjutsu was of a high level, clearly prepared in advance. Not only were civilians affected, but even some weaker shinobi found themselves dizzy and disoriented. Many of the less experienced ninja couldn't resist the wave of exhaustion and soon collapsed, succumbing to the Jinjutsu. However, for someone like Ryu, this kind of Jinjutsu was utterly ineffective. Swish! Swish! Two figures leapt down quickly from the resting platform, swiftly carrying Gaara away. Ryu watched Kankuro and Temari escorting Gaara off, then nudged Naruto. Like him, was unaffected by the Jinjutsu. "Naruto, did you see those three?" Naruto immediately perked up, nodding enthusiastically. "Yep, I saw them, boss." "Good. Take care of all three of them for me. You can handle it, right?" Ryu smiled at Naruto, then added with a teasing tone, "Of course, if you can't, no worries. I'll just give you some extra specialized training afterward." Hearing Ryu's remark, Naruto shuddered. Hastily, he nodded in agreement. "Boss, just wait for my good news." With that, Naruto quickly sprinted off in the direction the three had fled. Hinata, watching Naruto leave, looked around cautiously before glancing back at Ryu and whispering, "Ryu-kun, is this?" "Yes, it's a Jinjutsu." Ryu glanced at Eno, noticing that she too had not fallen under the illusion. He gave the two a nod. The girls understood instantly, pressing their index and middle fingers together, then softly shouting, "Release!" As they disrupted their own chakra flow, the white feathers drifting toward them dissipated. Seeing that both girls had successfully dispelled the Jinjutsu, Ryu scanned the area, his brows furrowing slightly. He pointed toward a spot in the audience stands and said, "Hinata, it seems your father has been lured away. The fighting will start soon. Let's go retrieve your sister first." "Huh? Ryu-kun, will my sister Hanabi be okay?" Hinata's face showed her concern as she looked anxiously at Ryu. "Don't worry, she'll be fine." Ryu gave Eno a subtle glance, signaling her to follow. "Let's go. Follow me over there." Hinata and Eno nodded, trailing behind Ryu as they made their way toward the section of the audience where Hyuga Hanabi was seated. As they moved, Ryu spoke to the two girls in a low voice. "Listen carefully. The situation is getting complicated. Once we find Hanabi, I want the two of you to immediately retreat to a safe location. Avoid getting involved in the battle." "Understood, Ryu-kun." The two girls replied in unison, their tones serious. Soon, the trio reached Hanabi's side. Hinata gently adjusted Hanabi's head, which had slumped over in sleep. Forming a hand seal, she placed 2 fingers against Hanabi's forehead and softly said, "Release." A moment later, Hanabi's closed eyes fluttered open. Her vision gradually cleared, and when she saw Hinata, she exclaimed in surprise, "Big sister, shoo." Hinata quickly gestured for silence. Hanabi's eyes widened as she looked around, now fully alert. Only then did she notice the arena below, where chaos had erupted. Her small head bobbed in a nod of understanding. Just then, a group of nearby civilians abruptly shed their outer garments, revealing sand shinobi uniforms underneath. Spotting Liu Yu and the others, who bore leaf headbands, one of them shouted, "Look, leaf shinobi! Kill them." "All right, Hinata, Eno, take Hanabi and retreat immediately. Leave this to me." Understanding his intent, Eno and Hinata nodded, urging Liu Yu to be careful before swiftly guiding Hanabi away. Both girls were well aware of Liu Yu's terrifying strength. They knew staying behind would only be a burden, so they chose to leave quickly. Watching the 3 girls disappear into the distance, Liu Yu stretched lazily, looking completely unbothered as he faced the approaching sand shinobi from 3 directions. Dealing with sand shinobi, huh? I suppose there's no need to hold back. Just a brat from the Leaf Village? Let me handle this. Clang! One of the sand shinobi rushed forward, swiftly unsheathing his blade in a dazzling arc aimed at Liu Yu. The precision and speed of the strike left even nearby Leaf and Sand shinobi stunned. Many questioned whether they could dodge such a lethal attack at such close range. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Liu Yu had effortlessly flicked the blade away with a single finger, snapping in half. The force of his gesture didn't stop there. With a bang, it shattered the head of the attacking shinobi, scattering the remains across the ground. The broken blade and headless body fell simultaneously, leaving a deathly silence in their wake. The other 2 sand shinobi froze, staring in horror at their comrade's corpse, cold sweat dripping down their faces. It was only now that they recognized who Liu Yu was. "Teach, this is the guy from the first round of the exams." Run! Realizing their opponent was Liu Yu, any trace of fighting spirit vanished as they turned and fled in terror. Run? With that single word, Liu Yu's figure vanished instantly. Moments later, 2 muffled thuds echoed across the arena. In the next instant, one figure was sent flying by Liu Yu's strike, slamming into the arena wall with such force that it cracked in countless places. As the body slid down, a gaping, bloody hole in the abdomen became visible. The other fleeing shinobi was launched straight into Might Guy. Caught off guard by the high-speed collision, Might Guy toppled to the ground. Rubbing his head, Might Guy stood up and examined the mangled remains of the shinobi, half the body missing. His pupils narrowed sharply. What kind of monster could inflict such devastating injuries? Scanning his surroundings warily, Might Guy growled, "Who's attacking me? Show yourself if you've got the guts." Having dealt with the 3 shinobi, Liu Yu's expression shifted to one of mild interest. He glanced around, noting that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. If one were to observe carefully, they might notice something unusual. Why were the Leaf shinobi and Sound shinobi locked in seemingly endless battles, with fighters mysteriously disappearing mid-fight? And why were Sand shinobi repeatedly ambushed by multiple Leaf shinobi, leaving them dead or seriously injured? If Baki had the chance to look, he would quickly realize the situation was dire. Unfortunately, he was currently entangled in a fight with Shiranui Gunma and unable to break away. "Well, so far, everything's going smoothly," Liu Yu murmured, his smile laced with hidden intent. The Land of Wind, the weakest of the 5 great nations, actually dared to covet the strength of the Leaf? Do you think I'll let you walk away unscathed? Unbeknownst to the Sand shinobi, many of the Sound shinobi on the battlefield were actually Leaf ninja in disguise. The genuine Sound shinobi had already retreated to their village, leaving only a few key figures behind as part of Orochimaru's plan to betray the Sand. In just a short time, a significant number of Sand shinobi had fallen. Naruto's goal was clear: trap and eliminate as many Sand shinobi as possible, crippling the Land of Wind's military strength. As for Liu Yu, His plan was to take out Baki and subdue Gaara and his siblings. By the end, the Land of Wind would think twice before daring to challenge the Land of Fire again. Meanwhile, high above, Orochimaru and the third Hokage had begun their confrontation. Orochimaru sneered darkly at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his tone dripping with malice. "Sarutobi-sensei, I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Today will be your end." Formation. In an instant, Sakan, Taya, Gru, and Jirobo appeared around Orochimaru, their hands moving swiftly as they formed seals. 4 Violet Flames formation. Activate. Boom! A surge of energy erupted, and a purple barrier rose from the ground, encasing Orochimaru and Hiruzen completely. Hokage-sama. Some ANBU rushed forward, shouting in concern before retreating as planned. These ANBU were Hiruzen's most loyal subordinates and were fully aware of the mission's objectives. Their actions were merely a precaution to avoid leaks. Feigning resolve, Hiruzen called out, "Don't worry about me. Focus on protecting the villagers and defending the Leaf against the enemy." "Yes, sir." Boom. Across the Leaf Village, chaos erupted. The Sand Shinobi's preparations were evident, but their efforts were futile. Although the Leaf Shinobi appeared to be retreating, closer observation would reveal a calculated strategy. The apparent disorder was nothing more than a trap, luring the Sand into a deadlock. Foolish Sand Shinobi, betrayed and still counting their coins. Why did they have to provoke that monster? Now they're bound for annihilation. From a distance, Danzo observed the scene with a gleam in his eye, muttering to himself, "The revival of the Leaf. How interesting." Inside the 4 Violet Flames formation, Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi staged a mock battle, creating a chaotic scene within the barrier. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what was actually happening. At the moment, the two of them were seated on the ground, resting. Not far away, their shadow clones were putting on a convincing back-and-forth fight. The third Hokage pulled a pipe from his robes, lighting it and taking a slow puff. As he exhaled a smoke ring, he looked at Orochimaru with curiosity and said, "Once we start, I'll end up dying at your hands. Orochimaru, you'll carry the burden of being the student who killed his master. How does that feel?" Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen calmly and replied, "My reputation is already in tatters, Sarutobi-sensei. One more stain doesn't bother me." "Fair enough," Hiruzen chuckled. His gaze turned toward the blue sky above, and with a sigh, he said, "Perhaps I've been too greedy, but I do think Liu Yu's Leaf revival plan has a high chance of succeeding. Do you think the Leaf could truly unite the Shinobi world in the future?" Orochimaru gave him a sharp look, his tone carrying a hint of derision. "Sarutobi-sensei, you're really showing your age. Do you actually believe everything that Kid says? Just the part about dealing with the Akatsuki in the future would be nearly impossible." "Oh, from the sound of it, you seem to know quite a bit about the Akatsuki. What kind of organization are they? Are they powerful?" At this, Orochimaru couldn't help but recall the chilling presence of Pain and Uchiha Itachi. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he replied in a serious tone, "The Akatsuki's strength far exceeds your imagination. I'd even say their power could easily destroy the current Leaf Village without much effort." "What? Such a terrifying organization actually exists?" Seeing the shock on the old man's face, Orochimaru silently added in his mind, "That is, assuming Liu Yu isn't around." Meanwhile, Liu Yu, observing that everything was proceeding according to plan, had no interest in meddling further in the village's affairs. Most of the Sound Ninja had already withdrawn, leaving only Leaf operatives in disguise. The Sand Shinobi had walked right into the trap, and the only fighter with any real strength, Baki, was now facing Kakashi's team. The outcome was obvious. Liu Yu crouched slightly, then leapt high into the air. Using his exceptional vision, he quickly spotted Naruto and the others. Landing lightly, he crouched again to gather power. With a single stomp, the ground beneath him sank half a meter, and the earth within a 10-meter radius cracked violently. Using the force generated, Liu Yu vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was perched steadily on a tree branch, only 50 meters away from Naruto. Curious, Liu Yu looked over, only to feel exasperated as he realized what was happening. Naruto and Sasuke were standing in front of Gaara's team, red-faced and arguing loudly. Damn it, stupid Sasuke. Boss told me to take care of these three, or else he'll make me do extra training. Just step aside and watch me handle this. Sasuke sneered, glaring at Naruto. Watch you? Heh, I feel like I'd just be watching you get beaten up. Do you really think you could take on all three of them? Damn it, Sasuke. Don't underestimate me. I'm not the same person I was a month ago. I'm way stronger now. Oh really? You're stronger. Sasuke gave Naruto a once-over, then shrugged dismissively. Sorry, I don't see it. Arg, you jerk. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Fine, let's settle this the usual way. Sasuke's eyes lit up with a competitive glint. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The two began warming up, rolling their wrists and ankles, stretching their necks, and cracking their knuckles. The sound of their preparations made Temari and Kankuro tense up, thinking the two were about to fight for real. In their eyes, these two were no ordinary opponents, especially Sasuke, who had dominated Gaara during the earlier exam. Now, seeing the two preparing, Temari and Kankuro readied themselves for a serious battle. However, what happened next left them completely baffled. Naruto and Sasuke, instead of attacking, suddenly turned to face each other with intense determination. Naruto smirked confidently. Sasuke, give it up. There's no way you're winning today. Huh, big talk. Even if I don't use my Sharingan, I could beat you with sheer luck alone. Oh yeah? I don't believe you. Then watch and learn. The next moment, both of them locked eyes and shouted simultaneously. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Liu Yu, watching from his perch, couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. What kind of subordinates did I raise? This is so embarrassing. Across from them, Temari and Kankuro stood frozen, their expressions a mix of confusion and mounting fury. Kankuro glared at the two with hostility. Damn it, what do these two idiots take us for? Toys they can mess around with. Temari placed a hand on Kankuro's shoulder, speaking in a low voice. Calm down, Kankuro. Their strength is no joke. Dealing with one of them is better than facing both. At least our chances are better that way. Kankuro nodded reluctantly, though his frustration didn't ease. While they talked, Naruto and Sasuke had already determined a winner. Sasuke grinned smugly at Naruto. Huh, loser. Did you really think you could beat me, you dead last? Damn it, Sasuke. Fine, take them. But if you can't handle them, it'll still be up to me. Can't handle them? Sasuke smirked, spreading his hands in mock sympathy. Keep dreaming, dead last. With that, he stepped forward, locking eyes with Temari and Kankuro. His tone turned cold. If you two know what's good for you, I suggest surrendering now. I'll escort you back to the Leaf without any unnecessary pain. Otherwise, his Sharingan flared ominously. Don't blame me for what happens. Huh, big words. If you think you're so tough, then bring it on. Kankuro threw off the wrappings on his puppet, preparing for battle. Temari retreated with Gaara, placing him down and positioning herself to support Kankuro from his side. Ungrateful fools. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with fiery red as his Sharingan activated. Even when facing weaker enemies, Liu Yu's teachings had ingrained in him a habit of never underestimating opponents. Kankuro, seeing Sasuke's state, didn't dare hesitate. He immediately launched an attack, sending a barrage of poison-tipped needles flying from his puppet's mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke moved swiftly, dodging the needles with ease while forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Small fireballs burst forth, flying toward both Kankuro and Temari. The two were forced to dodge. Kankuro grabbed his puppet and narrowly avoided the flames, while Temari, attempting to lift Gaara, was caught off guard. At that moment, Gaara suddenly woke up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Sand surged around him, forming a massive sand-covered arm. With a single swipe of his sand arm, Gaara extinguished the incoming fireballs. Jigara! Temari's face paled as she froze, terror flashing in her eyes. Memories of past horrors seemed to overwhelm her, and she collapsed to the ground. Gaara, in his rage, swatted Temari aside before looking around in confusion, searching for his next target. From a distance, the faint chirping sound of birds caught his attention. It turned out Sasuke's earlier fire attack had been a feint, meant to predict his opponent's movements. Now, Kankuro found himself staring at Sasuke, who was rushing toward him with his Chidori crackling in hand. Gritting his teeth, Kankuro used his puppet as a shield, but the powerful lightning technique tore through it like paper. After destroying the puppet, Sasuke canceled his Chidori and delivered a brutal kick to Kankuro's chin, sending him flying into the air. Boom! Kankuro crashed into a tree, blood trickling from his mouth. Dazed, he struggled to regain focus, only for Sasuke to close in and deliver a sharp knee to his temple, knocking him out cold. From his perch, Liu nodded approvingly, as did Naruto. Sasuke's fighting style was simple yet effective. Every move had a purpose, and his combat intelligence was undeniable. With Kankuro dealt with, Sasuke turned his attention to Gaara, whose sand-covered arm loomed menacingly. Do you really think that by turning into this form, you could defeat me? Sasuke stared coldly at Gaara, whose emotions were spiraling out of control, and continued. This form of yours, it's still not your true self, is it? I want to see your real form. Don't forget, you're my prey. Ugh, Gaara groaned, his voice a mix of pain and exhilaration. The strong, the one with comrades, the one with ambition and purpose, the one who is like me. Once I kill you, I'll destroy everything you represent. Only then will I truly exist in this world. Only then will I feel alive. Gaara's voice grew increasingly maniacal, and his figure became more monstrous with each passing second. This guy, something's clearly wrong with him. Sasuke frowned as he watched Gaara slip further into madness. A chill ran down his spine. Grab! Suddenly, Gaara let out a feral scream, like a frenzied beast awakened from its slumber. His transformation accelerated. His other arm swelled into a massive claw, and a huge tail of sand unfurled behind him. His face began to resemble that of a beast, with a round, coin-like pupil glaring intensely at Sasuke, like a predator ready to pounce. Gaara's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl as he roared. Come on, let me feel your strength, Uchiha Sasuke. So it's starting? Temari trembled in fear, watching the scene unfold from a distance. Her entire body quaked, and her face was pale with terror. Ha 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 ha! The half-transformed Gaara cackled maniacally, his laugh echoing through the forest. This is completely different from before. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he took in Gaara's terrifying transformation. Immediately, he readied himself for battle. Grab! Gaara lunged forward, using his two massive sand arms to grab onto tree branches. With a powerful pull, he launched himself like a projectile, claws outstretched, hurtling towards Sasuke. That speed, Sasuke's pupils shrank in alarm. He pushed his body to its limits, leaping backward just in time to narrowly avoid Gaara's strike. He landed on a tree a short distance away. Boom! The tree Sasuke had been standing on was smashed in half by Gaara's monstrous claws, falling to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dirt and debris flying. How did this guy's strength increase so much all of a sudden? Sasuke stood atop the tree trunk, his expression grim as he watched the rampaging Gaara. Gaara let out a sinister chuckle, his expression one of pure malice. Then, his face contorted into something even more terrifying as he screamed. Are you scared of me, Uchiha Sasuke? Are you trembling in fear before me? Your hatred and killing intent, have they been tainted by fear? Is this all you've got, Uchiha Sasuke? Hearing Gaara's words, Sasuke was struck by memories of the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. He recalled the words his brother, Itachi, had spoken to him. You're not even worth killing. Foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me. Detest me. Survive in an unsightly manner. Run, and cling pitifully to life. Sasuke's expression grew icy, and he muttered to himself. That man let me live. Made me live alone, but why? No matter the reason, if I can't even defeat this guy in front of me, how can I ever hope to kill him? With that thought, Sasuke's resolve hardened. Slowly, he formed hand seals, his face growing dark and determined. His Sharingan glowed with a sinister crimson hue. Asterisk ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZT, asterisk. Electricity crackled violently in Sasuke's right hand, the chirping sound resembling the cries of 1,000 birds. The intense lightning illuminated his figure, giving him a cold and fearsome aura. "Yes, that's it, Uchiha Sasuke. Come at me," Gaara shouted with excitement. Sasuke's voice was icy as he dashed toward Gaara at blinding speed. Gaara, seeing this, didn't hesitate and charged forward as well. Chidori, splat! As the two clashed, Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to perfectly read Gaara's movements. Ducking under Gaara's strike, Sasuke's Chidori landed squarely on Gaara's body. Arg! Gaara howled in pain as Sasuke's Chidori tore through his massive sand claw, reducing it to a pile of loose sand that fell to the ground. Ha! Despite his injuries, Gaara let out a sinister laugh, muttering under his breath. "So this is it. Now I understand why I feel so happy inside. This pain, killing those who hurt me, stealing everything they have, it makes me feel truly alive. This guy, he took a direct hit from my Chidori, and he's still standing?" Sasuke stared at Gaara in disbelief, his expression tense. "Ha! Uchiha Sasuke, you really are something special. Come on, hit me again, make me feel even more alive." As Gaara spoke, another massive sand claw began forming around his body. This guy, Sasuke couldn't hide his shock. He had never encountered anything like this before. "Man, looks like the opponent is a real monster," murmured Naruto from the sidelines, scratching his chin as he watched. Suddenly, he winced and rubbed his head. Who just hit me?" Turning around, he saw Lu Yu standing nearby. With an awkward laugh, Naruto greeted him. "Haha, Boss Lu Yu, you're here too?" "The village is more or less under control," Lu Yu replied. "I came here to see how your training in Mount Myaboku has paid off. Are you planning to slack off?" I want to help, of course. But Sasuke, that jerk, got lucky and won at rock, paper, scissors. So he gets to go first," Naruto grumbled. Lu Yu glanced at Gaara's monstrous form, and then at Naruto. "I'll cover for you. Start entering Sage mode now. You'll take over the battlefield in a bit." Naruto hesitated, scratching his head. "Wait, does that mean Sasuke can't beat this guy?" Lu Yu nodded. "Not yet. Sasuke isn't quite at that level. Hurry up. It's your chance to show off in front of Sasuke." Hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with enthusiasm. He sat down, grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain his excitement. Lu Yu, exasperated, gave him a light knock on the head. Only then did Naruto settle down and start focusing. Meanwhile, Gaara let out a chilling laugh as he stared at Sasuke. "Ha! Uchiha Sasuke, if you won't come to me, I'll come to you." Gaara's speed suddenly surged as he charged at Sasuke. This monster! How did he get even faster? Sasuke leapt into the air, narrowly dodging Gaara's sand claw, which grazed his face. That was close. Without my Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that. While airborne, Sasuke threw several shuriken at Gaara, but they were easily blocked by a sand shield that appeared in front of him. As the sand shield dissolved, Sasuke saw Gaara pointing directly at him. A sense of dread washed over him. Sand binding coffin. An enormous surge of sand materialized, wrapping around Sasuke and beginning to constrict. Sand burial. Boom. The sand compressed with terrifying force, seemingly crushing Sasuke. Poof! In a puff of smoke, a wooden log appeared in Sasuke's place. It was a substitution jutsu. Oomph! You fell for it. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Gaara, his Chidori sparking ominously in his hand. But Gaara seemed to anticipate this. Without hesitation, two massive sand arms lashed out, blocking Sasuke's attack completely. Not good. The sand arms grew larger, forcing Sasuke's retreat. Before he could escape, Gaara lunged forward, slamming into Sasuke's chest with brutal force and sending him flying. Thud! Sasuke collided with a tree trunk, pain radiating through his chest. He realized that several ribs were likely broken. Wiping blood from his mouth, Sasuke stood up shakily, glaring at Gaara with a mixture of frustration and determination. Is this all I'm capable of? Memories of his past flooded his mind. Despite his exhaustion, a surge of energy suddenly welled up within him. Sasuke frowned, trying to make sense of this newfound strength. As Gaara charged at him once more, Sasuke prepared to counter. But before he could act, a figure shot onto the battlefield. Get out of here! Naruto made his entrance with a powerful kick, sending Gaara flying. The impact was so intense that Gaara smashed through several trees before colliding with a large boulder, leaving a human-shaped crater and cracks spreading across the stone. Gaara spat out a mouthful of blood. One of his sand claws disintegrated into loose grains, falling to the ground. "Who's there?" Gaara roared in fury, half kneeling as he glared at his new opponent. "Huh, I'm the Leaf's strongest ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage," Naruto declared triumphantly, striking a dramatic pose. He couldn't help but notice Sasuke's stunned expression and mentally awarded himself a perfect score for his grand entrance. Pointing at Gaara, Naruto yelled, "Oomph, eyebrowless freak, I'll be your opponent now." Watching from the sidelines, Liu sighed deeply as he saw the awakened three-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes fade away. Kya, do you really think someone like you is worthy of facing me?" Gaara roared furiously, his monstrous sand-covered claws regenerating once more. This time, even the other half of his body transformed, with an even larger claw forming, dwarfing the previous one. His entire appearance shifted further, resembling that of a wild beast. What kind of monster is this guy?" Sasuke stared at Gaara in shock, his eyes filled with tension. From her hidden position, Temari trembled uncontrollably, as if dreading the emergence of something far worse. "Hey, stupid Sasuke, leave this to me. Just sit back and watch," Naruto said nonchalantly, waving dismissively at Sasuke. Sasuke was about to retort and call Naruto a complete idiot, but his words caught in his throat when he saw Naruto's appearance. The sage-like eyeshadow and the horizontal pupils. Naruto looked nothing like his usual self. Could this guy really have gotten stronger? Seeing that Sasuke didn't even argue back, Naruto felt a rush of satisfaction. For years, he had always been one step behind Sasuke, but now, finally, he could hold his head high. Fueled by this newfound confidence, Naruto's fighting spirit surged. He cracked his knuckles loudly and assumed a battle stance. Asterisk crack. 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 Asterisk. Naruto leapt into the air like a cannonball, rocketing straight toward Gaara. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly for Gaara's face. Swish! A sand shield materialized out of nowhere, intercepting Naruto's attack. Gaara smirked coldly, about to mock Naruto when suddenly, bam! Gaara's head snapped back violently as an invisible force struck him, sending his body hurtling through the air. He skidded across the ground for over 10 meters. What just happened? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Gaara, despite blocking Naruto's punch, still got sent flying. Naruto, not letting up, quickly closed the distance to Gaara's fallen form and delivered a powerful kick. Though Gaara managed to block with one of his massive arms, the sheer force of Naruto's attack pushed him back further, slamming him into a tree. The impact caused the tree to shudder before Gaara finally came to a halt. Gaara glared at the approaching Naruto, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. Wind style, infinite sandstorm devastation. A powerful blast of wind, mixed with sand, erupted from Gaara, hurtling toward Naruto. Sensing danger, Naruto crossed his arms in front of him, bracing against the attack. The wind sent him spinning through the air before he flipped mid-flight and landed steadily on ground. But before he could catch his breath, the sand beneath him morphed into two massive hands, gripping his legs tightly. At the same time, Gaara's sand arm came crashing down on him, striking him with tremendous force and sending him flying. Ugh! Naruto let out a grunt of pain as he was sent crashing through several trees, finally skidding to a stop on the ground. Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. His fists clenched tightly as he observed the fight. Again, to everyone's astonishment, Naruto flipped up from the ground, seemingly unfazed. Apart from his tattered clothes, he looked completely unharmed. What? How is that possible? Sasuke was utterly stunned. Gaara's previous attack had been a full-force strike. If it had been him, he would have been unconscious by now. Yet Naruto stood as if nothing happened. What's going on? How did Naruto suddenly become this strong? Kahaha! Uzumaki Naruto, you've certainly surprised me. Gaara cackled, his voice filled with excitement. This makes things much more interesting. Kume, let me feel your worth, and then I'll crush you completely. I'll give you what you're asking for. Naruto grinned, forming a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof! In a burst of smoke, 4 shadow clones appeared alongside Naruto, all charging at Gaara simultaneously. Sand Shuriken. Gaara crossed his arms as countless shuriken made of sand formed, raining down on Naruto and his clones. But Naruto wasn't panicked. One of his clones turned and hurled the original Naruto high into the air, safely out of the shuriken's range. While in midair, Naruto created another shadow clone, using it as a springboard to propel himself forward at an incredible speed. At the same time, Naruto's hands began forming a familiar spiraling sphere of chakra. By the time Naruto reached Gaara, a massive Rasengan had already taken shape, nearly a meter in diameter. Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. Boom! The Rasengan smashed through Gaara's sand shield and struck him directly, sending him flying with blood spraying from his mouth. He tumbled across the ground, coming to a stop far away. Cough, cough. Gaara struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his lips. His eyes flickered with a mix of fear and anger. That single attack had left him seriously injured. If Naruto hit him like that again, it could be fatal. Realizing the danger he was in, Gaara wobbled as he stood. Placing one hand in front of him, he muttered, feigning sleep jutsu. Buzz. A strange wave of energy rippled through the air. Naruto watched Gaara close his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Sure enough, the moment Gaara fell asleep, an overwhelming, bloodthirsty presence erupted from his body. Asterisk roar. 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 Asterisk. A series of deafening roars echoed as Gaara's body began to transform. Boom! A massive figure, towering 50 meters high, materialized in the distance. The enormous form of Shikaku landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Wahaha! Finally, I'm free. After being trapped in that brat's body for so long, I can finally stretch my limbs. Sasuke and Naruto craned their necks, staring at the colossal tanuki-like beast covered in intricate markings. Both were struck speechless by the sheer size and presence of the creature. Naruto, who had been brimming with confidence just moments ago, now felt a pang of dread. What is this? Is that the monster he had sealed inside him? Naruto's voice wavered as he spoke, unable to fully comprehend the situation. Wahaha! What luck! I come out, and there are already 2 little brats here to play with me. Since you're his enemies, I'll lend him a hand. Shikaku inhaled deeply, his stomach inflating like a balloon. Slamming his massive hands against his belly, he roared. Wind-style air bullet. A massive wind bullet, 5 meters in diameter, shot toward Sasuke at alarming speed. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he realized Shikaku wasn't targeting him, but instead aiming for the injured Sasuke. Sasuke, too weak to move, could only watch as the attack barreled toward him. A bitter smile formed on his lips. Is this it? Asterisk Sasuke. Asterisk. In the nick of time, Naruto unleashed a burst of incredible speed, reaching Sasuke and shielding him as he leapt to the side. Boom! The air bullet struck where Sasuke had been, creating a massive explosion. Trees within 5 meters were obliterated, and even the ground was torn apart. The shockwave from the blast sent Naruto and Sasuke tumbling across the ground, rolling for several meters before coming to a stop. Naruto winced as pain radiated from his back. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the monstrous Shikaku, his wariness growing. This isn't good. Temari, watching from a distance, muttered under her breath after bracing against the shockwave. This is bad. That monster's really out. I need to get out of here, or I'll die. Shikaku, fueled by the immense chakra of a tailed beast, began firing air bullets in quick succession, turning the battlefield into complete chaos. Naruto, carrying Sasuke on his back, struggled to dodge the relentless attacks. His movements were clumsy, and he was growing increasingly desperate. Wah! Brat, this time I'm aiming left. Boom! And now the right. Boom! Jump higher, little brat. Ha ha ha! Shikaku wasn't in a rush to kill Naruto. Having been sealed for so long, he relished the chance to toy with his prey. Minutes later, Naruto, panting heavily, leaned against a tree trunk. His sage markings had faded, and his eyes had returned to normal. He had reached his limit. Shikaku let out a booming laugh. Looks like this is the end for you, brat. Goodbye. Wind-style air bullet. A massive, 7-meter-wide air bullet hurtled toward Naruto, who gritted his teeth and glanced at the unconscious Sasuke. Closing his eyes, he shouted in his mind. Asterisk K, stupid fox. Lend me your power. Asterisk. Stupid fox, give me your power. Inside Naruto's subconscious, the Nine Tails glared at the smug Shikaku outside, a flicker of annoyance crossing its face. Hearing Naruto's demand, the giant fox's brow twitched, and it hesitated briefly. Just then, a light cough echoed around the Nine Tails, followed immediately by a wave of an all-too-familiar and utterly terrifying aura washing over it. The oppressive sensation lingered for a split second before vanishing. Damn it, that little monster is nearby after all. The Nine Tails grimaced inwardly, glancing at Lu Yu's direction beyond the seal. A moment later, it let out a low chuckle and muttered, Hey, Shikaku. Seems like you're about to have an exceptionally bad day. The Nine Tails understood Lu Yu's temperament like the back of its paw. With Shikaku's infamously brash and volatile personality, it was almost guaranteed that the one-tailed beast would provoke the far more dangerous Lu Yu. A mere scolding would be the best-case scenario. Worst case, Shikaku might not even get the chance to reform for decades. Still, what puzzled the Nine Tails more than anything was what exactly Lu Yu had in mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, the fox sat up, clapped its massive paws together, and began channeling an endless surge of its chakra. The red energy seeped through the four-symbol seal, pouring into Naruto's body. In the next instant, a dense, almost tangible red aura enveloped Naruto, radiating with an intense, menacing glow. The chakra quickly solidified, forming a massive foxtail that swept the incoming air bullet aside with ease. Boom! The air bullet was flung hundreds of meters away before detonating in a deafening explosion. The ground beneath the forest trembled faintly from the shockwave. Cough, cough. Just as the Nine Tails prepared to exert even more power, another light cough echoed in its ears. Wait, did I misunderstand the little monster's intentions? Peering suspiciously at Lu Yu through Naruto's body, the Nine Tails noticed him casually waving his hand. Realization dawned immediately. Ah, so he only wants me to ensure Naruto doesn't die. That's it. Relieved, the Nine Tails quickly withdrew its overwhelming power. Controlling Naruto's body, it grabbed Sasuke and darted away from the battlefield at lightning speed. Watching this, Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Seems like the Nine Tails has a strong survival instinct. Not bad. That'll be helpful for Naruto. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the direction of the Leaf Village. Oh, they've already started the counterattack? That's faster than I expected. I guess that means we'll wrap this up quickly. Turning his attention back to Shikaku, who was roaring in his direction, Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, Let's make a deal. Why don't you just obediently return to Gar's body? I'd rather not fight right now. I skipped lunch earlier and didn't eat enough. If I fight you, I'll just get hungrier. Shikaku froze, staring at Lu Yu with a dumbfounded expression. It had already been confused by the Nine Tails' sudden retreat, but now this audacious human was suggesting it voluntarily return to its host. The absurdity of the situation made Shikaku burst into laughter. Ha ha! You're hilarious, kid. Do you even know who you're talking to? I am the mighty. Boom! Shikaku's words were cut off mid-sentence. Before it could finish boasting, Lu Yu, clearly irritated, threw a single punch. From her hiding spot, Tamari's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the sight before her. Oh my god, is this guy even human? The once dense forest in front of Lu Yu had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Over a kilometer of land had been leveled, the ground sunken by at least a meter. All traces of trees and vegetation had vanished entirely. As for Shikaku, the once massive beast now consisted of nothing more than a floating head, which disintegrated into sand moments later, scattering into the wind. Gaara, now unconscious, fell from midair, his severely injured body landing heavily on the ground. Lu Yu, his expression cold, walked calmly toward Gaara. Placing one hand over the seal on Gaara's body, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black space. Boom! A faint, ethereal glow emanated from Lu Yu's body, though it seemed more like an intangible aura than actual light. Despite its subtlety, the oppressive presence was undeniable. To Shikaku, it felt as if a star were crashing down upon it. For the first time in its existence, Shikaku experienced genuine fear, a deep, primal terror of impending doom. As Lu Yu approached, Shikaku felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Strangely, it couldn't even muster the will to resist. When Lu Yu finally stood before it, Shikaku, its voice trembling, asked, What do you want?" Lu Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Your attitude earlier was a bit rude, don't you think? I came here to have a little chat." As Lu Yu stepped closer, Shikaku involuntarily began to tremble. It wanted to retort, but the words refused to come out. "There's no way I can believe that." The next moment, Lu Yu vanished. Before Shikaku could react, its nightmare began. 1 minute later, Lu Yu stood over Shikaku's battered and broken form, clapping his hands in satisfaction. "Good. You didn't resist, and your apology seemed sincere. I'll let it slide this time." Shikaku, lying limp on the ground, barely had the strength to move. Its eyes, filled with fear, followed Lu Yu's every movement. Waving dismissively, Lu Yu said, "All right, we're done here. Next time, try to be a bit more polite. The Ninetales is much better at reading the room than you are." As Lu Yu disappeared, Shikaku let out a shaky breath, muttering to itself, How is someone like that even possible? This guy's presence is even more terrifying than the Sage of Six Paths. He's a monster." Back in the real world, Lu Yu opened his eyes and glanced at the barely breathing Gaara. Clearing his throat, he signaled Naruto. Whoosh! Naruto, still enveloped in the Ninetales chakra, arrived in an instant. His expression was one of eager anticipation. "Lu Yu-kun, do you have any orders for me?" he asked, trying to please. "You're definitely more reliable than that oversized raccoon." "Not bad." Lu Yu gave the Ninetales a rare nod of approval. Then, pointing at Gaara, he said, "Take him. We're heading back to the Leaf." "Got it." Before long, Lu Yu and Naruto returned to the Leaf Village. Under Lu Yu's instructions, the Ninetales controlled Naruto's body, carrying both Gaara and the unconscious Sasuke to the hospital. Of course, Gaara wouldn't be handed back to the Sand Village so easily. If they wanted him back, they'd have to pay a hefty price. Naturally, Lu Yu left this task to Danzo. A schemer like him would ensure the sand cried tears of both blood and regret. Meanwhile, in the village, the Sand Shinobi had been completely wiped out, including their commander, Baki. Not a single one was left alive. Thus, the Sound and Sand Konoha Crush plan was effortlessly foiled, all thanks to Lu Yu's meticulous planning. The battle's outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Leaf suffered virtually no losses, and several of its key assets were now hidden in the shadows, ready to strike when needed. For instance, not far away, a group of Jonin stood solemnly around the fallen third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. In reality, the old man had swapped places with a body double and was likely enjoying tea with Danzo at that very moment. Phew! Finally, some peace and quiet. "I'm exhausted," Lu Yu muttered, stretching lazily and yawning. If Hiruzen and Orochimaru had overheard this, they'd undoubtedly scoff in disbelief. You just made the plans. We were the ones running around, implementing them the entire time. And you dare call yourself tired? With the battle over, Lu Yu returned home, where he was immediately met with his mother's worried scolding. Surprisingly, he didn't mind. In fact, he cherished it. The maternal concern filled a void in his heart, soothing the loneliness that had carried over from his previous life. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu soaked in a hot bath, his body completely relaxed. Naruto's strength is coming along nicely. But Sasuke, he's starting to lag behind. I'll need to help him catch up. Otherwise, it'll throw off the rest of the plan. 3 days later, all matters related to the great battle had been resolved. Under the gray, rainy sky, the entire atmosphere in Konoha was steeped in mourning. Today was the day to bid farewell to the third Hokage and all those who had sacrificed their lives during the Konoha Crush plan. It wasn't just the shinobi. Every citizen of Konoha wore expressions of genuine grief. The sorrow etched on their faces was unmistakable. To the civilians, the third Hokage had been a truly exemplary leader. Of course, as with everything in life, there were two sides to the coin. Past grievances and controversies seemed to fade into dust, erased by the death of the old man. Wearing black funeral attire and holding a white flower, Liu Yu felt a strange mix of emotions as he followed Shikamaru to the Konoha Memorial Cemetery. At the entrance, Asuma, Eno, and Choji stood in similar attire, their faces somber. When the five of them came together, nobody spoke. The heavy atmosphere of the day left no room for words. "Let's go," Asuma said quietly, glancing at the group before leading the way inside. They entered the cemetery, where a large crowd had already gathered. Team 10 made their way to the front, standing before the newly erected gravestones. Liu Yu's feelings were particularly strange at this moment. After all, he knew full well that the third Hokage was currently hiding out with Danzo, enjoying a rather leisurely life. Yet here he was, participating in a memorial service for the man. His gaze flicked briefly toward the cracked Hokage rock, which had been tampered with as part of the deception. Internally, he mused, this plan to deceive everyone should hold up. Hopefully, that guy gets ears sooner rather than later. Liu Yu's attention turned to Team 7, who were crying their hearts out. He couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity. I wonder what these guys would think if they found out the old man is actually alive. Naruto stood among them, his face heavy with sadness. His whole demeanor radiated sorrow. For Naruto, the third Hokage had been the first person in this world to truly care for him. It was no wonder he felt the loss so deeply. Beside him was Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. The two of them stood together, gritting their teeth and silently crying. Liu Yu glanced at the pair before gently patting their shoulders in a gesture of comfort. Soon, the moment of silence concluded. One by one, people stepped forward to place their white flowers in front of the stones engraved with the names of the fallen. Afterward, the crowd began to disperse. 3 days later, in Konoha's meeting room, a negotiation was underway between Danzo, Hamura Midokado, Koryudatane, and Chiyo from the Sand Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, unable to resist the curiosity, was present as well, disguised as one of Danzo's masked Anbu guards. He observed the proceedings with great interest. The two sides exchanged polite handshakes before taking their seats. As the lead negotiator, Danzo remained silent as Hamura and Koharu sat down, waiting for him to begin. Danzo scanned the room with his cold, calculating gaze, focusing on Chiyo. His piercing stare made her feel inexplicably uneasy before he finally sat down himself. But instead of immediately addressing the topic at hand, Danzo snapped his fingers and said curtly, "Tea." Hiruzen, behind him, clenched his teeth at the command. Still, he went to brew the tea, bringing it over with a forced, respectful demeanor. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, sipping slowly. Only after finishing the entire cup did he lean back in his chair and glance at Chiyo. "So, esteemed Chiyo from the Land of Wind, may I ask what brings you all this way?" Chiyo stiffened. Something about Danzo's demeanor screamed trouble. But given the dire circumstances in the Sand Village, she had no choice but to push forward. After all, the fourth Kazekage had been killed by Orochimaru, and their strongest jonin, Baki, had died in the recent conflict. The only high-level shinobi left in the sand were herself and her brother, Ebizo. If Konoha decided to kill Gaara and his siblings, the Land of Wind would be utterly doomed. Liu Yu had calculated this perfectly, knowing the sand's vulnerability and leaving Danzo to squeeze every possible concession out of them. Forcing a polite smile, Chiyo said, "Danzo-sama, you're too kind. We were misled by the Sound Village, which led to unfortunate misunderstandings with Konoha. For this, we deeply apologize and hope the Land of Fire can show magnanimity befitting a great nation." Danzo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his teacup, only to find it empty. Turning to Hiruzen, he barked, "You useless fool! Can't you see my cup is empty? Refill it." Hiruzen's fist clenched, his jaw tightening. "Asterisk damn you, Danzo. Just wait until we get back. I'll make you pay for this. Asterisk." Still, he followed Danzo's instructions, refilling the tea and handing it over. Chiyo, watching the interaction, frowned slightly. This Danzo was clearly not an easy man to deal with. After taking another slow sip, Danzo finally spoke. Oh, my apologies. Things have been hectic lately. Burnt the midnight oil and all that. Now, what were you saying earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Could you repeat it? Chiyo's eye twitched. You definitely heard me the first time. Still, she adjusted her tone, speaking more firmly this time. I was saying that we were deceived by the Sound Village, and for the trouble caused to Konoha, we sincerely apologize. We hope the Land of Fire can show leniency. Heh. Danzo smirked, signaling Hamura to present a document. Hamura slid it across the table to Chiyo. Esteemed Chiyo, please review this damage assessment. Do you think a mere apology is enough to settle this matter? Danzo said coolly. Chiyo's hands trembled as she opened the document, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What she saw made her head spin. 10 jonin killed, 15 severely injured, 4 to 500 Chunin casualties. The more she read, the angrier she became. This was blatant extortion. There was no way Konoha had suffered losses on this scale. And 3,587 houses damaged. Chiyo nearly spat blood. Asterisk, how many buildings does Konoha even have? When I arrived, most of the structures were perfectly intact. How could this number possibly be accurate? Asterisk. This seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? She managed to say. Danzo's expression darkened. He stared coldly at Chiyo and said, Exaggerated? Are you accusing us of falsifying reports? If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Prepare for war, then. Let's see how long the Land of Wind lasts. His words were spoken with such conviction that even Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu were momentarily stunned. Chiyo, too, was taken aback. Every fiber of her being screamed that going to war now would be suicidal. The Land of Wind was leaderless, and its forces were in shambles. Her face turned pale as she quickly grabbed Danzo's arm, forcing a smile. Danzo-sama, please calm down. I may have misspoken earlier. I truly understand Konoha's losses are significant. Perhaps we can negotiate compensation. Negotiate? Danzo's voice rose, and he grabbed Chiyo by the collar, his expression fierce. Do you know what we've lost? Our Hokage died in this conflict. He was my lifelong friend and comrade. Pointing dramatically to Hamura and Koharu, Danzo continued. If not for these two old geezers holding me back, I would have already marched into the Land of Wind, sword in hand. Let me make this clear. Either you pay the full compensation, or we'll soak the sands of your homeland with your blood. Danzo's impassioned speech was so convincing that even Hiruzen felt a flicker of doubt. If Luyu were present, he'd likely applaud Danzo's performance. From the tone of his voice to the fire in his expression, Danzo had truly mastered the art of intimidation. Chiyo, wiping Danzo's spit off her face, sighed heavily. She knew she was completely at his mercy. There was no way to change the outcome now. With no other choice, she nodded reluctantly. An hour later, Chiyo left the meeting room looking utterly defeated, her face pale as a ghost. The terms of the compensation had gutted the Land of Wind, leaving its future in ruins for at least the next 2 decades. That evening, Danzo returned to his office, only to find Lu Yu casually sitting on his desk, flipping through some documents. Danzo chuckled nervously. Lu Yu-kun, I trust you're satisfied with today's results? Lu Yu grinned, taking a glance at the papers. Not bad, not bad. I knew you were a master at extortion and exploitation. Truly a once-in-a-generation talent at the negotiation table. Danzo chuckled awkwardly, choosing to take the comment as a compliment. Lu Yu's gaze shifted to Hiruzen, who had changed into a different outfit. So, old man, what's the plan? Are you staying with Danzo? Or do you want to stretch your legs a bit? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before smiling. With you around, I can rest easy. And since Tsunade will be the next Hokage, I might as well join you when you go find her. Fair enough. You two can catch up. I'm out. With the war behind him, Lu Yu returned to his long-desired peaceful life. One afternoon, after finishing a satisfying lunch, he leaned back with a cold soda, enjoying the gentle breeze. Stretching contentedly, he prepared to take a nap when a soft, familiar voice called out. Lu Yu-kun. Looking over, he saw Hinata approaching with a smile. But behind her was a young girl with a mischievous grin. Brother-in-law, hello. I'm Hyuga Hanabi. The words hit like a thunderbolt. Both Lu Yu and Hinata froze, their faces filled with shock. Be brother-in-law. Hinata Hanabi's single sentence made Lu Yu's heart inexplicably warm. Glancing at Hinata, whose face was now as red as a ripe apple. He nodded in satisfaction. Asterisk, this little sister-in-law is great. I like her. Asterisk. From that moment, everything about Hanabi seemed pleasing to Lu Yu's eyes. Hinata, noticing that the little girl seemed ready to continue talking, quickly covered her mouth in a panic. All right, Hinata, Lu Yu said lightly. Kids just speak their minds. And besides, Hanabi isn't wrong, is she? Lu Yu-kun. Hinata, completely overwhelmed by his words, found herself at a loss. Her heart fluttered between shyness and sweetness. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Lu Yu decided not to press further. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Hanabi's hair. Little Hanabi, coming here with your sister. What is it you're looking for? Hanabi leaned into Lu Yu's hand, clearly enjoying the gesture. Her bright, white eyes sparkled, and she said unabashedly, with a tone full of admiration, I want to be as strong as you, Lu Yu and I. Can you train me? Please. Having watched Lu Yu's incredible match during the Chunin exams, Hanabi had become one of his most devoted little fans. Moreover, after sparring with Hinata at home a few times, Hanabi had realized with some frustration that her older sister's strength had skyrocketed. She was no longer her match at all. Hanabi wasn't naive. On the contrary, she was very clever. It didn't take her long to deduce that the only thing that had changed for Hinata was her frequent visits to Lu Yu. Whatever had happened here must have been the key to her sister's newfound strength. And so, she followed Hinata persistently, refusing to be left behind. That's how she ended up here today. Looking at the bright-eyed little fan in front of him, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle and ruffle her hair again. His gaze shifted to Hinata, who looked a little embarrassed. Hinata lowered her head slightly and said in a soft voice, I'm sorry, Lu Yu-kun. Hanabi insisted on coming with me, and I couldn't refuse her. I hope we're not disturbing you. Hinata, there's no need to apologize. You're welcome to come anytime, Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile, patting Hanabi's head affectionately. Now, little Hanabi, you want to become stronger, right? Hanabi nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with hope as she looked up at him. Can you help me become stronger, Lu Yu and I? She asked earnestly. Lu Yu nodded slightly and playfully tapped her little nose. Of course. If you've got the time, feel free to come with your sister in the future. Hanabi's eyes lit up like stars, and she nearly jumped with excitement. Really? You mean it? Lu Yu nodded again, pulling Hanabi to her feet. Looking into her eager eyes, he said, But let me make this clear. My training is tough, really tough. And I'm kind of lazy, so I won't always be around to spar with you. If you don't understand something, you can ask me, but don't expect me to hold your hand the whole way. Got it? He paused, his tone growing serious. And one more thing, I don't like quitters. If you think you might give up halfway, say so now. Otherwise, even if your sister pleads for you, I won't let you off the hook. Hearing this sudden shift in his tone, Hanabi felt an invisible pressure settle over her. She swallowed nervously but quickly straightened her posture, her gaze unwavering. As long as I can become stronger, I'm not afraid of any hardship, she declared resolutely. Haha, I like that spirit. Lu Yu laughed, lifting Hanabi into the air and spinning her around before holding her close. Looking at Hinata, he said with a smile, Hinata, your little sister's got a lot of potential. Hinata, feeling proud, nodded with a soft smile. Father has always had high hopes for her. He's been preparing her to take on the responsibilities of the main family. Well then, Lu Yu said thoughtfully, let's start her training in a few days. We'll begin with tree climbing and water walking, and then gradually add weighted exercises. What do you think? Hinata nodded in agreement. That sounds like a good plan. Hanabi, watching their exchange, tilted her head in confusion, unsure of what they were talking about. All right, let's head back, Lu Yu said, standing up. But just as he was about to take a step, his expression shifted slightly and his brow furrowed. Hinata, who had been watching him closely, immediately noticed something was wrong. Lu Yu-kun, what's wrong? Did something happen? She asked anxiously. Looks like I won't be able to stay with you today. Something's come up, Lu Yu replied, his tone calm but firm. He turned to Hinata, his expression softening. Hinata, why don't you take Hanabi out for some fun? I'll join you both as soon as I'm done. Hinata nodded obediently, her voice gentle with concern. All right, Lu Yu-kun. Please be careful. Luyu gave her a reassuring nod before disappearing in an instant. Uchiha, Itachi, you've finally shown up. Ding! The faint sound of a bell echoed as two figures in wide-brimmed hats and black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared on the outskirts of Konoha. Kisame Hashigaki surveyed the village from a distance, taking note of the collapsed buildings and lingering signs of destruction. He couldn't help but comment. Though it avoided total destruction, the damage is still quite severe. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the village, his expression unreadable. As he took in the sight of the damaged homes, a flicker of concern passed through his mind. To think that this once prosperous village could end up like this. It's pitiable. Kisame raised an eyebrow, surprised to detect even a hint of emotion in Itachi's usually stoic tone. Not like you to get sentimental, Itachi. Feeling nostalgic for your home, are you? Itachi's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the village. No, not at all. Listen, Kisame. There's someone in this village. Someone truly terrifying. We must tread carefully and avoid recklessness. Otherwise, he paused, fixing Kisame with a grave look. Otherwise, we will die. Kisame chuckled, though there was a trace of unease in his voice. Well, that's a first. But since this is your hometown, I'll follow your lead. Itachi nodded faintly, but as he turned to leave, his eyes suddenly widened. Standing behind him, leaning casually against the railing, was Luyu. When did you get here? Itachi asked, his voice betraying a rare hint of surprise. Luyu smirked, seemingly amused by the question. I just arrived. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you this time. But there is something I'd like to ask of you. Itachi hesitated, glancing at Kisame. To his shock, Kisame was already lying unconscious on the ground. Asterisk what? When did this happen? How did I not notice anything? Asterisk. Itachi's wariness deepened as he looked at Luyu, his mind flashing back to their childhood. Even back then, this boy had treated him like a punching bag. Now, Itachi couldn't even begin to fathom the true extent of Luyu's strength. Luyu's smile widened as he spoke. I understand that you were forced into your actions back then. What's done is done. People shouldn't dwell on the past, don't you think? Itachi nodded silently, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Since you've been away, Sasuke's growth has been decent. But you know your Uchiha clan's peculiarities. Without proper stimulation, progress will stagnate. Understanding the implication, Itachi responded sincerely. Thank you, Luyu-kun. I know you've taken care of Sasuke all these years. There's no need for further explanation. Just tell me what you need me to do. All right, here's the plan. Meanwhile, at Naruto's apartment, Naruto was gritting his teeth as he clumsily bandaged his wounds. Thanks to the Nine-Tails chakra, his injuries were mostly healed, but they still stung. As he worked, his mind wandered back to the recent battle. Damn it, stupid Sasuke. If he hadn't slowed me down at the end, I could have summoned Chief Toad and turned the tide completely. He chuckled to himself, his mood lightening. Oh well, there's always next time. I'll surprise Sasuke soon enough. Just wait, you bastard. Knock, knock, knock. Huh? Who's there? Naruto muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Visitors were rare for him, practically non-existent since the third Hokage's passing. His chest tightened momentarily at the thought, but he quickly shook it off and went to answer the door. When he opened it, he froze. Standing before him was a man whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke's. Sasuke, Naruto murmured, his voice barely audible. At Konoha Hospital, a Chunin burst into Sasuke's room, shouting urgently. Bad news. Kakashi, Itachi's back, and it looks like he's targeting Naruto. Scanning the room, the Chunin realized Kakashi wasn't there. Only Sasuke was present. Sorry about that. Do you know where Kakashi is? The Chunin asked awkwardly, but Sasuke didn't respond. His eyes burned with hatred, and without a word, he quickly slipped on his shoes and leapt out the window. Poof! The Chunin disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing none other than Luyu. Leaning against the window frame, Luyu watched Sasuke's retreating figure with a sigh. Damn Uchiha temperament. Looks like this is the only way to push you to the level where you can protect yourself. Damn it, what is that bastard Itachi doing back here all of a sudden? Swish! Sasuke was sprinting at full speed toward Naruto's house, pushing his body to the limit. His old injuries flared up, sending a wave of tightness and pain through his chest. His wounds had only just begun to heal, and clearly, his body wasn't ready for such intense exertion. But none of that mattered to Sasuke now. This was an emergency. Uchiha Itachi, the man who had slaughtered his entire clan, killed his parents, and now, was he here to kill Naruto too? In Sasuke's mind, someone as cold and ruthless as Itachi would undoubtedly strike against Naruto without hesitation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sasuke's eyes burned with an icy intensity as his Sharingan activated, the black pupils transforming into the three-tomo pattern. Fueled by overwhelming hatred, Sasuke's potential surged, and his speed increased even further. Stupid dope, hold on for me. Over the years, Sasuke and Naruto's relationship had been a complex mix of rivalry and companionship. They had been through hell together under Liu Yu's brutal training regimen. And while it was grueling and often unbearable, having each other around somehow made it more tolerable. On the surface, they bickered endlessly whenever they were together. But the truth was, they had never truly fought in anger. Perhaps that was just how men's friendships worked. In Sasuke's heart, Naruto is mine to deal with, whether it's teasing him or fighting alongside him. No one else has that right, let alone the right to kill him. Fueled by this thought, Sasuke's urgency grew. He dashed through shortcuts, ignoring the stares of passers-by, as he zipped by like a shadow. Swish! Some villagers, feeling a sudden gust of wind, turned around in confusion, only to find nothing there. 5 minutes later, Sasuke arrived at Naruto's home. Without a second thought, he kicked the door open, but the sight before him froze him in place. Naruto was lying motionless on the ground, his body surrounded by pools of dark purple blood. 7 swords were stabbed through Naruto's back, pinning him to the floor. The wounds were gruesome, the flesh torn and mangled as if Naruto had struggled violently before succumbing to his injuries. Behind Naruto stood Uchiha Itachi, dressed in his black cloak adorned with red clouds. His three-tomo Sharingan glowed faintly as he looked at Sasuke with cold indifference. Why? Why did you kill Naruto? Sasuke's voice cracked with rage, his entire body trembling. His mind teetered on the edge of collapse. The brother who had shared his struggles and fought beside him had been tortured and killed by this man. Images of Naruto flashed through Sasuke's mind like a slideshow, stopping at the moment when Naruto had protected him from Shikaku at great cost to himself. Sasuke's eyes locked onto the blood-soaked bandages still wrapped around Naruto's back. His whole body shuddered uncontrollably. Itachi remained expressionless, his voice as frosty as ice. He was nothing more than a meaningless existence. Killing him was simply a matter of convenience. What is there to explain? Bastard! Chakra burst forth from Sasuke in a violent wave. His right hand clenched into a claw as the sound of chirping birds filled the room. Sparks of blue electricity surged and crackled around his hand as his Chidori formed. Strangely, it felt deeper, darker than usual. I'll kill you for this. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto Itachi, using his lightning chakra to stimulate his cells and the immense chakra in his legs. Sasuke launched forward at his absolute peak speed. Like an arrow fired from a bow, he closed the gap between them in an instant, his Chidori glowing brilliantly as he aimed directly for Itachi's heart. Splatter. To Sasuke's shock, Itachi didn't even attempt to dodge. The moment the Chidori hit its mark, Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows, scattering into the air. You foolish little brother. What has made you so weak? What have you been doing all this time? Itachi's voice echoed as he reappeared near Naruto's limp body. He picked up one of the swords from the ground and raised it high above his head. If you're so pathetic, let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget. With that, Itachi swung the sword downward, aiming to cleave Naruto's head clean off. No. The overwhelming hatred and despair surged through Sasuke's being. His Sharingan began to spin wildly before transforming into the six-pointed Manjikyu Sharingan. A cold, oppressive chakra burst from Sasuke, filling the room. Crack! The space around them began to distort, tear, and collapse. Seconds later, Sasuke found himself back in reality. Naruto was slumped unconscious against the wall, and Itachi was standing nearby, staring at Sasuke with visible shock. So, it was all a Jinjutsu? Realizing this, Sasuke exhaled shakily, his body relaxing slightly. But he quickly furrowed his brow, sensing an unfamiliar, overwhelming power coursing through his veins. The chakra inside him was so immense, so cold, that it felt almost foreign. Without hesitation, Sasuke locked eyes with Itachi once more. He raised his hand and made a single gesture. The dark purple chakra